Everyone assumed she would obediently comply. Yet unexpectedly, she turned the Jiang family's world upside down. The false heiress and her mother conspired to ensnare her. They opened a small coffin, unleashed a ghost, and sent her a spirit to haunt her. Her uncles, blind to reason and favoritism, a sprinkle of truth talismans, and they could only utter the truth forever. With a small coffin in her left hand and talisman paper in her right, she vowed to unveil the hidden truths. Those who harmed her mother must face death. Yet, the unintentional awakening of a plant-like magnate revealed that he was her biological father. Furthermore, she discovered she had 6 formidable elder brothers. Upon learning about her lineage, the magnates initiated a rescue operation against the Jiang family. After an unexpected participation in a variety show with the popular third brother, she skyrocketed to fame. Haters mocked her mercilessly, questioning, where did this capitalist heiress come from? Engaging in superstitions. Those who believe in her will find themselves selling health products in their old age. In the next moment, the show surged to the top of the trending list, with magnates rallying to support her. A real estate mogul declared, "One of her talismans is worth your entire life." A prominent figure in the entertainment industry chimed in, "Haters, remember to keep the lawyer's letter. She gives me a discount next time." A powerful figure in the capital scoffed, "Sue me to the fullest." Chapter 1. How is there a child laborer? Grandpa lies in the coffin while I kneel on the ground, crying for him to be spared from calamities and disasters. Jiang Lishuan looked skeptically at the small figure among the mourners, who was kneeling and wailing. Unable to contain himself, he waved at Zheng Feiyu, who had just finished bowing and was getting up from the ground. "Zheng Feiyu, the mourning team your family hired seems unprofessional. They are exploiting child labor." "Child labor? Where's the child laborer?" Zheng Feiyu, confused, followed Jiang Lishuan's gaze and spotted the small figure on the ground, mimicking the nearby ants wailing. He heard her tender, clear cries. Holding a stick of incense, the smoke rises to the heavens. The main door hangs the year paper. The second door hangs the white banner. "Grandpa has passed away." Zheng Feiyu was taken aback. "Wait, when did a little girl join the mourning team? This is chaos." Before he could call for his mother, a sharp voice rang out. "Yuanman, who allowed you to come here? Get out." In the next second, a short, plump figure squeezed into the mourning team, reaching out a chubby hand to lift the little girl off the ground. Yuanman swiftly rolled on the ground, evading the woman's grasp, her cherubic face still streaked with tears. She boldly stated, "Aunt Zheng, it's not like Grandpa has died him here to attend his funeral on his behalf. If you find me too young, then I won't take the mourning fee, just a meal will suffice." Aunt Zheng's mouth twitched in irritation, gritting her teeth. "Who invited you to mourn?" She turned and grabbed a few steamed buns from a nearby table, stuffing them into Yuanman's arms with an unhappy expression. "No meals, only buns. Take it or leave it." Yuanman, unfazed, cheerfully hugged the buns, sniffing back her tears, and said, "Thank you, Aunt Zheng. In gratitude for the food, we'll give you a piece of advice. If you wish to avoid misfortune, you should leave quickly." Her round, glistening eyes scanned the mourning hall, landing on the corpse displayed prominently. In her view, a blood-drenched female ghost was hovering over the corpse, tightly gripping the old man's neck. In 7 days, it will be her day of vengeance. By then, those of you from the Zheng family who have used her money won't survive. The blood-drenched ghost seemed to hear Yuanman's words. She slowly raised her head, revealing a pale face with a gaping wound, chillingly warning her, "Mind your own business." Yuanman, puffing out her small chest, thought that since Aunt Zheng had fed her, a mere reminder didn't count as meddling. Aunt Zheng was left speechless. Taking a deep breath, she turned to survey the surroundings. "This dead child is spewing nonsense. Just wait until I teach you a lesson for your grandfather. Where's my broom?" Yuanman swiftly turned and scampered away, her short legs moving comically like bicycle wheels. Zheng Feiyu curiously watched the agile figure vanish and leaned toward Aunt Zheng, asking, "Aunt, who is that child?" Aunt Zheng's anger slightly eased upon seeing Zheng Feiyu. "Oh, it's you, Feiyu." Mentioning Nan Yuanman, Aunt Zheng appeared particularly exasperated. Who else could it be? The child adopted by Old Man Nan from the village. That Old Man Nan was never quite right in the head, and now the child he raised is just as unruly. She's a menace. Concluding her rant, she lowered her voice. "Feiyu, don't play with her. I heard she was born from a coffin. She brings bad luck. So be careful not to catch her misfortune." After gossiping about Nan Yuanman, Aunt Zheng's expression turned sorrowful. "It's a pity for your grandfather. He worked hard his entire life. Yet before he could enjoy his good days, he was taken away by a drink." Thankfully, you came to send him off. Now, he can rest in peace down below." Hearing this, Zheng Feiyu's mood grew somber as he gazed at the smiling elder in the black and white portrait, his eyes warm with emotion. Jiang Lishuan had come to Badong village to find a relative. Right, a relative. Zheng Feiyu suppressed the emotion in his eyes and turned to Jiang Lishuan. "Xinge, what does the relative you are looking for look like? Do you have a photo? My aunt lives in the village and knows everyone." Before he could finish, Jiang Lishuan suddenly recalled something, pulling out his phone and flipping through his album. "I don't have a picture of her, but I have one of her mother. Will this do?" he said while handing the photo to Aunt Zheng. Aunt Zheng craned her neck to look in the picture. Was a remarkably slender and beautiful girl in a floral cotton jacket with 2 braided pigtails, her expression shy as she gazed at the camera. This face, isn't it just the grown-up version of that Yuanman child? Meanwhile, at the entrance of Batong village stood an exceptionally dilapidated tile-roofed house. A small figure clad in a patched gray shirt bounced joyfully towards it, clutching steamed buns. She sniffed the wheat fragrance in the air, unable to resist licking her fingers, savoring the lingering aroma of the buns. Today, she had managed to gather 3 buns from begging, which she planned to stretch out for 3 days, but with her grandfather's stipulation, she could only eat for 2. Later, she would need to go out begging again. She wondered if Aunt Zheng would give her something to eat if she returned to the morning. With thoughts swirling in her mind, Nan Yuanman continued her task, delicately tearing off a small piece of bun and placing it in her designated bowl. She then opened a pot, ladling warm water into a large bowl, mixing it with the bun for a hearty meal. Afterward, she clutched the remaining bun and scampered toward the living room. Inside the dimly lit house, devoid of electrical wiring or light bulbs, the corners were filled with small square coffins, and in the center of the living room lay a large coffin, exuding an eerie ambience. Yet, Nan Yuanman had grown accustomed to the darkness here. She expertly approached the table bearing the memorial tablet and lit the candles. Turning around, she knocked on the coffin. "Grandpa, wake up. It's time to eat." "Grandpa?" Inside the coffin, silence reigned. Frowning slightly, Nan Yuanman placed the bun on the table and prepared to fetch a small stool to lift the coffin lid when suddenly, a stranger's voice came from outside. "Is this the place?" Chapter 2, Uncle Ba, a human trafficker. With a small stool cradled in her arms, Nan Yuanman's striking black and white eyes sparkled with excitement, her dusty little face brimming with enthusiasm. Business has arrived. She hurriedly set the stool down and scampered toward the door, her short legs pattering against the floor. Just as she was about to open the door, she caught sight of her grimy little hands. Yuanman paused, recalling how her grandfather always ensured she was impeccably clean when receiving guests. She was certain that her current state would not leave a favorable impression on any visitors. No, she must tidy herself up. She swiftly dashed into her small room and rummaged through the tiny wardrobe that her grandfather had prepared for her, pulling out the red cotton jacket she had only worn during the New Year's celebrations. With great effort, she changed out of her dusty clothes. Once dressed, Nan Yuanman turned to gaze at the paper doll in the corner of her room, sporting 2 small braids and a painted face, her eyes slowly settling on the doll's rosy cheeks. She blinked, approached the paper figure, and gently rubbed her hands across its face before turning back to vigorously pat her own cheeks. Meanwhile, outside the door, Zhang Feiyu, having knocked for a while without receiving a response, let out a sigh and turned to the somewhat agitated Jiang Lishuan, saying, "Perhaps my knock was too soft, she didn't hear it. They'll try again." Jiang Lishuan simply acknowledged with a grunt, and Zhang Feiyu knocked a bit harder. "Is anyone home? Grandfather Nan, are you there?" 3 minutes passed, yet the tightly shut door remained unyielding. This was Jiang Lishuan's first experience waiting for someone, and with a frustrated click of his tongue, he turned to leave. "Forget it. I've already come this far. I could just explain to the old man if he asks." Before he could finish his sentence, a ringtone emanated from his pocket. Upon seeing who was calling, Jiang Lishuan's previously furrowed brows softened. His eyes filled with warmth as he answered, Xin, why are you calling uncle all of a sudden?" Hearing the tenderness in Jiang Lishuan's voice, Zheng Feiyu immediately recognized the caller as the young princess of the Jiang family, Jiang Xin, daughter of Jiang Yueyao. Zheng Feiyu blinked, recalling that the Jiang family had 2 daughters aside from Jiang Yueyao. What was the name of the other one? While Zheng Feiyu was lost in thought, Jiang Lishuan moved aside to take the call. The little girl's sweet voice came through. "Uncle, have you seen my sister? How is she? Is she being mean?" She hesitated and then asked softly, "Uncle, if there are other big sisters in the family, will you still love me?" Jiang Lixuan's heart melted at her words, and he replied gently, I love you, Xin Xin. Uncle loves you the most. Xin Xin, where's your mother? A cacophony erupted on the other end, and then a gentle voice emerged. Little brother, have you seen Wenyin? How has she been? The voice paused, tinged with a hint of guilt. Little brother, if you see Wenyin, please don't argue with her. She didn't mean as she has been quite wronged. Listening to Jiang Yueyao, Jiang Lishuan felt a wave of irritation wash over him as he pinched the bridge of his nose and retorted, what is she to be wronged about? If it weren't for her stubbornness, would you have been hurt? After all these years, she still hasn't learned she remains selfish, abandoning her daughter in this desolate place while she frolics about, truly obstinate. As for what Aunt Jiang said about the coffin and child, Jiang Lishuan believed not a word of it. When Bai Wenyin left the Jiang family, she was robust enough to smash a porcelain vase over Yao Yao's head. He refused to believe she perished after giving birth. He would rather believe she had run off to enjoy life after having the child. After all, she had a history of such behavior. On the other end, Jiang Yueyao raised an eyebrow, not having seen Bai Wenyin. Just as she was about to probe further, a sudden shriek pierced through the line. Startled, Jiang Lishuan turned to see the dilapidated courtyard door had swung open. At the entrance stood a little girl in a red dress, her hair styled in messy horns, her face pale, yet adorned with bright red on her cheeks, creating an eerie appearance. Zhang Feiyu's eyes locked onto Yuanman's, and he was instantly petrified, his expression rife with fear. Jiang Lishuan nearly shouted in alarm, his hand trembling as he accidentally ended the call. Yuanman blinked her bright, expressive eyes, forcing a smile as she pulled out a small coffin from her belongings. Are you two big brothers here to order a coffin, or rather a funeral coffin? The sight of the little girl in red smiling ominously while brandishing a coffin was as bizarre as it could get. Zhang Feiyu fought against the impulse to flee, staring at her in disbelief, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, Yuanman? Nan Yuanman nodded. Yes. Seeing her confirm, Zhang Feiyu's legs, which had gone weak, regained some strength, his expression one of indescribable complexity. What on earth are you dressed like this for? He had thought he was seeing a ghost. Jiang Lishuan also regained his composure, but upon witnessing Nan Yuanman's appearance, his earlier panic transformed into a furious indignation. He gritted his teeth. Nan Yuanman. Jiang Lishuan raised his voice, striding forward in anger, and knocked the small coffin from her hands on the ground. Is this how your mother taught you to scare me? Truly, a leopard cannot change its spots. She remains as vile as ever. And what is that dreadful thing you're holding? Dispose of it at once. That's my little coffin. Nan Yuanman cried out, instinctively lunging for the small coffin that had fallen to the ground. This coffin had been painstakingly crafted by her grandfather for her. Jiang Lishuan roughly grabbed the back of Yuanman's collar, lifting her off the ground. What coffin? That's just a cursed object. What do you need it for? Nan Yuanman felt nearly choked, gasping as she wriggled her little body to scratch his hand vigorously. Jiang Lishuan winced, releasing his grip instinctively. Nan Yuanman tumbled to the ground, her once clean clothes instantly soiled with dust. She clutched the small coffin to her chest, turning to glare at Jiang Lishuan warily. Don't you speak nonsense. I have no uncle. I only have grandfather. Who are you, you human trafficker? Leave at once, or I'll call grandfather to deal with you. A human trafficker? Jiang Lishuan laughed in anger. Have you ever seen such a handsome human trafficker as me? I have. Nan Yuanman pointed at him. Aren't you one? Without hesitation, she turned and ran. I won't go with you. Her small stature and agility allowed her to dart around Zhang Feiyu, leaving Jiang Lishuan momentarily unable to catch her. As Jiang Lixuan's expression grew darker, Zhang Feiyu quickly shielded Yuanman, speaking soothingly to Jiang Lishuan. Brother Xian, please calm down. This is indeed a sudden situation for Yuanman. Why don't we let it go for today? We can have my aunt come tomorrow to discuss Yuanman's future with Grandfather Nan. Nan Yuanman gripped Zhang Feiyu's pant leg, her entire being hidden behind his thigh, peeking out cautiously with one eye trained on Jiang Lishuan. And then, from now on, the Jiang family will consider you non-existent. After delivering his harsh words, Jiang Lishuan turned away with a cold expression. Nan Yuanman stuck her tongue out at his retreating figure and then met Zhang Feiyu's exasperated gaze as he squatted in front of her, speaking gently. Brother Xian just has a quick temper, don't hold it against him. Nan Yuanman replied in confusion. Quick temper? My grandfather usually calls that lack of manners. Zhang Feiyu was momentarily taken aback. He glanced around the dilapidated courtyard, littered with wood shavings, before asking, "Where is grandfather Nan?" Nan Yuanman replied, "He's sleeping." The cacophony failed to rouse the elderly gentleman, a testament to his remarkable quality of slumber. Nan Yuanman, seemingly grasping the situation, nodded subtly before finally speaking. "Elder brother, you are truly a good person." Observing the dark malevolence gradually coalescing in Zhang Feiyu's eyes, she furrowed her brow and advised, "Elder brother, if you wish to avoid demise, it would be wise to depart this evening." Chapter 3. The Resurrection. This was the second time Zhang Feiyu heard Nan Yuanman utter such words. He found himself caught between laughter and tears. Dismissing her statement lightly, "You mustn't let my aunt hear this. Otherwise, she will chase you with a broom for 10 miles. Yuanman grasped his hand, her small brow furrowed in earnestness. "I am serious, big brother. The Jiang family has utilized the money from that sister, becoming entangled in karma. If you do not leave tonight, you shall meet your demise." Grandpa said that those with a darkened brow, like charred coal, are plagued by misfortune. Anyone in the Jiang family who has used that sister's money has a brow as dark as coal. If you do not depart tonight, you may never leave again. Zhang Feiyu offered a perfunctory response, rising while inquiring, "Have you eaten enough? Would you like me to fetch you something to eat?" Yuanman discerned his feigned indifference, pursing her lips as she glanced at the small coffin in her hands. With a painful resolve, she pressed the coffin into his hands. "Big brother, if you provide me with a meal, I shall lend you this small coffin. When you sleep tonight, if you hear any sounds, do not venture out, understood?" Zhang Feiyu shivered involuntarily, nearly dropping the small coffin from his grasp. He stifled his fear, mustering a smile. "No, that's unnecessary. You must," Yuanman insisted, her expression grave. Zhang Feiyu stared at the small coffin, painted in a dark red lacquer, and made an effort to calm himself. This was merely a child's heartfelt gesture. He must not disdain it. He closed his eyes, trembling as he tucked the small coffin into his pocket, offering a few words of reassurance to Nan Yuanman before departing. Nan Yuanman tidied her disheveled hair, suddenly realizing she seemed to have other relatives. Tilting her head, she recalled Jiang Li Xuan's earlier demeanor, crinkling her brow in distaste as she murmured, "Forget it. Such relatives are better off absent. I should go feed Grandpa. It has been a while, and he must be hungry." As she lifted the coffin lid, it revealed an elderly man clad in a burial garment, lying within, his emaciated form starkly visible. The old man lay with his eyes tightly shut, and from his parched lips protruded 2 small, sharp fangs. His fingers, placed at his sides, were long, pointed, and blackened. This sight was terrifying, yet to Nan Yuanman, it seemed utterly mundane. I refuse to believe he is my uncle. I still remember you told me, Grandpa, that those relatives of Mother are not good people. They are beasts. Yuanman, I miss you. Please speak to me." The hall was enveloped in an eerie silence. Suddenly, the hand of the elderly man in the coffin twitched slightly. On the other side, Zhang Feiyu called out, "Xiange." Jiang Li Xuan, cigarette in mouth, turned to look at him, offering him a cigarette. "What did that little brat say?" Zhang Feiyu paused momentarily, casually replying, "Yuanman said she would think it over." Jiang Li Xuan recalled Nan Yuanman's earlier wariness and couldn't help but respond sarcastically. "She treats you well, but is entirely on guard against her uncle." Zhang Feiyu dared not retort. "Forget it," Jiang Li Xuan said with a click of his tongue, then inquired, "Where will I be staying tonight?" After a long day of exertion, he was weary and needed proper rest before contemplating how to persuade the obstinate young girl the following day. Zhang Feiyu glanced at the bustling hall, hesitating before answering. "My aunt has prepared a room for us upstairs, but you know how it is in the countryside. The accommodations are not on par with the city. Besides, my grandfather will be lying in state for the last night." According to custom, the late Mr. Jiang would remain in state for 7 days. And on the final day, the priest performing the rites would not stay overnight, leaving the descendants of the Jiang family to guard him on his final journey. "Do you think I am the type to shy away from hardship?" Jiang Li Xuan rolled his eyes, extinguished his cigarette, and with one hand in his pocket, gestured for him to lead the way. He considered himself a staunch atheist. After all, there was merely a corpse in the hall, and it was Zhang Feiyu's grandfather. What was there to fear? If the old man were to find out, he would surely have a stern word with him. Zhang Feiyu did not press the matter further and led Jiang Li Xuan upstairs. As the two passed by the body, a gust of wind suddenly lifted one corner of the white cloth covering it, sending an inexplicable chill down Zhang Feiyu's spine. Jiang Li Xuan felt a shiver run through him. Instinctively looking down, His gaze met the wide-open, bloodshot eyes of the late Mr. Jiang, causing him to involuntarily scream. What the heck? Zhang Feiyu followed his line of sight, unable to suppress an exclamation of his own, trembling as he hastily covered the body with the cloth again and urged Jiang Lishuan, Xiangu, let us go. Jiang Lishuan quickly turned, following Zhang Feiyu as they hurried upstairs. Neither of them noticed that the cloth Zhang Feiyu had just laid back down had been blown open again, and the bloodshot eyes were fixated intently on Zhang Feiyu's back. In a place unseen by the two, a red figure began to rise from the body of Mr. Jiang, silently inching toward Zhang Feiyu. However, just as it was about to reach him, a burst of golden light suddenly repelled it. The red specter emitted a pained wail. Zhang Feiyu shivered again, puzzled as he thought he had heard someone calling out just moments ago. Yet upon listening closely, he found silence reigned once more. Zhang Feiyu shook his head, attributing it to fatigue-induced hallucinations. The red specter, unwilling to relent, shifted instead to hover behind Jiang Lishuan. In the countryside, most self-built homes rose to 2 or 3 stories. Zhang Feiyu's residence was 3 stories high, with he and Jiang Lishuan sharing a bedroom on the top floor. The rural cuisine was generally quite salty, and having drunk a considerable amount of water before bed, Jiang Lishuan was roused from his slumber in the middle of the night. Feeling the urge to relieve himself, rubbing his eyes to shake off the drowsiness, he rose to turn on the light and head to the bathroom. With a click, the room remained enveloped in darkness. Jiang Lishuan furrowed his brow. The power must be out? He clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction, lamenting the inconveniences of country living. Maintaining a solemn expression, he switched on the flashlight from his phone and stepped out to find the bathroom. Unfortunately, the bathroom door on the 3rd floor had mysteriously broken, rendering it impossible to open from the outside. Feeling vexed, Jiang Lishuan pinched the bridge of his nose and turned to descend the stairs to find a bathroom on the lower floor. Upon reaching the bottom, he suddenly realized that the night watchman had mysteriously vanished. The hall contained only the body of Mr. Jiang, covered with a white cloth and the flickering white candles, casting an eerie glow over the somber setting. Just as Jiang Lishuan contemplated stepping outside to locate a restroom, a surge of fear washed over him, prompting him to turn back and seek out Zhang Feiyu for company. However, at that very moment, the corpse of Mr. Jiang, which had been peacefully lying on the wooden platform, abruptly sat upright. Jiang Lishuan's lingering drowsiness was instantly dispelled by terror. He froze at the staircase, holding his breath as he stared at the back of the corpse's head. The now upright Mr. Jiang remained motionless. Jiang Lishuan let out a sigh of relief. Damn. It's just residual nerve activity that caused that. You nearly scared me to death. He had thought it was a resurrection. Jiang Lishuan approached the corpse, clasping his hands together in a gesture of respect, bowing 3 times. Old man, I apologize for the offense. After paying his respects, he cautiously moved forward, intending to lay Mr. Jiang back down. Yet, just as his hand was about to make contact, the once still corpse of Mr. Jiang suddenly reached out and gripped him tightly. Jiang Lishuan. He could not suppress a scream. What the hell, a ghost? On the 3rd floor? Zhang Feiyu was jolted awake by the blood-curdling scream. Xionyi. He hastily rolled out of bed, momentarily forgetting Yuanman's warning, and flung open the door to dash outside. As he took a few steps, a head suddenly dropped from above, colliding face-to-face with him. The ghostly visage was pale, with a gaping wound on the forehead and clothed in blood-stained garments, staring at him with a slow, sinister grin. Zhang Feiyu. Chapter 4. Ghosts in front, corpses behind. Meanwhile, at the Nan family's residence at the edge of the village, crouched within the coffin, with her bottom in the air, Nan Laoyizi slumbered peacefully, seemingly unaware of the piercing scream that echoed in Yuanman's ears. Instinctively, she called out, "Grandfather, it seems someone is calling out." Yuanman feels a bit frightened. Could you hold Yuanman? As her words lingered in the air, silence enveloped the hall. Yuanman paused momentarily, only to realize that her grandfather was unwell and asleep. He had not yet recovered, and thus could not embrace her. Concurrently, the scream in Yuanman's ears grew increasingly distinct, akin to someone shouting through a megaphone. She clasped her hands over her ears, yet the scream penetrated through, resounding within her. Taking a deep breath, she reassured herself. It's all right, Yuanman is a big girl of 5 years, not afraid. Rushing into the courtyard, Nan Yuanman stood on her tiptoes, following the direction of the sound, and beheld the Jiang household, a few doors away, shrouded in ominous red mist. This fog exuded an intense aura of resentment, akin to that which she had witnessed earlier at the funeral, emanating from the blood-clad female ghost. The seeds of the Jiang family's misdeeds had begun to bear fruit. Alarmed, Yuanman smacked her head, suddenly recalling that she had only bestowed protection upon Jiang Feiyu's small coffin today, neglecting her malevolent uncle, the trafficker. Surely, he wouldn't also be entangled in the Jiang family's reckoning, would he? Frowning, her small face twisted in turmoil, she pondered whether to venture forth to rescue him. Yet, her uncle had scolded her earlier, deeming him wicked. However, her grandfather had once mentioned that her kinship with her mother's side was not entirely severed, and failing to assist in the face of peril could adversely affect her future cultivation. After a brief internal struggle, Yuanman ultimately resolved to heed her grandfather's counsel, clutching the small straw man in her hand, and stepped out to save him. As she exited, the coffin, which had remained silent throughout the day, suddenly creaked ominously. A shadow stealthily emerged from within. Jiang Feiyu's pupils contracted sharply, his complexion turning pale, as adrenaline surged within him under the weight of overwhelming fear, prompting him to scream and instinctively flee back to his room. Jiang Feiyu exclaimed. He turned and dashed downstairs, stumbling in his haste. He was nearly driven mad by terror. Who could explain to him how ghosts truly existed in this world? Simultaneously, downstairs, Jiang Lishuan was being pursued by a corpse that had undergone transformation, frantically racing upstairs. From a distance, he discerned the heavy, chaotic footsteps from above, and his eyes brightened. Is Jiang Feiyu coming to find me? He thought, mustering all his strength to ascend, shouting, Jiang Feiyu, hurry and call for help. Your grandfather has risen from the dead. Barely had his words left his mouth when he heard Jiang Feiyu's terrified cry, Xian Ge. There's a ghost, Jiang Lishuan exclaimed. He abruptly looked up, only to see Jiang Feiyu racing downwards, pursued by a blood-clad female ghost, her features marred by tears of blood. In despair, Jiang Lishuan found himself cornered, fronted by a ghostly woman and pursued by a resurrected old man. Was heaven determined to claim his life today? In those fleeting seconds of hesitation, Jiang Feiyu had already reached his side, terror-stricken to the point of tears, his legs trembling. Xingo, what should we do? Without hesitation, Jiang Lishuan resolved, run forward. A resurrected corpse is far easier to deal with than that blood-clad ghost. Apologies, old man. Jiang Lishuan charged ahead, delivering a powerful kick to Zheng Laoyizi's chest. The old man's rigid body tumbled down the stairs. Let us go, he urged Jiang Feiyu, hastily descending. As they passed Zheng Laoyizi, the old man reached out, attempting to grasp Jiang Feiyu's ankle, but Jiang Lishuan swiftly kicked it away. Yet, in the next moment, a crimson specter appeared before Jiang Lishuan, its gaze filled with malice. Where do you think you're going? It hissed. Jiang Feiyu exclaimed. Jiang Lishuan gasped. The inhuman speed of the ghost sent his worldview teetering on the brink of collapse. He instinctively retreated, trembling as he asked, Jiang Feiyu, what have you done to attract this ghost? Jiang Feiyu clutched the railing, his voice wavering. I don't know. I don't even know her. With tears welling in his eyes, Jiang Feiyu pleaded, Miss, if you seek vengeance, go after your enemies. I have no enmity with you. Killing me would only add to your sins. Wouldn't it? All the members of the Jiang family are my enemies. The blood-clad female ghost cackled, her mouth stretching grotesquely from ear to ear, thick, foul blood oozing from her lips. The greatest enemy has already been dispatched. Now, only you remain. As her words fell, the ghost's nails elongated menacingly, and with a sinister visage, she lunged at Jiang Feiyu. Instinctively, he retrieved the small coffin from his pocket, closed his eyes, and held it before him. At that moment, a commanding voice rang out. Impudence! Do not harm others! A talisman descended from above, landing before Jiang Feiyu. The blood-clad ghost crashed into a golden barrier, her body exuding waves of black resentment, before being forcefully repelled. A shadow leaped through the door, positioning itself before Jiang Feiyu and Jiang Lishuan. Jiang Feiyu opened his eyes to see a striking young man in an indigo Taoist robe, adorned with a Tai Chi hairstyle. No one noticed the glimmer of golden light emanating from the small coffin in Jiang Feiyu's grasp. Jiang Lishuan's gaze fell upon the Taoist robe, his expression brightening. You are the Taoist from Sanxingguan? The young man nodded solemnly, exuding righteousness. Yes, fear not. I am Zhang Shinian, disciple of the Sanqing Guan master, and I shall protect you. Zhang Shinian's eyes fell upon the female ghost, who was slowly rising from the ground, appearing grievously injured. He couldn't help but wonder how his talisman had gained such immense power, capable of repelling this fierce ghost with a single encounter. The one thing I detest most in this life is a ghost. The repelled ghost staggered to her feet, her resentment intensifying. The half of her face corroded by golden light appeared gruesome, her voice piercing and shrill. You, like the Jiang family, deserve to die. Zhang Shinian felt a wave of overwhelming resentment assail him, momentarily draining the color from his face. Not to mention Jiang Lishuan, who lacked any protective talismans, was visibly in pain, blood trickling from his ears. Zhang Shinian hastily retrieved a protective talisman from his pocket and pressed it into Jiang Lishuan's hand. Focus and hold your breath. Jiang Lishuan trembled as he clutched the talisman, but Zheng Feiyu's terrified voice pierced through. Taoist, she's coming. Zhang Shinian turned, only to see the ghost, now fully enveloped in resentment, charging towards him. Oh no! Zhang Shinian unsheathed the peach-wood sword from his waist, scrambling to meet the threat. The enchanted sword barely held against the ghost for half a second before shattering in two. My sword! Forget the sword. Run! Jiang Lishuan, having regained some composure, witnessed the scene unfold. Without hesitation, he turned to flee with Zheng Feiyu, thinking this Taoist from Sanqing is utterly unreliable. Zhang Shinian hurriedly produced a stack of talismans from his satchel, hurling them at the ghost while chanting an incantation. Taishang Lao Jun, teach me to slay ghosts with divine methods. I shall vanquish evil spirits and cut down the night's glow. Which deity does not submit, which ghost dares to resist? Swiftly, as the law commands. Kill. The talismans rained upon the ghost, but instead of having any effect, they incited her fury. The atmosphere turned ominous, the cold wind howling, freezing them to the bone. Jiang Lishuan and Zheng Feiyu felt the frost creeping through their brows and hair. The ghost howled, her ghastly visage contorted. You all shall die, Zhang Shinian exclaimed. Why did the talismans fail me at such a critical moment? The ghost forcefully breached Zhang Shinian's defenses, advancing directly towards Zheng Feiyu, her sharp, black-red nails lunging toward his heart. Zheng Feiyu's face paled. It's over. At the critical moment, a resounding crash echoed from the ominous door, shrouded in red and black malevolence, as a tempestuous wind whipped through, rendering everyone unable to open their eyes, only to hear the shrill cry of the blood-clad female specter. On the grass, a tender voice urged, bite her, struggling to open their eyes. The trio beheld a diminutive figure standing before the blood-drenched ghost, her garments flapping violently in the wind. Jiang Lishuan's pupils constricted in disbelief as he gazed upon the small silhouette. Nan Yuanman, how did she arrive here? In Chapter 5, the consequences of meddling in others' fates bring divine retribution. Zhang Shinian and Zheng Feiyu were equally astonished. Zhang Shinian exclaimed, where did this child come from? Is she out of her mind? As he spoke, he quickly retrieved the talisman and hurled it toward the vengeful spirit, racing to position himself behind Yuanman, intending to carry her to safety. Just as Zhang Shinian's hand was about to reach Yuanman, a shocking scene unfolded before him. A golden straw effigy surged forward under his very eyes, its straw-crafted hand forming a fist, delivering a heavy blow to the ghost's face. The specter let out a wretched scream, her form propelled backward, crashing into the swirling mass of dark malevolence. The small straw figure relentlessly pursued her. Zhang Shinian's eyes widened in shock. What in the world is this? Is this some kind of magical army formation? No, wait, is it a straw army? What is this little effigy? How can it be so powerful? Nan Yuanman felt a slight relief in her heart and turned to Zhang Shinian, who stood dumbfounded beside her. Big brother, are you all right? You look so dazed. Did the ghost sister frighten you? Before Zhang Shinian could respond, Jiang Lishuan approached with a grim expression, his voice laced with anger. Nan Yuanman, have you lost your mind? You know there's danger here, yet you run in. Are you a fool? Do you think being a hero makes you look cool? Nan Yuanman frowned in displeasure and retorted, you're the fool. If it weren't for me, you all would have perished. Jiang Lishuan sneered. Did I ask for your help? Did I beg you to save me? Nan Yuanman, now irate, shot back. I didn't save you. You were merely collateral. I came to rescue Zheng's brother. Jiang Lishuan was momentarily taken aback, his anger intensifying. Such collateral. The child of Bai Wenyin is indeed as uncultured as she is. However, Zhang Feiyu bore a complex expression, glancing with trepidation at the malevolent mass emitting anguished cries. He inquired, Yuanman, did you already know that this ghost would seek trouble for the Zhang family? Of course. Nan Yuanman nodded, her chubby cheeks quivering with the movement. When I came to beg for food today, I saw her lurking by old Jiang's side. She sighed, her small stature exuding a maturity beyond her years. I even told you to leave today. Zhang Shimian furrowed his brow, regarding Nan Yuanman with a serious demeanor. Since you saw her, why not simply capture her? Setting aside her age, the power of that straw effigy she just summoned could easily subdue the ghost. Why allow her to harm others? Unconsciously, a flicker of discontent toward Nan Yuanman arose within Zhang Shimian. Why capture her? That is a matter of karma between her and the Zhang family, Nan Yuanman declared earnestly, her voice innocent yet resolute. Grandfather said that interfering in others' fates invites divine punishment. Zhang Feiyu, feeling overwhelmed, protested, but I don't even know her. You may not know her. But old Zhang does, Nan Yuanman replied, blinking innocently. She's the one old Zhang harmed. Zhang Feiyu instinctively refuted, impossible. While he may have limited interactions with grandfather, he is not an evil man. His only vice is his fondness for wine, which leads him to boast and preach when intoxicated. He would never cause harm to anyone. Jiang Lishuan, who had been silently brooding, suddenly recalled something, casting a complex glance at Nan Yuanman. Have you entered the path? Nan Yuanman glanced at him, ignoring his question, and stated, if you doubt me, just summon Aunt Zhang over later to ask. Inquire whether old Zhang caused the demise of a girl named Zhouang. As she finished speaking, Nan Yuanman sensed something and turned her gaze toward the ominous mass of malevolence. A piercing wail erupted from within, followed by an explosive sound as the dark cloud violently dispersed, sending the straw effigy flying. This is bad. Zhang Shimian's expression darkened as he rushed outside. The ghost had transformed into a malevolent spirit. They could not allow her to escape, or the Zhang family would be in grave danger. As the crimson phantom dissipated, the surrounding eerie atmosphere and malevolence began to fade, restoring the spirit hall to its original state. Candles and incense ash littered the floor. The white cloth covering the corpse had fallen, revealing the body sprawled at the staircase, and the vigil attendees lay unconscious on the ground. Aunt Zhang. Zhang Feiyu hurriedly rushed over to assist Aunt Zhang to her feet. Meanwhile, Nan Yuanman anxiously examined the condition of the straw effigy. Its previously sturdy form had become disheveled, with several strands of straw protruding from its head and one leg missing, presenting a pitiful sight. Nan Yuanman's lips quivered, her eyes transforming into the shape of fried eggs. Tears welling within. Little straw, are you in pain? Where's your leg gone? Jiang Lishuan, initially poised to inquire further, found himself unable to vocalize his thoughts upon witnessing Nan Yuanman's tearful expression. A sense of discomfort settled within him. He glanced at the tattered straw effigy in her hands, grumbling irritably, why are you crying? It's just a missing leg. It can be repaired. It can't be repaired, Nan Yuanman replied, her small face downcast, appearing deeply saddened. Little straw was made by grandfather, and only he knows how to fix it. Grandfather is ill and will be asleep for a long time. He cannot possibly help Little Straw. She felt utterly inadequate, having failed to protect grandfather and Little Straw. The more she thought about it, the more sorrowful she became, her lips quivering as silent tears streamed down her cheeks. Unlike other children who wailed loudly, Nan Yuanman's sobs were silent, akin to a drenched cub, evoking immense pity. Jiang Lishuan observed her, momentarily reminded of Bai Wenyin crying before him long ago, equally silent in her sorrow. A pang of discomfort gripped his heart, mingled with a tinge of empathy. Nan Yuanman tenderly patted Little Straw's head, lamenting, grandfather was right. Meddling in others' karma invites divine retribution. My Little Straw is gone. What will I do in the future? Jiang Lishuan opened his mouth, struggling to find comforting words, but found himself at a loss. He sighed impatiently, exclaiming, stop crying. I'll help you fix it. Upon hearing this, Nan Yuanman's tears ceased, her eyes red and suspicious as she asked, you can fix it? Jiang Lishuan's expression tightened as he finally managed to utter, I can't, but can I learn? It's just a straw figure. How hard can it be to make? Nan Yuanman pouted, wiping her tears away. Then forget it. I don't trust you. She could learn herself and personally repair Little Straw. This uncle seemed to dislike her. If he attempted to fix it, Little Straw would likely perish. Jiang Lishuan felt a sudden irritation, the fleeting pang of affection evaporating. This little brat never spoke a kind word. While the two glared at each other, Zhang Feiyu, supporting Aunt Zheng, noticed her pulse weakening. Alarmed, he instinctively turned to Nan Yuanman. Yuanman, come quickly. My aunt seems unwell. Nan Yuanman sniffed, walking over to take a look. It's nothing. Just place the little coffin I lent you in her hands, and she will be fine shortly. Zhang Feiyu hurriedly placed the small coffin in Aunt Zheng's hands. Eagerly, Zhang Feiyu inquired, Taoist, did you capture the ghost? Zhang Shimian replied, she escaped. Zhang Feiyu panicked, what should we do? As Zhang Feiyu observed her awaken, a surge of joy filled his heart, prompting him to inquire eagerly, Aunt, you have finally regained consciousness. Are you aware of a girl named Jiang? What grievances could possibly exist between her and our family? The previously frail Aunt Zheng's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the name Jiang. Her reaction strikingly intense. Where did you hear that name? Grievances? Our family has no grievances with her. The atmosphere grew heavy among the three adults present, as Aunt Zheng's response hardly resembled that of someone unperturbed. Aunt, please do not conceal the truth from me, Zhang Feiyu implored, his expression a mixture of concern and frustration. She has come to our doorstep. Upon hearing the words come to our doorstep, Aunt Zheng's countenance drained of color. She clutched Zhang Feiyu's hand tightly, her voice rising in pitch. What did you say? Jiang has come to our doorstep, but she's already dead. How can a dead person come knocking? At that moment, Aunt Zheng's gaze fell upon the disheveled mourning hall, and the lifeless body of Elder Zheng sprawled at the foot of the staircase. Jiang Lishuan assessed her expression, frowning as he coldly remarked, Jiang has returned as a spirit to demand retribution from your Zheng family, claiming it is due to the debts you owe her. Should you wish to continue hiding until your demise, then by all means do so. I shall not remain to accompany you in your fate. Aunt Zheng's complexion grew even more ashen. She took a deep breath, striving to suppress her internal dread. Yet she persisted in her denial. There is no question of death or anything of the sort. I've said it before, our Zheng family owes nothing to Jiang. We bear no grievances with her. Nan Yuanman blinked her eyes, fixating on Aunt Zheng as she spoke. You are lying. No. Aunt Zheng's voice escalated, her gaze towards Nan Yuanman, laced with irritation. Yuanman, stop speaking recklessly. I understand. She abruptly stood, a hint of color returning to her pale face as she pointed an accusatory finger at her. Is it you who has come to stir trouble again? You did this before. Where is old Nan? I must inquire how he raises his children. Nan Yuanman glared with wide eyes. I did not. Do not falsely accuse me. Zhang Feiyu sighed in resignation. Aunt, this has nothing to do with Yuanman. Yet before he could finish, Aunt Zheng interrupted. Enough. Do not frighten me. There are no ghosts in this world. Even if there were, I am not afraid of Jiang. Feiyu, I am not criticizing you. But you have at least attended university. How can you still hold such superstitions? Nan Yuanman, frustrated, clutched her small straw doll and turned to leave, declaring, It is difficult to advise a stubborn ghost. If I come to save you again, I shall be a pig. Hey, Yuanman, Zhang Feiyu called after her, then turned to Aunt Zheng with a reproachful tone. Aunt, she is just a child. How can you say such things to her? Observing Aunt Zheng's demeanor, Zhang Feiyu realized he would glean no more information from her. With a heavy sigh, he added, Forget it. I shall escort her. Aunt, please contemplate this. He picked up the small coffin Nan Yuanman had lent him and hurried after her, with Jiang Lishuan following suit. Wait for me. Zhang Shimian cast a meaningful glance at Aunt Zheng before he too turned to follow. Once they departed, Aunt Zheng exhaled heavily, her legs trembling as she sank to the ground. With a terrified glance around, she clasped her hands together and murmured softly, We truly cannot be blamed. If there is blame, it lies with the Liu family for their deception. They're the ones who truly caused your demise. You should seek them out, not me. Not me. Zhang Feiyu was taken aback by how quickly Nan Yuanman, though small, could move. By the time he exited the Zheng residence, she had already sprinted 10 meters ahead. Yuanman, wait for me. I will accompany you. Zhang Feiyu called out several times before Nan Yuanman reluctantly halted her steps. Jiang Lishuan could not resist teasing her. You may be small, yet you run surprisingly fast. Nan Yuanman retorted without hesitation, unlike you, with your long legs. As my grandfather would say, someone like you wouldn't catch anything even if it was steaming hot. Jiang Lishuan chuckled in disbelief, grinding his teeth. Nan Yuanman, can you not speak to me civilly? After all, I am your little uncle. Nan Yuanman's face tightened in defiance. You were the one who started speaking rudely first. Gazing at the determined little girl before him, akin to a hedgehog, he was momentarily reminded of Bai Wennin's stubborn face before she departed from the Jiang household. His emotions were tumultuous as he murmured softly, your temper is identical to your mother's. Both are equally stubborn and unwilling to concede. Zhang Shimian glanced between Jiang Lishuan and Nan Yuanman, scratching his head in confusion as if he had forgotten something. Upon entering the courtyard, he noticed numerous coffins placed in the corners, with several smaller ones being carved nearby. His eyes widened in surprise. Yuanman, does your family sell coffins? Yes. My grandfather is a coffin maker. Nan Yuanman yawned, rubbing her eyes. Zhang Shimian pondered. No wonder I sensed a faint aura of gloom upon entering this courtyard. After a long night, she was utterly fatigued. Zhang Feiyu and the others were mentally exhausted, yet found no solace in sleep. At that moment, Zhang Feiyu felt an overwhelming sense of relief that his parents had left early due to business. Otherwise, they might have suffered the same fate as the ghostly girl. With 2 additional souls added to the toll, Jiang Lishuan surveyed the dilapidated dwelling, his thoughts deeply conflicted. From the outside, the courtyard appeared satisfactory, yet within, it was in disrepair. The kitchen was still constructed of mud bricks, reminiscent of homes from the 1980s. Had Nan Yuanman lived in such an environment since childhood? Zhang Shimian also refrained from wandering around, settling onto a small stool to rest his eyes. The decrepit courtyard fell silent, and none noticed the dark shadow lurking nearby, its unblinking eyes fixed upon them. A night passed. When Nan Yuanman awakened, Zhang Feiyu and the others had already departed. Leaving behind the small coffin she had lent him beside her pillow. Unfazed, she diligently washed herself before heading to the kitchen to consume the leftovers from the previous night, then proceeded to check on her grandfather's condition. Opening the coffin, she dampened a cloth to wipe her grandfather's face. After completing her routine, Nan Yuanman felt hunger gnawing at her. As she rubbed her growling stomach, contemplating where to seek food that day, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the courtyard, resembling an argument. Nan Yuanman jumped down from her stool, intending to open the courtyard door to investigate, only to bump directly into a long leg. Oh, you're awake? The annoying voice came from above her. Nan Yuanman looked up, her small face instantly falling. Why are you still here? The child's delicate skin was pinched by Jiang Lishuan, causing her to gasp in pain as she forcefully swatted his hand away. The 2 locked eyes, and the escalating noise from nearby grew increasingly fervent. Zhou Ying's mother, Yi Hong, was in a frenzy, confronting a tall, slender man in a suit, exclaiming, Lu Hanfeng, you must explain to me why my perfectly healthy daughter married you and died within half a month. Did you cause her death? And what of her body? Why won't you let me see her? Why? Is it because you have a guilty conscience? Speak. Both Nan Yuanman and Jiang Lishuan turned to observe the scene. Jiang Lishuan could only see the Lu and Zhou families embroiled in conflict, while Nan Yuanman glimpsed Zhou Ying, transformed into a vengeful spirit. Her face contorted with rage as she lunged at Lu Hanfeng, only to be repelled each time by a golden light emanating from him. With each repulsion, her spirit dimmed further. Furrowing her brow, Nan Yuanman was about to retrieve the small coffin to contain Zhou Ying when Zhang Feiyu and Zhang Shimian, drawn by the commotion, arrived at the scene. Upon sensing Zhang Shimian's presence, Zhou Ying shot an enraged glare at Lu Hanfeng before her form swiftly vanished. Lu Hanfei was utterly oblivious to the turmoil surrounding him. He supported the deranged Yi Hong. Anguish etched across his face as he spoke. Mother, I too am heartbroken by Ying-er's departure, yet her leaving was truly an accident. Zhou Ying once expressed that if she were to meet with misfortune, she wished to be cremated and scattered at sea, for she cherished freedom, and thus she has no corporeal remains. Nan Yuanman observed the man before her, whose very soul reeked of deceit, and a look of disdain crossed her features. He was lying. Zhang Shimian and Zhang Feiyu arrived shortly thereafter. Zhang Shimian sensed the lingering chill in the air and her expression darkened, realizing she had missed her chance. Upon hearing Lu Hanfei utter Zhou Ying's name, Zhang Feiyu scrutinized him and inquired, "What is your relationship with Zhou Ying?" Before Lu Hanfei could respond, the emotional Yi Hong rushed forward, her eyes red with fury as she struck Zhang Feiyu, her mouth spewing invectives. "How dare the Zhang family show their faces? It is all your fault. If it weren't for you, my daughter would still be alive. You wretched, heartless creatures. Why is it not you who perished instead?" Chapter 7. How did it come to this? Zhang Feiyu dodged swiftly but was still struck on the shoulder by Yi Hong, causing him to wince in pain. Instinctively pushing her away, Yi Hong stumbled and fell to the ground. Resolute, she sat on the floor, pounding her legs and wailing. "Someone come. The Zhang and Lu families conspire to take my daughter's life. Now they bully me, a grieving mother. There is no justice at all." Hidden in the shadows, Zhou Ying's eyes burned crimson with rage as she fixated on Zhang Feiyu, longing to reveal herself and take vengeance. Yet she refrained out of fear of Yuanman and Zhang Shimian. Zhang Feiyu, bewildered, initially offered an apology before exclaiming, "Aunt, please, speak reasonably and do not cast baseless accusations. How could the Zhang family possibly be responsible for your daughter's demise? How could it not be?" Yi Hong retorted with venom. "Old Master Zhang bullied me, knowing nothing, and aided that scoundrel Lu Hanfei in matchmaking, leading to my daughter's death." Tears brimming in her eyes, she continued, "Had it not been for old Master Zhang's meddling, I would never have allowed Zhou Ying to marry that beast." Lu Hanfei's expression darkened at the repeated insults and public humiliation. He admonished, "Aunt Yi, your words must be substantiated. I pride myself on my integrity, and I would never harm another." Gazing intently at Yi Hong, his tone softened, yet held a warning. "Ying is gone, and as her mother, you surely do not wish for her spirit to be restless, do you?" Before she departed, she was still thinking of you and her siblings. Yi Hong, though earnest, was not foolish. She detected the underlying threat in Lu Hanfei's tone and, reflecting on her deceased daughter and her 3 remaining children, her sorrow deepened. Daring not to continue the confrontation, she staggered to her feet, pointing accusingly at Lu Hanfei and Zhang Feiyu, her voice shrill. "You will face retribution. It is certain." With that, she covered her face and stumbled away. Lu Hanfei cast an apologetic glance at Zhang Feiyu. "I apologize. My mother-in-law has been deeply affected by my wife's passing and is not in her right mind. I regret any offense." His courteous demeanor somewhat eased Zhang Feiyu's expression. "It's nothing." Lu Hanfei discreetly observed Zhang Feiyu and Jiang Lishuan. "You are here to pay respects to old Master Zhang, are you not? Shall we go together?" Zhang Feiyu initially intended to refuse, but recalling Yi Hong's earlier remarks about matchmaking, he acquiesced. "All right." As he took a step forward, someone seized his collar, lifting him off the ground. "What are you doing?" Yuanman exclaimed, bewildered as she looked at Jiang Lishuan. "I am your uncle, your guardian. To prevent you from causing trouble at the Zhang residence, you will stay with me today," Jiang Lishuan stated firmly. Yuanman protested, "I am not a troublemaker. How could I possibly cause chaos?" "Your word does not hold weight," Jiang Lishuan retorted. "After all, Aunt Zhang has mentioned you have passed. Come on, let's go together." With that, he restrained the struggling Yuanman and led her towards the Zhang family home. With a sulky expression, Yuanman crossed her arms, pouting angrily, ignoring Jiang Lishuan throughout the journey. Lu Hanfei reflected, "At the time, I thought it wise to have old Master Zhang mediate. As he was a respected figure in the village, it would demonstrate the importance of Ying. I never anticipated." He sighed heavily. "Ying is gone, and so is old Master Zhang. The fickleness of life is truly disheartening." Zhang Shimian regarded Lu Hanfei with a complex expression. "I observe you are already 35 years old. Yet Zhou Ying was scarcely 20. How could you even consider introducing a man of your age to someone so young? This is hardly appropriate." Lu Hanfei chuckled awkwardly. "Age brings wisdom. After all." Jiang Lishuan scoffed, remaining silent. Yuanman grimaced in disdain. Jiang Lishuan, noticing her expression, could not resist pinching her cheek. "What is with that face?" "It is a look of disdain," Yuanman whispered. "This man is entangled in karma, full of lies. Zhou Ying's death is inextricably linked to him." Zhang Shimian's ears perked up, and he subtly slowed his pace, lowering his voice to ask, "How did you discern that?" Observing Lu Hanfei's countenance, he found no overt malice. However, the hollowness of his marital palace was indeed conspicuous. He gazed at Nan Yuanman in astonishment, unable to fathom how this 5-year-old could possess such insight. Nan Yuanman looked at him quizzically. Is it so difficult to see? Is it really that challenging? Jiang Shimian replied, You have a remarkable gift. As they conversed, Nan Yuanman and her companions arrived once more at the Jiang family's morning hall. After a night had passed, the hall had returned to its previous state, and the Jiang family members who came to pay their respects seemed unaware of the events that transpired the night before. Only Aunt Jiang wore a visibly troubled expression. Nan Yuanman chose not to speak further, breaking free from Jiang Lishuan's grasp and finding a corner to crouch down. Attempting to conceal herself, Jiang Lishuan closely followed, unwilling to leave her side. Zheng Feiyu escorted Lu Hanfei to offer condolences. As Lu Hanfei bowed his head before old Master Zheng and prepared to light 3 incense sticks, 2 suddenly snapped in half. Aunt Zheng and Zheng Feiyu's faces changed dramatically. Lu Hanfei's expression also darkened. He struggled to maintain his composure and remarked, I dare not offer incense to old Master Zheng. I shall merely bow. Having completed his condolences, Lu Hanfei did not linger and turned to leave the Zheng residence. Zheng Feiyu wished to follow, yet for some inexplicable reason, he felt that Zhou Ying's demise was undeniably connected to Lu Hanfei. Aunt Zheng grasped his arm tightly. Feiyu, come help. Aunt, I have matters to attend to. Zheng Feiyu protested, struggling to free himself, but Aunt Zheng's grip tightened. Nothing is more important than your grandfather. Quickly, come and prepare some gold ingots for him, so he will have money to spend below. Zheng Feiyu was baffled by the unexpected strength of this rural woman. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free, and thus he reluctantly followed Aunt Zheng. He was no fool and perceived that she sought to keep him away from Lu Hanfei. In resignation, he cast a pleading glance at Jiang Lishuan. Jiang Lishuan furrowed his brow, standing to look outside, but Lu Hanfei's figure had already vanished. Zheng Feiyu could only remain still, biding his time for another opportunity to interrogate Aunt Zheng. Meanwhile, on the other side, having left the Zheng residence, Lu Hanfei, feeling unsettled, could not resist dialing a number from his phone. When the call connected, he urgently spoke. Master, are you certain that the Zheng family is unaware of Zhou Ying's situation? That company was vast, and in comparison, his own was minuscule. A slightly aged male voice responded from the other end. Rest assured, we have conducted this matter with utmost discretion. The Zheng family will not uncover the truth. Furthermore, the old man has already received your filial piety. He bears a portion of the consequences. Even if he discovers the truth, there is little he can do. Lu Hanf, I felt a slight easing in his heart, as if a thought had emerged, and he cautiously lowered his voice to inquire, could the death of Zheng Lotu be related to Zhichu Weiying? She passed away just over 10 days ago, and Zheng Lotu has also died. The voice on the other end of the line chuckled. Who knows? You need not worry excessively. You possess the protective amulet I provided. Even if Zhichu Weiying seeks you out, she cannot harm you. Lu Hanfei replied. That is reassuring. After hanging up, an inexplicable chill crept down Lu Hanfei's spine. He dared not look back, gripping the amulet tightly, his gaze darkening. Do not blame me, Zhichu Weiying. One must look out for oneself. As night fell, a thick fog enveloped the surroundings, casting a surreal and eerie atmosphere. To ensure the safety of the Zheng family, Zheng Fi remained behind to guard the spirit. Tonight's dinner features your favorite fried chicken legs. Please stay. I will help deliver meals to NNYY. All right? Having witnessed the formidable straw man that NUNM had thrown out last night, Zheng Fi now only trusted her to protect his life. Zhang Shm harbored little faith in him. Jiang L-Su-N, exasperated, could not help but jab. Is it really necessary? And NUNMN is just a 5-year-old child. What can she do? Ensure that you are buried in a feng shui treasure. J'en une expression d'arkend. NNUNMN. Are you cursing your little uncle to death? NNUNMN yuft? Vehemently rejecting. You are not my little uncle. Zhang Shmi and glanced at Jiang L-Su-N in disbelief. What were you thinking, provoking her like that? Did you expect to be scolded? Amidst the clamor, the surrounding environment inexplicably fell silent. The chirping of insects, the rustling of leaves in the wind, and the hushed whispers in the courtyard vanished. In the large morning hall, only the 4 of them remained, their breathing audible. an Num and sensed something and abruptly turned toward the door, her youthful face growing solemn. Huyng is here. The temperature around them plummeted suddenly, causing Jiang Su-in to shiver and instinctively draw closer to Num. Jiang Sh-in held the talisman, his expression grave. With a sudden crash, a shadow was flung from outside, crashing heavily to the ground. I squinted and could not suppress a shout. What the hell? Isn't that Lu Hanfei, who just appeared today? How has he transformed into this ghastly figure? Chapter 8. Do you still have any shame? Lu Hanfei now lay with his limbs contorted at unnatural angles, his body drenched in blood. Were it not for the slight rise and fall of his chest, one might assume he was deceased. Their faces turned ashen, and he appeared unconscious, indicating a dire situation. The once vibrant Aunt Jiang, who had previously touched an Yuanman in small coffin, began to awaken as she lay on the ground. Her expression was one of panic as she glanced around, seemingly coming to a realization, and turned toward the quiet door. Is it Huyng? The mist at the entrance thickened, and Aunt Jiang, disregarding Jiang Fi's presence, suddenly knelt, bowing her head toward the door. Huyng, it was not our family that harmed you. If you seek revenge, go after the Lu family. We truly had no knowledge of it at the beginning. Had we known, we would never have facilitated the match. No sooner had she spoken than a hoarse, piercing laugh resonated from all directions. Ha! Not know. He doesn't know. What a joke. Jiang Lot was 70 years old, not 7. How could he possibly not perceive Lu Hanfei's eyes hid malice? The blood-stained figure of Huyng gradually materialized, her aura of resentment and malevolence intensified, and her pale, ghastly face twisted in fury. Even if he could not see it, he introduced a 35-year-old man to a girl barely 20. What was his intention? Aunt Jiang cried out in protest. Facilitating a match is merely about introducing the parties. It was your family that was enticed by the high bride price from the Lu family and consented. Silence. Huyng, losing control, waved her hand, sending a surge of malevolent energy toward her face. Aunt Jiang screamed in terror, instinctively shutting her eyes. Jiang Sh-in, quick-witted, threw a talisman, and with a resounding bang, the malevolent energy collided with the talisman, igniting it without fire and incinerating the dark energy. Huyng's gaze grew more venomous. It is all your fault. If it weren't for Jiang Lotu facilitating this match, I would not have died at the hands of that beast, Lu Hanfei. I was so close to attending university, so close to earning money to relieve my mother's burdens. Just a little more. It is all your fault. All your fault. I will kill you all. Fury obliterated the last vestiges of Huyng's reason as she shrieked and charged toward Aunt Jiang. Jiang Sh-in stepped forward to block her path. The situation escalated rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Sh-in was engaged in combat with Huyng. Jiang Fi scrambled over, grasping Aunt Jiang's hand to pull her away from the fray. The old man who facilitated the match is already dead, and you have taken your revenge on Lu Hanfei. The rest of the Jiang family do not deserve this fate. They have ruined my life. Why should the Jiang family live in peace? I will ensure they never find tranquility. Huyng spat in resentment. She blamed Jiang Lotu, believing him to be the root cause of her demise. With a menacing glare, Huyng declared, I will bring chaos to the Jiang family. Ensure their generations are plagued by misfortune and witness their ruin. Only then will I find relief. Jiang Fi and Aunt Jiang huddled in a corner, anxiously observing the fierce struggle between the human and the ghost in the hall. Jiang Su-in instinctively positioned himself in front of Numm to shield her from harm. Jiang Sh-in's abilities struggled against a newly emerged vengeful spirit, especially since his talisman had already broken after their first encounter. His movements became sluggish under the assault of malevolent energy, his complexion turning ashen, and he quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Jiang Fi and Jiang Su-in noticed Jiang Sh-in's plight, and unease settled in their hearts as they instinctively glanced toward Numm. She sat in the corner, clutching a large bowl, earnestly gnawing on a chicken leg, completely indifferent to the combat between Huyng and Jiang Sh-in. Sensing the two gazes upon her, she lifted her greasy little face, blinking innocently. What are you looking at me for? Jiang Su-in could not help but ask. Aren't you going to help? And Numm responded, confused. Why should I help? Zhuang Ji Jia wouldn't kill me. Zhang Xu and Kuntoed. But if you don't help, Jiang sh me in and the Jiang family might die. Aunt Jiang, who provides you buns, and brother Fi, who feeds you, could perish. Oh, and N's tone was chillingly indifferent as she cruelly remarked, that is their fate. I already warned them. If they did not believe me, what could I do? Moreover, this is the consequence of the Jiang family's actions. The last time I intervened, a small grass's leg was broken. I dare not meddle again. Hearing this, a chill surged within Jiang L-Suin, and he looked at N with a complex expression, disappointment filling his gaze. How can you be so callous? Those people have helped you, at least. Are you truly going to watch them die? He realized he was mistaken. He had once thought that the child of BIW New York Inn would possess some kindness, yet she was as cold-hearted as her mother, lacking even a fraction of the warmth found in X. Jiang L-Suin's tone turned icier. Moreover, you are also a practitioner. Isn't it your duty to eradicate evil and uphold justice? Look at how old I am. N bit into her chicken leg. Her cheeks puffed as she gazed at him. Jiang L-Suin replied, 3 years? 5. She retorted defiantly, I am only 5 years old. I am still a child. Do you expect a child to tackle the eradication of evil? Do you have any shame? And N scoffed, rolling her eyes at him without reservation. As the two quarreled, Zhang sh was kicked away by Zhuang, spitting blood as he flew toward N. Jiang Lishuan was taken aback, instinctively wanting to step forward to shield her, but recalling her earlier words, he halted in his tracks. Yuanman, Aunt Jiang exclaimed, leaping towards her, intending to use her body as a barrier. The weight of an adult man crashing down on Nan Yuanman would surely result in severe injury or worse. Nan Yuanman hesitated for a moment, her brows furrowing slightly, before retrieving a small coffin from her pocket and affixing a tattered talisman to it, tossing it forward. The small coffin suddenly expanded, positioning itself before Aunt Jiang. Thud! Zhang Shermian's body slammed heavily against the coffin lid, collapsing like a heap of mud. After a flurry of words, Nan Yuanman pulled out a small grass figure with a broken leg and hurled it away. Seeing the peril, Zhou Ying's resentment surged, and the dark energy intertwined with her malice swiftly enveloped the entire room. Nan Yuanman felt her vision blur, her surroundings spinning as she found herself bound within a dim, cold chamber. Do not struggle, Zhou Ying. A damp, clammy hand caressed her face, and upon focusing, Nan Yuanman recognized Lu Hanfei, impeccably dressed, crouching before her. No, he was actually crouching before Zhou Ying, clutching a small vial filled with murky liquid. His gaze was cold and ruthless as he warned. You wouldn't want your mother and younger siblings' hard-earned peace to be disrupted again, would you? You know, it's quite easy for me to deal with a widow with children. Just drink this, and rest assured, our Lu family will remember everything you've sacrificed. Under Lu Hanfei's threat, Nan Yuanman's hand reached out uncontrollably, revealing her arms marred with dark bruises, a testament to prolonged abuse. Reluctantly, she drank the murky liquid. As it slid down her throat, the taste was unmistakably that of corpse oil. Chapter 9. Inwu technique. Nan Yuanman's small face scrunched up in distress as she struggled to suppress the urge to vomit the corpse oil. Lu Hanfei clamped his hand over her mouth, his eyes darkening with menace. No spitting it out. Swallow it all. Under his intimidation, Nan Yuanman forced herself to swallow, her head spinning as she collapsed onto the ground to recover. Soon after, the essence of Nan Yuanman, inhabiting Zhou Ying's body, witnessed the entirety of her demise. Tortured beyond recognition, her dread and resentment toward Lu Hanfei intensified. Eventually, after Lu Hanfei coerced her into consuming a poisoned toad, he produced a pitch-black nail, wielding a hammer to drive into her by Hui Point. At the moment Zhou Ying fainted from the pain, he continued nailing her hands and feet, binding her with red string into a grotesque position. Subsequently, he used 2 talismans to seal her mouth and eyes. After completing this sinister task, he moved Zhou Ying into a blood-drawn sigil, slashing her wrist to ensure her demise. Nan Yuanman could distinctly feel her own blood seeping away, her body turning cold as consciousness faded. In the haze, a sorrowful voice echoed, Yuanman, it hurts so much. As the voice resonated, waves of pain coursed through Nan Yuanman's body, compelling her to bend over in agony. Meanwhile, within the room saturated with dark and resentful energies, Nan Yuanman, Jiang, Jiang Lishuan, and the others stood frozen in shock, their eyes wide, ensnared by malice. Zhou Ying, clad in blood-stained garments, silently appeared behind Nan Yuanman, her pale, bluish hands gradually reaching for her delicate neck. You feel the pain too, don't you? Sister will help you. I will set you free. Just as her sharp nails were about to pierce Nan Yuanman's vulnerable neck, the pervasive resentment in the room was abruptly dispersed. The small grass figure and a slender, stooped silhouette dashed in from outside, roaring in fury as it lunged at Zhou Ying, seizing her neck and forcefully slamming her to the ground. Upon seeing who was engaged in the struggle, Nan Yuanman's face brightened with joy. Grandfather! How wonderful! Grandfather is awake. Hearing the innocent call, the old man stiffened slightly, turning his back to Nan Yuanman, suppressing a response to conceal his current appearance. With grandfather present, a sense of calm washed over Nan Yuanman. She turned to see Jiang and others still enshrouded in resentment, trapped in a hallucination, and without hesitation, she struck their foreheads with the small coffin, commanding, "Wake up!" Buzz! The malice surrounding them dissipated instantaneously. Jiang Lishuan, Jiang, and the others emerged from the illusion. Ugh! 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 As soon as they were free from the illusion, Jiang Lishuan, Zhang Feiyu, and Aunt Zheng immediately bent over and retched. Jiang's complexion was far from pleasant. Trembling with residual fear, he expressed his gratitude to Nan Yuanman. Thank you. Embarrassment flooded him. After 3 to 4 years of cultivation, he had been unable to contend with a mere vengeful spirit, relying on a child for salvation. No need for thanks. Rescuing you requires compensation. 1,000 yuan each. Payment can be made later. Nan Yuanman chirped cheerfully. Jiang nodded. All right, once this matter concludes, I will pay. By the way, Zhou Ying. A sense of urgency gripped him as he frantically scanned for Zhou Ying, fearful she might suddenly reappear to strike him. To his surprise, upon looking up, he saw a diminutive, stooped figure fiercely pummeling Zhou Ying, with the small grass figure assisting nearby. Jiang. His eyes widened. Who is that? My grandfather. Isn't he formidable? Nan Yuanman puffed out her chest proudly. If my grandfather hadn't arrived in time, you all would have perished. Hearing this, Jiang felt a surge of gratitude and brandished a talisman, calling out, Old man, I'm here to assist you. The elder stiffened, increasing his speed as he swiftly dispelled the resentment and dark energy enveloping Zhou Ying, producing a binding rope to secure her spirit. Just as Jiang rushed over, one hand covering his face and the other clutching Zhou Ying, the elder tossed her towards him. Jiang. He scrambled to catch the bound spirit of Zhou Ying. Once steady, he looked up to find the elder's figure had vanished. Nan Yuanman was bewildered. No, I want to find grandfather. Struggling desperately, her face was etched with anxiety, her voice tinged with panic. Grandfather. Suddenly, a hand, obscured by a sleeve, extended from outside, swaying up and down. Upon seeing the hand, Nan Yuanman ceased her struggles, exhaling a heavy sigh of relief. Thank goodness, grandfather hasn't he left. Jiang, still clutching Zhou Ying's spirit, looked at the door with uncertainty, hesitantly asking, Elder, do you wish to remain unseen? The hand swayed again, seemingly nodding. Jiang's expression turned enlightened. No wonder he had moved so quickly. With the elder's presence, Nan Yuanman's efficiency in resolving matters surged. She looked at the spirit of Zhou Ying in Jiang's grasp and earnestly spoke, Sister Zhou Ying, while your hands are still free of blood, it's best to cease your actions. I understand your grievances. Rest assured, Lu Hanfei and those from the Lu family who have absorbed your fortunes will not escape justice. Soon, they will join you. When that time comes, grievances will be repaid and enmity settled. The heavens do not allow the living to kill the dead, but the dead can kill the dead without consequence, merely losing some moral standing in the process. Zhou Ying's pale face reflected lingering reluctance, and Nan Yuanman continued. Do you truly wish to sacrifice your entire existence for these wretched individuals? Do they deserve it? Zhou Ying fell silent, her dark eyes fixated on Nan Yuanman, her voice hoarse and fragmented. Can you truly send them down to accompany me? Indeed, and Nuanman nodded. Even if I cannot do it, he can, and they can. As she spoke, she raised her hand to point at Zh-ing-sh-me-in, then gestured towards G-ing-l-su-in and Zh-ing-fi. Zetahatme-en-inquit, meh. He was perplexed as to why he would be capable. However, he nodded emphatically. I can. Zh-ing-f, I also nodded earnestly. I will do my best. G-ing-l-su-in interjected. What does this have to do with him? He anxiously raked his fingers through his hair. I will help too. Zh-Yuang chuckled softly. Well, I shall await that. No sooner had she spoken than an ancient bronze door appeared behind her, accompanied by the clinking of chains. A pale-faced figure clad in a black robe slowly emerged, smiling and waving it in as chains ensnared Hu-Yang's neck, leading her into the ghostly gate. And watched Hu-Yang's retreating figure, unable to refrain from saying, Sisters Hu-Yang, in your next life, do not be so kind. Zh-Yuang paused momentarily, lightly acknowledging with a soft sound, before vanishing step by step with the figure into the gradually closing bronze door. Zh-ing-sh-me-in, having overheard her words, could not help but retort, She nearly got us killed, and yet she is kind? And shot him a glance. If she were not kind, you all would have perished that day. Do you really think that malevolent spirits would treat you like she did, tormenting you for days without bringing about your demise? From the very beginning, she did not truly wish for the lives of the Zh family. She merely sought to voice her grievances. After a prolonged silence, Zh I spoke in a hoarse voice. Was the scene we witnessed earlier her moment of death? And then Yuanman nodded. Yesh. Zh I fell silent, recalling the torment Yuang endured before her death, a wave of dread washing over him. How could anyone be so cruel to a young girl? The mention of this caused me to glare at the nearly unconscious HNFI on the ground, wishing to dismember him. This wretched creature is the true culprit. Your Zh family must not let him escape. And added, do not forget the master who collaborated with him. He employed a sinister technique on Sister Hu-Yang's corpse. Zh was taken aback. Sinister technique? Chapter 10. He is dangerous. The sinister technique involves the use of a corpse's hair, nails, and bones through specific rituals and incantations to transfer the power of the dead to one's self, thereby augmenting one's fortune. While Zh remained oblivious. And witnessed I tormenting Sister Hu-Yang to death, severing her hair and nails, dismembering her body, and taking her bones to enhance his own luck. The expressions of Zh-Ing-sh-me-in, G-ing-l-su-in, and Zh-ing-f darkened instantly. Had H&F not been in such a feeble state, Zh-ing-f I would have gladly kicked him, grinding his teeth in fury. That wretched beast. Aunt Zh-ing's legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground, covering her mouth with tears in her eyes. Filled with regret, I should have stopped the old master back then. When H&F I had come seeking the old master with fine wine. She ought to have intervened. Now, it was too late for regrets. G-ing-l-su-in, maintaining a serious demeanor, declared, Sister Hu-Yang is already gone. Our task now is to ensure this beast is sent to accompany her in death. Zh-ing-f I wiped his face and turned to Aunt Zh-ing. Aunt, can you tell me about the Lee family situation now? As they dealt with the aftermath, gathered the small coffin, picked up the scattered, slightly disheveled straw doll from the ground, gently dusted it off, tucked it in her pocket, and prepared to leave with small strides. G-ing-l-su-in, quick on his feet, seized her collar. Where are you going? He then released her, stating, I will accompany you to greet the elder and inform him of your intentions to join the Jiang family. The elder was the very one who had raised N-U-N-M-N. It was only right, both morally and emotionally, to inform him before taking her away. Proper compensation should also be addressed. After all, it was not easy for an elder to raise a child over the years. Having said this, she twisted her body, skillfully evading G-ing-l-su-in's outstretched hand, and scampered away. G-ing-l-su-in laughed in exasperation. This little rascal. He clicked his tongue. Forget it. It is quite late now. We can disturb them tomorrow. The most pressing matter at hand was to resolve the issue with the Leaf family. As for N-U-N-M-N, he had all the time in the world to spend with her. Zh-ing-sh-me-in observed the departing figures of N-U-N-M-N and the elder, his gaze gradually settling on the elder, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Was it merely his imagination? Why did he perceive a heavy aura of malevolence emanating from the elder? As the sinister energy dissipated, the full moon hung high in the sky, and Yuanman held the elder's hand, skipping joyfully toward home, her little mouth babbling about the events of these past few days. The moonlight illuminated the elder's current appearance, a pale, ashen face, sparse hair tinged with a faint purple hue, and deep black eyes revealing two protruding fangs. He looked anything but human. The elder slowly shifted his gaze, unable to resist glancing at Yuanman, quickly averting his eyes from her neck, suppressing the urge to gnaw at his long nails. His clouded consciousness recognized her as his granddaughter, not food. She must not be consumed. In her innocence, and Yuanman was entirely absorbed in her grandfather's awakening joy, oblivious to his peculiar demeanor, continuing to converse with him as usual. Please do not send me away, all right? Yuanman is very obedient. She will eat very little. The elder lowered his gaze, observing Yuanman's fearful countenance illuminated by the moonlight, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. His feeble, murky awareness was insufficient to grasp the meaning of her words. Yet he knew he did not wish to see her sad. Clumsily, he retracted his nails, using his sleeve to cushion his palm, gently ruffling her hair, his lips parting. All right, go. His voice was hoarse, as if he had not spoken in ages, struggling to produce a sound. And Yuanman understood, her tears streaming down as she pouted. You want to send Yuanman away? Do you not want Yuanman anymore? The elder shook his head. He did not wish to part, but he could no longer care for Yuanman in his current state. He was unaware of how he had become so lifeless, but he understood that having Yuanman by his side would only bring her suffering, potentially leading her down the path of dark cultivation and to an early demise. Weighing the pros and cons, it appeared that the Jiang family was now Yuanman's sole refuge, unless her biological father could find her. Panic surged within Yuanman as she clutched the elder's sleeve, desperately pleading. Suddenly, a yellow talisman appeared, swiftly shooting towards the elder's back. The elder's eyes narrowed, and with swift reflexes, he seized, leaping to the side to evade the oncoming talisman. Sensing the imminent danger, the elder placed Yuanman on the ground and turned to confront the intruder, their figures clashing in an instant. This sudden turn of events startled Yuanman into forgetting her tears. She hastily wiped her eyes to clear her vision and was taken aback upon Yuanman grappling with her grandfather. She shouted in alarm, "What are you doing? Do not harm my grandfather." Upon hearing Yuanman's voice, the elder, consumed by rage, froze momentarily. Failing to evade the talisman thrown by Yuanman, the talisman struck his arm, which sizzled as if exposed to sulfuric acid, quickly corroding a hole into his flesh. Bathed in moonlight, Yuanman discerned the elder's current state, a sinking feeling settling in his heart. Indeed, he had sensed a heavy aura of malevolence and the stench of decay emanating from the bundle of coffin ropes, and he had followed to investigate. Under the moonlight, upon seeing the incredibly long purple nails of the elder Nan, he initially thought he was mistaken. Hence, he decided to cautiously probe the situation, only to find himself speaking in a deep, grave tone, alertly glancing at the elder Nan and addressing Nan Yuanman. "Yuanman, come here. Your grandfather is in grave danger. He is no longer human. He is transformed into a Jiang." Chapter 11. Compromise. Returned to the Jiang family moreover, observing the elder Nan's slightly purplish hair. He realized that he had indeed become a purple Jiang. Alone, he was utterly incapable of dealing with this, especially since the elder Nan had Nan Yuanman as a hostage nearby. Zhang Shimian could not help but curse inwardly, lamenting the bizarre situation he found himself in. Not only had a fierce ghost emerged, but now a purple Jiang was present as well. His master had claimed that his fortune lay here. He now harbored reasonable doubts about his master's intentions, suspecting that he had been deceived into walking into a death trap. The elder Nan's body stiffened, refusing to turn around and face Nan Yuanman. In a state of panic, she disregarded Zhang Shimian's warnings, rushing forward to uncover the elder's concealed, injured arm. "Grandfather, Where are you hurt? Does it hurt? The elderman blinked and let out a low groan. As Nan Yuanman approached him, Jiang Shermian's heart leaped to his throat. Yet he dared not act rashly for fear that the elder Nan might harm her. When he witnessed the elder Nan obediently allowing Nan Yuanman to examine his wounds, his expression shifted from sternness to bewilderment. Wasn't the purple Jiang, notorious for its ferocity, supposed to be more aggressive? Furthermore, why was Nan Yuanman showing no sign of surprise? He could not help but inquire. Did you already know he had become a Jiang? Holding back tears, Nan Yuanman bit her lip and remained silent. How could she not have known? This was her grandfather, her only family. The moment he began to change, how could she not have noticed? Moreover, while he was still alive, he had imparted all his knowledge to her, coupled with her innate yin-yang eyes and innate roots. How could she fail to recognize her grandfather's current condition? She simply did not wish to confront it. She was still young and could not bear to be without her grandfather. Her reaction conveyed her understanding to Jiang Shermian, who stared at her in disbelief. You knew he was a Jiang, and yet you still walked with him? Are you trying to throw your life away? Grandfather is very gentle. He does not harm people. Nan Yuanman stood protectively in front of the elder Nan, urgently explaining to Jiang Shermian. Really? He has not harmed anyone since becoming a Jiang. He will not hurt anyone. Please do not take him away. His current non-threatening nature does not guarantee he will remain so, Nan Yuanman. You are still young and do not understand that those outside your kin will invariably harbor different intentions. Jiang Shermian's youthful face bore a serious expression. You cannot possibly restrain him forever, preventing him from harming others. I can, Nan Yuanman exclaimed, her heart racing with anxiety. She feared Jiang Shermian would act against the elder Nan, potentially harming him. She retrieved a small coffin, opened it, and pointed it at the elder Nan, firmly declaring, "Capture." A flash of dark light enveloped the elder Nan, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Jiang Shermian was left bewildered. Where did he go? Nan Yuanman affixed a talisman to the small coffin, gazing eagerly at Jiang Shermian. He has been captured inside the coffin. See, I can keep him restrained for life, ensuring he does not harm anyone. Jiang Shermian stood in astonishment, staring at the small coffin in her hands, incredulous. What kind of magical artifact is this? He knew that ghosts could be captured, and so could demons. I am not sure, Nan Yuanman answered innocently. Grandfather said it came with me at birth. She had a vague understanding that this small coffin could capture any demon or ghost, much like the gourd of Taishang Lao Jun from Journey to the West. However, she had yet to discover its full potential. I must first consult my master. Even if you can restrain him, he remains too dangerous. Nan Yuanman bit her lip, her head drooping. All right. The phone buzzed twice before being answered, and a robust voice came through. You little brat, calling me at this hour better be for something important. Something major, Jiang Shermian replied, his expression serious. I discovered a purple Jiang in Badong village. The head of Sanqing Temple, Xian Qingzi, responded with alarm. What? Are you human or a ghost? Xian Qingzi knew his apprentice's capabilities well. If he had truly encountered a purple Jiang, he would likely not still be alive. Jiang Shermian's forehead throbbed with veins. Is there even a master who curses their apprentice to death? Of course I am human. The situation with this purple Jiang is quite complex. In the anxious gaze of Nan Yuanman, he succinctly recounted how he had discovered the purple Jiang. Xian Qingzi pondered. So, this purple Jiang retains self-awareness. By the way, you mentioned that this Jiang is the elder Nan, who raised Nan Yuanman. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Xian Qingzi abruptly hung up the phone. Jiang Shermian was left perplexed, hearing the beeping from the other end. However, it seemed that his master was not taken aback by the revelation. Had he already foreseen this? Jiang Shermian looked contemplatively at Nan Yuanman. What do you think? But you must promise not to take my grandfather away. Jiang Shermian opened his mouth, wanting to assert that it was impossible not to take him, as the purple Jiang posed too great a threat. Yet upon seeing Nan Yuanman's tear-filled eyes, clearly frightened but putting on a brave, pitiful front, his resolve softened. I cannot guarantee that. We must wait until my master meets with you before making a decision. Previously unaware that the elder Nan had become a Jiang, under the impression that Nan Yuanman had company, Jiang Shermian now hesitated to leave her alone at home. Despite her maturity, she was still just a 5-year-old child. After some thought, he decided to stay with Nan Yuanman for the night. That night, many found themselves sleepless. The following day, Jiang Lishuan, who had finally managed to fall asleep, was abruptly awakened by a phone call where an anxious female voice exclaimed, "Xingxing is back in hospital again. Xiao Xian, have you found Bai Wenyin and her child?" Instantly alert, Jiang Lishuan inquired, "What happened to Xingxing?" "All right, I'm hanging up." After the call ended, Jiang Lishuan hurriedly washed up and headed to the Nan family to find Nan Yuanman. Meanwhile, at the First People's Hospital in the city, within a tastefully decorated ward, a pale, exquisitely cute 4-year-old girl lay on the bed, her eyes tightly shut, her brow furrowed in troubled sleep. Beside her sat a woman dressed in a light blue qipao, her long hair elegantly pinned up with a sandalwood hairpin. Her delicate features were enhanced by slightly reddened eyes, adding a touch of fragility. She held the little girl's hand tightly, tenderly kissing it. Suddenly, a commotion of hurried footsteps echoed outside the ward. The voice preceding the figure, "Oh, my poor Xingxing darling, your grandmother has come to see you." The closed door swung open, revealing a woman of regal appearance. Her eyes lined with fine wrinkles, clad in a white suit adorned with a pearl necklace, rushing inside. Following her was a young man dressed in a black suit, whose handsome features were immediately drawn to the sleeping Jiang Xingxing. He quickly lowered his voice, warning, "Mom, Xingxing is sleeping. Please keep your voice down. I am speaking softly." Jiang family matriarch Gu Peiyao lowered her tone, first checking on Jiang Xingxing's condition before embracing the pale-faced Jiang Yueyao with concern. Jiang Yueyao's face brightened. "Really?" Finally, she bit her lip, speaking with unease. "Mom, maybe we should just let it go. There's nothing unfair about it." Jiang Hengji, the second son of the Jiang family, could not suppress his distaste at the mention of his sister by Wenyin. "She owes you and Xingxing." To the Jiang family, Bai Wenyin represented their disgrace. "All right, don't dwell on it." Gu Peiyao gently comforted Jiang Yueyao. "Mom will handle this." Jiang Yueyao nestled closer to her, a shadow flickering across her downcast eyes. Meanwhile, Jiang Lishuan stormed into the Nan residence with great fervor. Early in the morning, after packing his belongings into a tattered bundle, he found himself sitting in the courtyard, exchanging bewildered glances with Zhang Shiming, when Nan Yuanman heard the approaching footsteps. Jiang Lishuan, Chapter 12, A Gift. It was not surprising that he harbored such thoughts. No matter how oblivious he was, after the incident with Zhou, he understood that Nan Yuanman was no ordinary child. If she truly harbored ill intentions, as an ordinary person, would be utterly helpless against her. Nan Yuanman blinked innocently with her strikingly clear eyes. "Am I really that kind of naughty child?" Jiang Lishuan chuckled derisively. "What do you think? However, I will keep a close watch on you during our journey. I shall not allow you any chance to escape." As he spoke, he scanned the dilapidated courtyard, furrowing his brow. "Where is old Master Nan? If I am to take you away, I must inform him first." In a moment of resignation, he left a letter for Aunt Zheng to keep, also inserting a bank card into the envelope, instructing her to hand it over to old Master Nan when she saw him. The driver stood before the coffin, feeling utterly helpless, as if facing a formidable foe. "Young master, you must manage the young lady." Jiang Lishuan felt a sharp pain at his temples, gritting his teeth as he growled. "Nan Yuanman, what on earth are you doing with the coffin?" "It's a gift from my grandparents and my other uncles." Nan Yuanman looked at him with an expression that conveyed her disbelief. "Don't you understand? It's my first visit, and according to etiquette, one must bring a gift, right? Since Grandpa is not here, no one prepared local specialties for me. After much deliberation, I decided to select a few coffins as gifts for my grandparents. Do not underestimate these coffins. They're crafted from fine wood, meticulously made by my grandfather, with beautiful carvings on them." If it weren't for the earnestness on Nan Yuanman's small face, Jiang Lishuan would have suspected her intentions were deliberate. He took a deep breath. They did not need such gifts. He lamented, "Just drop the coffin. You could go to the Jiang family without any gifts." Nan Yuanman pouted. "All right then." She muttered softly, "You really don't know the value of these coffins. They are priceless." Jiang Lishuan, even before arriving at the Jiang family, had already glimpsed the tumultuous days that lay ahead for them. He pinched the bridge of his nose, observing Nan Yuanman, who wore a gray cloth outfit, her petite frame adorned with only a crossbody bag, and inquired, "Have you packed your clothes?" Nan Yuanman patted her bag. "All set, everything is in here." Jiang Lishuan paused momentarily, suddenly recalling Jiang Xinxin's numerous large wardrobes, which starkly contrasted with Nan Yuanman's modest crossbody bag. Zhang Shiming shook her head. opened the car door, and lifted Nan Yuanman inside, fastening her seatbelt. "I'm going to fetch my master, and we'll visit the Jiang family tomorrow. Be good and do not cause any trouble." Nan Yuanman obediently nodded, understood. Jiang Lishuan politely inquired, "Master Jiang, do you need us to drive you?" "No need. I still have matters to settle with the Jiang family," Jiang Shiming replied, having already intervened in Zhouing's affairs and thus felt obligated to see it through. "Also, remind Brother Feiyu to prepare my remuneration. Do not forget to compensate me just because I am young." Jiang Shiming ruffled her hair, understood. Jiang Lishuan observed their intimate interaction, listening to her repeatedly refer to Brother Feiyu, and could not help but click his tongue, a tinge of envy lacing his voice. "Why haven't you ever called me uncle?" Nan Yuanman completely ignored his remark after countless reminders from Jiang Shiming. She finally settled down. Jiang Lishuan, feeling disgruntled, climbed into the car beside her. The black sedan gradually started, slowly departing from the village where she had resided for 5 years. Nan Yuanman twisted her body, resting her chin on the car window, gazing at the retreating scenery outside, her fingers brushing against the small coffin within her bag. "It's all right as long as Grandpa is by my side. That is all that matters. Wherever Grandpa is, that is home." Meanwhile, the Liu family in the city felt an inexplicable sense of unease over the past few days. Liu Hanfei's elder brother, Liu Taiyu, could no longer contain himself and called him, but no matter how many times he dialed, there was no answer. His wife, Yu Qinya, applied her lipstick and inquired, "Has Hanfei still not answered?" Liu Taiyu replied with a frustrated hum, continuing to dial. Yu Qinya reassured him, "Do not worry too much. Hanfei is over 30 years old. He is unlikely to encounter any danger." "What do you know?" Liu Taiyu shot her an irritated glance, feeling that their family's current status was all thanks to Hanfei's efforts. Liu Hanfei was the backbone of their family. How could he not be anxious when losing contact with the backbone? Fine, I know nothing. I'm off to play mahjong. I have a date with Mrs. Zhao." Yu Qinya remarked dismissively, gathering her things to leave. Strangely, her luck had turned exceptionally well these days, winning every round at mahjong, effortlessly winning prizes from scratch-off tickets, and even finding money on the street. She had fortuitously met a prospective partner for collaboration from their company. It felt as if her life had suddenly hit the jackpot. Thus, she was determined to seize this opportunity and persuade Mrs. Zhao to agree to the collaboration. Yu Qinya did not forget to place the talisman Liu Taiyu had requested, wrapped in a red pouch, into her bag before heading out. Liu Taiyu quickly caught a glimpse of the red pouch she placed in her bag. Feeling uneasy as he stood up, "I'll accompany you and also look for Hanfei." Yu Qinya responded affirmatively, and just as they opened the door, they came face to face with 2 tall policemen standing outside. Yu Qinya froze momentarily. "What brings you here?" Liu Taiyu's complexion turned pale in an instant, and he instinctively turned to flee back into the house. The young policeman immediately chased after him, pinning Liu Taiyu to the ground, shouting, "Do not move. We are the police. You are implicated in a homicide case, and you must come with us." Pressed to the ground, Liu Taiyu was drenched in cold sweat, his mind racing with 2 words, "It's over." With the arrival of the police, the Liu household descended into chaos, their tranquil days shattered. Meanwhile, Nan Yuanman was soundly asleep in the car heading to the city. Her small, chubby face rested on Jiang Lishuan's arm, her lips still glistening with drool. Observing her peaceful demeanor, Jiang Lishuan felt his heart soften, unable to resist gently pinching her cheek, whispering, "It's much better when you're asleep. This is far preferable to when you're awake and arguing with me." Nan Yuanman furrowed her brow slightly, her long, thick eyelashes fluttering as she slowly opened her eyes. She wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, drowsily asking, "Are we there yet?" Jiang Lishuan glanced outside at the scenery. They had entered the city area and were heading toward Taiga Manor. He replied, "We are almost there." At that moment, in the renowned Taiga Villa affluent district, several individuals stood at the entrance of Villa 109. Jiang Xinxin, dressed in a pink princess dress with a high ponytail decorated with diamond hairpins, looked like a doll, beautiful and adorable. Holding a bouquet of flowers, she anxiously stood on her tiptoes, peering forward, nervously clutching the hand of the woman beside her, asking, "Has Uncle brought my sister? Mommy, will my sister dislike me?" Chapter 13, a relative of Mommy with a big problem. Hearing Jiang Xinxin's question, Gu Peiyao felt a pang of sympathy. She bent down to meet her gaze, speaking gently. How could Xinxin think that? You are so adorable. No one could dislike you. If someone does, then their judgment is at fault. Jiang Yueyao, feeling helpless, interjected, Mom, please refrain from saying that to Xin all the time. Jiang Hengji chuckled. Mother is not wrong. Our Xin is the most beautiful and lovable girl in the world. Bai Wenyin and her daughter are not worthy of disliking her. Jiang Xin blushed at the compliments, shyly hiding her face behind the flowers. Oh dear, you all are making Xin blush. As several individuals engaged in conversation, a black sedan gradually approached. Jiang Xin joyfully leaped up, exclaiming, Uncle and sister have arrived. Jiang Hengji and Gu Peiyao instinctively glanced at the slowly halting vehicle. Jiang Hengji straightened his back, while Gu Peiyao unconsciously smoothed the flawless fabric of her dress. Her gaze, fixed upon the black sedan, betrayed a hint of tension and anticipation that she herself did not recognize. Jiang Yueyao observed their reactions with a composed demeanor, her hands clenched into fists at her sides, the sharp tips of her fingers digging into her palm, the slight pain serving to maintain her composure. The door of the black sedan swung open. Jiang Lishuan, stepping out, spotted the group standing at the entrance and exclaimed, Ah, Mom, second brother, little sister, Xin. Did you all come here specifically to welcome me? Stop being so glib. Gu Peiyao retorted, Where is she? Just as she finished speaking, the other door of the car suddenly opened, accompanied by a rustling sound. A child clad in tattered gray clothes, with two messy pigtails, fair skin, and lively round eyes, emerged into view. Upon seeing the little girl, Gu Peiyao momentarily lost her bearings, as if she were gazing at a younger version of Bai Wenyin before she had gone missing. The resentment she had harbored towards Bai Wenyin dissipated somewhat in an instant. Jiang Hengji also found himself momentarily dazed. The girl bore an uncanny resemblance to Bai Wenyin as a child, almost as if she were her doppelganger. His previously stern expression softened slightly. Noticing their reactions, Jiang Yueyao struggled to maintain her smile, feeling a familiar frustration. It was always like this. Whenever Bai Wenyin, or anyone related to her, appeared, they would become lost in thought. Despite their vocal disdain for her, having expelled her from their home and vowed to sever ties, why did they still react so strongly to her? As they observed Yuanman, she too scrutinized them. From their appearances, she discerned that two of the adults shared blood ties with her, while the beautiful aunt and the attractive child did not. Yuanman tilted her head slightly and inquired, Are you my mother's relatives? Where is she? Why hasn't she come down yet? Do I need to personally invite her to come down? Upon hearing Gu Peiyao's words, Jiang Lishuan's expression shifted subtly. Jiang Yueyao, oblivious to his demeanor, reached out to support Gu Peiyao, a hint of melancholy in her eyes. Mom, please don't speak of sister that way. Perhaps she feels this way because of what happened back then. Sister, I am sorry for what transpired. If you still resent me, I apologize. You needn't worry. I won't be staying long at the Jiang residence. In a few days, I will take Xin and move out. The once cheerful Jiang Xin, eager to greet Jiang Lishuan and Yuanman, suddenly displayed a look of panic on her adorable face. Mom, are we moving away? She pouted, her voice quivering with the threat of tears. I don't want to move. What do you mean moving? Who will care for you and Xin if you leave? Gu Peiyao's brows knitted in frustration, her irritation towards Bai Wenyin intensifying. Jiang Hengji's previously softened expression turned cold again as he warned Bai Wenyin, If you don't come down now, you can forget about ever coming down. Jiang Yueyao lowered her gaze, her expression sorrowful. Yet her lips quickly curled into a fleeting smile. 5 years had passed, and Bai Wenyin still proved to be so ineffectual. Yuanman looked at them with a bemused expression, then turned to the empty back seat of the car. There are only Jiang Lishuan and me in this car. Who is this Bai Wenyin you keep mentioning? Her demeanor remained calm. Oh, my mom? She is dead. Her tone was so serene and her voice so relaxed that Gu Peiyao momentarily thought she had misheard. Jiang Yueyao's expression froze for an instant. Jiang Hengji's pupils dilated as he exclaimed, What did you say? She repeated, I said my mom is dead. Gu Peiyao abruptly turned to Jiang Lishuan, gripping Jiang Yueyao's arm with increased force, her body swaying slightly. How is that possible? How could she die? While she had never been fond of Bai Wenyin, she had never imagined that she would die. Bai Wenyin was only in her 20s, far too young to have passed away. Jiang Hengji's gaze darkened as he looked at Jiang Lishuan, who scratched his nose and stated, I was just about to tell you. When I went to Badong village, I only found Yuanman but not Bai Wenyin. Yuanman was raised by an old coffin maker. As he spoke, he shot a curious glance at Jiang Yueyao. Was it merely his imagination, or did it seem that the words she had just spoken were deliberate? Why would she intentionally provoke Bai Wenyin? What benefit could that possibly bring her? Not finding her could not confirm her death. Hearing this, Jiang Hongji inexplicably felt a sense of relief. He looked at Nan Yuanman with a hint of displeasure and remarked, "Stop cursing your mother so freely." Nan Yuanman's expression was one of exasperation. She confirmed it. My mother's relatives must be out of their minds. Yet Gu Peiyao appeared to have been swayed, nodding in agreement. Indeed, she must be trying to attract our attention with such tactics. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Nan Yuanman, and upon noticing her tattered clothing, worn-out shoes, and disheveled hair, her brow furrowed tightly. How could Bai Wenyin be such a mother? How could she allow you to grow up like this? Hurry inside and take a bath. You look utterly filthy. Gu Peiyao scolded as she approached, pinching the fabric of Nan Yuanman's shoulder and leading her towards the house. Jiang Hongji, noticing Nan Yuanman's current state, subtly frowned and instinctively took out his phone to call a children's clothing brand he collaborated with, requesting a few outfits suitable for girls. Jiang Xinxin distinctly felt that her second uncle and grandmother's attention had been entirely captivated by the newly arrived sister. A sense of panic surged within her. She feared that if she did not act, her grandmother and uncle would be taken away from her. Clutching her chest, the frail Jiang Xinxin swayed unsteadily. Her voice weak, "Uncle, Grandma, I feel so unwell." Chapter 14. Smack you on the forehead. As she spoke, Jiang Xinxin's legs buckled, and she began to collapse. "Xinxin," Jiang Yueyao gasped, "what is wrong? Please don't scare your mother." Gu Peiyao's face paled. She immediately released Nan Yuanman and rushed to Jiang Xinxin's side. "Sweetheart, what's wrong? What do you feel unwell?" Before she could finish her sentence, Nan Yuanman interrupted. "What? She is sick? I can help. I'm quite good at healing." With that, the Jiang family witnessed Nan Yuanman swiftly appear before Jiang Xinxin, producing a small red, square object and forcefully pressing it against her forehead. Smack! Jiang Xinxin, who had been feigning discomfort, had not anticipated Nan Yuanman's sudden action. She stood there, stunned, staring blankly at her. Gu Peiyao was instantly furious, shoving Nan Yuanman away with great force. "What are you doing?" Nan Yuanman, being pushed back, stumbled 2 steps, perplexed. "I was helping her." "Isn't she feeling unwell?" Jiang Xinxin, clutching her reddened forehead, burst into tears. "Mommy, Grandma, it hurts so much." Jiang Yueyao trembled with anger, struggling to restrain her urge to retaliate. With tear-filled eyes, she turned to Jiang Lishuan and Jiang Hongji, second brother, little brother Jiang Hongji, who had been on the phone, suddenly turned icy, shooting a cold glare at Nan Yuanman before striding forward to scoop Jiang Xinxin into his arms. "We're going to the hospital." Jiang Lishuan, equally incensed, glared at Nan Yuanman. "I'm coming too." For reasons that remained unclear, none of the 3 adults stayed behind, leaving Nan Yuanman alone at the door as they all piled into the car with Jiang Xinxin and sped off to the hospital. Jiang Lishuan, glancing through the window, noticed the solitary figure standing at the entrance and felt a growing sense of unease. Jiang Lishuan hesitated for a moment, just about to speak, when Jiang Yueyao suddenly sobbed. "Brother, was she being intentional? Did my sister tell her about the past in the Jiang family? Is she seeking revenge for her mother, which is why she attacked Xinxin?" He felt a pang of sorrow and replied, "How could that be? Yuanman is only 5 years old. She cannot harbor such malicious thoughts." "You just said she is 5. Gu Peiyao interjected with irritation. "What does she know about treating illness? I believe she did it on purpose, just like Bai Wenyin." Jiang Xinxin, overwhelmed, lowered her gaze and vaguely murmured an affirmation, turning her face into Jiang Hongji's embrace, too frightened to speak. "She didn't mean it. It just hurt so much when my sister hit her earlier that I couldn't hold back. My sister is older. She should understand." Nan Yuanman felt indifferent about being abandoned by the Jiang family, harboring no lingering sentiments. After all, there were no familial ties between them. To her, the Jiang family was merely a temporary refuge. She did not linger foolishly by the door, but swiftly tucked the small coffin into her cloth bag. Just as she was about to turn and enter the villa, the iron gate behind her slammed shut with a loud bang. Nan Yuanman's brow furrowed as she looked towards the person closing the door inside. Nan Yuanman asked earnestly, "Are you speaking on behalf of the Jiang family?" The woman, known as Ma Chun, who had taken care of Jiang Yueyao for nearly a decade, sneered and replied, "Of course. I am Miss Yao Yao's dedicated nanny and have a certain authority in the Jiang family. This little wretch dares to bully Miss Xin Xin. She must be taught a lesson." Ma Chun was unconcerned about Nan Yuanman leaving in a huff, for the Jiang family was currently the richest in the city, possessing wealth that this little wretch could never hope to attain. She could not fathom that Nan Yuanman would willingly abandon the opportunity to associate with the Jiang family. "I understand." Nan Yuanman nodded, her dark eyes fixed intently on Ma Chun. Under the piercing gaze of her stark black and white eyes, Ma Chun felt a sudden unease. Her heart sinking, she snapped, "Look again, and I will gouge out your eyes." "Annie, I see your high cheekbones and bony chin, suggesting a life of wrongdoing." Nan Yuanman replied in a soft voice. "Now, your children's fortune is dim and hollow, indicative of losing a child. The heavens see all. The consequences of your actions will soon befall your son." Without allowing Ma Chun a chance to respond, Nan Yuanman turned and scampered away. She was not foolish enough to stand idly outside the villa all day. Ma Chun was momentarily stunned, and as she processed what Nan Yuanman had said, her rage ignited. She flung open the villa door, intent on chasing after her. "Little wretch, what nonsense are you spouting?" However, she did not anticipate that Yuanman's speed would be so swift. In the blink of an eye, the girl's figure vanished from her sight. A sudden chill swept through, and Ma Chun felt a wave of apprehension wash over her. The housekeeper, hearing the commotion, rushed out. "Ma Chun, what are you shouting about? Where is the new young lady?" He had been preparing a room and dinner for the new young lady when he received a call from Jiang Lishuan, only to learn that they had left the new young lady at the door. Ma Chun, flustered, lied. The young lady said she hit Miss Xin Xin and felt very guilty. So she ran after the car. The housekeeper stared at her in disbelief. "You just let a child run after a car? You didn't stop her?" Ma Chun, feeling guilty, replied, "I tried to stop her, but she wouldn't listen." The housekeeper, exasperated, exclaimed, "You really are something." The young master said the young lady is only 5 years old. It's her first time in the city. What if she gets lost? With that, he hurriedly called for the servants in the villa to search for Nan Yuanman. Meanwhile, Nan Yuanman had ventured beyond the confines of the Jiang family villa and, in a dramatic turn, found herself lost. Standing at crossroads, she looked around, her small face perplexed. "Where's the exit?" Nan Yuanman extended her chubby little finger, playfully pointing to soldiers. "Whoever I point to is who they are." She selected a path and was about to depart, declaring, "All right, it's you." Suddenly, a hoarse male voice emerged from the nearby bushes. "Is what you said true? Is my mother's spirit waiting for me in the underworld? If I die, can I reunite with her?" Chapter 15. Grandpa, city dwellers are quite eccentric. Nan Yuanman paused, turning to look in the direction of the voice. That spot emitted a faint aura of darkness, not overly strong, yet she sensed a particularly intense malice. Furrowing her brow, she clutched her cloth bag and crouched down, crawling into the bushes. At that moment, within the secluded Taigu Villa area, in a small, hidden grove, the sun had set, shielded by the leaves. The grove was shrouded in darkness, making it nearly impossible for passers-by to notice anyone inside. A slender young man, dressed in a white shirt and tailored trousers, knelt on the grass, staring blankly at the dimly glowing screen of his phone. The screen displayed an ongoing call with the name unknown. On the other end, a mechanical, low, and raspy voice with an odd timbre spoke, "That's right. As long as you follow my instructions step by step to end your life, you will be able to reunite with your mother in the underworld." The voice grew increasingly persuasive. "This world holds nothing for you, does it? The illegitimate child tarnishes your reputation at school, making everyone believe you are a cheating, lewd boy. No one in this world will love you. The only one who ever loved you is your deceased mother." As the voice spoke, Meng Qinian felt a haze envelop him, and the image of his mother seemed to materialize before him. She wore her favorite red dress from her lifetime, standing before him with a heart-wrenching gaze, extending her hand towards him. "Mama," Meng Qinian murmured, his expression dazed. "Your mother is worried about you. She longs to reunite with you." The voice continued gently. "Don't you want to see her?" When his mother was alive, he had considered home a sanctuary from the storms of life. After her passing, he felt he had no home left. No one could shield him from the hardships of life, and indeed, there was little left in this world to cherish. "Good boy." The voice sighed deeply, laced with a barely detectable excitement. "Do not fear. Follow my instructions, and you will soon find relief. Take out the knife you bought today and cut your wrist, it instructed. With a vacant stare, Meng Qinian mechanically followed the command. Retrieving the fruit knife he had purchased earlier, slowly placing it against his pale wrist. Yes, just like that. Good boy, do not fear. Once the blood drops, place your wrist on the phone, it won't hurt. Meng Qinian's grip on the knife tightened gradually. Just as the sharp blade was about to pierce his vein, a small, stout figure suddenly emerged from the bushes, lunging towards him. Stop! With a loud clatter, the knife was kicked from Meng Qinian's hand. Yuanman's eyes widened in shock as she quickly produced a talisman, slapping it onto the phone on the ground. With a voice tinged with fury, she declared, "You did not do good deeds in life, and yet you still hide and harm others in death. Come out." As the talisman landed on the phone, it swiftly enveloped it, a flash of golden light illuminating the scene, followed by the anguished cries emanating from within. Almost immediately, a dark figure, tinged with traces of blood, was expelled from the phone by the talisman's power. This is a ghost of a high school student clad in a school uniform, with a knife embedded in his chest. His complexion is pale, and his face is marred by dark patterns, giving him a decidedly eerie appearance. After rolling on the ground a few times, he glares at Yuanman with a mix of shock and fury, his pitch-black eyes gradually turning blood-red. "You meddlesome brat, you're courting death." Upon finishing his sentence, he lunges at Yuanman with a furious roar. And Yuanman's expression turns serious as she retrieves a talisman from her small bag, forming a hand seal and preparing for a decisive strike. Yet, the ghost of the student, who is charging toward her, suddenly veers sharply in midair and darts into the dense forest. Yuanman is left in disbelief, exclaiming in frustration, "You lack honor in combat. How dare he toy with her?" The fleeing ghost chuckles to himself, realizing he is not foolish. The moment Yuanman threw that talisman, he knew he could not win against her. Naturally, he chose to flee. After all, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. Qni gradually awakens from a state of chaos, hearing the frantic voice nearby and instinctively asking, "What do you mean by lacking honor in combat?" However, the pain in his wrist causes him to gasp sharply. The agony jolts him fully awake, and he looks at his injured wrist, then at the stout little child standing before him, staring into her big eyes. "Who are you? Where am I? How did I get hurt?" And Yuanman blinks in surprise and asks, "Don't you remember what just happened? You injured your own hand." She points at him, then at the fruit knife she had kicked away. "Just a moment ago, you were shouting about reuniting with your mother while slashing at your wrist." Qni's eyes widen in disbelief. "No way. How could I do something so foolish?" He longs for his mother, true, but he knows she risked her life to bring him into this world. For her sake, he must live well, no matter how difficult it may be. Only by living can he seek vengeance against those who wrong them. How could he possibly seek death? That would be utterly contrary to his character. But under the influence of a ghost, even you could act recklessly. And Yuanman points at his phone, wrapped in talismans. "There's a ghost hiding in your phone. I saw it try to incite you to commit suicide when I passed by, so I intervened to save you." She extends her hand to Qnin. Rescue fee, 10,000 yuan in cash. Qnin looks at her skeptically. "Kid, you're not trying to swindle me, are you?" And Yuanman can't help but retort, "What could a short-lived ghost like you possibly have to swindle?" Qnin points at himself in disbelief. "Me? A short-lived ghost?" "Yes, you were born in the year of Gongjin, in the month of Hai, on October 1st, 2020. The Gongjin, your 8 characters, is weak and is diminished by the high water. The time pillar is Ji-Mao, where Ji soil weakly nurtures the Gongjin. The Mao, it has a restraining influence on the soil. You've been frail and sickly since childhood, easily afflicted by illness. You had a severe illness when you were 10, which depleted your vitality. Now, with your spirit being corroded by ghostly energy, you won't live past 30. What else could you be but a short-lived ghost?" Qnin's eyes widen in astonishment, devoid of fear regarding his early demise, but filled with excitement at encountering a true master. He kneels before Yuanman, grasping her hands tightly, his expression fervent. "Master, you are a true master. You can even calculate my birth year and month. Can you tell me when my father will die? Will he die before me? His own life does not matter. His father must perish." And Yuanman overwhelmed with disbelief, thinks, what a crazy city dweller. Chapter 16. Will you not persuade him anymore? Yuanman, with an expression of exasperation, is about to speak when her stomach growls audibly. She frowns, placing her empty hand on her belly. She is famished. Yuanman slaps his forehead. Look at me, I forgot it's dinner time. Little master, allow me to treat you to a meal. He smiles cheerfully. All right, about that rescue fee you mentioned. 10,000 is too much. Do you have a bank card? I can transfer it to you. To be honest, Yuanman still harbors doubts about being misled by a ghost, as he has never seen it with his own eyes. He only half believes in Yuanman because she accurately predicted his situation. All right, I understand. Yuanman replies dismissively, cautiously putting away the fruit knife. Then tilts his chin slightly. Shall we go? To eat? Let's go. And Yuanman replies. It will be foolish to refuse a meal. Yuanman leads Yuanman through a series of twists and turns, taking a shortcut out of the Taigu villa area and guiding her into a quaint little restaurant. Coincidentally, their route does not intersect with that of the Jiang family servants, allowing both parties to miss each other. Yuanman frequently glances back at Yuanman, who is struggling to keep up with her short legs, and hesitantly asks, Are you all right? Do you want me to carry you? I'm fine. This distance is nothing to me. And Yuanman waves her little hand dismissively. Her adorably precocious demeanor makes Yuanman chuckle. You're cuter than the little girls I know. If it were my niece, after just a few steps, she would be reaching out for a hug. Yuanman shoots him a glance, correcting him. You're mistaken. Other little girls are also very cute. If my grandfather were here, I would also act spoiled and ask him to hold me. But now that he cannot come out, I must be strong on my own. Yuanman opens a private room and, after inquiring about her food preferences, orders several of her favorite dishes. They then exchange names. I'm Yuanman from the Ming family in Taigu. Which family are you from? I haven't seen you around before. Under the light in the private room, Yuanman finally notices Yuanman's current appearance and attire. Upon seeing her worn-out clothes, he furrows his brow. Why are you wearing such tattered clothing? Is your family very poor? Without needing Yuanman to clarify, Yuanman senses there must be significant secrets involved. However, regardless of the secrets, he feels a deep discontent at the Jiang family allowing a child to dress this way. Moreover, he seems to recall hearing about a rather favored girl in the Jiang family. Yet, unable to restrain himself, Yuanman remarks, What a ridiculous name. And in the Yuanman, Yuanman son stirru inauspicius. And Yuanman, cradling a cup of water and sipping delicately, explains, Yuanman was named by my grandfather with good intentions. He just forgot that our surname is NN. You can simply call me Yuanman. Yuanman's lips twitch. His grandfather is truly unreliable. After hesitating, he cannot help but ask her, Yuanman, can you really tell fortunes? Can you help me predict when my father? Not possible. Yuanman interrupts, her lips twitching. Predicting a person's lifespan can have repercussions. Oh, since you're a short-lived ghost, you don't count. I want to collect your fortune-telling fee. The rescue fee I asked for doesn't interfere with your karmic fate. She truly is a clever little girl. Yuanman appears disappointed. Is that so? Yuanman cannot help but chime in. Your immediate priority should be to rid yourself of the ghostly energy surrounding you and capture the fleeing student ghost. Otherwise, don't wait until you're 30. You might perish tonight. Let me die if I must. Yuanman says, chuckling bitterly. Once I die and become a ghost, I'll just fight the ghost that caused my demise. Regardless of whether I live or die, nobody will care about me. Perhaps I'll even have more freedom after death. Yuanman sighs, realizing that reasoning with city dwellers is futile. She has witnessed their peculiar mental state. They all seem rather deranged. She has given up on persuading him, for as she stated, it is difficult to dissuade a ghost bent on death. If Yuanman wishes to die, she cannot stop him. Furthermore, she is still a child. Matters of life and death are beyond her control. Yuanman has successfully persuaded herself and joyfully begun to eat. Meng Qinian initially anticipated that Yuanman would continue to urge him, but after waiting for a considerable time, not only did her pleas not materialize, but he also observed her seriously and laboriously using her chopsticks to eat. Meng Qinian, unable to contain himself, asked, "Aren't you going to persuade me anymore?" Nan Yuanman mumbled, "No persuasion. If you want to die, go ahead." She struggled to swallow her food, adding in a childlike voice, "My grandfather said, everyone has their own fate. If someone wants to die, you can't stop them. Don't waste your energy. Let them go." Upon hearing such crude words, Meng Qinian's lips twitched, and he quickly covered her mouth, saying, "All right, little mouth, close it and eat." How could that old man teach such filthy phrases? Nevertheless, this exchange made him less inclined to think about dying. Nan Yuanman responded with a simple, "Oh," and continued to eat diligently. Initially devoid of appetite, Meng Qinian found himself drawn to her earnestness, watching her cheeks puff up like a squirrel's as she savored her meal. Unbeknownst to him, he began to pick up his chopsticks and join her. While they were both engrossed in their meal, chaos erupted between the Meng and Jiang families. In the hospital, anxiously awaiting Jiang Xinxin's test results, Jiang Lishuan abruptly stood up, furrowing his brow and raising his voice. "What did you say? Yuanman is missing. Grandpa Li, have you sent someone to look for her?" The butler, equally frantic, replied, "Yes. I sent servants to search the moment Yuanman went missing. But we scoured the entire villa area and found no trace of her. I checked the surveillance footage. It only showed Yuanman heading east, and then she vanished. Young master, did you prepare a tracking watch for Miss Yuanman? It would make finding her easier." He had never taken Yuanman seriously enough to prepare such a device. "Yuanman is missing." Jiang Lishuan grasped his hair in agitation. Aunt Chun said, "She chased after a car, and now we can't find her." He began to suspect that Nan Yuanman might have run away. Jiang Hengji's expression darkened as he suggested, "Let's report it to the police and have them help us search." Jiang Lishuan quickly agreed. "All right." The Meng family was also searching for her. A graceful woman with an elegant demeanor placed a teacup in front of Meng Lei, and, upon hearing the news, her eyes sparkled with concern as she gently advised, "Perhaps Qinian is simply busy? Old Meng, do not worry too much. What could he be busy with? He is always out causing trouble." Meng Lei replied irritably, his brow furrowed with worry. When will he learn to be as sensible as Cheng Yi? After yet another failed call, Meng Lei could no longer sit still. He stood up, grabbed his coat, and said, "Hey you, I'm going out to look for that brat. You and Cheng Yi go ahead and eat. Don't wait for me." Yu nodded gently. "All right." She saw Meng Lei out the door just as a handsome young man in a white shirt emerged from the first-floor bedroom, asking, "Mom, has Uncle Meng left?" In a small restaurant, Nan Yuanman sat contentedly with her round belly. Meng Qinian looked at her with trepidation, unable to resist reaching out to touch her belly. "Why did you eat so much? Aren't you uncomfortable?" It looked as if she might burst like a balloon, and he feared her stomach would explode at any moment. "No, we need to go. I'll take you to buy some digestive tablets." Meng Qinian clicked his tongue and scooped Nan Yuanman up from her chair. As he held her, he realized she was surprisingly light. He weighed her in his arms and remarked, "Didn't your family feed you? How can you be so light? You hardly weigh anything." His little knees felt heavy as a stone, yet Nan Yuanman's weight seemed entirely uncharacteristic for a 5-year-old. Meng Qinian struggled. "Let go a bit. You're going to suffocate me." Nan Yuanman, feeling a bit embarrassed, loosened her grip slightly. As she was about to speak, she caught sight of his expression and couldn't help but exclaim. Meng Qinian, carrying her as he strode outside, asked, "What is wrong?" "They, your father is going to die." She cupped his face in her hands, scrutinizing his features. The dark aura gradually enveloping his parental palace indicated that his father was in grave danger, possibly facing death. Meng Qinian's face pale. "What did you say?" "That old man is going to die." He thought his father was at home, happily enjoying time with his stepmother. "How could that be? Isn't it good that your father is going to die?" Nan Yuanman tilted her head, recalling how he previously asked when her father would die. Why was he now seemingly upset by the prospect? "Of course, I'm happy. I just—" Meng Qinian's voice rose slightly as he struggled to mask his emotions, feeling an undeniable surge of anxiety and worry. He cursed under his breath. "Damn it. Where's that old man? Yuanman, I'll pay you. Can you help me save him?" Having eaten her fill, Nan Yuanman readily agreed, patting her small chest. "Sure." She pulled a strand of Meng Qinian's hair, performed a small gesture, and pointed east. "Yes, over there, about 1,000 meters away." Meng Qinian wasted no time. He dashed out, cradling Nan Yuanman. After leaving the Meng household, Meng Lei first requested the surveillance footage from the Taiga management. Eventually, he spotted Meng Qinian exiting through the front door in the footage. Cursing under his breath, he drove out of the villa area while searching for Meng Qinian's figure. As he merged onto the main road, waiting for the traffic light, the surroundings suddenly plunged into darkness. A thick white fog enveloped him, obscuring visibility completely. He soon realized that not only were the streetlights extinguished, but the pedestrians had also vanished without a trace. The street felt eerily deserted, as if he were the only person left in the world. Instinctively sensing something was amiss, Meng Lei attempted to lock the car door, but his hand inexplicably pulled it open instead. Just then, a familiar figure he had longed for appeared at the door. He stared blankly, raising his gaze to her, muttering, "Aya." Meanwhile, in the intersection of the red light district, the driver of the car behind Meng Lei impatiently honked the horn. No matter how many times he honked, the car ahead remained stationary. Frustrated, he rolled down the window and shouted at the Maybach in front, "Hey, what is the hold up? The green light is about to change. Get moving. I'm in a hurry to pick up my child." The drivers behind him began to honk in unison, creating a cacophony of noise at the intersection. Yet, the occupants of the Maybach seemed oblivious, showing no signs of movement. "Hey, I'll be damned." The driver of the sedan banged on the steering wheel, rolling up his sleeves, preparing to confront the driver, when the door of the Maybach suddenly swung open and Meng Lei's tall figure emerged. The sedan driver hesitated, taken aback by Meng Lei's imposing stature. Was he really coming over to confront him? He remained in his car, yelling through the window, "Hey, it was you blocking the road." Just as he was about to continue, he saw Meng Lei abruptly turn onto a side road. At that moment, a large truck was making a turn, and the driver had no time to brake, crashing directly into Meng Lei. The sounds of startled bystanders filled the air, and frightened pedestrians covered their eyes, bracing themselves for the impending tragedy. At the critical moment, a dark object plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily into Meng Lei's abdomen. The tremendous force propelled Meng Lei backward, sending him crashing into the open door of a Maybach. The jarring sound of screeching brakes echoed as the large truck barely managed to halt. Inside the vehicle, a sharp cry pierced Meng Lei's ears, and the graceful figure before him rapidly dissipated into a veil of white mist, replaced by a cacophony of noise that flooded his once silent eardrums. He lay sprawled in the passenger seat, a small square red coffin resting on his abdomen, his mind in a state of bewilderment. Bystanders and drivers were equally taken aback. What on earth just flew by? Is that person still alive? The driver of the sedan trailing the Maybach hurriedly exited to check on Meng Lei. "Hey, are you all right?" Simultaneously, Meng Qinian, carrying Yuanman, navigated through the traffic to reach Meng Lei's car, shouting before he even arrived, "Old man, are you still alive? You mustn't die yet. You haven't written your will." Meng Lei, veins bulging on his forehead, managed a sheepish smile at the sedan driver. "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern." It was then that he realized his car was halted in the middle of the intersection, blocking traffic entirely with the door still ajar. After nearly half an hour, the road finally cleared. The truck driver parked his vehicle to the side and approached Meng Lei to address the earlier incident. Meng Lei pinched the bridge of his nose and called his assistant to come and handle the situation. After hanging up, he gazed at the small coffin beside him, his expression one of incredulity. He exited the vehicle just as Meng Qinian arrived with Yuanman in his arms. Seeing Meng Lei's unscathed form, Meng Qinian exhaled a sigh of relief, though his words were less than pleasant. "It's good that you're alive, but if you ever consider dying, remember to write your will first." He certainly did not wish for the Meng family's fortunes to fall into the hands of that mother-son duo. Meng Lei, infuriated by his words, pointed at him. "You brat, can't you say something nice for once?" Just as he was about to admonish Meng Qinian, he locked eyes with Yuanman, who was nestled against Meng Qinian. Chapter 18, Punishment for Chunma. Meng Qinian clicked his tongue, tightening his hold on Yuanman. "What do you mean by abduct? Such a delightful child could very well be my own." Meng Lei scoffed. "You could never produce such an adorable child." The tension between the father and son escalated. With wide, glistening eyes, Yuanman politely extended her hand towards Meng Lei, her voice sweet and innocent. "Uncle, could you please return the small coffin to me?" Meng Qinian shuddered, expressing his disgust. "Old man, just speak plainly. Why are you being so dramatic? It's quite distasteful." Meng Lei's expression darkened, gritting his teeth. "That wretched child. It belongs to me," Yuanman affirmed, nodding. Meng Lei recalled that the strange white mist had dissipated when the small coffin was thrown. along with the shrill cries he had heard and the inexplicably open car door. Just now, Uncle was blinded by a ghost, Nan Yuanman remarked, lifting her chubby little hand to grasp something behind Meng Lei. The trembling little black ghost that had been hiding on his back was caught in her grasp. Meng Lei felt a sudden lightness as the burden he had been carrying for days lifted, his eyes widening in astonishment at the empty palm of Nan Yuanman. What do you mean blinded by a ghost? Meng Qinian, perplexed, asked, Are there really ghosts in this world? Indeed, Nan Yuanman replied. Would you like to see? She made a gesture with her fingers and darkened the flames flickering atop Meng Qinian's head. In an instant, he beheld the small, dark figure she held, resembling a lump of coal. It seemed to realize that Meng Qinian could see it, baring its teeth and growling, its grotesque features contorted in a fearsome manner. Goodness! Meng Qinian gasped, nearly dropping Nan Yuanman in fright, his complexion draining of color as his legs weakened. There truly are ghosts in this world. Nan Yuanman gently prodded the little ghost in her hand, which, despite its earlier ferocity, now quivered like a lamb. Too frightened to move, Meng Qinian was thoroughly impressed and completely convinced of Nan Yuanman's capabilities as a celestial master. Casting a glance at Meng Qinian's pale face, she returned the little ghost to the coffin, advising Meng Lei, Someone has raised this little ghost and sent it to harm you. If you require my assistance to exorcise it, I can offer a discount of $999 for the sake of my big brother. Meng Qinian smirked. His influence was indeed substantial. Meng Lei hesitantly inquired, Are you truly a celestial master? Little one, you're not merely an accomplice of this brat trying to deceive me, are you? His skepticism was understandable, given the fantastical nature of the situation. Moreover, Meng Qinian had proven to be unreliable since his mother's departure. And this child could barely be 6 years old. At such a tender age, one would hardly be literate, let alone a celestial master. Just as Meng Qinian was regaining his composure, he heard Meng Lei's remark and his face fell. Believe it or not, I couldn't care less. Fuming, Meng Qinian stormed off with Nan Yuanman, who rested her chin on his shoulder and looked back at Meng Lei. Uncle, if you need to find someone else, do so quickly. I don't know if she only raised this little ghost. If this time fails, there will be another. She gazed at Meng Lei's increasingly darkened brow. Next time, Uncle may not be so fortunate to evade. Though Meng Lei felt ambivalent, Nan Yuanman's words stirred something within him. Therefore, when his assistant arrived to address the previous incident, he requested the nearby surveillance footage. The assistant was swift, and within 10 minutes, the footage was sent to his phone. Upon witnessing himself, seemingly entranced, opening the car door and stepping onto the side road, a chill ran down his spine, his limbs turning cold. When he saw the small coffin flying in from the left, striking him into the car, his frozen limbs regained a semblance of warmth. It dawned on him that he had broken out in a cold sweat. He realized that Nan Yuanman's earlier words were true had she not arrived in time. The outcome would have been dire. Contemplating this, Meng Lei wasted no time and quickly dialed Meng Qinian. The call rang twice before being abruptly disconnected. That wretched child! Meng Qinian scolded Meng Lei all the way, while Nan Yuanman responded dully, her eyelids growing heavy. Rising early that morning, the darkness now enveloping the sky signaled that it was time for her to sleep. As Meng Qinian spoke, he felt a weight on his shoulder. Turning his head, he found Nan Yuanman's chubby face resting against him, her large eyes tightly shut, sound asleep. The softness of her features and the delightful texture of her baby fat were quite endearing. Meng Qinian's voice softened involuntarily, feeling comforted by her trust in him. Yet, he couldn't help but remark, You really don't fear that I might sell you. After all, in the Jiang family, she received little affection. If he were to adopt her as his sister, he would undoubtedly cherish and protect her for life. However, considering the dire state of the Meng family, Meng Qinian sighed and continued on towards the Jiang family villa, guided by his memories. Never mind. I'll deal with the Meng family's affairs first. As he and Nan Yuanman approached the villa, Chan Ma, who had been waiting outside, immediately spotted them, momentarily stunned at the sight of Meng Qinian. Her eyes darted around before she shouted excitedly, Li Guanjia, I found Miss Nan. Her loud voice startled both Nan Yuanman and Meng Qinian. Meng Qinian frowned, casting a displeased glare at Chan Ma. Chan Ma was startled by Meng Qinian's gaze, her voice instinctively dropping a few notches. Yet her tone remained reproachful. Miss Nan, how could you run off like that? Do you have any idea how worried the young master and madam are for you? Meng Qinyan's expression darkened, and he was about to reprimand the old woman when the awakened Nan Yuanman, displeased, brandished a small coffin and struck it against Chun Ma's head. You are truly too noisy. Chun Ma instinctively raised her hand to shield herself, but her speed could not match that of Nan Yuanman. She felt a chill on her forehead. A wave of coldness raced up her spine, and though she opened her mouth to curse, no sound emerged. Not only could she not speak, but she also found herself immobilized, maintaining her position at the doorway, with only her eyes able to move. Chun Ma was taken aback. Chapter 19. Administering eye drops, Chun Ma's eyes widened in terror, gazing at Nan Yuanman as if she were a monster. Meng Qinian smirked, glancing worriedly at Nan Yuanman. It seems the Jiang family does not value you. If you wish, you may come to my home. I won't go. Nan Yuanman twisted her small frame, urging him to set her down, and she smoothed out her slightly wrinkled clothes. This is my mother's family. My mother is also a master here. It makes no sense for me to leave because of a servant. Moreover, I came here with a mission. Keep it close. It will protect your life. Meng Qinian carefully stowed the talisman. All right, I will bring money for you tomorrow. Okay, we will meet again soon. Goodbye. Meng Qinian smiled helplessly. Goodbye. As he watched Nan Yuanman's figure fade away, Meng Qinian cast a cold glance at the immobile Chun Ma before turning to leave. Upon entering the villa, Nan Yuanman faintly sensed a subtle malevolent aura drifting from the east. She raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the feng shui layout of the Jiang family villa. To the naked eye, the terrain appeared flat, with the front lower than the back, facing south from the north, and the arrangement was quite commendable. However, the originally elevated rear was disrupted by a small fountain built near the main house, the water flow directed not towards the residential area, but outwards, symbolizing money flowing away rather than towards prosperity. Furthermore, Nan Yuanman tilted her head, observing a recessed area on the wall adorned with greenery, wondering which clever individual had thought to puncture the main residence. No wonder the Jiang family members appeared so lackluster. This perfectly good feng shui arrangement had been so egregiously compromised. A hint of regret flickered across Nan Yuanman's small face, but ultimately, it did not concern her, as she would not be residing there for long. Humming a nonsensical nursery rhyme, she skipped into the hall. When Nan Yuanman appeared in the villa's grand entrance, Steward Li, anxiously on the phone with the police inquiring about updates, let out a sharp gasp. He hurried over and scooped her up. Oh, my little miss, where have you been? I've been worried sick. Nan Yuanman glanced at Steward Li's face, obediently apologizing. I'm sorry for worrying you, Grandpa Li, pouting. Her eyes suddenly welled with tears. I didn't mean to run away, but a grandma told me that I bullied Jiang Xinshin and wanted to send me to an orphanage. I didn't want to be taken away. I was scared. The sight of such a beautiful and adorable little girl looking so pitiful melted Steward Li's heart, making him unable to scold her. Her words weighed heavily on him, and he gently inquired, Do you remember who said that, little miss? After finishing her eye drops, Nan Yuanman nodded obediently, allowing Steward Li to carry her to the room prepared for her. Her room was situated on the left side of the second floor, facing south, with ample natural light. The walls were painted pink, the bed was a round, shell-shaped princess bed, and the floor was adorned with a soft carpet, scattered with various dolls, creating a fantastical and beautiful ambience. No matter how mature Nan Yuanman tried to appear, she was merely a 5-year-old child. Upon seeing such a lovely room, she momentarily lost her ability to move. Observing the joy radiating from her little face, Steward Li kindly asked, Do you like this room, little miss? Nan Yuanman modestly nodded. I love it, thank you. Relieved, Steward Li set her down and called over a maid to run a bath for her. While Steward Li was busy, Nan Yuanman rummaged through her small cloth bag, retrieving several jade stones to set up a spirit-gathering array in the room. Sensing the gradually enriching spiritual energy, she felt satisfied enough to take a bath. Meanwhile, Steward Li had just finished a call with the police when Jiang Lishuan's call came through. Have you found her? Yes, I have. Jiang Lishuan let out a deep breath of relief, hesitatingly asking, What is her condition? Did she cry? No, the little miss is in excellent spirits, Steward Li replied, pausing for a few seconds before lowering his voice to share what Nan Yuanman had just said. Jiang Lishuan's expression darkened immediately. His face filled with rage. Did she really say that to Yuanman? A 5-year-old child does not lie. Steward Li replied candidly, "Young master, I understand your concern for Miss Xin, and I empathize with her plight. However, for Miss Yuanman to hear such word upon her first visit to the Jiang family is rather cruel. Moreover, children should not bear the burdens of their parents' grievances, even if you harbor ill feelings towards Bai Wenin." Jiang Lishuan's complexion shifted between shades of green and white as he pinched the bridge of his nose. "I understand. These Miss Zhenma, the Jiang family does not require such a servant who belittles others." "Yes," Steward Li affirmed. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, "Please take care of her tonight." "All right, young master." After hanging up, Jiang Lishuan sat on a hospital bench, gazing at Gu Peiyao and others surrounding Jiang Xin. Their faces filled with concern, as thoughts of the lonely Nan Yuanman at home flooded his mind. A hint of confusion crossed his face. Had he truly made the wrong decision? With Steward Li's attentive care and the spirit-gathering array keeping malevolent energies at bay, Nan Yuanman slept soundly that night. Steward Li came to inform her that he had dismissed Chen Ma. Apparently, Chen Ma had stood dumbfounded at the door all night, catching a chill and developing a fever by morning, making it convenient for him to send her away decisively. Nan Yuanman was quite pleased with this outcome and went downstairs for a meal after freshening up. As she earnestly bit into a steamed bun, she mumbled indifferently, showing no concern for the matter. Steward Li, watching her, couldn't help but sigh. Once she finished eating, he presented her with a watch he had prepared the previous evening. This is a children's watch developed under the Jiang family. It can perform all the functions of a phone. The young master prepared it for you last night, having never used such high-tech gadgets. Nan Yuanman diligently learned how to operate it from Steward Li. He registered a WeChat account for her, linked a bank card, and taught her how to use the payment features on the watch. Within 5 minutes, Nan Yuanman had mastered it. Steward Li allowed her to play with the watch while he returned to his tasks. After a while, just as she was reluctantly putting it down, she heard some slightly chaotic footsteps outside, accompanied by greetings from Zheng Feiyu and Steward Li. Looking up, Nan Yuanman saw Steward Li leading Zheng Feiyu along with two middle-aged individuals into the room. Before Steward Li could speak, Zheng Feiyu excitedly rushed towards her. "Yuanman, how about the items from the Liu family?" Jiang Danxiu and Zheng Jinhao were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Nan Yuanman. Jiang Danxiu, half in disbelief, asked, "Feiyu, is this the little master you mentioned?" Despite Zheng Feiyu having prepared them for her young age, they still did not expect her to be so small. Did she even look 5 years old? Chapter 20. Return the favor in kind. Zheng Feiyu nodded repeatedly, affirming, "Yes, Mom and Dad, it is indeed her." Following the significant turmoil that had befallen the Zheng family, Zheng Feiyu, upon liberating himself from peril, promptly reached out to his parents to relay the truth of the matter. Initially, they harbored skepticism, but their doubts were dispelled when they discovered peculiar symbols etched into the nails and bones found amidst the Liu family. Their family, being engaged in business, held a certain belief in such matters. Hence, when Zheng Feiyu presented the items to Nan Yuanman, they accompanied him not only to express their gratitude with a token of appreciation, but also to foster a favorable relationship with the Jiang family. However, they were taken aback by Nan Yuanman's youth. Nevertheless, both Jiang Danxiu and Zheng Jinhao, being astute individuals, refrained from voicing their suspicions aloud. Jiang Danxiu gratefully handed Nan Yuanman a plump red envelope, saying, "Thank you, young master, for assisting the Zheng family in such a significant manner. Without your help, our family could have faced dire consequences. This envelope is a small token of our appreciation. Please be sure to accept it." Nan Yuanman, beaming with delight, touched the generous envelope, revealing a wide grin. No need for formality. "Let us go." She leapt from the sofa, guiding Zheng Feiyu and his family upstairs, instructing, "Bring the items along to my room." Zheng Feiyu hurriedly followed with the red cloth bag, while Jiang Danxiu and Zheng Junhao exchanged apologetic glances with the bewildered steward. Li, perplexed, wondered when Nan Yuanman had befriended the Zheng family and why they referred to her as young master. Had he missed some critical information? While Li remained in a daze, Zheng Feiyu's family had already entered Nan Yuanman's room. Standing amidst the whimsical decor, they clutched the red bag, feeling somewhat out of place. Nan Yuanman brought over a small round table, beckoning Zheng Feiyu, "Come, place the items down." "All right." Zheng Feiyu cautiously set the red cloth on the table. Jiang Danxiu, observing as Nan Yuanman began to unwrap the cloth, hesitated to ask, "Is this all it takes to break the curse?" Shouldn't there be incense or purification involved? The nails of Zhou Ying had been forcibly removed, retaining their shape and inscribed with eerie symbols that evoked an unsettling chill. The bones were taken from Zhou Ying's skull, the ribs closest to the heart, and the bones of the hands and feet, similarly adorned with strange markings. Her hair appeared to have undergone special treatment, looking rich and dark as if dipped in ink, devoid of dryness or discoloration. Having caught a glimpse earlier, Zhang Feiyu now felt a shiver run down his spine, while Jiang Danxiu dared not look, and Zheng Zhenhao maintained a semblance of composure. Nan Yuanman rummaged through the small bag, retrieving a diminutive copper sword, no longer than her forearm. With her right foot forward and left foot back, she began to chant, "Heavenly Gate, descend to vanquish evil. Exterminate malevolence as commanded, with the power of the Supreme. By the decree of the North Emperor, break." With a final emphatic declaration, she thrust the copper sword downward. A flash of golden light emanated from the sword's tip, swiftly threading together the scattered hair, nails, and bones. The air resonated with a faint popping sound. The malevolent energy and resentment hovering above were instantly dispelled, and a fierce wind surged within the room, forcing Zhang Feiyu's family to shield their eyes. Zhang Feiyu exclaimed. With her eyes slightly closed, Nan Yuanman intoned, "May those who have wronged Sister Zhou Ying face the same fate." Simultaneously, within a high-end club in the city, a middle-aged man, bearing a scar across his left eye and exuding a menacing aura, pushed a black leather case toward an elderly man seated nearby, his demeanor tinged with respect. "Master Yuan, your predictions are indeed remarkable. Thanks to your foresight, I successfully evaded the ambush set by those enforcers and made quite a fortune. This is my commission for you. Could you assist me once more in discerning how many undercover agents they have placed under my command?" Master Yuan sat upright, exuding an air of superiority, glancing at the black case with a dismissive gaze. "Lai Pai Chun, if you seek my assistance, this amount is insufficient." Lai Pai Chun chuckled. "This is merely a deposit. I am well aware of your rates. I assure you, you'll be satisfied. By the way, I heard you assisted the Liu family in arranging a fortune-enhancing formation. Could you also help me with one? Rest assured, money is not an issue." Master Yuan scoffed lightly, prepared to respond when a sudden sharp pain pierced his chest. His complexion shifted dramatically, and he stifled a groan, clutching his chest. In an instant, the pain spread through his body like a web, and he coughed up blood, collapsing onto the sofa, utterly incapacitated. Lai Pai Chun, startled, exclaimed, "Master Yuan, are you all right? Why are you bleeding?" "I'm fine, just a little cough." Master Yuan managed to utter before spitting out another mouthful of blood. His eyes widened in horror. The backlash was far more severe than he had anticipated. Even if the Yin technique had been disrupted, he should not have suffered such a violent recoil. Who was responsible? Who from Sanqingguan had done this? A sense of foreboding crept into Master Yuan's heart as he struggled to lift his trembling hand from his pocket, retrieving a small wooden figure. Just as he prepared to perform a substitution technique, excruciating pain erupted in his limbs, as if nails were being driven into them. The torment extended beyond his limbs. He felt something crawling in his throat, and the flesh on his body began to separate as though someone were skinning him alive. Master Yuan gasped in horror. As he attempted to rise from the chair, the flesh on his body grotesquely peeled away. Witnessing this gruesome sight, Lai Pai Chun shrieked, "Ah, there's a ghost!" Simultaneously, within the police station, members of the Liu family who had previously absorbed Zhou Ying's fortune suddenly collapsed, wailing in agony. Liu Hanfei, undergoing emergency treatment in the hospital, experienced an eerie peeling of his flesh, with countless puncture marks resembling those made by iron nails covering his limbs. Ultimately, he succumbed to endless torment, taking his last breath. Jiang family villa. "Thank you, Yuanman," Zhang Feiyu said, gingerly accepting the red envelope. Having witnessed Nan Yuanman's prowess, he was thoroughly impressed. Jiang Danxiu, her eyes sparkling, smiled as she offered her business card to Nan Yuanman. "Yuanman, may I call you that? Here's my card. It contains my contact information. If you ever wish to explore the city, feel free to reach out. I would love to show you around." Zhang Feiyu's mouth twitched. "Mom, enough already. You were just calling her young master, and now you're directly addressing her by name. Your eagerness to ingratiate yourself is quite evident." Nan Yuanman blinked, accepting Jiang Danxiu's card, while Zheng Zhenhao cleared his throat and also presented his card. "And here's mine." Zhang Feiyu remarked, "This is too much." Ultimately, Nan Yuanman exchanged contact information with Zhang Feiyu's family. Once he learned that she had established her payment account, he promptly transferred 500,000 yuan as a token of gratitude. After all, had it not been for her, their losses would have far exceeded that amount. She had not forgotten that the matter concerning her grandfather remained unresolved. Chapter 21. Clarity Restored. Sanqingguan. Zhang Shimian gazed at the leisurely Swan Kingzi, reclining on a chair and swaying gently, with veins protruding on his forehead. Master, have you forgotten something? Swan Kingzi replied, Forgotten? I have not forgotten anything. He gently waved his fan, turning to look at Zhang Shimian. But you, do you remember what I asked you to do in Badong Village? Zhang Shimian scratched his head in confusion. Didn't you send me to Badong Village to seek opportunities? Swan Kingzi's expression darkened, and he struck Zhang Shimian on the head with his fan. Seeking opportunities is secondary. I instructed you to observe how the Jiang family interacts with that child. Zhang Shimian's mind jolted as a sudden realization struck him, causing his expression to shift dramatically. He had indeed forgotten. He recalled that when he saw Nan Yuanman and Jiang Li Xuan in Badong Village, it seemed he had overlooked something significant. So, Master, you were already aware of Nan Yuanman's existence? Zhang Shimian clutched his head, his eyes wide with astonishment as he turned to Swan Kingzi. Swan Kingzi chuckled softly, remaining silent. How could he not know? After all, it was he who, alongside the old man Nan, had retrieved her from the coffin. His gaze deepened. It was the child's fate that intrigued him. I shall nurture her. Should Nan Yuanman join the Sanqing Temple, he would gain a lovely junior sister. Such an adorable and gifted little sister would save him from the ridicule of the Longhu crowd, who mocked Sanqing Temple as merely a monk's abode. Zhang Shimian's face flushed with embarrassment. That was merely an unforeseen circumstance, encountering a vengeful spirit immediately after descending the mountain, followed by the appearance of the old man, Nan as a purple corpse. How could he have remembered? Alas, it was all fate. Swan Kingzi's expression turned complex as he sighed and spoke. The Feng family has sent someone to find me again. Today, I must pay a visit to the Feng family. As for Yuanman, I shall not go. Please convey a message to her for me. Zhang Shimian nodded, understood. At the Jiang household, Nan Yuanman had been waiting on the sofa in the living room for several hours, restless, as if her bottom had sprouted worms. She fidgeted here and there, ultimately rising to clutch her small bag and trotting out of the villa, plopping down beside the small fountain, propping her chin on her hands as she gazed toward the entrance. The passing servants couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the small, solitary figure. Alas, the young master and mistress, fully aware that Miss Nan was visiting for the first time, had not bothered to keep someone to accompany her. Hush! Be careful not to gossip about the family. You might attract Chun Ma's attention, and she would certainly report to the mistress. Then your bonuses would vanish. Chun Ma seemed to have been dismissed by stewardly. As the crowd murmured, Qiu Shi, holding a laundry basket, hesitated for a moment before retrieving a few candies from her pocket and approaching Nan Yuanman, softening her voice to ask, Little miss, would you like some candy? Caught in a struggle against the unruly spirit within her small coffin, Nan Yuanman paused and looked up at the newcomer. This was a young girl, likely in her 20s. Qiu Shi instinctively smiled at Nan Yuanman. Her chubby cheeks dimpled when she grinned, exuding warmth and charm. Nan Yuanman obediently expressed her gratitude. Thank you, sister. Qiu Shi was nearly overwhelmed by Nan Yuanman's sweet and innocent smile, suppressing the urge to pinch her cheeks, and replied with a smile. No need to thank me. If you like, I shall bring you more next time. Sister, when you attend the gathering tonight, be cautious of the wine your friends offer you. Do not drink it. At just 20, Qiu Shi had already faced considerable adversity, and tonight she would encounter a life-threatening ordeal. Should she survive this trial, she would enjoy a peaceful and happy life henceforth. If not, she would soon follow in her parents' footsteps. How could she be so mischievous? By the time Qiu Shi regained her senses, Nan Yuanman's figure had vanished. Clutching the talisman, she felt a sense of unease. How could the little miss know about her gathering tonight? The spirit confined within the small coffin burst forth, wreaking havoc in the room, causing jars and bottles to crash to the floor and scattering the neatly arranged dolls. With a fierce expression, it charged toward Nan Yuanman, shrieking, I will kill you. Clenching her small fists, Nan Yuanman retaliated with a punch that sent the spirit sprawling to the ground. The spirit, dazed, retaliated by attempting to bite her hand, but was met with another slap from Nan Yuanman. Defiant, the spirit kicked back, only for Nan Yuanman to block the blow and respond with yet another slap. After several exchanges, the spirit's eyes cleared, and Nan Yuanman exclaimed in exasperation, "Are you calm now?" The spirit, tears streaming down its face, wailed, "How frightening! Brother, save me." Nan Yuanman's eyes narrowed. "You have a brother?" "Oh no, Uncle Meng." Quickly, Nan Yuanman shoved the spirit back into the coffin, stuffing a candy from Chiu Shi into its mouth to silence it, and seized her bag as she dashed outside. Meanwhile, within a speeding Maybach, Meng Qinian sat with arms crossed, his eyelids heavy as he focused on the middle-aged man beside Meng Lei, clad in a yellow robe. Round, dark glasses perched on his nose, a compass in hand, and sporting a pair of curled mustaches, who was meditating. He glanced askance at Meng Lei. "So, this is the master you hired at great expense?" "The more I look, the more he resembles a con artist from television drama." Meng Lei instinctively shot a glance at the master beside him, signaling for silence, and whispered, "Yes, do not speak carelessly. This master was recommended by your Uncle Luo. It is said he hails from Longhu Mountain and possesses considerable experience in these matters." Meng Lei pondered for a moment, ultimately doubting Nan Yuanman. Her youth was evident, and she did not appear capable of handling the situation. Thus, he sought help from family and friends, and upon acquiring the master's contact information, he hastily invited him over. Delays could lead to misfortune, and he feared for his life. At the same time, within the Meng family villa, a cacophony of noises erupted from the attic. Ruanyu, carrying a basket filled with snacks, paused at the sound, fear etched across her pale face. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she extended a trembling hand to gently push open the door. As soon as the attic door creaked open, a shadow, dark and imbued with a chilling resentment, shot toward her. Its emaciated hand gripped her throat, sharp nails digging into her flesh. "Where's my sister? Why can I no longer sense her presence?" Ruanyu's face blanched with terror as she stifled a scream, her hands frantically fumbling for a red string of talismans. The moment the talisman appeared, the spirit constricting her throat was flung back by a burst of red light, crashing heavily against the wall with a piercing shriek. The spirit's form swiftly vanished into the darkness, its vengeful eyes warily fixed on Ruanyu, who was now coughing violently, clutching her throat. "You cannot sense her presence. She's likely merely playing hide-and-seek with you." Zhuang scoffed coldly, his voice sinister. "It better be so. You promised me last time that you would provide a companion for me and Guogua. Why have you yet to bring anyone?" Zhuang hovered before Ruanyu, grinning widely until his ears, as he menacingly stated, "Do not forget, this was your own promise, part of our contract. Failing to fulfill, it could lead to repercussions. I have come today specifically for this matter." Ruanyu clutched the talisman tightly, a fleeting shadow crossing her eyes as she feigned innocence. Her voice soft and frail. "I have yet to find a child whose fate aligns with yours. So I intend to take you out and allow you to choose for yourself." Ruanyu inhaled deeply, stepping forward to lift a small jar, her expression darkening as she exited. Though these two spirits had assisted her in many endeavors over the years, their demands had grown increasingly burdensome, now even seeking a living sacrifice. If this continued, she would inevitably be dragged down by them. Once she confirmed Meng Lei's demise, she would need to devise a means of escape from their grasp. Seated on the sofa, engrossed in a video game, Cheng-Yi heard footsteps and, without lifting his head, asked, "Mom, are you going out?" "Yes. You should play less and finish your homework sooner." Ruanyu placed the small jar into her bag, donned her coat, and reminded Cheng-Yi before heading out. He turned to Meng Qinian. "Qinian Ji." Meng Qinian, hands in pockets, scoffed coldly, "Do not call me brother. My mother has only given birth to me. There are no younger siblings." Cheng-Yi's smile faltered, a fleeting shadow crossing his gaze. He cautiously inquired, "Is there still a ghost in this house?" The direction pointed out by Master Jiang was towards the Meng family's attic. He turned to ask, "Boss Meng, whose room is it up there?" After receiving an answer, he somewhat bewilderedly asked Meng Lei, "Uncle Meng, what is this? Children should not concern themselves with such matters." Meng Lei replied, then turned to Master Jiang, saying, "Master Jiang, I must trouble you to deal with that ghost. Rest assured, money is not an issue." Master Jiang, brimming with bravado, responded, "Consider it done." He gathered his tools and, accompanied by his disciples, headed towards the attic. Meng Qinian and Meng Lei felt a chill run down their spines. They intended to follow, but were halted by Master Jiang, who said, "Ah, Boss Meng, When I confront the ghost, I cannot attend to you. It will be best if you remain in the hall and await my good news." Meng Lei forced a smile. "Very well, then I leave it to you, Master Jiang." Master Jiang nodded seriously. The trio quickly ascended to the attic. Master Zhang's eldest disciple, Jia Ping'an, could not suppress his curiosity and asked, "Master, is there really a ghost in this attic?" "What ghost? Believe in science, will you? In today's society, where are there ghosts?" Master Jiang replied with an eye roll. His second disciple, Wen Yongkong, scratched his head. "But you just said there was a ghost? I was just making things up." Master Jiang chuckled. "In rich people's villas, the attic is the least frequented area. It's dark and secluded, making it the perfect hiding spot for dirt and grime. Most of these ghostly tales are merely the wealthy scaring themselves. Soon, we three will perform a simple ritual to reassure them." Indeed, Master Jiang was a con artist specializing in understanding the psychology of the affluent. He made his living through deceit, gaining some notoriety after being invited by a wealthy client to exorcise evil from his wife. However, he was well aware that if he could deceive, he would. If not, he would simply inform the client that the matter was too complicated and suggest they seek someone more skilled. Thus, after so many years, he had never been exposed. Similarly, when Meng Lei claimed that a ghost sought to harm him, Master Jiang suspected he merely suffered from paranoia. Since it was merely a delusion, all that needed to be done was to perform a ritual to ease his mind. Jia Ping'an understood and felt his initial tension ease as they reached the attic door. As he pushed it open, he remarked, "Damn, being wealthy is great. This attic is bigger than my entire house." Upon opening the door, a whimsical and childlike room unfolded before them. The floor was adorned with a soft pink carpet, intricately carved wooden rocking horses, a wardrobe full of princess dresses and dolls, along with some exceedingly expensive toy cars and Ultraman figurines. The rocking horse swayed gently, as if a child were playing upon it. In the center of this playful yet eerie room stood a pitch-black wooden table. Upon it rested a small black jar, accompanied by an incense burner, where 3 sticks of incense were slowly burning, surrounded by scattered candies and snacks. This room, filled with childlike wonder yet steeped in an unsettling aura, left the 3 disciples momentarily speechless. When Yongkong swallowed hard and turned to Master Jiang, "Master, is everything all right?" "It's likely just a wealthy person's eccentricity." Master Jiang suppressed his unease and calmly replied, "Perhaps these are merely props used by the boss's child." "Props?" Jia Ping'an stepped inside, standing before the small table, and curiously lifted the jar. "This prop is quite realistic. There are even inscriptions carved on it," Jia Ping'an exclaimed. When Yongkong felt the temperature around them drop, crossing his arms and shivering, "Let us finish up and get out. I'm feeling uneasy." Master Jiang nodded and was about to ask Jia Ping'an to set the object down when a furious, sharp child's voice pierced the air. "Remove your filthy hands. Who allowed you to touch my sister?" In an instant, a shadowy figure darted across the floor towards Jia Ping'an. "Ah, a ghost!" In the living room, Meng Qinyan and Meng Lei reacted to the scream from the attic, their expressions shifting as they raced towards the stairs. Cheng Yi felt a wave of panic and instinctively wanted to follow, but a cool hand grasped his wrist, startling him. "Don't go," Ruanyu's voice urged. Her face was pale, the string of prayer beads in her hand reduced to a mere fragment, and she gritted her teeth, insisting, "Don't go up. Follow me." However, she thought to herself that this time, the angry little ghost would surely kill him. What she needed to do was create an alibi for herself and Cheng Yi. Without giving him a chance to respond, she yanked him toward the door. Just as they reached the entrance, a small figure leaped into the villa. "Oh dear!" Yuanman tumbled onto the floor to release her energy, then raised her head, her gaze crossing the astonished Ruanyu and her child, focusing on the attic shrouded in malevolence and resentment. Fortunately, she had made it in time. Chapter 23. Mom, save me. Ruanyu was momentarily stunned by Yuanman's unpredictable entrance, forgetting to scold her for barging into someone else's home, instinctively asking, "What did I drop?" In the next moment, a dark, ghostly figure flew out from the small coffin in Yuanman's grasp, swiftly crawling across the ground while wailing, "Mommy, Mommy, she is so scary, Mommy. Save me, Mommy. Ruanyu. Cheng Yi. Watch out, Mom." Cheng Yi instinctively kicked the shadowy figure that was crawling towards Ruanyu, shielding her. Ruanyu looked at Yuanman in shock, realizing this was the little ghost she had sent to kill Meng Lei. How could it be in the hands of this child? She had expected a warm embrace from her mother after escaping from the little demon, but instead, she faced a stinky foot. The little ghost was now utterly enraged. Her eyes bloodshot, filled with animosity and resentment as she glared at Cheng Yi and Ruanyu, demanding Mommy. Didn't you say you only had me and brother as your children? Did you not promise to love me forever? Who is this person? Why does he also call you Mommy? Why didn't you stop him when he was hitting me? The ghost's angry voice gradually turned sorrowful. Do you not love me anymore? This was Cheng Yi's first encounter with such an eerie entity. His body trembled with fear as he asked, Mom, what is this? Why is it calling you Mommy? Ruanyu's face turned ashen. She is not your mother. The little ghost shrieked with jealousy, crawling rapidly toward Ruanyu. She is the only mother of me and brother. I want to allow you to call her. Mommy, it's all right, I forgive you. We will soon be together. The little ghost appeared before Ruanyu in the blink of an eye, her dark hands tightly clutching Ruanyu's calves. The thick malevolence and resentment enveloped both Ruanyu and Cheng Yi. Ruanyu gasped in terror. No. Yuanman glanced back indifferently, not bothering to intervene, and hurriedly dashed into the villa. Those who raise little ghosts must be prepared for the consequences of being turned against by them. This was the karmic relationship between Ruanyu and the little ghost. She would not interfere. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the attic. Jia Ping and was suspended in the air. Bound by dark energy, his hands twisted unnaturally from touching the jar, his chest pierced by the malevolence, his eyes wide open, devoid of life. Meng Lei sheltered Meng Qinyan in a corner, while Master Jiang and his second disciple, Wen Yongkong, were running frantically around the room. I will kill you. I will kill you all. Damn filthy Taoist. Master Jiang ran desperately, tears streaming down his face, while Wen Yongkong rolled and crawled after him, crying out, Master, think of something. Meng Lei's face was ashen, equally anxious as he shouted, Master Jiang, you must resolve this. I have no way out. Master Jiang was on the verge of tears, hastily retrieving talismans from his bag and tossing them to the ground like confetti, urgently reciting, Heaven and earth, the root of all spirits, for spirits celestial lanterns, 6 Jia and 6 Ding, assist me in vanquishing evil and obliterating demons. The talisman fell upon Zhuang, yielding no effect whatsoever. Master Jiang exclaimed, Humans perish, spirits vanish. I beseech Taishang Laojun, urgently as the law commands. Yet it remained futile. Zhuang's mocking laughter pierced the air. Is this your prelude to death? How amusing. Master Zhang's face was etched with despair. My life is at an end. Meng Qinyan, taking advantage of Meng Lei's cover, trembled as he fumbled for his phone to contact Yuanman, only to hopelessly realize that she had no phone. It was over. In the blink of an eye, Zhuang had overtaken Master Jiang and his disciple, ensnaring them with malevolent energy, their necks contorted grotesquely. Meng Qinyan, shivering all over, inhaled deeply and tossed the protective talisman given by Yuanman towards them. Upon contact with the malevolent energy, the talisman ignited, incinerating the bindings that held Master Jiang and his disciple captive. Zhuang emitted a muffled grunt of pain, his crimson eyes glaring hatefully at Meng Qinyan as he retaliated with a surge of malevolence. You seek death. Meng Qinyan's pupils dilated in terror. Meng Lei swiftly enveloped Meng Qinyan in his arms, shielding him from the onslaught of dark energy. The force struck him, and he felt a searing heat emanating from the spot where the talisman lay against his chest. The next moment, as the heat dissipated, an extreme chill took its place. Zhuang had appeared behind him, his small hand morphing into a pointed shape, thrusting violently towards Meng Lei's back. Meng Qinyan's eyes widened in horror. Dad. In a moment of desperation, a coffin plummeted from the sky, poised to crush Zhuang, who instantly transformed into black mist, evading the impact. Who dares? Zhuang growled, his expression contorted with rage and vigilance. Your captor, came a melodious, soft voice from the coffin, as Yuanman tossed out a small straw figure. Xiao Chao, go. The straw figure charged directly at Zhuang. With a piercing scream, Zhuang lunged fearlessly at Xiao Chao, his tiny hands morphing into sharp claws, intent on tearing him apart. Xiao Chao executed a flawless 360-degree flip in midair, using his uninjured leg to deliver a powerful kick to Zhuang's back. The sheer force sent Zhuang hurtling backward. Yuanman deftly opened the coffin lid, swiftly enclosing the astonished Zhuang within a small coffin. exclaiming Dun. The synergy between one person and one straw figure was remarkable, successfully capturing Zhuang in an instant. Meng Qinian stood dumbfounded. What the heck? Even straw figures have become sentient nowadays. Nan Yuanman clapped her soft little hands, stowing away the shrunken coffin, and turned to inquire with concern, Brother Qinian, Uncle Meng, are you both all right? We are fine, Meng Qinian gasped heavily, his legs trembling as he succumbed to the ground. Meng Lei, drenched in cold sweat, expressed his gratitude to Nan Yuanman. Yuanman, thank you for your timely arrival. We are unharmed. He turned his gaze towards Master Jiang, who lay unconscious from the malevolent energy and the lifeless Jia Pingan. It's those two. Master, my foot, Meng Qinian exclaimed, recovering his composure. I told you to seek Yuanman. You refused to listen, and now look what has transpired. Meng Lei chuckled awkwardly, unable to respond. He had thought that adults were more reliable. Who would have guessed that the one found was a charlatan? Oh, and by the way, when I first arrived, I saw her trying to flee, so I released the little ghost from yesterday to play with her. Nan Yuanman tilted her head. They should be having quite a good time now, right? Meng Qinian's expression was one of incredulity. He suddenly felt that, compared to ghosts, Yuanman seemed far more formidable. Once Meng Lei regained his composure, he called his assistant to handle the aftermath. While awaiting their arrival, he and Meng Qinian carried the unconscious Master Jiang, Wen Yongkong, and the corpse of Jia Pingan down from the attic. They then accompanied Nan Yuanman to the front yard of the villa to ascertain the identity of the individual who had caused them such distress by raising little ghosts. Upon reaching the front yard, Meng Lei gazed in disbelief at the two unconscious figures on the ground. How could it be them? Meng Qinian, initially surprised, quickly donned a knowing smirk. I suspected this mother and son duo had ulterior motives. Now, they've welcomed disaster upon themselves. Meng Lei, his thoughts in turmoil, turned to Nan Yuanman. Yuanman, can you awaken Wanyu? I wish to question her. Nan Yuanman nodded, waving her hand, summoning the little ghost that had been curled up in Wanyu's embrace. The little ghost instinctively glared at the newcomer, but upon recognizing Nan Yuanman, it shrank back, silenced. Without the little ghost's control, Wanyu stirred, letting out a soft moan as she slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Meng Lei's stormy countenance and Meng Qinian's mocking smile, she instantly comprehended that they had uncovered the truth. Panic washed over her as she feigned innocence, gazing at Meng Lei with a soft, delicate expression. Lei Gu, those little ghosts forced me to do it. I never intended to harm you. I love you too much. How could I wish you ill? You lie. The little ghost in Nan Yuanman's grasp erupted with fury, glaring with venomous resentment at Wanyu. It was you. You commanded me to kill this man. Wanyu's expression shifted abruptly, her demeanor turning malevolent. Be quiet. The little ghost retorted defiantly. I refuse. With a face full of malice, it continued. You wicked woman. You also ordered me to eliminate this brother's mother. All the sins we bear stem from you. You'll never escape our grasp in this lifetime. Chapter 24. Uncle, did you ever speak such words to mother? Meng Qinian and Meng Lei's pupils dilated in shock. Meng Qinian's eyes brimmed with tears as he trembled, gritting his teeth to ask, what do you mean by that? The enraged little ghost left no room for Wanyu's dignity, tearing away every pretense. Back then, Meng Lei was merely a penniless youth, while Wanyu hailed from a relatively affluent family, residing in a dormitory with a wealthy city girl who spent lavishly on designer clothes and bags. An accidental invitation to a soiree for the affluent opened Wanyu's eyes to a new world, leading her to become increasingly vain. However, her living expenses were insufficient even for a fraction of a designer handbag, and despite Meng Lei's part-time jobs to support her, it was still inadequate. Gradually, after experiencing the extravagance of the wealthy second generation, Wanyu developed disdain for the impoverished Meng Lei and ended their relationship. Following her university graduation, she ultimately married a wealthy heir, but life in the affluent circle was not as glamorous as she had imagined. The strict rules of the elite, her in-laws' discontent with her background, her husband's infidelities and domestic violence, and various trivial matters filled her with regret, especially upon learning that Meng Lei had founded a company and married a wealthy heiress, thereby escaping the clutches of poverty. She couldn't help but wonder what might have transpired had she not left Meng Lei. Would she have become the triumphant matriarch of the Meng family? Thus, during a trip to Siam arranged by her husband's family, While praying at a temple, she overheard a monk mention the practice of raising little ghosts, which piqued her interest. It was her unfaithful and abusive husband who inspired her to take action. She discreetly eliminated her husband's family, ensuring her son inherited his company, then commanded the little ghosts to kill Meng's wife. In Meng Lei's despair, she orchestrated a chance encounter, presenting herself as a sympathetic figure to exploit his vulnerability. Men often harbor a special sentiment for their ex-girlfriends and first loves. Within half a year, she succeeded. Initially, she intended to build a life with Meng Lei, but she soon realized he did not cherish her as she had hoped, nor did he regard her son as his own. Instead, he favored the son of his first wife. Fueling her bitterness, she felt no need for a man who was so indecisive, prompting her to resort to old tactics. Little did she anticipate that a certain Yuanman would disrupt her plans, leading to her downfall. Upon hearing Xiao Gui's words, Ruanyu realized the gravity of the situation. Her complexion turned pale, and she slumped helplessly to the ground, the facade of pitiful innocence gradually fading to reveal her concealed malice and cruelty. "This is all your fault." Cold sweat trickled down Ruanyu's forehead as she gazed at Meng Lei, who appeared as if struck by lightning, his mind blank. "If only you had shown more concern for Cheng Yi, I would not have acted against you. Yet, even if you discover that it was I who did this, what of it?" A triumphant smile emerged on Ruanyu's face. "Do you possess evidence to prove my involvement?" As she grew increasingly calm, she provocatively regarded Meng Lei and Meng Qinyan. "Without evidence, even if you report me, the police cannot apprehend me. You may wish to do as you please, but—" Before she could finish her sentence, Meng Qinyan delivered a fierce slap across her face. His eyes blazed with fury as he lunged forward, gripping Ruanyu's throat tightly. "I will kill you. I will kill you." Meng Lei hurriedly stepped in, restraining Meng Qinyan. "Qinyan, calm down. Please calm down. Yuanman is still here." The rage clouded Meng Qinyan upon hearing Yuanman's name. Slightly regained his composure and pushed Meng Lei away with gritted teeth. "It's all your fault. It's your fault for inviting the wolf into the house. If it weren't for you, how could Mother have died? It's all your fault." Meng Lei took a punch, veins throbbing on his forehead, glaring at Ruanyu with fury. "Ruanyu, I will make you pay the price you deserve." Yuanman, who had been listening intently, raised her hand. "I have evidence." "Indeed, the little ghosts I raise can serve as witnesses." Meng Qinyan's face lit up with excitement. "Is that possible?" "Yes, but I wonder if the police will believe it." Yuanman tilted her head slightly. Meng Lei, regaining some composure, spoke. "Yuanman, let those two little ghosts stay with you for now. I will inquire if there is an official organization that specializes in handling such cases, and then I'll hand her over to them." Yuanman nodded. "Alricht." She glanced up at the sky. The sun had already set, and she hurriedly added, "Brother Qinyan, Uncle Meng, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. You need to come find me at the Jiang residence again." Meng Qinyan wanted to accompany her, but was too late. Meng Lei wearily rubbed his temples. "Once we handle the family matters, we should properly thank that child." Meng Qinyan remained silent, his face cold. She deftly maneuvered to avoid a collision. Jiang Lishuan, startled, soon became angry, gripping Yuanman's collar and questioning. "Where have you been? Do you realize how frightening it is to leave without a word?" Yuanman, accustomed to being grabbed by him, crossed her arms and glanced at him sideways. Her voice soft yet filled with defiance. "What are you pretending for? You didn't seem frightened when you left me alone outside the villa last night." Jiang Lishuan found himself at a loss for words, realizing his fault. He cleared his throat awkwardly, carefully letting Yuanman go. Squatting before her with a serious apology. "I was wrong yesterday. I shouldn't have left you alone at the door. I should have accompanied you inside." Yuanman, who responds better to kindness than harshness, was taken aback by Jiang Lishuan's apology. Her expression momentarily stunned, she awkwardly scratched her cheek. "I also," before she could finish. Jiang Lishuan interjected, "But you were wrong, too, yesterday. You hit Xing Xing on the head with the coffin, leaving her forehead red. I acted out of anger at that moment." Yuanman, the Jiang family is not the countryside, and Xing Xing's constitution is weaker than yours. You cannot be so rough with her, nor can you be too mischievous. By the way, you need to sincerely apologize to Xing Xing for hitting her. Uncle Xiao should not have vented his anger on you because of your mother-esque situation. In the future, I'll try to look after you. And I hope you can get along well with Xing Xing for my sake, all right?" As Yuanman listened, the expression on her face gradually faded. and she felt an inexplicable discomfort in her heart. She furrowed her brows, looking at Jiang Lishuan with confusion. Why must I be the one to get along with her, rather than you telling her to get along with me? They do not understand me. You have seen me exorcise ghosts with your own eyes. Can you not distinguish between hitting her and helping her? Jiang Lishuan. She did not address him as uncle, but instead softly inquired, Did you speak to my mother in this manner before? Yuanman, wise beyond her years, had once inquired about her mother from her grandfather. He had not concealed the truth, revealing what he had learned from Bai Wenyin. She had always known that Bai Wenyin hailed from the Jiang family in the city, and she was aware that the Jiang family viewed Bai Wenyin, their biological daughter, as a disgrace, while favoring the false daughter who had taken her place. However, following her grandfather's situation and not wishing her mother to bear the burden of sins that did not belong to her, she decided to visit the Jiang family. Thus, Jiang Lishuan's pupils constricted sharply as he stared at Yuanman, rendered speechless. Chapter 25. Every cause has its effect. Your retribution is me. Yuanman genuinely could not comprehend. Tilting her head to ask him, Jiang Lishuan, why do you all say my mother committed a crime? Did she kill someone or set a fire back then? Or did she commit some heinous act? Even if she erred, you are her family. Can you not show her more understanding? Is she not your biological sister? Why can you tolerate outsiders, but not her, your kin who share your blood? Faced with Yuanman's perplexing yet somewhat cruel inquiries, Jiang Lishuan's throat constricted, leaving him speechless, as if his head had been struck with a hammer, ringing painfully. He couldn't help but question himself. Indeed, why were they so harsh on Bai Wenyin back then? Yuanman continued to gaze at him, pressing. Moreover, did she truly do wrong? Were those wrongs truly hers? Jiang Lishuan's pupils trembled slightly. He hastily averted his gaze. Unable to meet Yuanman's eyes, his emotions in turmoil, he opened his mouth but closed it again, biting his lip hard before weakly saying, If she had not committed those wrongs, why did she not defend herself at that time? If she truly did no wrong, then let her come to the Jiang family herself, to prove herself and seek justice. She cannot come. I told you, she is dead. Yuanman's small face tightened, her voice cold and firm. I will seek justice for my mother. This time, it was certainly intentional. Jiang Lishuan, with a stern face, replied, Yuanman, you cannot curse your mother like this. Yuanman retorted, Nonsense. Yuanman looked at him with a bewildered expression. Aren't you the richest family in the city? Shouldn't you have people to investigate? Just like on television. You can send someone to investigate and find out whether my mother is alive or dead. He dared not. He feared the outcome of the investigation might truly be unbearable, as Yuanman suggested. What are you two doing standing at the door? Jiang Hengji's voice came from behind Jiang Lishuan. Yuanman looked up at Jiang Hengji, her nominal second uncle. The Jiang family members were all quite good-looking, and given Jiang Hengji's profession and fashion, his attire was even more refined than that of the other Jiang family members. With exquisite features and indifferent peach blossom eyes, he stood tall and slender, resembling a model, making him the most conspicuous presence in the crowd. Yuanman blinked, unexpectedly noticing that this second uncle resembled her mother quite a bit. Jiang Hengji cast a brief glance at Yuanman, his expression indifferent due to the incident involving Jiang Xingxing, which had erased any prior fondness he held for her. Yuanman frowned, defiantly stating, I will not apologize. No sooner had she spoken than a small figure appeared behind Jiang Hengji. Jiang Xingxing, nervously clutching Jiang Hengji's leg, peered at Yuanman and timidly said, It's all right, uncle, she didn't mean it. There's no need for her to apologize to me. As I observe Nan Yuanman being coerced by her uncles to apologize, I cannot help but feel a sense of pity for her. I have done nothing wrong and owe you no apology, she asserts. I have come to understand that I should refrain from assisting you recklessly, lest it be as grandfather said, some individuals are akin to dogs. Yet, I'm El Dongbin. She reflects that she should not have intervened when she noticed the flames atop Jiang Xingxing's head begin to wane. It would have been better to allow the fire to extinguish, letting her be tormented by the little ghosts. Grandfather's words ring true. She remains too kind-hearted. Jiang Xingxing, oblivious to Nan Yuanman's veiled insinuations, is understood by Jiang Hengji and Jiang Lishuan, whose expressions darken in an instant. This is a subtle accusation of their canine nature. Jiang Hengji, scowling, retorts, You are just like your mother, utterly uncouth and unreasonable. Nan Yuanman counters, My mother is also a member of a Jiang family. If she is uncouth, is it not your influence? With a defiant grin, she continues, you failed to raise her well, and thus she could not raise me properly. This is simply the law of cause and effect. Your retribution is embodied in me. Jiang Lishuan, with a twitching mouth, places a hand over her lips, exasperated little ancestor. Please cease your words. If you continue, I fear my elder brother may be driven to the brink of fury. Jiang Hongji has never encountered a 5-year-old with such a sharp tongue, and her words leave him both embarrassed and infuriated. Jiang Lishuan, upon hearing her words, instinctively glances at Nan Yuanman, concerned she may be upset. However, he finds her expression tranquil, devoid of any signs of distress. Indeed, it is clear she is indifferent to them. This realization stirs an uncomfortable feeling within Jiang Lishuan. He instinctively defends Jiang Hongji. Do not take his words to heart. He merely speaks thoughtlessly. I do not take it to heart, Nan Yuanman shrugs, displaying an air of indifference. In her heart, her only kin are grandfather and mother. The words of the Jiang family hold no power to wound her. Jiang Lishuan is rendered speechless. Their conversation does not linger, and they proceed into the hall. Jiang Hongji is engaged with Jiang Xinxin in the children's play area, while Jiang Yueyao and Gu Peiyao are presumably out shopping. Upon hearing the footsteps of Nan Yuanman, Jiang Hongji does not even glance her way, choosing to ignore her presence entirely. Jiang Xinxin, feeling a twinge of guilt and wishing to make amends, timidly inquires, Sister, would you like to play? No. Nan Yuanman's clear, expressive eyes dart toward Jiang Hongji, and she huffs, There's a simpleton over there, and my grandfather forbids me from playing with simpletons. It would make me foolish. With that, she scampers upstairs with her little legs. Jiang Hongji is taken aback, staring incredulously at Jiang Lishuan. Did she just call me a simpleton? Jiang Lishuan stifles a laugh and nods. Currently, Nan Yuanman resembles a small cannonball, launching indiscriminate verbal attacks at them. After sharing a laugh, Jiang Lishuan recalls Nan Yuanman's earlier question, his expression shifting to one of hesitation and conflict. Elder brother, do you think we should send someone to investigate Bai Wennin's whereabouts? What if, just hypothetically, she truly has perished as Yuanman suggested? Jiang Hongji pauses momentarily in his task of retrieving toys for Jiang Xinxin, lowering his gaze with a dismissive snort. Do you genuinely believe Bai Wennin is dead? He scoffs. I find it far more credible that she deemed Nan Yuanman a burden and abandoned her to pursue a better life after giving birth. Admittedly, he felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing Nan Yuanman declare Bai Wennin's death, yet disbelief prevailed. How could a vibrant individual, who withstood a night of punishment in the small black room, still possess the strength to strike him? It is unfathomable for such a spirited person to meet their end. Jiang Lishuan, upon hearing this, instinctively glances toward the upstairs, worrying that Nan Yuanman might overhear and feel saddened. He reproaches, You ought to refrain from uttering such words in front of Yuanman. After all, she is still a child, and the grievances between Bai Wennin and us should not involve her. Jiang Lishuan's expression conveys his struggle. Elder brother, targeting a mere child is absurd. However, do not say I did not warn you. The old carpenter accompanying Yuanman has taught her many things. You would do well to avoid crossing her. I cannot promise to shield you. As Jiang Lishuan ascends the stairs, Jiang Hongji dismisses him with a scoff. What can a 5-year-old truly stir up? Jiang Lishuan waits for half a minute, pursing his lips before replying in a subdued tone, I have. Although he had shown a preference for Jiang Yueyao in the past, he recognizes that Bai Wennin is his true blood sister, and he never wished to drive her away. Yet, her stubbornness led to 5 long years apart. When he sought her out 5 years later, he could only encounter her child, not her. Initially, he harbored resentment, but hearing Nan Yuanman's words today leaves him with a disquieting feeling. I will send someone to search for Bai Wennin, elder brother. I hope you do not share my regret. With that, Jiang Lishuan also ascends the stairs. Jiang Hongji remains silent for a moment, internally scoffing at the notion. Who would regret expelling a disgrace from the Jiang family? Bai Wennin, at that time, was frail and sensitive. He could sense her desperate attempts to please her biological brothers and parents. They had felt guilt towards her, regretting their neglect during their time at the amusement park, which ultimately led to her abduction. They once intended to make amends and live harmoniously with her. However, the Bai Wennin who returned was tainted by the malevolence of the lower class. Though she appeared fragile and sensitive outwardly, she harbored a cruel nature within. leading others to bully Jiang Yueyao at school. Even during the car accident on their way to the shopping mall, she abandoned him to flee. Had it not been for Yueyao and her classmates fortuitously passing by, he might have perished in that accident. Reflecting on this, Jiang Hongji's wavering heart gradually solidifies. Even if that vile woman has truly passed, he would feel no remorse. On the second floor, within Nan Yuanman's room, she locks the door and retrieves several talismans from her small bag. After placing them in the four corners of her bedroom, she opens the small coffin, which trembles slightly. As the coffin opens, a cloud of black mist bursts forth, rushing towards her face. The room fills with an oppressive aura as a fierce wind stirs, coating the exposed tiles and various jars on the table with a layer of gray frost. Nan Yuanman's neatly arranged hair is tousled by the chilling gust, and her delicate, pale face takes on a serious expression. She raises her chubby hand and seizes the oncoming black mist. Simultaneously, another wisp of black mist swiftly crawls from the ground, its hands morphing into sharp scissors aimed at her calves. Suddenly, a small blade of grass descends from above, crashing down upon the black mist. Brother! The little black figure captured in Nan Yuanman's grasp shrieks, twisting violently. Let me go, you demon! Release me! Let my brother go! Release you? Impossible! You are burdened with too much karmic debt. Should I release you, you would only return to harm others, Nan Yuanman retorts with a huff. Had she not reacted swiftly, she might have fallen victim to these two little ghosts. They're exceedingly fierce. Even grandfather in the coffin could not subdue them. We have never harmed anyone. We are merely being manipulated by others. The little girl trembles, her voice quaking. We are innocent. We have committed no wrongs. She gazes at Nan Yuanman with pleading eyes. Sister, please believe us. We too were wronged. The black mist surrounding the little girl gradually dissipates, revealing her true form. She appeared to be merely 23 years old. Frail and delicate, it seemed she had perished in a fire, her body marred by extensive burns, with half of her face utterly disfigured. Yet, the remaining portion of her pale visage hinted at a once enchanting beauty. Observing her pitiable state, Nan Yuan felt a pang of compassion. She was aware that they had met a cruel fate, as her grandfather had once mentioned during his lifetime. In the region of Southeast Asia, particularly in the land of Xianluo, there existed practitioners of dark sorcery, malevolent sorcerers adept in curses, necromancy, and the summoning of malevolent spirits. The corpses required for the summoning of these spirits must have suffered grievous torment in life. Only such anguished souls could coalesce into a vengeful spirit to be harnessed by the dark sorcerers. Some of these sorcerers, in pursuit of creating their talismans and ancient spirits, would venture into remote, secluded villages, acquiring the remains of those who had met untimely deaths at a pittance, or even bribing individuals to abuse infants to death, thereby procuring the necessary corpses. It was for this reason that Nan Yuan had chosen to show mercy when dealing with the Zhuang siblings. Otherwise, with the overwhelming karmic burden that weighed upon Zhuang, she could have easily dispatched him to the netherworld with a single celestial talisman. Nevertheless, she recognized that the girl's words were mostly fabrications, with only a fraction being credible. Yet, Nan Yuan contemplated the difficulty of sending the twins away after resolving the Meng family matter, as they still bore unfulfilled attachments. With a slight pursing of her lips, she hesitated before releasing her grip on the girl's throat. The moment the girl broke free, her previously pitiful expression morphed into a grotesque snarl as she shrieked, "Master, save me!" Simultaneously, within the depths of a mountain in Xia country, a middle-aged monk, seated beneath a waterfall and adorned with strange symbols, suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 27. How could you have consumed him? The monk furrowed his brow, a sudden sense of unease washing over him. Just as he emerged from the waterfall, preparing to ponder upon his calculations, a sharp pain pierced his chest, causing him to spew forth a copious amount of dark crimson blood. The blood splattered upon the pristine river surface, rendering the water murky, and shortly thereafter, fish began to float lifelessly. Clutching his chest, the monk was both alarmed and enraged. Someone has disrupted my incantations. The two skulls closest to the center had already begun to crack. Cursed be it. The ancient spirit I painstakingly crafted has been destroyed. Who is responsible? Who could it be? His eyes blazed with fury as he lamented the loss of 2 of the only 10 formidable spirits he had ever created in his lifetime. Consumed by rage, he hastily set up a ritual, spreading his monk-esque robe upon the ground adorned with mandala patterns, then retrieving white ash and grains from a pouch. He arranged a small incense burner and reverently lit 3 sticks of incense. Subsequently, he produced a small ceramic jar emanating a foul odor, inscribed with eerie runes, and forcefully placed the 2 cracked skulls within. After completing this, he settled into a cross-legged position, closed his eyes, and began to chant, his body adorned with strange totems pulsing in rhythm with his incantations. The sky darkened abruptly as a plume of black smoke slowly wafted from the ceramic jar. Ignorance begets suffering, anger burns like a fierce fire, greed gnaws like a bone-eating worm, and the hardest demons lead one astray. As I descend into the abyss, Omani Botmahum, go! The monk abruptly opened his eyes, pricked his fingertip, and let 3 drops of blood fall into the jar. With a sizzle, the previously slow-moving smoke began to swirl rapidly, vanishing in an instant. The monk's complexion paled, cold sweat beating upon his forehead as he let out a series of strange, eerie laughs. Whoever has destroyed my ancient spirit shall pay dearly. At that moment, within the confines of the Jiang family, in Nan Yuan's room, a surge of foreboding compelled her to swiftly draw forth the binding rope from her possession, instinctively directing it towards the 2 small black ceramic jars she had acquired from the Meng family. The jars shattered upon impact, spilling the ashes contained within and revealing a small, cadaverous body wrapped in black and yellow talismans. Nan Yuan's face tensed, her chubby little hands wielding the binding rope as she struck out. The first small body that fell was abruptly severed in 2, igniting the talismans that enveloped it. The girl let out a mournful wail, her spirit violently trembling, collapsing beside Jiang, motionless. Zhuang's eyes widened in horror. Xiao Chun. In the next moment, black smoke surged from the severed body. As the smoke materialized, Zhuang screamed, "Uncle Tian, she harmed Xiao Chun. Quickly, kill her. Kill her." Nan Yuan gripped the binding rope, her petite face etched with seriousness, her small frame taut with tension as she warily surveyed the gathering black smoke. She sensed that this ominous form coalescing before her was a formidable, malevolent spirit. Its essence reeked of malevolence, a harbinger of death, a fiend in life, and an even more fearsome specter in death, far surpassing the newly formed spirit of Zhou Ying in strength. Nan Yuan quickly assessed that she was no match for this malevolent entity. What should she do? Should she flee? But if she ran, the entire Jiang family would be consumed by this spirit. Summoning help? She had no means of contacting Zhang Sherman. What should she do, grandfather? Once the spirit took shape, it disregarded Zhuang's frantic cries, instead fixating its greedy gaze upon Nan Yuan, its voice raspy with age, the innate Yin body. The mad old man has finally done something right. If I consume you, my power shall ascend. With that, it lunged toward Nan Yuan, its crimson eyes gleaming with excitement, its mouth agape, ready to engulf her whole. Nan Yuan's pupils dilated in terror, the ghastly visage sending her into a panic as she cried out, her little legs moving as if propelled by the wind, darting about the room. Stay away from me. In her flight, she wielded the binding rope, striking fiercely. The malevolent spirit looked up just in time to see a heavenly talisman hurtling towards its face. With a crack, the talisman exploded upon contact with its spectral form, unleashing a powerful shockwave that shattered everything in the room, sending debris crashing to the ground, shards of glass flying and slicing Nan Yuan's forehead and arm. She rolled to the side, seeking refuge behind the sofa from blast. Peeking cautiously from behind the sofa, she anxiously observed the epicenter of the explosion. Is it dead? Before she could finish her thought, a chilling presence loomed behind her. Like a startled cat, she instinctively jabbed her hand backward. A pale hand, grotesquely disfigured by the talisman-esque explosion, seized her wrist, and the malevolent spirit, with half its face obliterated, grinned with sinister delight. I never anticipated you possessed a heavenly talisman. If only your cultivation were slightly superior, I might have found myself in peril, but alas. It slowly opened its maw wider, preparing to bite down on her head. You have no chance. Nan Yuan's heart raced. It's too close. I can't escape. Grandfather, help! In sheer fright, she shut her eyes and cried out instinctively. In that critical moment, a diminutive figure suddenly appeared before her, delivering a powerful punch into the spirit's gaping mouth. Roar! Grandfather Nan bellowed, lunging at the malevolent spirit, unleashing his fury without restraint, his sharp nails tearing at the spirit's essence, ravenously consuming the remnants. The fierce ghost was taken aback. How could there be a purple zombie? This creature is impervious to the corruption of dark energy and the disturbances of resentment, existing beyond the six realms. To them, it is a natural nemesis. How could it be? Aren't purple zombies supposed to dwell deep within the mountains and forests? Why was this one frantically protecting the girl, feeling its soul being torn apart? The fierce ghost was filled with rage and swiftly retaliated against the old man Nan. A hole was punctured in the old man's chest, and one of his arms was broken, yet his fighting spirit remained unyielding, intent on devouring the ghost. Having narrowly escaped death, Nan Yuanman exclaimed with joy, "Grandpa, I'm here to help you." She tightened her grip on the binding coffin rope, her petite form swiftly leaping up to join forces with the old man, Nan, in striking the fierce ghost. Realizing the perilous situation, the fierce ghost attempted to flee. "You cannot leave." Nan Yuanman produced several talismans, throwing the ghost-locking talismans at it. As they bound the ghost's soul, the old man, Nan, immediately lunged forward, voraciously consuming it. "No, no!" The fierce ghost's eyes widened in terror as it screamed in agony, and in an instant, its soul was entirely devoured by the old man Nan. He wiped his mouth, patting his round belly with satisfaction. Observing this, Nan Yuanman was astonished. "Grandpa, why did you eat him? How do you feel? Are you in any discomfort?" Flustered, she grasped his hand, inspecting him anxiously. The old man Nan let out a sound of affirmation, intending to soothe Nan Yuanman, when suddenly, a grotesque, ghostly face protruded from his bulging belly. Chapter 28, The 36 Stratagems. Retreat is the best strategy. The ghastly visage bore a striking resemblance to the fierce ghost from before, roaring as it attempted to burst forth. Instinctively, Nan Yuanman grabbed a thunder talisman from her bag and hurled it at his belly. Once the talisman dissipated, the sparse hair on the ghost's head stood on end, and it emitted a puff of white smoke towards Nan Yuanman, its expression bewildered. Nan Yuanman gasped in horror. How could she forget that her grandpa was now a zombie? "Grandpa, are you all right?" "I'm sorry," Yuanman forgot. "Is there anywhere that hurts?" Anxiously circling around him, tears welled in her eyes. Her small face scrunched in frustration. How could she have been so careless? The old man Nan slowly raised his stiff hand, gently brushing Nan Yuanman's head with his fingers. After calming her, he furrowed his brow, lifting her as if she were a doll, shaking her gently. Once he confirmed that she was intact, save for her pale complexion, he let out a human-like sigh of relief. Nan Yuanman thoroughly examined the old man's body, reassured to find that he was merely singed slightly from the lightning. With all limbs intact, the two of them took a moment to compose themselves, and the old man Nan's light purple eyes fell upon the siblings Jiang and Xiao, who were cowering in the corner, shielded by grass. Jiang trembled as if being watched by a ferocious beast, unable to utter a word. They could not be harmed. Nan Yuanman raised her delicate hand, firmly grasping the old man's face to turn away. A look of regret flickered in the old man's eyes. "Grandpa, when did you wake up?" When Nan Yuanman placed him in the small coffin, the old man had fallen into a deep slumber. She had initially thought he would awaken after a long period, akin to before. The old man then blinked, and she realized he did not understand her. It seemed she needed to learn the language of zombies. Nevertheless, it was already a blessing that her grandpa had awakened. Nan Yuanman patted his hand, signaling him to let her down. As she approached the corner, Jiang began to tremble violently, struggling to shield the frail soul of the little girl with his own. In a hoarse voice, he pleaded, "It's my fault. All my fault. I was the one who committed the murder. I am to blame. My sister knows nothing. I am willing to bear all the karmic burdens. Please, spare my sister." Jiang and Xiao were born in a small mountain village in the country of Siam. The villagers survived by cultivating prohibited plants, and, due to national circumstances, nearly every household was composed of addicts. Their father was an addict, and their mother a clandestine prostitute. They had Jiang and Xiao, one for labor and the other for old age support. However, from the moment they were born, they were targeted by a dark sorcerer seeking materials for ancient dolls. Thus, as mere infants, Jiang and Xiao were subjected to unprecedented malevolence from their blood relatives. Starvation and cold were their daily realities, and they endured relentless abuse from their kin and bullying from village children. Each day felt like a living hell. Consequently, Zhuang understood from a young age that only his biological sister, Xiao Chun, was his true companion. His greatest wish was for there to be a little more leftover dog food at home, so that he and Xiao Chun could have a full meal. But that was too difficult. The leftovers were never enough for them to eat. On his second birthday, driven by hunger, Zhuang was compelled to steal dog food from a neighbor. When he attempted to share it with Xiao Chun, the neighbor came knocking. Their father, enraged, beat them mercilessly with a thick wooden stick and, to appease the neighbor, bound the siblings and threw them into a fire pit, burning them alive. In their 2 years of life, they had never eaten a full meal. In death, they became hungry ghosts. Zhuang could not comprehend why, as his parent's child, he lived worse than a dog at home. After being killed by his father, Zhuang harbored immense resentment, transforming into a ghostly infant. Yet he was unaware of how to wield his newfound power. As he sought revenge against his father in reckless fury, a monk adorned with strange runes appeared. With a kind demeanor and a look of pity, he said, "Poor child, your father is truly cruel to have burned his own children alive. Would you like to come with me?" Zhuang gazed at him in a daze, his charred skin hanging loose. In a hoarse voice, he asked, "Can you ensure that my sister and I can eat our fill? Can you help me take revenge?" "Of course," the monk replied, a compassionate smile gracing his face as he collected the siblings' remains into a small jar. Later, he transformed Zhuang into an ancient doll, allowing him to kill his incompetent parents. Subsequently, the monk sold him to many others, leading him to commit numerous wrongdoings and take many lives. If one were to inquire about his obsession, Zhuang harbored no particular fixation. He merely wished for his sister to experience more of the world, to enjoy delicious food, and to wear beautiful clothes. Zhuang lay on the ground, desperately trying to shield the weak soul of the little girl beneath him. He looked at Yuanman with pleading eyes. "I will bear all karmic burdens. I willingly accept annihilation, never to be reborn. I only wish for you to spare my sister. She should not end her life so hastily. She should grow up healthy and happy like any other ordinary girl. It was my moment of greed that dragged her down." Hearing this, Yuanman felt a sudden ache in her nose, gripping the old man's rough, veined hand tightly. Her lips pressed together as she spoke softly. "Even if you bear all the karmic burdens, the wrongdoing she committed cannot be absolved. The deeds you both have done are recorded in the underworld, and there will be reckoning." Taking a deep breath, she retrieved a purification talisman from her small bag. Clenching it in her hand as she continued, "I will do my utmost to alleviate your suffering." Zhuang remained silent for a moment, protecting the little girl without uttering a word. And Yuanman, with a serious expression, gradually recited the rebirth incantation. "Supreme edict, liberate your solitary soul. All ghosts and spirits, be graced by the four realms." A faint golden light slowly emanated from her, gently settling upon the dark souls of Zhu Ying and Shi Ochn. In a daze, Zhu Ying felt as though he were enveloped in a warm embrace. His soul, scarred by burns in life, began to heal gradually. The scabs of blackened scars fell away, and the negative energy and resentment dissipated, revealing their original forms. Zhu Ying was remarkably adorable. His 2-year-old body, though not chubby, bore a round face reminiscent of a character from an animated series. Shi Ochn, nestled in his embrace, bore a striking resemblance to him, albeit with more delicate features. At the moment when the burns healed, the small corpse, wrapped in talismans, fell to the ground, igniting spontaneously without a flame. The body, bound for years, suddenly disintegrated into a mound of sand. Simultaneously, in the depths of the mountains, a middle-aged monk, filled with smug anticipation for the news from the vengeful spirit he had nurtured, let out a horrific scream, spewing a copious amount of blood, writhing in agony while clutching his chest. Who possesses such formidable power? Even the vengeful spirit cultivated with the effort of 1,000 lives has been slain. Could it be those from Sanxingguan? No, this cannot be. He must find a way to dissipate the backlash from the broken spell, or he will perish. The monk, writhing, his eyes bulging, struggled to grasp the robe on the ground. Just as his fingers reached for it, the pain in his chest intensified, as though he were engulfed in flames, the searing sensation causing him to wail uncontrollably. No, no! The middle-aged monk, with terror in his eyes and veins bulging on his forehead, appeared ghastly and terrifying. He did not wish to die. 3 waves of backlash brought unbearable agony. And after expelling 3 mouthfuls of blood, his legs kicked out, and he breathed his last. Upon his death, strange scars, as if burned by fire, mysteriously appeared on his body, as though he had been thrown into flames to perish. Sensing the destruction of the curse that had bound them for years, Jiang's soul felt lighter, his expression somewhat dazed. And Yuanman looked at Jiang, and she Ochn, her heart aching, her nose tinged with a bittersweet sensation, tears welling in her eyes. If they had been born into an ordinary family, surely they would have grown up safe and sound. She sincerely wished that after atoning for their sins in the underworld, they could be reborn into a normal family, living peacefully. As the rebirth incantation continued, Xiaoxi's soul gradually faded, and the ancient ghost gate opened behind her. The moment the ghost gate appeared, the usually quiet and Loy seemed to sense a formidable adversary, scuttling around the room before hiding his head under the bed. Yidanast Ohain, feeling the call, opened her eyes in confusion. Brother? And Yuanman watched the slowly vanishing ghost gate, then turned her gaze to Jiang, seemingly understanding something. Jiang bore the karmic burdens of Xiaoxian and had declined her liberation. He smiled at her, revealing his cute little tiger teeth. This is just fine. Being human is too difficult. In the next life, I do not wish to be human anymore. Moreover, doesn't the Meng family still need us as witnesses? And Yuanman pursed her lips, choosing not to elaborate, respecting Jiang's choice. She rummaged in her cloth bag for a small wooden figure, affixing a talisman to it, allowing Jiang to temporarily reside within. After completing these tasks, she felt utterly exhausted. No matter how powerful she was still merely a 5-year-old child, her energy limited. And Yuanman plopped down on the ground, preparing to rest, when suddenly there was a loud knock at the door. Jiang's anxious voice echoed from outside. Yuanman? I just heard a loud noise from your room. Are you all right? And Yuanman blinked, belatedly glancing at her darkened bedroom, struck by the thought. Could she still escape? In a panic, she scratched her behind, just as the sound of a key turning in the lock reached her ears. No! Si instinquito tuzunezunave, who was struggling to adapt to the wooden figure's body, towards the door just as Jiang was about to enter. Don't come in. Zhanel Shuen, visibly anxious, began to speak, but before he could finish, a small black object flew towards him, striking him on the forehead with a thud. His vision darkened, and his tall frame swayed before collapsing to the ground. And Yuanman gasped, realizing she had caused yet another mishap. She rushed over, using all her strength to drag Jiang inside, glancing around at the disarray in the room, and then at the unconscious Jiang. After a moment, Yuanman recalled a brilliant idea, as long as she restored the room to its original state before Jiang awakened. Everything would be fine. Broken items needed to be replaced. She hurriedly picked up the dazed wooden figure from the floor and stuffed it into her little cloth bag, then placed the old man, who was struggling to extract himself from under the bed, back into his coffin, not forgetting to bring along the small grass. Next, she took out a piece of paper and hastily scribbled a few hasty characters before opening the window and jumping out. Under the cover of night, her small figure quickly vanished from the Jiang family villa. After escaping the Taigu villa, her little stomach let out a rumble. She clutched her belly, suddenly recalling that she had not had dinner that evening. As soon as she caught a whiff of the delicious aroma wafting from a street vendor, her hunger surged, and blinked her eyes like a little puppy, drawn to the scent in the air, arriving outside a bustling restaurant. She tiptoed to peer inside at the packed tables, intending to squeeze in and find a spot to eat. Just as she was about to line up, a group of people unexpectedly emerged from within, led by a woman in a red spaghetti-strap dress, her black hair and red lips striking against the backdrop of 4 accompanying men and women. Among them were 2 women supporting a girl dressed in a white blouse and jeans. Wait a minute, wasn't he that the girl who had given her candy earlier today? Chapter 29. Forget it, this one doesn't matter either. And Yuanman tilted her head, watching the departing sister, sighing inwardly. Realizing that the sister had not taken her words to heart, she stood there, torn, debating whether or not to help that sister. However, her grandfather had advised against interfering in others' karma. As in hesitated, the petite, exceptionally beautiful face began to attract the attention of the surrounding adults. The little girl in the hall, with a face the size of a palm, bore soft baby fat, exquisite features, and fair skin, resembling a meticulously crafted porcelain doll. Just as the young lady behind her was eager to strike up a conversation with she stomped her small foot and quickly turned to follow Chi SH and her group. Forget it. She had already meddled in enough karma these days. One more wound tea make a difference. That sister was a good person. Her life should not be so dire. As soon as left, a voice filled with excitement erupted from a corner of the restaurant. I have applied to the medical university as you requested. I even gave my bonus to my sister. What more do you want from me? Yes, my sister is frail and sickly, but is that my fault? Isn't it because of you two useless parents? Curious glances turned toward the source of the voice, revealing a young girl clad in a restaurant server's uniform, her eyes red as she spoke passionately into her phone. Mom, I'm also your daughter. I'm only 18. I get tired too. Why can't you think of me? A robust female voice came from the phone. When have we not thought of you? If we didn't take care, could you get into university? We raised you for so long, and yet you still act like an older sister. What is wrong with you taking care of your younger sister? Ting Ting, do your words intend to pierce our mother's heart? Haven't I done enough for her? Xie Ting Ting raised her voice in agitation. I have been the one to pick her up and drop her off from elementary to middle school. I am the one who cooks for her daily. When she desired to study, I readily relinquished my bedroom for her, choosing to sleep on the sofa instead. Is this not enough care? Mother, are you all trying to push me to my limits? While Xie Ting Ting was engulfed in her emotions, an unseen shadow slowly materialized behind her. The student ghost hungrily absorbed the negative energy radiating from Xie Ting Ting, gradually seeping into her phone. Meanwhile, after leaving the restaurant, Qiu Shi and her companions parted ways, but the woman in the red dress and the one supporting Qiu Shi turned into a secluded alley. A van was parked within the alley, its windows covered with a layer of dark film, obscuring the interior. As they approached, the van door swung open, revealing two tall men who greeted the woman in red with a wave. Upon noticing the intimidating tattoos on the men's arms, the girl trailing behind the woman hesitated and spoke. Wei Jia, perhaps we should reconsider. If others find out, what will we do? Lu Wei scoffed, retorting, as if I would let it go. Qiu Shi has been stealing my spotlight since high school, and now at this gathering. Knowing full well my feelings for Yu Junhao, she still flirts with him. I cannot just let this slide. Lu Wei deftly tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and cast a derisive glance at her companion. Besides, you Mimi, you were the one who poured that drink for Qiu Shi. Now that we are here, it's too late for regrets. Aren't you envious of Qiu Shi? Envious of her beauty, her academic success, and now a high-paying job? Don't you wish to see her beneath your feet? Yu Mimi pressed her lips together, falling silent. Her grip on Qiu Shi's arm tightening, her sharp fingertips digging into the tender skin. Seeing Yu Mimi's cowardice, Lu Wei let out a mocking laugh and sashayed towards the men beside the van. Brother Nyo, I've brought you the girl. She is a former academic star I know. Treat her with care. Lu Wei fluttered her lashes, lightly tracing her fingers across the chest of the man referred to as Brother Nyo. He chuckled, his interest piqued. Rest assured, we are well acquainted with the art of treating delicate flowers. Another man eagerly reached out, roughly pulling Qiu Shi away from Yu Mimi. Let me have a look at this woman. Qiu Shi, fully aware, yet unable to control her body, was despairingly dragged into his embrace. The rough, sweaty hand examined her face, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. Whether sold as a wife or sent out as a hostess, she will surely attract many customers. All right, I'll take her. Brother Nyo squeezed Lu Wei's rear before instructing them to shove Qiu Shi into the van. We will contact you online afterward. Lu Wei shot him a reproachful glare, responding with an affirmative. The van door closed before her eyes, slowly driving away from the alley. At that moment, inside the vehicle, Brother Nyo's companion eagerly began to tear at Qiu Shi's clothing. This girl looks too innocent. She fits my taste perfectly. Brother, let me examine the goods first. Brother Nyo glanced at him. Be careful, don't ruin her. Meanwhile, Qiu Shi felt her clothing being stripped away, her heart filled with fear, despair, and regret. Desperately attempting to struggle, yet her body felt as if it were sealed, limp, and beyond her control. Although Miss Nin had warned her not to drink the wine offered by a friend, she had foolishly believed that after knowing Yuanman for a decade, she would not harm her, and thus drank the wine without a second thought. It was her mistake. She had underestimated the darkness of human nature. If only she had heeded Miss Nan's advice and refused the drink, would she still be facing this dire predicament? Qiushir's heart was overwhelmed with despair. Yet her exterior remained as motionless as a corpse, subject to the whims of others. Just as the man was about to remove her trousers, a child suddenly appeared before the van as it exited the alley. Brother Neo exclaimed in shock, abruptly slamming on the brakes. The man atop Qiushir was thrown backward into the rear seat, his head striking the back of the chair with a painful thud. What the hell? Startled by the sudden appearance of the child, Brother Neo felt a rush of fear. This was not a place without surveillance, and if they hit someone, he would face imprisonment. Yuanman tilted her head, glancing at the van and then at the woman in the red dress who was slowly emerging from the alley. Raising her small wrist to dial 110. "Officer, I want to report a case of human trafficking." The operator who received the call responded in confusion. "Little one, did you dial the wrong number?" "No." Yuanman looked around, spotting a nearby utility pole. As Brother Neo approached, his expression darkened. She hurriedly said, "Their transaction location is right next to the utility pole at 0310 in this alley. They've spotted me. Sister, please hurry." After hanging up, she quickly turned as Brother Neo reached her, his face grim as he extended his hand. "You little brat. Where did you come from? Who are you talking to?" Having seen her dial, Brother Neo's heart sank, uncertain of how much she had witnessed. But he knew he could not let this child escape. If she ran off and spoke out, they would be finished. Brother Neo, towering and heavily tattooed, aimed to intimidate Yuanman, planning to take her to the vehicle with them. After all, among their wealthy contacts, many had a taste for young girls, and this child, with her beauty, would surely please them. Capturing two exquisite specimens would be quite the gain. Seeing through his intentions, Yuanman snorted defiantly and stomped her foot. "Bad guy, take this." Her body propelled forward like a cannonball, her head aimed directly at Brother Neo's chin. Caught off guard, he was struck squarely. With a painful jolt to his jaw, he was sent sprawling backward. The man who had just come down from the van to check the situation raised his head, only to be hit by Brother Neo's flying body, letting out a pained cry. What the hell? Not far from the alley, Lu Wei and Yuanman were momentarily stunned, their minds clearing from the earlier haze of alcohol as they witnessed the sudden brawl between the two men and the child. Lu Wei quickly realized that the conversation she had with Brother Neo had likely been overheard by the little girl. Filled with alarm, she rushed over, forcing a smile. "Little one, why are you all alone out here so late? Let me take you to find your parents, shall we?" As she reached out to seize Yuanman, the girl evaded her grasp, her expressive eyes gazing intently. "Auntie, those who do too many bad deeds will face retribution." Lu Wei's smile faltered, her lips twitching unnaturally as a flicker of anger rose within her. Taking a deep breath, she turned to Yuanman. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and help. Since this little brat refuses to drink properly, she will have to face the consequences. Let's send her off along with Qiushir." Yuanman hurriedly rushed over to help catch Yuanman, initially thinking that such a small child would be easy to apprehend. However, she did not expect Yuanman to be as slippery as an eel, evading capture effortlessly. At that moment, the distant wail of police sirens echoed from outside the alley. Lu Wei and Yuanman's expressions changed instantly. Brother Neo, recovering from his stupor, climbed off the man and glared furiously at Yuanman. "You little brat, did you call the police? You were up to no good. So of course I had to call the police to bring them here." Yuanman placed her hands on her hips and huffed defiantly. Lu Wei turned and fled, while Yuanman covered her face and dashed out. Brother Neo and his companions, taken aback, hurriedly jumped into their vehicle, trembling as they started the engine, eager to escape. With rage bubbling inside him, Brother Neo slammed on the gas, hurtling toward Yuanman. "It's all this little brat's fault. If it weren't for her, the police wouldn't have come." Just as the van was about to collide with her, it suddenly screeched to a halt. Brother Neo was momentarily stunned, only to witness a scarecrow punch through the window, delivering a powerful blow to him. Brother Neo, accomplice. There's a monster. Brother Neo and his accomplice fainted in terror. Satisfied, Yuanman patted the heads of Xiao Xiao and Zhuang, praising, "Well done." Thus, when the police arrived, They found a van parked nearby, a short, plump girl standing beside it, and 2 men and 2 women sprawled on the ground. The officers were taken aback by the exquisitely crafted, doll-like child. Nan Yuanman excitedly waved at them. "Police uncles. The bad guys are all here. Hurry up. I recorded their misdeeds with my watch, and the girl they abducted is in the van." Officer Yu exchanged glances with his colleagues and raised his hand. Immediately, one officer approached the van to investigate. Moments later, their astonished voices echoed. "Captain, there really is a girl in this van. She appears to be in distress. She likely has been drugged and needs to be taken to the hospital." "Captain Yu." Nan Yuanman obediently nodded. "Okay." Captain Yu efficiently arranged for the unconscious brother Nyo and his companions to be taken into the police vehicle. He then looked down, hesitating as he regarded Nan Yuanman, who was barely taller than his thigh, and asked, "Do you need me to carry you?" Nan Yuanman shook her head. "No need." Just as she was about to climb up, a loud bang resonated nearby, followed by a piercing scream. Someone's dead." Captain Yu's expression instantly turned serious. He bent down, scooping Nan Yuanman up and placing her into the police car. "You all take the people away. Xiao Yin, Zhu, come with me to check the situation." As soon as Nan Yuanman settled in the police car, her keen nose detected a familiar, rancid odor filled with resentment wafting from a distance. Her brow furrowed. That scent belonged to the student ghost that had previously haunted Qin Yingu and escaped from her grasp. Had found a new target so quickly? She had to go check it out. As Captain Yu closed the car door, Nan Yuanman deftly slipped through the gap and swiftly followed them. At that moment, she arrived at the entrance of the restaurant she had visited earlier. There lay a girl in a server's uniform, her limbs twisted, blood slowly pooling beneath her, and her mouth barely open as blood poured forth, her bulging eyes blankly staring at the sky. A name tag reading Xie Tingting was pinned to her chest. Xie Tingting convulsed and gasped her last breath, her spirit drifting aimlessly from her lifeless body. Before she could comprehend what had transpired, a pale-faced boy with terrifying cracks on his face lunged at her. "Xie Tingting. Help! Chapter 31. A ghost. 11e Tinting screamed. A ghost." She bolted, not daring to pause. The student ghost, taken aback by the swift reaction of a newly departed soul, found himself at a loss as she darted 3 meters away in an instant. "Stop right there." The student ghost shouted angrily, giving chase. He had just successfully lured one victim. He could not afford to let her escape. Consuming her would restore his wounded spirit, granting him the strength to ensnare that valuable man. "I'm not an idiot. How could I possibly stop?" Xie Tingting cried, her feet refusing to pause. Just then, Captain Su and his team arrived, colliding with Xie Tingting. Unable to stop, her spectral form passed right through him. "Xie Tingting." Captain Su felt a chill run through his body, instinctively scanning the surroundings for anything amiss. "Is everything all right, Captain?" one of his fellow officers inquired. "Nothing to worry about," Captain Su replied, shaking his head as he continued forward. Xie Tingting stood dazed, staring at her transparent hands, bewildered by her predicament. Behind her, the student ghost pursued with a menacing glare. "Humph, I've finally caught you. Nowhere to run." Suddenly, a sweet, childish voice called out, startling the student ghost. He looked in horror at Nan Yuanman, who was rushing toward him, wielding a copper coin sword. "Why is it you again?" The student ghost seethed. "You little brat. Why are you getting in my way? For your misdeeds, I must take you." Nan Yuanman huffed, stepping forward with determination. Her small stature propelled her like a cannonball toward the student ghost. Knowing his spirit was still wounded, engaging in a direct confrontation was unwise, especially since this peculiar little girl radiated a dangerous aura. Caution was key. Nan Yuanman, undeterred, sprinted after him. "I'll fight you. I'm just a child. Easy to bully. Don't run away." Consequently, the onlookers drawn by the commotion witnessed a charming and adorable child brandishing a miniature copper coin sword, her short legs moving like the wind as she chased after something invisible. Yet, when they turned to see what she was pursuing, they found nothing. One onlooker couldn't help but chuckle. Such a young age and already so imaginative. She'll surely be a great talent in the world of fantasy when she grows up. Beside him, a high school student remarked, "Haven't adults said that children have pure eyes and can see things that adults cannot?" Perhaps she sees something and is chasing after it. Upon hearing this, the adult's spines chilled. An elder beside the boy smacked him on the head. "What nonsense are you spouting? Keep saying such things, and I'll knock your head crooked." The boy, Nan Yuanman wished she could simply unleash her talismans, Xiao Qiao and Zhuang Zhuang. But her grandfather had instructed her not to reveal her extraordinary abilities in crowded places to avoid causing panic. Thus, she could only brandish her inconspicuous copper coin, sword as she ran. The student ghost paid her no heed, swiftly merging into the crowd, becoming an ethereal shadow. Just as he was about to vanish completely, Nan Yuanman gritted her teeth and pulled a folded talisman from her bag, forcefully throwing it. The talisman vanished into the student ghost spirit. At that moment, Xie Tingting, who had been frozen like a statue, finally broke down and screamed, "Ah! Oh heavens! I've turned into a ghost. I'm dead. I'm dead." Nan Yuanman was startled, her hair standing on end. Nan Yuanman. This sister doesn't seem to be in a good state either. She hurried over to calm her down. Sister, please calm down. Don't bite your hands." Xie Tingting was momentarily taken aback, glancing down at Nan Yuanman, her eyes widening in disbelief. Can you see me?" All her thoughts had been occupied with her own transparent soul, completely overlooking the scene where Nan Yuanman chased after the student ghost. After asking, she muttered to herself, "Oh right, the elders used to say that children's eyes are the purest, capable of seeing many things that adults cannot." Nan Yuanman sighed dramatically, raising the copper coin, sword in her hand. "Sister, do you see what a great treasure I hold?" It was truly laughable how immature these adults were. She had stopped playing childish games long ago at the tender age of 3. Xie Tingting sneaked a glance, her smile freezing as she looked at Nan Yuanman in disbelief. "You are a celestial master?" Nan Yuanman nodded softly, Hom. Xie Tingting gasped. Who could fathom it? A young celestial master, so small, had appeared to her after her demise. Nan Yuanman's clear black and white eyes regarded Xie Tingting for a moment, her small brow furrowing in confusion. "Sister, do you have any unfulfilled wishes?" This sister harbored an obsession, preventing her from passing through the ghost gate. Xie Tingting quickly accepted Nan Yuanman's identity and pointed at herself. "Me? I don't have any obsessions." She had not been cherished by her parents during her life. The words "you are the elder sister, take care of your younger sister" had burdened her for 18 years. Now that she had passed away, her parents could no longer restrain or force her. She was finally free, soaring high as a bird. What obsession could she possibly have? Nan Yuanman and Xie Tingting exchanged glances, and after a moment of hesitation, Xie Tingting spoke up. "How about you try to guide me to the afterlife?" Nan Yuanman frowned slightly, her chubby little hands forming a gesture. "I'll give it a try." Nothing happened at the scene. There were no ghosts within 10 miles. Aside from Xie Tingting herself. Xie Tingting was taken aback. "I really do have an obsession." Nan Yuanman nodded, her plump little body bouncing with the movement. "Of course. Hey, aren't you the child who called the police earlier?" A robust voice suddenly came from behind Nan Yuanman. Instantly, she felt a tight grip around her neck as someone hoisted her up by the collar. Nan Yuanman, resembling a startled creature, stared wide-eyed at the newcomer. A young man in a police uniform. He exclaimed, "How did you end up here? Captain Su just put you in the police car." Nan Yuanman curled her little neck and waved her chubby hand at the young officer, her face breaking into an adorable smile. "Good evening, officer. I'm not quite sure how I ended up here. Perhaps I was left behind by the car." Captain Su, who was busy arranging for the scene to be cordoned off, turned his head upon hearing her voice, locking eyes with the soft little creature. "Nan Yuanman, 00 Su Jingyuan. He always says how much he despises children. They run off without a care." The young officer nodded, carefully cradling Nan Yuanman in his arms as he turned to leave. Captain Su remained to maintain order and disperse the onlookers drawn by curiosity. Xie Tingting hurriedly followed, calling out, "Hey, wait for me." Just then, the restaurant owner informed her that her family had arrived due to the incident. A middle-aged woman in a floral shirt, clearly distressed, cried out, "Tingting, my poor daughter, how could you be so foolish? Why would you think of such a thing?" Xie Tingting's movements came to a halt, her pupils dilating suddenly. The middle-aged woman, too distraught to look under the white cloth at Xie Tingting, bellowed fiercely at the calm restaurant owner standing nearby. "Is it you? Did you bully my daughter, leading her to take her own life?" Chapter 32. He who set up the restaurant owner was taken by surprise at her sudden attack and could not react in time as she grabbed his collar and slapped him. Enraged, the restaurant owner pushed her away forcefully, his face contorted in anger. "You old hag, stop slandering. I didn't even know who she was before she jumped." Xie's mother fell to the ground, beating her thighs and crying out, "This is outrageous. My child was working here, and after just a few days, she died. If you didn't bully her, I refuse to believe it. You must compensate for my child. Otherwise, I'll hang myself right here in front of your establishment." Xie Tingting turned her back to the restaurant entrance, listening to the cacophony of cries, her fists clenched tightly, her entire soul trembling. An overwhelming rage and powerlessness surged within her, and a flickering red light glinted in her eyes, murky resentment manifesting upon her once pure soul. Xie Tingting suddenly spun around, brandishing her sharp, ghostly claws towards her mother, screaming, "Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!" Her claws halted just a centimeter from her mother's face. Yuanman, with all her might, clutched at Xie Tingting's leg, pulling her back. "Sister, calm down. Don't let the resentment control you and turn you into a vengeful spirit." Xie Tingting's rationality was consumed by the raging fire of anger, struggling desperately to strike at her mother's face as if intending to tear it apart. Yuanman could only hold on tighter, pulling her back with all her strength. The young police officer, who had been chasing after Yuanman, saw her clutching at nothing, her little legs straining to move backward, her chubby face taut with effort, her hair standing on end. The young officer swallowed hard, his voice wavering. Little friend, what are you holding on to?" Yuanman huffed and puffed, responding breathlessly, "I'm not holding on to anything, officer. You must be mistaken." The young officer replied, "I hope I'm mistaken, but you certainly don't look like you are, especially since it was late at night, and a life had been lost not far away." He attempted to lift her, but to no avail. The young officer, filled with disbelief, looked at her. The young officer rolled up his sleeves, skeptical, and tried again to lift her. Seizing the opportunity, Yuanman discreetly extracted a small coffin from the cloth bag, opening it just enough to contain the nearly uncontrollable Xie Tingting. The young officer, as if pulling a weed from the ground, hoisted Yuanman up, but due to the force, he stumbled backward several steps before managing to steady himself. The young officer was bewildered, exchanging glances with Yuanman nestled in his arms. He suspected he had been set up. Unable to suppress a shiver, he cast a glance at the body covered with a white cloth ahead, shaking his body as he hurriedly carried Yuanman away. This time, Yuanman behaved, nestling comfortably in his embrace, her soft chin resting on his shoulder, gazing at the crowd as Xie's mother tussled with the restaurant owner, lost in thought. With her cooperation, the journey to the police station was remarkably uneventful. Upon arrival, the families of Lu Wei and Yumimi had already gathered, embroiled in a heated argument, their respective factions targeting one another as parents, with insults flying in all directions, creating a cacophony that reverberated throughout the family tree. The young officer promptly covered Yuanman's ears, shielding her from the offensive language. Brother Niu and his accomplices protested their innocence. Yet with video evidence on Yuanman's watch, coupled with their criminal records, detention was inevitable. The police had previously heard that the reporter of the human trafficking case was quite young, but they were astonished to find her merely 5 years old. Upon Yuanman's arrival, she was warmly welcomed by the female officers, who tried to create a relaxed atmosphere while taking her statement to avoid frightening her. Meanwhile, on the Jiang family's side, Jiang Lishuan lay on the ground for nearly 2 hours before gradually awakening. He blinked his eyes, staring at the pitch-black wall before him. Momentarily dazed, his mind still sluggish. When he finally regained his senses, he sprang up from the floor in alarm. What on earth has that girl done in this room? Has she been making explosives? How could she have made such a mess? Jiang Lishuan clutched his aching head, glancing around the room, but saw no trace of Yuanman. A sense of foreboding crept into his heart. He called out several times, searched the bathroom, peered under the bed, and even ran outside to look in the hall and garden, checking the rooftop as well, yet still found no sign of Yuanman. Panic surged within him. Could it be that the little girl was afraid of his anger and had run away from home? Jiang Lishuan hastily instructed Butler Li to locate Yuanman's watch using its tracking feature. The small red soon appeared on the map. Butler Li continuously zoomed in on the dot's location, his brow furrowing in concern. "Young master, this seems to be the location of the Taiga District Police Station. Why has Miss Yuanman gone to the police station?" Jiang Lishuan exclaimed. "I would very much like to know." Just as he was about to call Yuanman, his phone rang. "Hello?" Hearing the female voice on the other end, Jiang Lishuan quickly replied, "All right, I'm on my way. Tell her to stay put and not run around." After hanging up, he rushed out without even changing his clothes. Butlerly cast a complex look at Jiang Hongji and said quietly, "It's nothing. Miss Yuanman has just entered the police station." Jiang Hongji responded, "Wasn't she at home? How did she end up at the police station? What on earth did she do to get herself arrested?" Butler Li's expression darkened. "Second young master, Miss Yuanman is only 5 years old. What could a 5-year-old possibly do to deserve such treatment? What's wrong with being 5? There are plenty of mischievous children at that age. She even called me dim-witted today." Jiang Hongji scoffed, wiping the sweat from his forehead and turning to follow Jiang Lishuan. "I must see for myself how she ended up at the police station. I cannot allow my Jiang family to lose face over this." At the entrance of the police station, while waiting for Jiang Lishuan to pick her up, Nan Yuanman found a relatively secluded corner and released Xie Tingting, who had been rattling around in the small coffin. Xie Tingting emerged in disarray, a straw sticking out her head. With a quivering voice, Nan Yuanman asked, "Sister, are you all right?" Xie Tingting turned abruptly to face her, then rushed over and knelt down, hugging Nan Yuanman's short legs. "Little Tian, sure, I was wrong. I shouldn't have acted impulsively. Please don't ever put me in that strange place again. Okay? There are zombies there." "All right." Nan Yuanman nodded, gently patting her head. "Sister, do you know what your obsession is now?" Xie Tingting's spirit momentarily froze, and she clung to Nan Yuanman without speaking for a long while. Eventually, she replied, her voice tinged with bitterness, "I understand. I just want my parents to love me." Chapter 33. She was attached. Xie Tingting looked up at Nan Yuanman, her emotions suddenly unraveling as her voice choked with sobs. "I once hoped that after discovering I had died, she would feel a little sad, perhaps even regretful for not treating me well while I was alive. But that so-called mother of mine showed not an ounce of sorrow, only calculations for compensation." With red-rimmed eyes, Xie Tingting slowly shared her life story with Nan Yuanman. She had been born into an ordinary family, her parents mere workers. When she was just 1 year old, they left her with her grandparents in the countryside to seek work in the city. That separation lasted 10 long years. Each time they returned, their excuses revolved around the smallness of their living space and the inadequacy of their income to support 3 people. They told her that having a younger sister would alleviate her loneliness. At that time, they did not consider their cramped living conditions or their inability to support child. They raised her sister while leaving Xie Tingting with her grandparents. It was not until her grandparents passed away that they felt compelled to bring her back. Xie Tingting thought her days of happiness had finally arrived, that she could proudly tell her classmates that she was not a child abandoned by her parents. She had both a father and a mother. However, she never anticipated that this was not the beginning of happiness, but rather the threshold to hell. Upon reuniting with her parents, she discovered that her younger sister suffered from a congenital heart condition and had been overly pampered, growing up spoiled and willful. Her parents constantly urged her to accommodate her sister. Whenever Xie Tingting showed reluctance, her mother would say, "You are the elder sister. Your sister is already in such a condition. Who knows if she will grow up? Can't you be more accommodating to her?" Xie Tingting, your sister's poor health is your mother's fault. You are a good child, and your mother is proud of you. You two are sisters, and you should support each other. Xie Tingting trembled as she recounted these memories, her beautiful face etched with pain and confusion. "But I don't understand. My sister is her daughter. Am I not her daughter too? I am the one who deserves her love the most. Is it because I am too understanding that she continues to bully me?" She had struggled with her pain, but at that time, she also felt her mother cared for her. She remembered being taken to the hospital for stomach aches, her mother making soup to nourish her stomach, preparing sweetened water for her during her period, and ensuring she had warm clothing for winter. In those moments, she thought her parents loved her, which led her to hold on to hope, only to be repeatedly hurt. "I worked hard to achieve good grades and received a scholarship. But instead of praising me, she asked me to give the scholarship to my sister for a trip, telling me to earn money during the summer to support her." With a bitter expression, Xie Tingting sat on the ground, murmuring, "Even now, after her eldest daughter has died, she shows no sorrow, only a desire for more money. Yet, despite this, I still hope for their love. Do you think I am foolish?" Nan Yuanman listened quietly, feeling a pang of sympathy as she reached out to stroke Xie Tingting's head. Then, with earnest sincerity, she said, "Yuanman does not understand. Yuanman's mother and father have passed away, so I do not know what parental love feels like. However, I know your grandparents must have loved you dearly." Xie Tingting's grandparents raised her well, instilling virtues of kindness, integrity, and responsibility. "Sister, your grandparents would not want to see you suffer because of a few who do not love you. initially feeling apologetic for her previous words. Xie Tingting's expression shifted when she heard the latter part of Nan Yuanman's statement. Nan Yuanman cupped Xie Tingting's face, speaking with earnest seriousness. Because Yuanman was also raised by her grandfather, who loved her dearly, your grandparents certainly loved you as well. You should cherish their love and live well. The small, pudgy hand of the child, warmer than that of an adult, rested on Xie Tingting's face. It felt as if she were enveloped in a soft cloud, and the shock from her mother's reaction began to fade as clarity returned to her mind. Seeing Xie Tingting in a daze, Nan Yuanman thought she was still fixated on receiving her parents' love and tilted her little head in contemplation. Sister, if you want to gain your parents' love, there are ways to do it. How about we hire some actors? Let them pretend to be your mom and dad, showering you with love. What do you think? We can forget about the bad parents from before. After all, she had never experienced the warmth of parental love herself and was unaware of what it felt like to be cherished by one's parents. However, she recognized that Xie Tingting's parents were unreliable, making it exceedingly difficult for her to seek affection from them. This was akin to her mother, who once yearned for the affection of the Jiang family. Despite her desperate attempts, she could only devise such a poor idea. The notion of hiring extras was something she learned while browsing Douyin on her watch. Unable to contain her laughter, Xie Tingting's eyes glimmered with a hint of relief as she slightly tilted her face, rubbing her chubby little palm against the soft hand of the child. Thank you, Yuanman. I think I know what I should do now. She realized her folly. She should not cling to the love of two individuals who did not care for her. As the temperature around her gradually dropped with her words, a faint chill began to swirl, and an ancient door slowly materialized behind Xie Tingting. An Yuanman and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the gates of the underworld, and in the next instant, she heard two familiar elderly voices calling from behind. Tingting, a petite figure, clad in a flowery shirt reminiscent of her burial attire, approached briskly, her spirit as vibrant as in life, and patted Xie Tingting's shoulder with a mix of exasperation and affection. You child, how old are you? Why are you down here with us old souls? A small old man also floated beside her, gazing at Xie Tingting with unspoken words, ultimately sighing and gently ruffling her hair with his aged, rough hand. It's all right, it's all right. With your grandparents here, you will never suffer again. Grandpa, Grandma, oh, how I miss you. Xie Tingting wailed, opening her arms to embrace the old man and woman. Yuanman, listening to her cries, felt a pang in her heart, her nose tinged with an inexplicable sadness, and she too felt the urge to weep. Pouting slightly, she sat on the steps, tightly clutching the small coffin in her bag, and found herself missing her own grandfather. Where is Jiang Shimian? At that moment, Jiang Shimian had arrived at the Jiang residence, and, before even entering, saw Jiang Lishuan hastily driving out. A jolt of concern gripped his heart. Jiang Lishuan was in such a hurry. Could it be that something had happened to Yuanman? He thought, stepping forward with outstretched arms to block the way. Jiang Xiaoge, are you going to find Yuanman? Let me catch a ride with you. I need to find her too. Chapter 34. Mother S. Diary. Jiang Lishuan was startled by Jiang Shimian's sudden appearance and quickly slammed on the brakes. Jiang Hengji, who had been following closely, was nearly thrown forward from the car's inertia. Beautiful words spilled uncontrollably from Jiang Lishuan's lips. Your mother, but upon meeting Jiang Shimian's gaze, he swiftly changed his tone. How are you today? Of course, you can come along. Zhang Daoling, get in the car. As he spoke, he opened the car door, and Jiang Shimian adeptly slipped inside. Jiang Hengji was equally taken aback upon seeing Jiang Shimian, Zhang Daoling, being the wealthiest in the city. The Jiang family frequently interacted with the Taoists from Sanqing Temple. After all, when signing contracts, they sometimes needed to consult on auspicious dates. The Jiang family was familiar with Jiang Shimian, the young disciple of the Sanqing Temple's head. Upon hearing that Jiang Shimian was looking for Yuanman, Jiang Hengji frowned slightly, puzzled. Do you know Yuanman? Isn't she just a simple girl living in the countryside? How could you possibly know her? Why can't I find her at this hour? Jiang Shimian glanced at Jiang Hengji, offering a polite smile. I do know her. As for how, he chose not to elaborate, deeming it a private matter of Yuanman. Jiang Hengji, hoping to extract more information about Yuanman from Jiang Shimian, was met with silence after those two words, deciding to let it go. Jiang Lishuan waited for Jiang Shimian to settle in before driving swiftly towards the police station. Upon their arrival, They spotted a solitary figure in the corner outside the station. Xie Tingting and her grandparents were expressing their gratitude to Yuanman. The small old lady reached out to grasp Yuanman's chubby little hand, her face brimming with gratitude. Little Tianshi, thank you for helping our Tingting. Without you, she might have succumbed to despair. Indeed, we will bless you well from below, along with those ungrateful descendants, the old man chimed in, his expression dark. Tonight, I shall teach them a lesson. And Yuanman pressed her lips together, revealing a sweet smile as she spoke like a little adult. No need for thanks. As long as Tingting understands. Yuanman, I must take my leave, Xie Tingting said, squatting before Yuanman with a reluctant expression. Suddenly recalling something, she added, by the way, the terrifying male ghost who tried to induce me to commit suicide seems to have possessed someone's phone, targeting students. Yuanman, he is very cunning. Be careful when confronting him. And Yuanman nodded seriously, her little body swaying with emotion. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, Sister, do you want to see your parents? No. Xie Tingting shook her head, her eyes reflecting a sense of relief. I have my grandparents, and that is enough for me. She would no longer harbor expectations for her parents' love. Only then did Yuanman wave her small hand to bid farewell. Then goodbye, sister, take care. Yuanman. Goodbye, Xie Tingting replied, leaning in for a gentle embrace. As she and her grandparents vanished through the gates of the underworld, Jiang Lishuan's forceful voice boomed from behind. Yuanman. Startled, Yuanman turned to see Jiang Lishuan, Jiang Hung, and Jiang Shimian striding towards her with serious expressions. Her hair stood on end, and she stood up, crying out as she ran behind Jiang Shimian. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I will compensate for the damaged items in the room. Please don't hit me. Jiang Lishuan was both amused and pained, feeling a complex array of emotions. Do I look like the kind of person who would hit a child? Don't you? And Yuanman tugged at Jiang Shimian's pant leg, peering out cautiously. Then why do you look so fierce as if you want to eat someone? I'm angry because you left home without a word. Do you know how dangerous the outside world is? What if you were abducted by human traffickers? Jiang Lishuan said sternly. What should I do then? What about the Jiang family? Jiang Hongji scrutinized Yuanman and, seeing her unharmed, felt a slight easing of tension in his heart. He snorted. What's the rush? She is perfectly fine, isn't she? She hasn't lost any limbs. She ran away on her own, and if she had truly been abducted and returned as a cripple begging on the streets, that would be her own doing. Jiang Lishuan was particularly displeased with this remark, raising his voice. Second brother. Say less. Jiang Shimian frowned slightly, feeling a dip in his impression of the Jiang family, particularly dissatisfied with Jiang Hongji's harsh words in front of child. And Yuanman, however, felt indifferent, pouting as she retorted, You all don't like me anyway. If I really disappeared, wouldn't that be beneficial for you? Indeed, a great benefit, Jiang Hongji sneered, hurling cruel words at her. At least the household wouldn't have to support a burden. Jiang Lishuan's expression darkened as he clenched his fists and swung a punch at Jiang Hongji's face. Taken by surprise, Jiang Hongji was hit squarely. Jiang Hongji gasped sharply, glaring at Jiang Lishuan. Have you lost your mind? I think you're the one who's mad. Are you proud of bullying a 5-year-old? Jiang Lishuan was furious, realizing just how deeply Jiang Hongji despised and Yuanman, never expecting his words to be so venomous. Jiang Hongji paused momentarily, his rationality returning somewhat under the weight of his emotions. He instinctively glanced at Yuanman, fearing to see a hurt expression on her face. And Yuanman admitted that she felt a slight sting upon hearing the term burden, but it was only a slight one. After all, she had often heard such comments in the village, where people referred to her as her grandfather's burden. She instinctively clutched Jiang Shimian's calf, taking a deep breath and bracing herself for a counterattack, when Jiang Shimian's expression turned icy. He concealed her behind him and snorted disdainfully, saying, Is this the upbringing of the Jiang family? Targeting a mere 5-year-old child? Truly excellent manners. Yuanman is not an unwanted child. If your Jiang family does not wish to raise her, let us at San Qingwen take care of her. I am utterly astonished. Jiang family, the wealthiest in the city. And this is what I see? Huh. Jiang Lishuan and Jiang Hongji exchanged awkward glances. I didn't mean to. It wasn't intentional, Jiang Hengji stammered, his face betraying his frustration. He had merely lost control upon seeing Nan Yuanman's face, which bore a resemblance to Bai Wenyin. He gently closed his eyes, turning his face away to avoid looking at Nan Yuanman. Jiang Lishuan coldly shoved Jiang Hengji aside, thinking that had he known Jiang Hengji would speak so harshly to Yuanman upon arrival, he would never have brought him along. He gazed at Nan Yuanman, who was trustfully holding on to Zhang Shimian's leg, feeling a complex blend of emotions, more frustration than anything else. I didn't mean it like that, Yuanman. I genuinely worry about you. Nan Yuanman lazily let out a sound, showing no belief in his words. Jiang Lishuan suddenly felt a pang in his heart. Not wanting to engage further with the Jiang brothers, Nan Yuanman clung to Zhang Shimian's leg and asked, Mian, why did you come so late? Where is your master? Zhang Shimian's lips twitched. Mian, call me brother. He lightly tapped her on the head. My master had an unexpected matter and couldn't come. He asked me to convey a message. Before he could speak further, Nan Yuanman's stomach growled audibly. Zhang Shimian's eyes widened in shock. You haven't eaten? Nan Yuanman patted her flat stomach, replying no. Zhang Shimian cast a speechless glance at the Jiang brothers, as if blaming them for not even providing a meal for the child. He picked up Nan Yuanman and turned to leave, stating, Then let's go eat. We can talk while we dine. Without waiting for Jiang Hengji to respond, he strode away. Jiang Hengji stood there with a gloomy expression, irritatedly clicking his tongue. At that moment, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Upon answering, he heard Jiang Xinshin's sobbing voice, Second uncle, where did you and little uncle go? Xinshin had a nightmare and is scared. Zhang Shimian found a relatively clean little restaurant nearby and led Nan Yuanman and the ever-following Jiang Lishuan into a private room. He poured a glass of water for Nan Yuanman, feeling a pang of sympathy as he watched the little one gulp down the water. He shot an accusatory glare at Jiang Lishuan. While Jiang Lishuan was busy setting the table for Nan Yuanman, he suddenly looked up, an intense reaction on his face. No. He then glared angrily at Zhang Shimian, thinking he had initially believed Zhang Shimian was there to discuss serious matters with Nan Yuanman, only to find he was there to abduct the child. Had he known, he would have driven the car into a ditch. Zhang Shimian ignored Jiang Lishuan's furious gaze. His eyes filled with anticipation as he looked at her. Jiang Lishuan felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that Nan Yuanman might agree. After finishing the last sip of water, Nan Yuanman flashed a soft and obedient smile at Zhang Shimian, saying, For now, it's not necessary. I feel quite good staying with the Jiang family. Not to mention, she still had the bomb of her corpse grandfather to deal with. Going to San Qingwen would be akin to lambs entering a tiger's den. The optimal solution was to remain with the Jiang family for the time being. Jiang Lishuan breathed a sigh of relief and cast a triumphant glance at Zhang Shimian. Zhang Shimian felt a tinge of regret, but, having been forewarned by his master, was not too disappointed. With a sigh, he said, All right, but if you're not happy at the Jiang family, let me know at any time, and I'll come and get you. By the way, Yuanman, my master asked me to bring you this. As he spoke, he retrieved a locked, worn diary from his bag. The cover of the diary bore a family photo, marred by scratches yet lovingly repaired. Jiang Lishuan's gaze fixated on the yellowed photograph, his pupils constricting sharply. Chapter 35. The grandparents' mixed tag team. Meanwhile, Xie Tingting's mother had a heated altercation with the restaurant owner. Ultimately, under the persuasion of the police, she agreed to handle Xie Tingting's funeral first. After that, they would discuss compensation. Xie Tingting's mother acquiesced, and as she was about to retrieve her daughter's body from the morgue, her phone rang. On the other end, a furious voice exclaimed, Mom, where have you gone? It's almost 10 at night, and you still haven't made dinner? I'm starving. After uttering this, she suddenly realized. Her eldest daughter, Xie Tingting, was no longer alive. She was dead. The middle-aged woman, disheveled from her confrontation with the owner, stood dazed in the empty corridor, her phone clattering to the ground. She pressed her hand to her suddenly aching heart, breathing heavily as tears streamed down her face. Sister listened to you the most. She would definitely heed your words. Xie's mother gasped for breath, forcing back her tears as she trembled while picking up the phone from the floor. Her voice choked as she said, Qianqian, your sister, she's gone. Upon hearing this, Xie Qianqian could not help but let out a laugh. Mom, are you joking? Didn't you say my sister was very resilient? When she was born, you tossed her into a basin of water and she didn't drown. Now that she just got into university, how could she possibly die? Xia's mother was nearly overwhelmed by her surging emotions, instinctively muttering, "Your sister is gone, Qianqian. Your sister is gone." Xia Qianqian sensed the abnormality in her mother's tone, and her smile slowly faded, uncertainly asking, "No way? That resilient debt collector, something really happened?" She nervously swallowed, rising to her feet. "Mom, where are you? I'm coming to find you right now." Xia's mother provided the address of the police station, and Xia Qianqian packed her things before notifying her father, who was working the night shift. By the time they arrived, it was already 11 at night. Xia's mother sat pale-faced on a bench in the corridor, staring blankly at her phone. The screen displayed a photo of her with Xia Tingting. She could not bring herself to enter the morgue, afraid to confront the sight of her child, who lay disfigured. "I didn't know when I received the call. They said Tingting jumped off a building." Xia's mother spoke defensively. "It's still your fault for working overtime every day. The child didn't receive your love and care. So, of course, she would become depressed and unable to cope." The cool air of the corridor sent shivers down Xia Qianqian's spine, and she curiously asked, "Mom, is sister really gone?" Xia's mother mumbled a vague affirmative. Noticing her daughter was dressed too lightly, scolding, "Why didn't you put on a jacket before coming out? Don't you know your health is poor? What if you get sick?" Soon, she received a small urn containing Xia Tingting's ashes. In a daze, Xia's mother cradled the still warm urn in her arms, while Xia's father frequently glanced at his watch, impatiently stating, "You handle the rest. I have matters of my company. I need to leave." His words conveyed not a hint of sorrow over Xia Tingting's passing, as if she were not his daughter, but merely a pet. Xia's mother opened her mouth, intending to speak, but Xia's father hastily departed, leaving no opportunity for her to respond. The discarded, dirty clothes were carelessly thrown on the sofa and chair. Shoes haphazardly strewn about, socks mismatched, takeout boxes cluttered the table, and spilled soup stained the tablecloth, while muddy footprints marred the floor. "All right, Tingting, you worked hard," she responded instinctively. Yet the scene before her seemed to flutter away like a gust of wind. It belatedly dawned on her that Xia Tingting was already gone. Xia's mother silently embraced the urn as she changed her shoes, placing one shoe into the cabinet with a bit more force than necessary. Xia Qianqian emerged, yawning and filled with complaints. "Mom, it's already 1 a.m. Could you keep it down? You're disturbing my sleep." Xia's mother gazed at her rosy-faced child, who had been well taken care of, and suddenly erupted, "Sleep, sleep, sleep. All you ever do is sleep. Your sister has passed away. Are you aware of this? How can you show no sorrow at all?" Xia Qianqian was startled by her mother's words. After regaining her composure, she frowned and replied, "Mom, what on earth are you saying? I know my sister has died. Does her death mean I should cease to exist? When you were younger, did you not express your desire to have just one child? Her passing should align with your wishes, shouldn't it?" Xia's mother trembled, as if struck by a profound shock. "I was merely speaking casually. I never imagined she would truly die. This was her daughter, the one she carried for 10 months. How could her heart not ache? Do not disturb my sleep, or I shall show you how to die." Xia Qianqian threatened with harsh words, turning to enter her bedroom, slamming the door with great force. Xia's mother, feeling weak, sank to the filthy floor, clutching the ceramic jar in her arms, and the tears she had held back for so long finally fell. As she cried, she drifted into a hazy slumber. Simultaneously, Xia's father, claiming to have work at the company, fell into a deep sleep with his lover, utterly satisfied. Just as they succumbed to slumber, they were abruptly pulled into a white void. Xia's father and Xia's mother exchanged bewildered glances. Xia's mother, confused, asked, "Where are we?" Almost as soon as she finished speaking, the stern figures of Xia's grandfather and Xia's grandmother appeared before them, wielding a thick cane and striking at them fiercely. Xia's father, Xia's mother. While the Xia family members were pursued in their dreams by Xia's grandfather and Xia's grandmother, Nan Yuanman finally sat down to a meal. She carefully placed her mother's diary, which Jiang Shermian had entrusted to her, into her small handbag and diligently began to eat. All the while listening to Jiang Shermian's instructions, the master says you may keep Nan Leoi by your side, but you must do good deeds to accumulate merit. Since Nan Leoi is no longer within the cycle of reincarnation, should you force him to remain, the karmic burdens he has incurred will fall upon you. You must gather enough merit to offset these burdens and maintain his consciousness. Nan Yuanman nodded earnestly. "Yes, I will do more good deeds." Throughout the meal, Nan Yuanman and Jiang Shermian enjoyed their food, while Jiang Lishuan appeared distracted, occasionally glancing at Nan Yuanman, his gaze drifting towards her small handbag. Once Jiang Shermian had helped Nan Yuanman into the car, and they were alone, Jiang Lishuan finally spoke in a hoarse voice. Yuanman, may I see your mother's diary? Chapter 36. The Hidden Truth. Nan Yuanman, initially yawning from fatigue, instantly perked up upon hearing Jiang Lishuan's request. She warily clutched her handbag. No, what if you tear it? Jiang Lishuan paused for a moment, his expression bittersweet. Do you truly see me as such a person? Nan Yuanman nodded seriously, her small voice firm. Yes. Jiang Lishuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Nan Yuanman, mumbling as she hugged her bag, shifted her small frame slightly further away from him. It seems you have no awareness of your own character. I must keep my distance lest you sneak a peek while I am asleep. Jiang Lishuan, who indeed had such an inclination, opened his mouth, ruffling his hair in annoyance. How about this? I won't open it. I will only glance at the cover photo. Is that acceptable? Nan Yuanman eyed him sideways, extending her hand. 100 for a glance. Payment up front. Jiang Lishuan exclaimed, You truly are obsessed with money. With a click of his tongue, he retrieved several hundred yuan from his pocket and placed 500 in Nan Yuanman's hand. Is this enough for 5 glances? Nan Yuanman stuffed the money into her handbag. Agreed. She carefully retrieved the diary from her small bag. White Wanin's diary was somewhat aged. The cover and pages tinged with yellow, and the family photo affixed to the cover was marred by scratches. As Jiang Lishuan gazed at the photo, held together by double-sided tape, his heart trembled slightly. He remembered that picture. The atmosphere at the time had not been pleasant. They felt guilt towards Bai Wanin, but more so, they were strangers to her. Jiang Lishuan immediately felt a pang of sympathy and hastily tried to stop the photo from being taken. Jiang Yueyao had felt insecure due to her return, and since Bai Wanin was a year older, she should have been more understanding and accommodating. Bai Wanin had reacted strongly to his plea, arguing until their father ultimately agreed to the family photo. Yet in that picture, their expressions bore no semblance of family. It was as if they were her adversaries. Later on, their second brother tore the photo apart in an effort to please Jiang Yueyao, believing Bai Wanin would discard the torn pieces. To his astonishment, she had kept them. Jiang Lishuan found himself momentarily lost in thought when he heard Nan Yuanman's voice. Mom looks so aggrieved in this photo. Jiang Lishuan stared at her, but Nan Yuanman was not looking at him. Her attention was fixed on the photo on the diary's cover, her chubby little hand gently caressing the image of the beautiful girl who forced a smile for the camera, tears welling in her eyes. The girl appeared to be merely 16 or 17, her features still youthful, soft yet exquisite. Nan Yuanman's eyes bore a slight resemblance to hers. In this family portrait, only the girl's lips were turned upward. The others wore expressions of anger, indifference, or impatience, as if those sharing the photo with her were not family, but foes. As Nan Yuanman continued to touch the photo, amidst Jiang Lishuan's astonished gaze, her delicate hand grasped a corner of the picture and pulled down sharply. With a rip, the family portrait, firmly adhered with double-sided tape, was torn apart, leaving only the girl's solitary image on the cover. Jiang Lishuan's heart ached, and he instinctively grabbed Nan Yuanman's hand, raising his voice. Yuanman, what are you doing? Nan Yuanman gave him a puzzled glance, still holding the torn half of the photo. Why are you reacting so strongly? I'm not tearing your photo. Jiang Lishuan's cheeks flushed, and with a fierce tone, he replied, But this is your mother's photo. How can you just tear it? As he spoke, he snatched the torn half from her and carefully took the diary, attempting to reattach the piece. However, for some reason, it would not adhere, and his hands trembled slightly. Nan Yuanman looked at Jiang Lishuan, her round, dark eyes blinking in confusion. Jiang Lishuan, didn't you all previously deny that my mother and I were part of the Jiang family? Why do you react so strongly when I tear the photo? Jiang Lishuan paused in his actions, inhaling deeply, unable to meet her gaze, avoiding her question. Call me uncle. That is quite disrespectful. He was uncertain why he had such a strong reaction, as if what Yuanman tore was not merely a photo, but the last connection between Bai Wanin and him, and the Jiang family. Nan Yuanman propped her chin up with her hand, her chubby cheeks puffing out slightly as she huffed. I want to call you that. Seeing how unwilling you are, I shall tear it. Jiang Lishuan hung his head, speechless. All right, time's up, give it back. Nan Yuanman extended her hand cautiously to retrieve the diary from Jiang Lishuan, who instinctively resisted, applying a bit of force to keep it from her. Fearing for the diary's safety, Nan Yuanman quickly released her grip, and Jiang Lishuan did the same, causing the diary to fall with a thud inside the car. The old lock made a crisp sound as it popped open, and the previously locked diary flung open. Jiang Lishuan instinctively glanced down and was met with a familiar pale, yellow sticky note. The note bore elegant handwriting. Today marks the 66th day of Xiaoga's hand rehabilitation. Keep it up. I will continue to accompany you. Jiang Lishuan's pupils constricted, and he reacted strongly, flipping the diary to the next page, which was adorned with even more sticky notes filled with various encouraging messages, along with a diary entry dated May 20th, 2037. The diary paper bears remnants of tear stains, inscribed with several lines. Today, something quite thrilling occurred. Those despicable villains actually bullied my little brother. Fortunately, I arrived just in time to thwart their nefarious plans. They claimed they wanted my brother's hands. TSK, my brother is destined to join the Xiagor esports team. Such precious hands cannot be harmed. Thankfully, I fought back with all my might, although I did not succeed after a few attempts. Nonetheless, they stated that as long as I exchanged my hands for his, my brother would be safe and they would no longer target him. Luckily, they merely severed the tendons in my hands, leaving them usable enough to eat with chopsticks. Although it is somewhat painful. Hee, little brother, if you knew I protected you, would you treat me a little better? Call me sister. Jiang Lishuan's pupils trembled, his hand clutching the diary, shaking violently. He vividly recalls the events of May 20th, 2031. That day shattered his dreams of becoming a professional gamer and instilled a deep-seated aversion towards Bai Wenyin. Yet, what do the words recorded in this diary signify? What does it mean to exchange her hand for his? Was she not the one who, out of fear of those thugs, abandoned him in the alley, leading to the severing of his tendons? Chapter 37. Conflict, what are you doing? You're going to ruin Mom's diary, Yuanman said discontentedly, pushing him aside and carefully retrieving the diary from his hands, placing it with great care into her small handbag. When he regained consciousness in the hospital, both of his hands had been mutilated, yet he was still deeply concerned for Jiang Yuyao's safety regarding Bai Wenyin. After all, during his unconsciousness, he had seen Bai Wenyin rush into the alley, shouting loudly. Jiang Yuyao looked at him in confusion and replied, I didn't see Sister Wenyin. When I arrived at the scene, you were the only one there. Perhaps Sister Wenyin was too frightened and ran away first? I'm not sure. Sigh. Sister Wenyin really should have called the police before fleeing. If she had, your hands wouldn't have suffered. But it's all right. The doctor said that with rehabilitation, you can still lead a normal life. Upon hearing Jiang Yuyao's words, Jiang Lishuan could not help but feel a surge of loathing towards Bai Wenyin, and his attitude towards her began to sour. Did Bai Wenyin truly abandon him and run away? If the diary's accounts are true, then Jiang Yuyao must have been lying to him all along. Oblivious to Jiang Lishuan's tumultuous emotions, Yuanman, after a hearty meal, gradually succumbed to drowsiness, leaning against the chair and falling into a deep slumber. Upon reaching the villa, Jiang Lishuan gently placed the sleeping child onto the bed, sitting beside her for a while. He carefully removed her shoes, untangled her messy hair, and took off her outerwear. After summoning a maid to change Yuanman's outfit into pajamas, Jiang Lishuan found himself drenched in sweat. He did not rush to shower, but instead fixated on the small handbag resting on the table. Inside lay Bai Wenyin's diary, and he yearned to delve deeper into the events of that fateful day. Hesitating, Jiang Lishuan reached for the handbag, but just as his fingers grazed it, the bag suddenly shifted, and several errant straws protruded from within, followed by the emergence of a small wooden figure. Little Chow, I'm watching. Zhuang raised his tiny hand, ready to strike if Jiang Lishuan dared to reach for the bag again. Jiang Lishuan, I surrender. He chuckled awkwardly. I mean no harm. I merely wish to take a look. Little Chow, watching. Jiang Lishuan, I shall not look anymore. Little Chow, in a haughty fashion, waved his small hand and swiftly closed the handbag. With no choice left, Jiang Lishuan resigned himself and stood to take a shower. Meanwhile, on the third floor, Jiang Yuyao was startled awake, her forehead and back drenched in cold sweat. It should not be. That incident had transpired so many years ago. For all these years, her brother had not sought to investigate the truth, and he likely would not in the future. She need not frighten herself. Moreover, Bai Wenyin was already dead. Even if the truth were unearthed, given her brother's affection for her and Exine over the years, he would not harm her. Jiang Yao's mind was a tumult of thoughts as she attempted to soothe herself, but at that moment, Her phone on the bedside table rang. A shadow flickered across her eyes as she answered the call irritably. Hello? On the other end, Chen Ma's voice was filled with desperation. Miss, please help me. Jiang Yueyao furrowed her brow. Chen Ma? What happened? My son has fallen victim to a scam and owes 10 million in gambling debts. I've poured all my savings into it, yet it is still insufficient to cover the debts. I still need 5 million. Miss, considering my years of dedicated service to you and XIN and how I lost my job to seek revenge for her, please help me. She had hesitated to contact Jiang Yueyao, thinking to wait a few more days before reaching out, believing that Jiang Yueyao would certainly assist her out of their friendship. But just moments ago, she had received dreadful news. His life was now forfeit to the gambling den. Chen Ma had only this one son. How could she bear to see him destroyed by gambling? In a panic, she rushed to the bank to withdraw money, but her savings were meager, covering only half the debt. With 5 million still outstanding, she turned to Jiang Yueyao for help. Miss Jiang, please consider my years of service. I may not have earned merit, but I have certainly endured hardships. Please assist me. Jiang Yueyao sighed softly, her tone apologetic. Chen Ma, I'm also unable to help at this time. XIN's medical expenses are quite substantial, and 5 million is not a trivial sum. I cannot assist you. Had Chen Ma still been part of the Jiang household, helping her would have been advantageous. However, now that Chen Ma was no longer a servant of the Jiang family, there was no obligation to maintain their friendship. It's late now, Chen Ma. I need a rest. You should also get some sleep and think of a solution tomorrow. Jiang Yueyao had no interest in further conversation and hung up the phone. Miss Jiang? Miss Jiang. Chen Ma was taken aback by Jiang Yueyao's coldness, which starkly contrasted with the respect she had received from her in the Jiang household. Listening to the beeping tone, despair filled her heart, giving rise to resentment. In her room, several muscular men with tattoos and vests questioned her. So, you couldn't T borrow the money? Didn't T you say you were Miss Jiang's mate? That she couldn't T live without you, and would surely lend you money? Chen Ma's expression turned frantic. No, I did not deceive you. It's just that, one of the men scoffed, lifting his phone to speak to someone on the other end. Cut off Chen Yaozu's hand. In the next moment, horrendous screams echoed from the phone. Mom, help me. Mom, Yaozu. Chen Ma's heart twisted in agony, tears streaming down her face as she cried. Please spare him. I have information about some scandals involving Miss Jiang and evidence of her misdeeds. Turning, she trembled as she retrieved her bag from the sofa, rummaging through it until she produced a disc. The evidence is on this disc. Anyone from the Jiang family who sees it will pay you to suppress this scandal. I only beg you, spare my Yaozu. The man raised an eyebrow, taking the disc from Chen Ma's grasp and tossing it to his subordinate. Check it. Let us see if she is lying. The subordinate immediately used Chen Yaozu's computer, inserted the disc, and opened an audio file. A sweet yet venomous female voice resonated from the audio. I offer you 100,000. Assist me in staging a play. The burly man paused the audio, nodding towards his subordinate. That is indeed Jiang Yueyao's voice. Let's depart. With that, the man led his subordinates away in succession. Chen Ma collapsed onto the ground, tears streaming down her face, suddenly recalling the words of Yuanman, who had previously stated, Your children's palace is dim and hollow. It signifies the loss of a child. The heavens observe your deeds, and the retribution you have sown now befalls your son. It is my fault, she lamented. She does not deserve it. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yueyao felt a sudden wave of unease. Chen Ma had lived by her side for nearly a decade, witnessing her misdeeds. Yet she should not be so bold as to retain any evidence. After all, how could an ordinary citizen dare to confront the wealthiest individual in the city? With such thoughts, Jiang Yao's anxiety diminished slightly, and she set her phone aside, drifting back to sleep. The next day, Yuanman remained sound asleep, her little rear end in the air, while the incessant sound of knocking echoed in her ears. Groggily, she opened her eyes, rubbing her chubby hands across her face, and slowly climbed down from her bed, meandering to the door. Who is it, so early in the morning? Jiang Xin, cradling a rabbit-shaped apple, greeted her with a smile. Little uncle, look what I brought you. Upon seeing Yuanman, her expression shifted dramatically, her sweet voice turning sharp. What are you doing in little uncle's room? Get out. As she spoke, she advanced to seize Yuanman's hand, tugging her out. Caught off guard and without shoes, Yuanman stumbled forward, losing her balance and falling toward Jiang Xinxin. At that moment, Jiang Lishuan, hearing the commotion at the door, rushed out and witnessed the two girls tumbling together. Jiang Xinxin, momentarily stunned by the fall, burst into tears upon seeing Jiang Lishuan. "Little uncle, she bullied me." Chapter 38. The Truth Spell. Jiang Xinxin's shrill cry drew the attention of Jiang Yueyao and Jiang Hengji, who rushed in from the living room. Jiang Yueyao's face paled upon seeing Nan Yuanman rising from Jiang Xinxin, and she swiftly approached, pushing Nan Yuanman away with great force, her heart aching as she lifted Jiang Xinxin from the ground. "Are you all right? Did she hurt you?" Nan Yuanman, small and light, was pushed back by Jiang Yueyao's force, nearly toppling over. Jiang Lishuan, alarmed, hurried over to catch her, preventing her from hitting the ground and risking injury. "Yuanman, are you all right?" he asked urgently, examining her body for any signs of harm. What could possibly happen to her? Jiang Hengji, having taken Jiang Xinxin from Jiang Yueyao's arms, remained stoic. He coldly addressed Nan Yuanman. "Last time you bullied Xinxin, I let it slide. This time, you dare to bully her again, thinking her meekness makes her an easy target? You share your mother's venomous nature. Come here and apologize to Xinxin." Jiang Xinxin leaned against Jiang Hengji, looking pitiful and wronged, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Jiang Lishuan. "Little uncle, she bullied me. She pushed me just now." Jiang Xinxin eagerly anticipated Jiang Lishuan to comfort her as he had in the past, reprimanding Nan Yuanman for intruding into his room. The room belonged only to her and her mother. Neither her elder brother nor her grandmother were permitted. Why should Nan Yuanman be allowed entry? Seeing Jiang Lishuan holding Nan Yuanman, Jiang Xinxin felt increasingly uncomfortable, as if her little uncle had been taken from her, her eyes reddening with distress. It truly appeared as though Nan Yuanman had bullied her. Yet, Jiang Lishuan did not approach to comfort her as before, but instead regarded her with a complex expression, questioning, "Xinxin, did Yuanman truly bully you?" He had clearly observed that it was Xinxin who had initiated the confrontation. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Jiang Xinxin shrank back. And before she could respond, Jiang Yueyao interjected, "Little brother, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that Xinxin would lie?" Jiang Yueyao looked at Jiang Lishuan with disappointment and sorrow. "She is your niece, raised by you. You should know her character. She is certainly not the sort to fabricate lies." Jiang Hengji's expression darkened as he chimed in. "Jiang Lishuan, what madness is this? Xinxin is your niece, and you would believe a newcomer who has been here but 2 days over her?" Jiang Xinxin pouted, tears streaming down her face. Seeing her distress, Jiang Lishuan felt a pang of sympathy, instinctively loosening his hold on Nan Yuanman to comfort Xinxin. At that moment, Nan Yuanman wriggled free from Jiang Lishuan's embrace, her face taut and serious as she confronted Jiang Xinxin. "Are you certain I truly bullied you? You are not lying, are you?" Jiang Xinxin felt a flutter of panic under Nan Yuanman's gaze, hastily burying her face in a Jiang Hengji's embrace, sobbing, "I'm scared, little uncle. She is so fierce." Jiang Hengji's expression hardened, his voice rising. "Nan Yuanman, silence." Nan Yuanman retorted, her voice even louder, "I will not. I have never bullied her. You will not place this blame upon me." Panic surged within Jiang Yueyao. "Xinxin, Yuanman, what are you both doing?" Jiang Hengji furrowed his brow, reaching out to remove the spell from Jiang Xinxin's back, but it seemed affixed as if it were part of her, resisting all attempts to detach it. Jiang Xinxin gasped in shock, her face pale with fear. "Who initiated this altercation?" Nan Yuanman pressed again. "Why are you lying? Little uncle's room is only for me and my mother. What right do you have to enter? I feared little uncle may prefer you over me, prompting me to stir up trouble." Jiang Xinxin wailed. Her words left Jiang Hengji and Jiang Lishuan momentarily stunned, their expressions shifting into a complex blend of emotions, while Jiang Yueyao's heart sank, her previously gentle demeanor darkening. Containing her fear and fury, she demanded of Nan Yuanman, "What have you done to my daughter? I merely placed a truth spell upon her. What harm could I possibly inflict?" Nan Yuanman shot back, rolling her eyes at Jiang Yueyao. She had sensed the animosity from the moment they met. Turning to Jiang Hengji and Jiang Lishuan, she declared, "Now you see, I have not bullied her. She has wronged me." Nan Yuanman bared her teeth at Jiang Xinxin, asserting, "Jiang Xinxin, Your uncle has stated that those who err must apologize, otherwise, they are merely malicious children. You have wronged me, now apologize. Though she was but a small child, not even reaching the height of Jiang Lishuan's thigh, she exuded an impressive aura, fiercely defending her rights. Jiang Lishuan shut his eyes, his feelings tumultuous as he glanced at Jiang Xinxin, hesitantly murmuring, Xinxin. Little uncle witnessed the events. Jiang Xinxin, feeling both guilty and anxious, fell silent, only able to wail in distress. Jiang Yueyao, overwhelmed with compassion, cradled her from Jiang Hongji's arms, tears cascading down her cheeks as she pleaded with Nan Yuanman. I understand this time, it was Xinxin's fault. Yuanman, could you grant her another chance? She merely lacks a sense of security. Rest assured, there will be no next time. I will take Xinxin and move out today to prevent any further bullying. Jiang Hongji frowned, his emotions tangled as he sighed. Enough, it is just a conflict between children. Do not speak of moving out so readily. Was the Yuanman also bullying Xinxin before? A single incident of bullying may have been settled, but for me, this matter remains unresolved. Nan Yuanman clenched her small fists tightly, her petite face brimming with determination. Wronged and bullied, she was not one to suppress her feelings of indignation and wrath. She stood her ground, declaring, you have no right to forgive her on my behalf. Jiang Xinxin must apologize to me. Jiang Hongji, growing impatient, interjected, Nan Yuanman, enough. As the elder sister, how can you be so petty with Xinxin? To which she retorted, and you, as the adult, why were you so meticulous in insisting I apologize to Jiang Xinxin? Nan Yuanman scoffed, her childish voice particularly sharp. What? Only you can be meticulous, and I cannot? How hypocritical of you. Jiang Hongji's expression darkened instantly. Jiang Xinxin, tightly embracing Jiang Yueyao, remained silent, while Nan Yuanman refused to yield, resulting in a standoff. Jiang Yueyao felt a wave of nausea, her disdain for Nan Yuanman intensifying. However, considering Xinxin's obedient nature over the years, she feared that if Xinxin were to confront Nan Yuanman, her brother would surely blame her. With a resigned sigh, she coaxed Jiang Xinxin into apologizing to Nan Yuanman, and the mother-daughter duo left, seething with frustration. At that moment, Butler Li hurriedly entered with Meng Qinian. The sudden appearance of Meng Qinian startled the Jiang family. Jiang Yueyao, astonished, exclaimed, Young Master Meng, do you know Yuanman? Even though Madame Meng was merely a side branch of the Meng family in the capital, the connections and resources she brought were far beyond the Jiang family's reach. Thus, for years, the Jiang family had sought to befriend the Meng family to elevate their business. Unfortunately, Madame Meng had met an untimely demise due to illness, leaving behind only her son, and Jiang Yueyao had yet to find an opportunity to connect with him. Initially, she had intended for her brother to use gaming as an excuse to engage with the Meng family sole heir. However, after Xinxin posed a particular question, Jiang Yueyao felt it inappropriate and quickly donned a cheerful facade, turning to warmly greet Nan Yuanman as if they were the best of friends. Yuanman, young Master Meng is looking for you. Hurry down and don't keep him waiting. She instructed, someone please serve young Master Meng some tea. Nan Yuanman leaned over the balcony railing to look down, casting a peculiar glance at Jiang Yueyao before murmuring softly, this adult is quite amusing, changing her demeanor so swiftly. He feigned ignorance, picking her up and helping her put on her shoes. Nan Yuanman accepted his assistance without hesitation, calling down to Meng Qinian with her small, sweet voice. I'll be down once I freshen up. Jiang Yueyao frowned, reproaching, this child, how can she keep a guest waiting? Her attitude and demeanor suggested she held little regard for Jiang Yueyao. Jiang Yueyao felt a pang of irritation rising within her. Meng Qinian cast a sidelong glance at her. Suppressing a scoff, he could see through her attempts to undermine Yuanman, thinking he was oblivious. He disregarded Jiang Yueyao and Jiang Xinxin entirely, greeting Jiang Hongji in a lukewarm manner before settling into a single armchair. Jiang Hongji, grappling with a mix of emotions, stole several glances at Meng Qinian before finally giving into his curiosity. Young Master Meng, may I inquire how you came to know Yuanman? To which Meng Qinian replied, well, my acquaintance with Yuanman is partly due to your Jiang family's involvement. He continued, a sarcastic tone creeping into his voice. One day, while I was out for a stroll, I spotted a little one standing at the Jiang family gate. Oh dear, such a tiny thing, all alone and looking so pitiful. Being a soft-hearted individual, I feared for her safety and took her out for a meal. I initially thought she was just a lost child from the neighborhood, only to discover she belonged to your Jiang family. With a mocking tone, he added, "Young Master Jiang, how could your family be so inconsiderate as to leave such a small child unattended outside? Have your butlers and servants all vanished? Or has your family's business declined to the point where you can't even afford to care for a 5-year-old? If you can't manage, I'd be willing to take her in. Caring for a 5-year-old is no burden for me." Meng Qinian's barrage left Jiang Hongji's face flushed, rendering him momentarily speechless. Just as he opened his mouth to defend himself, Jiang Yueyao interjected, her expression apologetic. "It was our oversight. That day, Xin suddenly had heart pain. And in our haste, we neglected Yuanman." She sighed, her face marked with guilt. "It was my fault. I should have remained calmer." While most would feel sympathy for Jiang Yueyao's words, considering the plight of a sick child over a healthy one, Meng Qinian was different. He scoffed, "Indeed. It is your fault. Your family seems to take pleasure in bullying Yuanman, who lacks a mother as protection." Jiang Yueyao was momentarily taken aback, her feelings of embarrassment and anger rising. Jiang Hongji, already pained by Jiang Yueyao's self-blame, felt his displeasure with Meng Qinian intensifying upon hearing his remarks. With a stern expression, he retorted, "Young Master Meng, this is a private matter for our family and does not concern you." Meng Qinian sneered, eager to continue his retort, when the sound of approaching footsteps caught his attention. He pursed his lips, ignoring Jiang Hongji, only to see a freshly groomed Nan Yuanman bounding down the stairs. Today, she wore a milk-yellow shirt and denim overalls, her hair styled into 2 playful braids. Her cheeks jiggled with every energetic step, her bright eyes sparkling with life, making her utterly adorable. Meng Qinian felt a softening in his heart as he rose, extending his hand toward her. Nan Yuanman disregarded the Jiang family members. Placing her small hand in his, "Let us go." Jiang Hongji furrowed his brow in displeasure, about to speak when Jiang Lishuan interjected, "Call me when you arrive, Yuanman. Avoid any dangerous situations and prioritize your safety." Among the Jiang family, only Jiang Lishuan recognized Nan Yuanman's true capabilities. He wished to accompany her for protection. But today, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Nan Yuanman waved her hand dismissively, responding languidly, "Got it." Meng Qinian nodded slightly at Jiang Hongji before confidently leading Nan Yuanman away. Once they had left, Jiang Yueyao sighed helplessly. Yuanman truly has no regard for her family in front of outsiders. With such a strong-willed nature, she may face significant challenges in the future. Jiang Hongji chuckled coldly. "She is just like her mother." Jiang Lishuan frowned, casting a complex glance at Jiang Yueyao. Before speaking, "Yuanman is still young. I will gradually teach her. However, regarding you, Yueyao, I have a question." Jiang Yueyao had been particularly displeased with Jiang Lishuan's recent behavior, and upon hearing this, she replied coolly, "Brother, Xin isn't in a good mood. Let me soothe her first before addressing any issues." Just as she intended to leave with Jiang Xin in her arms, Jiang Lishuan's voice called out from behind, "Did Bai Wennin really abandon me and flee the year my hand was injured?" This question had tormented Jiang Lishuan throughout the night. Moreover, after witnessing Jiang Xin and Jiang Yueyao's attitudes towards Nan Yuanman that morning, he began to sense that his sister Jiang Yueyao and his niece Jiang Xin were not as kind and innocent as he had once believed. Memories of Nan Yuanman's wronged expression resurfaced in his mind, mirroring his own feelings when he questioned Bai Wennin about her abandonment. Overwhelmed by the flood of emotions, Jiang Lishuan blurted out his inquiry. Jiang Hongji's brow furrowed, directing his gaze toward Jiang Yueyao. A chill ran down Jiang Yueyao's spine, her grip on Jiang Xin tightening involuntarily, her expression nearly faltering. "Brother, has someone said something to you?" "Brother, do not heed the words of outsiders. They speak with the intent to sow discord between us siblings." Jiang Lishuan interrupted her, his gaze profound. "Tell me the truth." Jiang Yueyao parted her lips, cradling Jiang Xin, unable to meet Jiang Lishuan's eyes. "When I arrived, Bai Wennin was indeed not present. However, so much time has passed, I cannot recall if she truly fled." "Very well. I understand." Jiang Lishuan nodded, glancing at the ailing Jiang Xin in her arms. "Take Xin upstairs to rest. She has acted rather inappropriately today. You must have a serious talk with her." Jiang Yueyao forced a smile, turning to ascend the stairs while her expression darkened. It has been nearly 8 years since the incident that rendered Jiang Lishuan's hand useless. Why would he suddenly bring it up? Has he uncovered something? No, that cannot be. So much time has elapsed, and she had thoroughly disposed of the evidence. Jiang Lishuan could not possibly find out. Yet, a sense of unease inexplicably surged within her. After Meng Qinian departed from the Jiang residence with Nan Yuanman, he first took her out for breakfast. Savoring a bite of the steamed bun, Nan Yuanman observed Meng Qinian, who was preparing soy milk for her, and asked, "Did that student ghost come to find you again last night?" Meng Qinian inserted a straw into the cup, placing the soy milk before her. "Drink slowly, it's quite hot." Nan Yuanman tilted her head, a glint of mischief in her eyes. "Didn't you say that once dead, one is truly dead? Why is it that the student ghost is seeking you now? Aren't you just giving up?" Meng Qinian offered an awkward smile. "Well, one does wish to live, to truly experience life. Typically, he would say, life is finite. One must eventually face death, whether early or late. Yet, when confronted with a ghost, help me, save me." Nan Yuanman chuckled softly, hastily finishing her breakfast, and sipped the soy milk in small gulps. "Let us go. While he is weak, we must resolve this matter once and for all." She had already discerned the location of the student ghost lair. Chapter 40. You Cannot Escape. Thanks to the tracking talisman she had infused into the student ghost's essence last night, wherever he had traversed, his spectral energy would linger, allowing Nan Yuanman to easily locate his den. The petite girl, with her chubby hands clutching a soy milk cup twice the size of her palms, spoke with cheeks puffing adorably, adding an endearing contrast to her serious expression, prompting Meng Qinian to reach out and gently tousle her slightly disheveled hair. "That student ghost appears rather cunning. He fears that Yuanman may not be able to handle him. No need for concern. It is daytime, and his ghostly power is not as formidable as at night." "I can manage," Nan Yuanman replied, shaking her head. "If I cannot handle it, then I shall release my grandfather. He could use a bit of exercise after having consumed a fierce ghost recently. Then let us depart." Meng Qinian grabbed the car keys from the table and, hand in hand with Nan Yuanman, strode out. Under Nan Yuanman's guidance, Meng Qinian drove to the old district in the west of the city. The narrow alleyways there were too constricted for vehicles, so he parked the car and carried Nan Yuanman as they navigated the maze of alleys. Residents in the old district, enjoying their strolls, were quickly drawn to the striking duo. An elderly woman walking her dog inquired curiously, "Who are you here to find?" with a sweet smile gracing her soft, fair face. Nan Yuanman replied, "Good morning, Grandma. I'm looking for Brother Lu Yi. Do you know where he lives? Looking for the Lu family? Are you relatives of theirs?" The grandmother's expression shifted as she pointed towards a nearby old building. "There, the Lu family lives in Unit 3, Room 506. "Thank you very much," Meng Qinian said politely, carrying Nan Yuanman toward the old building as curious onlookers gathered, asking whom they were seeking. The grandmother sighed. "They are here to find Lu Yi." Who would have thought the Lu family had such distinguished relatives? Just look at that young man's watch. It must be worth more than 5 digits. A bystander paused and exclaimed, "They're looking for Lu Yi? Wait, isn't that the child who hanged himself at home?" Meanwhile, within the Lu household, a middle-aged couple, weary and of average appearance, sat at the dining table, mechanically consuming their meal. Nearby, an altar displayed a black and white portrait. The youth in the photograph bore a resemblance to the student ghost, but lacked its gloom, smiling brightly at the camera. As the silence of the meal lingered, Lu Ye's father, Lu Zhiqing, with a hoarse voice, broke the stillness. "Shaowan, your mother asked me when we might have another child." Initially numb, Liwan erupted with rage upon hearing his words. She swept all the dishes off the table, the clattering sound echoing through the room. Child, child, child. Lu Zhiqing, Xiao Yi has only been gone for less than a year. You, as a father, are so impatient to have another child? Do you even think of him? You know Xiao Yi has been dead for a year. We are getting older, nearing 40. If we do not have another child, who will take care of us in our old age? Lu Zhiqing retorted angrily, slamming his chopsticks on the table. I told you back then that he was under too much pressure at school. I advise you not to push him too hard. Yet you insisted on filling his schedule with tutoring classes, leaving him no breathing room. Xiao Yi's suicide is all because of you. It's all your fault. Li Wan screamed. Now it's my fault? When Xiao Yi was alive, you never cared for him. Where were you when he was distracted in class or skipping school? Where were you when he was bullied by other kids? Did you ever attend a parent-teacher meeting? You always claim to be busy, yet you have time to fish. You couldn't even raise one child. How could you possibly raise a second? I swear I will only have Xiao Yi as my child. If you want another, you can have it yourself. Lu Yi, having manifested a thin strand of gloom, hung it on the door handle, listening expressionlessly to the argument outside. The resentment seeping in from outside nourished his spirit, gradually mending his damaged essence. His former room was now his lair. Nothing could replenish one's spirit more than the resentment emanating from one's own parents. He sensed that if he could lure Meng Qinian into a trap and consume his soul, he would ascend to the rank of Ghost King. However, that pesky little ghost was a hindrance. He needed to devise a plan to eliminate that small ghost first. As Lu Yi racked his brain to find a solution for Nan Yuanman, the quarrel in the living room escalated. Everything in the room lay shattered on the floor, and Lu Ziqing, with a bruised forehead, covered it as he shouted in anger, "You are utterly unreasonable." With that, he stormed to the door, ready to leave. Upon opening it, he encountered Meng Qinian and Nan Yuanman, who were poised to ring the doorbell. Lu Ziqing's expression stiffened, a mix of embarrassment and anger being caught in familial discord. He asked curtly, "Who are you looking for?" Before Meng Qinian could respond, Nan Yuanman, resembling a spirited calf, dashed inside, quickly forming seals with her small hands, and hurled several talismans at the closed door. Nowhere to run. Meng Qinian exclaimed, "Yuanman, Li Huan," standing in the living room, tears streaming down her face, momentarily stunned at the sudden intrusion, could only watch as the child scattered talismans. "What are you doing?" As soon as her words fell, the talisman she cast transformed into a magnificent golden net before her, ensnaring a dark figure that rushed out from the room. Almost immediately, a piercing wail echoed in her ears. "Ah, it hurts. Mom, it hurts. Help me." Li Wan's pupils constricted in shock as she gasped, "Xiao Yi?" Chapter 41. The adult's R2 cunningness was the voice of her deceased child, Lu Yi. In the next moment, the black figure trapped within the golden net revealed its true form. Standing at the doorway, Lu Ziqing's face twisted in terror upon seeing Lu Yi materialized, and he shrieked, "A ghost! A ghost!" After his exclamation, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Li Wan was equally astonished, staring in disbelief at the struggling figure within the golden net. "Xiao Yi, it really is you." Without pausing to inquire what Lu Yi had done, she rushed forward to grasp the net, pulling with all her might, desperate to free him. Yet, despite her efforts, the golden net remained unyielding, showing no signs of damage. Panic surged within her as she spread her arms protectively in front of Lu Yi, gazing at the peculiar duo of great and small standing in her home. Her eyes landing on Nan Yuanman, who had thrown the talisman, her face contorting into a grimace that was more sorrowful than a cry. Little Tianshi, I do not know what my Xiao Yi has done. I beseech you to spare him this once. He is but 18 years old, still so young. If he has erred, let me bear the consequences, may I?" Li Wan was no fool. She understood that Nan Yuanman's immediate use of a talisman, along with the copper coin sword in her possession, indicated she was no ordinary person. Moreover, her arrival here hinted that Lu Yi had committed some misdeed after his death, which had led to this pursuit. As a mother, she instinctively sought to protect him. Nan Yuanman's chubby face grew serious. "Auntie, this brother has caused the death of his sister. His hands are stained with blood. He is no longer the good child you remember. Furthermore, he has also attempted to harm my brother." Meng Qinian, who was tugging the unconscious Lu Ziqing back into the room to shut the door against the curious gazes outside, could not help but smirk at this revelation. Yuanman called him brother, without any prefix. Li Wan's pupils dilated in disbelief as she turned to Lu Yi, who averted her gaze, refusing to meet her eyes, and retorted harshly at Nan Yuanman, "Do not slander me. I did not cause her death. It was her own lack of resolve that led her to take her life. Besides, if she had been steadfast, would she have succumbed to my coaxing?" Lu Yi sneered. "Your claim that I wished harm upon your brother is utterly absurd. If I truly had, would he still be standing here unharmed? You should at least prepare your lies with some forethought." Li Wan, swayed by Lu Ye's words, hesitantly turned to Nan Yuanman. "Xiao Yi says he has not harmed anyone. Could this all be a misunderstanding?" "You adults truly love to lie," Nan Yuanman replied, displeased. "Had it not been for you possessing Ting Ting Jia's phone to manipulate her, she would not have taken her own life. Do not argue. I've sensed your lingering ghostly aura on Ting Ting, Jia's phone, and my brother's phone too. Nan Yuanman decided to cease her back and forth with Lu Yi and raised her hand to summon the Gate of Ghosts, declaring, "If I have wronged you, you are free to plead your case to Yin Wang in the underworld. Let him punish me." Lu Yi, who had initially felt a sense of pride, sensed the aura of the Gate of Ghosts and fell into a state of panic. He turned to Li Wan, pleading, "Mom, I do not wish to go to the underworld. I want to remain by your side. I recognize that my recklessness has caused you sorrow, and I have seen how much you long for me this past year. Mom, I was wrong. I should not have taken my own life. My actions were merely to buy more time to be with you. I meant no harm. Please help me." Li Wan's heart ached, tears streaming down her parched cheeks once more. She turned to Nan Yuanman, her legs weakening as if she might kneel in supplication. Yet, a large hand grasped her wrist. Meng Qinyan's voice, tinged with coldness, interrupted, "Auntie, Lu Yi has only managed to kill one person so far. He will not face severe punishment in the underworld. If you continue to shield him and enable his wrongdoing, he may commit greater evils in the future, and that would truly harm him." Li Wan froze, gazing up at him through tear-filled eyes. Meng Qinyan looked at Lu Yi with disdain. "I have witnessed what it means to spin tales. You coax your mother into kneeling for a child like you, unaware that you may shorten her life." Nan Yuanman nodded in agreement. "If you truly love your parents, you would not have made your lair in their home. Spirits and the living cannot maintain prolonged contact. The negative energy from ghosts will affect the living, leading to misfortune, irritability, illness, and a diminishment of life and vitality. Just look at Li Wan now. Her complexion is ashen, her spirit dimmed, and if she delays any longer, she will surely face dire consequences from her dazed state." Seeing Li Wan being restrained, Lu Ye's expression darkened, and he scoffed bitterly, "You useless thing. While I was alive, you forced me to study, granting me no respite. Now that I am dead, you cannot help me at all. You are a failure as a mother." Li Wan trembled violently, tears streaming down her face as she gazed at Lu Yi. Her voice trembling with disbelief, "Xiao Yi Yu, the greatest regret of my life has been becoming your child." Realizing he could not escape, Lu Yi decided to lash out, cruelly declaring to Li Wan, "If given the chance, I would rather be reborn as a dog than be your child." Before he could finish, Nan Yuanman interrupted him loudly, her face darkening. "You are too much." The little girl clenched her fists, her bright eyes glowing with anger, resembling a furious little bird. "Annie has been far too kind to you. She is not afraid of the hideous creature you have become and still wishes to protect you. Now transformed into a malevolent spirit, she owes you nothing. She is the one who is truly unfortunate for giving birth to a child like you." After chastising Lu Yi, she hurriedly trotted over to Li Wan, raising her hand to help wipe away her tears, speaking soothingly, "Auntie, do not be sad. If there's a next life, let my brother be your child. He is tall and handsome, 100 times better than this unfilial son." Once she finished, Nan Yuanman cast a sidelong glance at Meng Qinyan, offering him a smile, as she wished to be a mother in her next life, and thus had to temporarily allow Qinyan to be her Annie's child for a while. Meng Qinyan was both amused and exasperated, reaching out to poke her playfully, wondering if she thought she was doing him a favor. Initially pained by Lu Ye's words, Li Wan found some solace in Nan Yuanman's innocent chatter, stammering her gratitude. Thank you, little Tianshi." Lu Yi seethed with fury, his chest heaving as he glared at Nan Yuanman and screamed, "What do you know? You understand nothing." Li Wan lifted her tear-stained eyes to Lu Yi, striving to remain calm as she spoke. "Indeed, she knows nothing, but Xiao Yi, your mother has made mistakes in her life, yet she owes you nothing. Everything you desired, everything you wished for, your mother endeavored to fulfill. She should not have pushed you so hard." Unable to restrain her tears any longer, she sobbed, "I'm sorry." Upon hearing those 3 words, Lu Ye's previously furious gaze softened, his resentment toward Li Wan slowly dissipating. In life and in death, what he had yearned for the most was simply an apology from her. Yet, adults are cunning, always finding countless excuses to justify their actions, never acknowledging their wrongdoings. Lu Yi fell silent, the gate of ghosts behind him slowly creaking open, the sound of chains rattling and heavy footsteps echoing from within, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. Meng Qinyan felt a chill run down his spine, unable to resist inching closer to Nan Yuanman. He glanced furtively around before lowering his voice to inquire, "Yuanman, has the ghost gate opened?" Nan Yuanman nodded affirmatively. Yes. The Insha uncle is ready to come out. No sooner had she spoken than an Insha, wearing a black hat emblazoned with the words "You have arrived," emerged, wielding a soul-reaping rope. He nodded slightly at Nan Yuanman in greeting before raising his hand to ensnare Lu Yi with the rope around his neck. Lu Ye's soul trembled slightly under the oppressive aura of the Insha, and just before his essence was dragged away, he stuttered, "I didn't take my own life because you forced me. I was lured online." In a moment of despair, as the Insha began to pull Lu Ye's soul into the ghost gate, Lu Yi finally spoke in a muted tone. "I have never blamed you. What I said earlier was said in haste. I'm sorry, Mom. If there's a next life, I still want to be your child." Chapter 42. How much does rat poison cost? Li Wan could not see the Insha, but she noticed a chain appear around Lu Ye's soul, pulling him away. Despite her heartache from Lu Ye's earlier actions, witnessing him being taken away filled her with dread. She suddenly lunged toward Lu Ye's direction. "No, Xiaoye, Xiaoye." In that moment, as she lunged, Lu Ye's soul was whisked away by the Insha, leaving her grasping at air. To witness her child die before her eyes and then see his essence being taken away was an overwhelming shock for any mother. Overcome with emotion, Li Wan's eyes rolled back as she fainted. Nan Yuanman panicked and hurriedly approached, mimicking the adults in the village as she pressed on Li Wan's pressure point and called out to Meng Qinian. "Qinian Gij, quickly call an ambulance." Meng Qinian, remaining relatively calm, dialed 120 and pulled Nan Yuanman away from Li Wan, reassuring her. "Don't worry. She just fainted from the shock. She'll wake up soon. Don't press too hard, or you might hurt her." The child, unaware of her own strength, risked injuring Li Wan's pressure point. After a long wait, the ambulance finally arrived, transporting both the unconscious Li Wan and Lu Zhiqing to the hospital. Worried that Li Wan might become emotionally distressed upon waking, Nan Yuanman stayed by her bedside, resting her chubby hands on her chin, her cheeks slightly puffed. Meng Qinian sat beside her, occasionally glancing her way, fearful that the earlier events might affect her. Suddenly, he heard Nan Yuanman ask, "Qinian Gij, what does it feel like to have a mom protecting you?" She sighed, "Alas, my mother went to the underworld too soon. Otherwise, Yuanman could still see her and thank her for protecting me. I would never speak harshly to my mother like that big brother did." Meng Qinian felt a pang of sorrow and sympathy for her. No matter how precocious Nan Yuanman appeared, she was still just a 5-year-old child, dependent on her mother. Unable to resist, he reached out to tousle her soft hair, making a surprising suggestion. "You can think of me as your mom." Nan Yuanman was taken aback, turning to look at Meng Qinian in astonishment. Sensing her gaze, he felt a bit awkward and straightened his chest. "What's wrong? A male mom isn't a mom?" Although he was only 18, he believed himself more mature than those from the Jiang family, qualifying to be her male mom. Nan Yuanman had never heard such a term before and, with a mix of confusion and curiosity, asked, "Is it really like that? Can boys be moms too?" Meng Qinian nodded with unwavering certainty. Yes. He showed no awareness of the implications of misleading a child. He opened his arms. "If you ever miss your mom, just think of me as your mom and come into my warm embrace." Nan Yuanman hesitated, withdrawing slightly. Maybe not." As they conversed softly, Li Wan on the hospital bed groaned and slowly began to regain consciousness. Nan Yuanman quickly leaned in, asking with concern, "Auntie, you're awake. Is there anywhere you feel unwell?" Li Wan stared at her for a moment, her memories prior to fainting gradually returning. She suddenly sat upright in bed, grasping Nan Yuanman's hand tightly. "Little Tian sure Xiaoye. Is he all right? He was taken to the underworld by the Insha. Once his sins are accounted for, he can be reborn." Nan Yuanman comforted her, "But Auntie's health doesn't seem good. You need to rest." Li Wan's eyes brimmed with tears as she stammered, "Is there anything I can do for him?" Now lacking the courage to plead for Lu Yi, she simply wished to do something to alleviate his burdens. After all, he was still her child. Nan Yuanman replied, "Just do more good deeds." Li Wan clasped her small hand tightly, nodding, All right. "Oh, Auntie, before he left, Xiaoye mentioned he was lured into suicide, and we hope you can show us his phone from before." Meng Qinian noticed Li Wan's mood had stabilized a bit before speaking up. This was primarily because Nan Yuanman wished to check whether there were other spirits on the phone. If there were, they needed to capture them early and send them to the underworld for sentencing to prevent further harm. Not knowing which phone is his, "I brought all the visible phones from your home." Meng Qinian said, naturally pulling out 3 or 4 phones from his pocket. Li Yuan didn't hold it against him for being intrusive and pointed to a black phone. This one was used by Xiaoya. Meng Qinian kept that one and returned the rest to her. He handed the black phone to Yuanman, who held it and sensed it briefly, detecting no ghostly energy. She furrowed her small brow, awkwardly powering it on, but accidentally clicked on an icon resembling a clover. As the images sprang up on the screen, she recoiled in shock. Meng Qinian quickly leaned over. What's wrong? Upon seeing the bloody and mutilated image of a wrist slitting, he exclaimed. He promptly covered Yuanman's eyes and snatched the phone away. It's fine, that's fake. Once he looked at it. Though he reassured her verbally, he swiftly browsed through the information, discovering it was a networking platform aimed at teenagers, though the group titles were rather unwholesome. Suddenly, a dialogue box popped up. The message read, "You said you would punish your controlling mother with suicide. You're still alive?" Meng Qinian, observing this dialogue box, furrowed his brow as he opened it, realizing Lu Yi had been conversing with this individual for quite some time. The other party claimed to be a depression sufferer, engaging Lu Yi in deep discussions, occasionally sharing how their families treated them poorly. Furthermore, they frequently sent images of self-harm to Lu Yi, expressing a twisted satisfaction seeing their families' regret and remorse after such acts. Lu Yi, influenced by this, began to ask if their family truly regretted their actions when self-harming, lamenting his mother's controlling nature and wishing to make her feel remorse. The last recorded conversation included a message from the other party indicating they had once again attempted suicide and sent Lu Yi images of their family crying in regret. Lu Yi's final words were, "Do you think if I hung myself, my mom would regret it when she found my body?" No further records followed, with the latest message being the one he sent. Even Meng Qinian, usually slow to grasp such matters, began to understand. This was a platform designed to entice teenagers into self-harm. Yuanman strained to tug at Meng Qinian's hand, craning her neck. Let me see. It was too gruesome for a child to witness. Meng Qinian pressed her head down and handed Lu Yi's phone back to Li Yuan, saying, "You must brace yourself to see this." Lu Yi was indeed coerced into suicide. Li Yuan took a deep breath, mentally preparing herself to accept the phone from Meng Qinian. But upon seeing the conversations within, she was deeply shaken and nearly fainted. How could this be? How can there be such evil people? Li Yuan trembled in anger. Meng Qinian sighed and advised, "I suggest you report this to the authorities and bring the mastermind behind this to justice." Regardless of his own indignation, he was not directly involved and could not make decisions for Li Yuan. "Of course, I will." Li Yuan's eyes ignited with fierce determination. She was resolved to ensure the whole development team faced imprisonment. After dealing with the student ghost, it was already noon when they emerged from the hospital. Meng Qinian felt a weight lift from his heart, and in high spirits, he took Yuanman to find a place to dine. Along the way, he casually inquired, "Yuanman, since your mother is gone, what about your father? I've never heard you mention him." Yuanman hesitated, honestly shaking her head. "I don't know. Grandpa never mentioned his existence. Perhaps he, like my mother, is also gone." Lost in thought, Yuanman suddenly heard a weary young woman's voice ask, "Excuse me, how much is the rat poison?" Accompanying this voice was a faint aura of malevolence. Yuanman stopped, sniffing the air like a curious puppy, and looked toward the source of the voice. Not far from her, there was a small stall selling rat poison and cockroach bait, where a young woman with short pink hair, dressed in pajamas and appearing particularly disheveled, squatted. The woman held about 10 packages of rat poison, her face etched with fatigue and despair as she asked, "How much for all of this?" "Not for yourself, I hope." "Of course." Yao Xianglu chuckled softly. After all, wasn't she just a little mouse? The stall owner relaxed and gestured a price. 30 yuan will suffice, young lady. I don't know what troubles you faced, but you're still young. After enduring this, blessings will surely come your way. Blessings? If only they would come to my home. I think they were blind, Yao Xianglu murmured, paying the stall owner 30 yuan and leaving with the rat poison swaying in her hands. Yuanman pondered for a few seconds before scampering after her. Meng Qinian anxiously looked around and finally spotted Yuanman stealthily following the pink-haired woman. He hurried over, grabbing her by the back of her collar, his heart racing from the fright. "Yuanman, why did you run off without a word? You scare me to death." Lifted off the ground, Yuanman curled up like a kitten. Upon seeing Meng Qinian's pale face, she realized her mistake and apologized sweetly. "I'm sorry, Brother Qinian. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm just used to it. While living in the countryside with her grandfather, she had grown accustomed to wandering freely without needing to inform him. This led to her forgetting to mention her departure to Meng Qinian. The little girl apologized fluently, and Meng Qinian, unable to hold any grudge, affectionately ruffled her soft hair, reminding her, "This time I'll let it slide, but next time you must inform me before going off somewhere. You could be taken by human traffickers." Yuanman obediently nodded. "Okay, I understand." From that moment, Meng Qinian was reluctant to let Nan Yuanman walk alone, carrying her as he asked, "What were you doing following that pink-haired woman? Did you sense anything unusual about her?" That sister had a strong aura of malevolence. Nan Yuanman did not hide anything from Meng Qinian, as he was the first person to show her kindness since arriving in this unfamiliar city. As she spoke, she looked around for the woman, but found that she had vanished. Frowning slightly, Nan Yuanman felt a pang of disappointment, but now she is lost. "Don't worry. If she is destined to cross paths with you, you will meet her again," Meng Qinian reassured the little one. "Come, let us go eat." Just as he prepared to leave with Nan Yuanman, an ambulance suddenly drove in, flanked by several red flag cars. Meng Qinian paused, stepping aside to let the vehicles pass. Nan Yuanman, clinging to Meng Qinian's neck, stretched her neck to see where the ambulance had stopped. A young man, dressed in a white coat, tall and exceptionally handsome, jumped down from the ambulance. Upon exiting, he inadvertently glanced toward Nan Yuanman, his amber eyes exuding an air of indifference. Upon seeing him, Nan Yuanman was momentarily taken aback, her brows furrowing as she wished to observe him more closely when Meng Qinian suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "What? How did the Feng family arrive here? Wasn't he their territory in the capital? Why had they suddenly come to the city?" The one who came was none other than Feng Yuli, the infamous rebel. Could something have happened to Uncle Feng? Feng Yuli spotted a familiar figure in the crowd, and his attractive brows raised slightly. However, he did not initiate a greeting. When his bodyguard arrived, he directed them to carry the person from the ambulance inside the hospital, surrounded by their protective presence. The onlookers nearby whispered curiously, "What a commotion. Which notable person has been transferred here?" "That man. I've seen him on television before. He is a doctor without borders, and seems to be the eldest son of the Feng family from the capital." Meng Qinian did not linger, carrying the bewildered Nan Yuanman away amidst the curious discussions of the crowd. Observing Meng Qinian darting away like a cat with its tail stepped on, Nan Yuanman curiously scrutinized him. "Brother Qinian, do you know that big brother from before?" Meng Qinian hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded, "I do. He is my aunt's son, but my mother and my aunt fell out long ago and have since cut ties." For Meng Qinian, this was an ancient tale, yet he could not forget the embarrassment from his childhood when his mother attempted to reconcile with his aunt, only to have his older cousin discipline him for being too mischievous. Thus, seeing Feng Yuli now made Meng Qinian feel a burning embarrassment, leaving him utterly hesitant to greet him. After briefly explaining his complicated history with Feng Yuli to Nan Yuanman, Meng Qinian found a relatively clean small restaurant to have their meal. Meanwhile, at Citywana Hospital, Dean Wang hurriedly approached, nervously greeting Feng Yuli. "Dr. Feng, what brings you here so suddenly? I heard you transferred the family head over as well. Is he?" "Dean Wang, I apologize for the sudden intrusion, but you need not worry. My father is fine. He simply could not find a suitable doctor in the capital, so we decided to try our luck here." Feng Yuli replied with a polite smile. "The care for him will be handled by the Feng family's medical team. Wana Hospital is also a property of the Feng family, which was one reason Feng Yuli chose to transfer Feng Songqian here." Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Dean Wang repeatedly nodded, "Understood, understood. Please let us know if you have any requests. The hospital will do its utmost to cooperate." Feng Yuli slightly nodded, and just then, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He answered the call, and an agitated voice erupted from the other end. "Feng Yuli, where the hell have you taken Dad? You know he has been a vegetable for 3 years, and you're dragging him around. Are you trying to commit patricide and seize the family fortune?" Dean Wang wished he could unhear everything, offering a forced smile before silently turning to leave. Feng Yuli's expression was faint, his voice cold and detached. "Feng Langqing, if you cannot speak, just remain silent." Feng Langqing was taken aback, exhaling in irritation. "Do you truly believe that old man's words? Feng Yuli, can you be a bit more rational? Father has been in a coma for 3 years. We have employed every conceivable method, both esoteric and scientific, yet he remains unresponsive. Do you genuinely believe what he said, that Father-S vitality lies in the city? Chapter 44. Jiang Lishuan's illusions shattered. Feng Langqing was relentless. Now that we are in the city, has Father awakened? No, he hasn't tea, right? That old man is clearly deceiving you. You are a doctor. Can you not adopt a materialistic approach? Stop believing in these supernatural notions. Feng Yuli listened quietly, and after a moment of calm, he asked, if there's hope, shouldn't we at least try? Should we truly allow him to lie in Beijing? Forever a comatose vegetable? Feng Langqing was momentarily speechless. Father will be under my watch. Nothing will happen. Inform Mother and the other brothers that if they wish to see him, they should come to Wana Hospital. With that, Feng Yuli ended the call decisively. On the other end, the red-haired Feng Langqing, agitated, raked his fingers through his hair. Cautiously, a head peeked through the door. Feng Langqing's manager, Luo Wei, spoke. Qinggo, it's time to go on stage. Have you sorted out your matters? He tossed his phone onto a small round table, adjusted his attire, and stood to leave. The Buddhist talisman hanging from his neck, swaying with his movements. By the way, after this performance, all engagements will be postponed. I need to visit the city. Luo Wei nodded in agreement. Understood. He was eager to see if the city truly held the key to their father's vitality. On the other end, Feng Yuli hung up the phone and, after a moment's hesitation, sent a WeChat message to the contact labeled as Mother. I saw Meng Qinian at the city hospital. He is holding a child. Mother? Mother! How old is the child? Mother! Out of wedlock? Feng Yuli. Unaware, Meng Qinian had lunch with Nan Yuanman, and afterward, he took her, with her round belly, for a stroll in a nearby park. Meng Qinian, with a helpless expression, remarked, why do you always eat so much and so quickly? There's no one competing with you. Eat slowly to avoid stomach issues. Nan Yuanman, struggling to walk with her little belly, smiled sheepishly. It's a habit. My grandfather was in the military and ate very quickly. I picked up that pace from him. After her grandfather fell ill, Nan Yuanman often went hungry. To prevent other animals from stealing her food, she would quickly eat whatever she managed to find. Only with non-perishable items would she eat a bit slower. With so many delicious foods in the city, she naturally wanted to consume them all, but her small belly could only hold so much, causing her to overeat. Meng Qinian felt a pang of sadness and could not help but curse the Jiang family in his heart. By the way, Nan Yuanman took out a small wooden figure possessed by Zhuang from her bag and handed it to Meng Qinian. Zhuang is now in the wooden figure. If you want to use it as evidence, you can call it out. As Meng Qinian touched the cold wooden figure, he almost dropped it in surprise, his face displaying a grimace more sorrowful than tears. He hurriedly stuffed Zhuang back into her small bag. No need. My father has ways to interrogate her. After sending the message, Jiang Lishuan sent the address of a studio to Nan Yuanman's watch, instructing Meng Qinian to bring her there, and then he changed his clothes, took his car keys, and headed out. Years ago, after Jiang Lishuan's hand tendons were severed, he reluctantly abandoned his dream of becoming an esports player and shifted to the background, using his red envelope money and annual company shares to establish an esports gaming studio. Over the years, the studio had won numerous competitions and garnered a good reputation within the industry. He had also accumulated a significant following online. The existence of the studio barely soothed the dissatisfaction in his heart. When Jiang Lishuan arrived at the studio, only a young coach was awake, while the others were still resting, as playing games during the day and sleeping at night was the norm. Boss, the coach called out, gesturing towards the meeting room. I've brought the person inside, but they don't seem like a good person. Do you need me to accompany you? No need, Jiang Lishuan replied, unbuttoning his shirt and taking a deep breath. I'll go in alone. The coach nodded. All right, I'll be outside. Call me if you need anything. Preparing himself mentally, Jiang Lishuan pushed open the door to the meeting room, expecting news from someone he had sent out, but instead found a burly stranger with tattoos on his arms sitting there. Seeing him, the stranger flashed a grin revealing 8 teeth. You must be the 5th young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Lishuan, right? I've heard that you dote on your sister, Jiang Yueyao, quite a bit. Therefore, you will undoubtedly be very interested in what I have here. As he spoke, the man's rough hand, stained with yellow smoke, placed a small disc on the table, pushing it toward him. The stranger's directness momentarily stunned Jiang Lishuan, who narrowed his eyes and scrutinized the man for a few seconds before asking the coach to bring in a laptop, inserting the disc into it. Jiang Lishuan clicked on the audio without any precaution, after a few crackling sounds. A sweet feminine voice he was very familiar with emanated from the computer. I know you've harbored resentment against Jiang Lishuan for a long time. I'll give you 100,000. Help me stage a scene. After school, I'll help you lure Jiang Lishuan to a suitable place to act. But I have one condition. If a girl named by Wanning comes to rescue him, you must incapacitate her as well. Jiang Lishuan's pupils constricted, as if his mind had been struck with a dull blow, leaving him in a daze. This was undoubtedly Jiang Yueyao's voice. Chapter 45. A new tale. The voice in the audio continued, and as Jiang Lishuan realized what Jiang Yueyao was referring to, his hand on the table trembled slightly, and the hand that had been reattached after being severed began to spasm. The coach noticed Jiang Lishuan's unusual state and inquired with concern, "Boss, are you all right? You look like you've been hit hard." Jiang Lishuan took several deep breaths, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions, his voice hoarse and gritted. "I'm fine." How could he possibly be fine? How much he cherished and trusted Jiang Yueyao. Yet the stark reality presented before him revealed that the reason his hand had been ruined was due to the sister he had cared for since childhood. The sister he had once despised had, in fact, protected him during that incident, possibly even because of him. Jiang Lishuan hastily suppressed these thoughts, utterly unwilling to delve deeper. He raised his gaze, his eyes fierce as he glared at the stranger, his voice hoarse and unrecognizable. "Who gave you this audio? Don't lie. You know." Jiang Lishuan's voice was icy. "The city is under the control of the Jiang family. I got it from someone named Chenju," the stranger replied, revealing no intent to protect Chenma. When his gaze met Jiang Lishuan's suspicious eyes, he hurriedly added, "I swear it's true. Chenju's son owes our boss a lot of money. When I went to her house to collect the debt, she gave it to me." The stranger chuckled, rubbing his hands together. "I know that people like you from wealthy families value face above all else, young Master Jiang. I don't ask for much, just 10 million, and I'll hand over the original of this disc to you. Once the money is in hand, I will act as if I never heard what's on it. And there won't be any backups." As he spoke, the stranger's tone became laden with significance. "This original disc contains many other interesting things." Chenju was the real name of Chun Ma, who had been dismissed by stewardly. Over the years, she had been the one who cared for Jiang Yueyao the most. The words of the burly man possess a degree of credibility. However, how can I ascertain whether you are attempting to deceive me through voice synthesis? Jiang Lishuan's gaze scrutinized the man as he inquired, "Where is Chenju and her son? I wish to see her and personally question her regarding the matters at hand." The burly man understood that Jiang Lishuan would not easily place his trust in him and nodded readily. "Very well." He rose to his feet. "Young Master Jiang, shall we proceed? I will take you to meet her." Jiang Lishuan inhaled deeply, roughly closing his laptop and stuffing it into his bag before following along. The coach, fearing that Jiang Lishuan might act impulsively in a state of emotional instability, hurriedly accompanied him. As Jiang Lishuan drove behind the burly man towards Chenju's residence, he suddenly recalled that he had asked Meng Qinian to send Yuanman over when he first arrived at the studio. Upon receiving the news, Meng Qinian exclaimed, "Damn. The Jiang family certainly knows how to delegate." Yuanman stood beside Meng Qinian, her curious little head tilted as she gazed at the technologically advanced building before her. Her eyes landing on the flashing words Quang Lai Game Studio displayed atop the structure. She tilted her head. "Is this where Jiang Lishuan works?" With Jiang Lishuan's instructions in mind, the receptionist did not stop Meng Qinian when she saw him bring Yuanman in. Instead, she greeted them with a warm smile. "You must be young Master Meng and Miss Nan, correct? The boss has given specific instructions. You may explore everywhere except for the third floor where the players rest." As she spoke, her gaze repeatedly flickered towards Yuanman, excitement glimmering in her eyes. This was the first time the boss had permitted family members to visit the studio, and such a young, adorable child at that. Indeed, the child's features bore a striking resemblance to the boss. Could she possibly be the boss's illegitimate daughter? The receptionist's mind raced with fanciful thoughts, yet her demeanor remained composed as she addressed Yuanman, her voice tinged with enthusiasm. "Little miss, where would you like to visit? Shall I escort you?" Yuanman blinked her eyes and politely declined. "No, thank you, sister. I would like to explore with my brother Qinian." "All right. Do not hesitate to call for me if you need anything." Meng Qinian led Yuanman deeper into the studio, where they found numerous high-end gaming computers worth thousands, with brand-name furniture adorning the open office space. Posters of Quang Lai Game Studios esports players, each impeccably styled and strikingly handsome, adorn the walls, showcasing Jiang Lishuan's dedication to his studio. However, Meng Qinian, having outgrown the fervor for gaming, felt no urge to immerse himself in the popular player posters. Nan Yuanman, disinterested in the electronic devices, wandered briefly before settling in the lounge area. Seeing her small figure seated there, the receptionist couldn't help but bring her some snacks. Meng Qinian squatted beside her, awkwardly peeling nuts for her. It was Nan Yuanman's first experience with snacks, as she cautiously bit into a crisp and fragrant potato chip. Her already round eyes sparkled with delight. She held the chip, inspecting it closely, and once she confirmed that no one was watching, she carefully, like a little hamster, stuffed a piece into her half-open bag. Such a delicious treat. Grandfather has never tasted this. I must share it with him. All right, Xiao Chao hasn't had any either. I should give some to Xiao Chao too. She pressed another piece into Xiao Chao's hand. Xiao Chao, still without a mouth, pondered deeply while clutching a potato chip half her size. How does one eat this? Meng Qinian couldn't help but smirk at her clandestine and mischievous actions, though he pretended not to notice as he continued to peel nuts. Just then, a commotion erupted from the third floor. Suddenly, a sweet-faced girl wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts rushed out in a panic, shouting, "Call 120. Lin Chenine has passed out." Her loud voice roused the sleeping gamers on the third floor, and several young men clad only in shorts rushed in, shouting, "Linga, what happened? Hurry, pinch his acupoint." Meng Qinian quickly covered Nan Yuanman's eyes and urged the flustered receptionist to call for an ambulance. He furrowed his brow, glancing towards the chaotic scene upstairs, just as another voice cried out, "Oh no, Linga has no pulse." Chapter 46. A weasel is grasping your neck. Meng Qinian's heart sank as he instructed Nan Yuanman. "Yuanman, stay here and enjoy your snacks. Brother Qinian will check on the situation." Nan Yuanman lifted her gaze towards the commotion above and nodded obediently. Meng Qinian hurriedly followed the receptionist upstairs. The door to the innermost room on the third floor was wide open, and the gamers who had been resting rushed inside. A woman stood at the entrance, her face filled with confusion, panic, and fear. "What are you all doing crowding in here? Step back and let some air in." Meng Qinian shouted, and the bewildered young men quickly retreated. As the crowd parted, Meng Qinian spotted the man referred to as Lin Ge lying on the bed. He was handsome and slender, but his complexion was an unnatural shade of blue, and his chest barely rose and fell. "I know first aid, everyone else leave, and just one person stay to assist." Meng Qinian wasted no time, climbing onto the bed without even removing his shoes, starting the emergency procedures while instructing the remaining person to perform rescue breaths on the unconscious young man. Nan Yuanman, understanding the situation, refrained from causing any chaos upstairs. But at that moment, while she was peeling candy to feed Xiao Chao, she caught a faint whiff of an unusual scent. Is this demonic energy? Her movements paused as her chubby little hand grasped the copper coin stored within her bag. She stood up, alert and vigilant, carefully surveying her surroundings as she slowly ventured away from the lounge area and made her way upstairs. She followed the scent of the demonic energy until she was astonished to discover that it emanated from the room of the man called Lin Ge. The people present were so focused on Lin Ge that they failed to notice the little figure standing at the doorway. Nan Yuanman peeked around the doorframe, her little head poking in for a look. What she saw was a fierce-looking weasel sitting on the man's face, exuding a strong aura of malevolence and resentment, siphoning the man's vitality. Nan Yuanman exclaimed, "No." Without a moment's hesitation, she charged in with her copper coin sword, shouting, "Demon, do not harm him." The weasel, caught off guard by her presence, was startled and vanished in an instant. In that fleeting moment, Nan Yuanman noticed that its belly was swollen, as if it were with child. The sudden appearance of Nan Yuanman startled everyone in the room. The woman who had first rushed out to call for help grabbed her by the collar, exclaiming, "Where did this child come from? Don't you know this is no time for games?" Nan Yuanman shrank her neck, resembling a kitten caught by the scruff, and timidly defended herself. "I wasn't playing. I was saving him." As soon as she spoke, the man performing rescue breaths on Lin Chenine exclaimed, "He has a pulse. Linga has a pulse." Just then, the receptionist's voice rang out from outside. "The ambulance has arrived. Quickly take him down to the hospital." Upon hearing this, the woman immediately released Nan Yuanman and rushed forward to direct the others in transporting Lin Chenin to the hospital. After 10 minutes of performing first aid, Meng Qinian was utterly exhausted, slumped on the bed, and unable to rise. He glanced at the little girl who had been pushed aside and frowned, beckoning her over. Yuanman, come here. He had seen her brandishing the copper coin sword earlier and did not believe her actions had been in vain. Just a moment ago, a yellow weasel perched upon the face of that elder brother, and it was carrying younglings. Nan Yuanman gestured animatedly as she spoke to Meng Qinian, asserting that a weasel with young is the most ferocious, and moreover, she appeared to be endowed with a certain spirit. If they did not thoroughly eliminate her, that elder brother would remain in peril. Upon hearing this, Meng Qinian solemnly inquired if Yuanman wished to save him. Nan Yuanman tilted her head, suggesting they first investigate. If he were a good person, she would indeed render assistance. After all, Jiang Shermian had instructed her to perform more good deeds. However, to save a good person is what constitutes a true good deed. She had no intention of aiding a villain, as she had her own sense of justice. Very well, let us accompany her to see. Meng Qinian clicked her tongue, suspecting this to be merely an excuse from Nan Yuanman, who likely wished to avoid having Jiang Lishuan's studio embroiled in a life-or-death situation. Once more, it was a day filled with envy for the Jiang family. How vexing it was that his mother could not have given birth to a sister as adorable as Yuanman. With a sigh of regret, Meng Qinian took hold of Nan Yuanman and followed her to the hospital. The receptionist, fearing Lin Chani might perish, called Jiang Lishuan. Meanwhile, in Chenju's home, Chenju trembled as she clung to Chen Yaozu, who had lost a hand. Her face was streaked with tears and snot as she cried out, "Young master, I know little, but I realize my wrongs. I should not have assisted Miss Yueyao in bullying Miss Baiwanin. Please, grant me mercy this once." Jiang Lishuan sat in the only intact chair remaining in his home, half of his face shrouded in darkness, the illuminated half appearing particularly pallid and foreboding. His hands twitched unnaturally as he asked in a hoarse voice, "Besides the matters concerning me and my second brother, has Jiang Yueyao committed any other misdeeds?" No, truly none." She fervently shook her head, tears and snot flowing freely. She had never anticipated the underground casino's people would act so swiftly. The very next day, they sought out Jiang Lishuan and brought him to her. Jiang Lishuan was like a devil, coercing her not by harming her, but by targeting her son. Her poor child. Just yesterday, he had his hand severed, and today, he was beaten into a stupor. Chenju's heart ached unbearably as Jiang Lishuan asked again, "Is it truly over?" Think carefully. Exhausted, he closed his eyes. An hour later, Jiang Lishuan exited Chenju's home. His coach handed him a wet wipe, his expression grave as he spoke. "Boss, there has been an incident at the studio. Lin Chani has suddenly collapsed and was taken to the hospital for emergency treatment." After a brief hesitation, he added, "Miss Nan Yuanman has also gone along." Jiang Lishuan rubbed his aching temples and stepped into the car, saying, "Let's go to the hospital." Just as the car was about to depart, Jiang Lishuan addressed the large man at the door, instructing, "Send me the car number via text. And tomorrow deliver the original disc to the studio. One hand for the disc, one hand for the payment." The large man grinned widely. "Young Master Jiang, you are straightforward. I guarantee you'll receive it tomorrow." With an expressionless face, Jiang Lishuan rolled down the car window, and the vehicle sped away like an arrow released from a bow. The large man clucked his tongue, enviously remarking, "This Miss Jiang is truly favored. To protect her reputation, $1 million is nothing to her." The large man exchanged a knowing glance with his subordinate. "You are still too young. Soon, her true nature will be revealed." Wanhui Hospital was the nearest to the studio, and the ambulance delivered Lin Chani to its emergency room. After a thorough examination, no significant issues were discovered. As a precaution, he was admitted to a regular ward for overnight observation. To avoid drawing attention from Feng Yuli, Meng Qinian discreetly carried Nan Yuanman as a makeshift mask, stealthily making their way to Lin Chani's ward. Inside, the room was already crowded with studio personnel. A young woman was sobbing beside the bed while Lin Chani softly comforted her. The moment Meng Qinian and Nan Yuanman entered, they captured everyone's attention. A young man with dyed yellow hair excitedly exclaimed, "Brother Lin, this is the guy who helped you during the emergency. You are truly fortunate today. Without him, you might have been lost." Lin Chani gratefully thanked Meng Qinian. "Thank you, brother. I owe you my life." Meng Qinian waved his hand. "No need for such formalities. How are you feeling now? Are you still uncomfortable?" Lin Chani nodded, somewhat uncomfortably rubbing his neck. I feel all right, but I occasionally have trouble breathing. Nan Yuanman, her body tense, fixed her gaze on the yellow shadow behind him and remarked, of course you're having trouble breathing. A yellow weasel is gripping your neck. Chapter 47. Encountering Feng Yuli again, the juvenile voice suddenly resonated within the ward, startling everyone as they turned to Nan Yuanman. Failing to notice Lin Chani's expression stiffening at the mention of the yellow weasel. The woman who had been crying beside the bed lifted her head. Her eyes reddened with anger and disdain. You again, Brother Lin. This child is quite peculiar. Just a moment ago, while you were unconscious, she barged in wielding a copper sword, muttering something nonsensical and ominous. Hurry and throw her out, Shen Mingjie shouted, gripping Lin Chani's hand. Meng Qinian's smile faded abruptly. The other individuals in the ward furrowed their brows and voiced their dissent. Miss Shun, be cautious with your words. This young lady was brought by Mr. Meng. It means no harm to Brother Lin. Someone murmured softly. The elders often say that children's eyes are open to things unseen by adults. Perhaps she speaks the truth. It was not that they were superstitious, but Lin Chani's sudden collapse was too bizarre, especially since, after a full examination, no cause for his unconsciousness had been identified. Xiao Hao, we live in a scientific society. Do not indulge in futile superstitions. Lin Chani suppressed the tumult of emotions within him, smiling gently at Nan Yuanman. Little friend, perhaps you have mistaken it? I did not mistake it, big brother. Nan Yuanman's pure, clear eyes bore into Lin Chani's, then slowly shifted to look behind him. Lin Chani bore the weight of a yellow weasel's ethereal essence upon his back, filled with deep resentment, willing to take his life despite the danger of not being reborn. It was evident that he had previously offended a weasel that had attained a certain level of intelligence. Nan Yuanman tilted her head, puzzled. However, she could not fathom why this yellow weasel bore a red thread connecting it to this elder brother. Could humans and demons fall in love? Lin Chani noticed her gaze and stiffened, his breath seemingly growing more labored, utterly hesitant to turn and look behind him. Nan Yuanman pointed at his back. That yellow weasel is right behind you. Big brother, you should find someone to resolve this, or else you might still face death. Lin Chani's pupils constricted. Shen Mingjie, irritated, reached out to push Nan Yuanman away. How dare you speak like that, you little brat. Meng Qinian swiftly intervened, lifting Nan Yuanman and placing her behind him, casting a cold glance at Lin Chani. My sister has always possessed the ability to see what others cannot. She is merely offering a kind reminder. Whether you believe it is entirely up to you. A forced smile appeared on Lin Chani's face as he opened his mouth to deny it further. But upon meeting Nan Yuanman's overly transparent, all-seeing gaze, he found himself at a loss for words. The atmosphere in the ward grew heavy, and Meng Qinian clicked his tongue in irritation, grumbling as he took Nan Yuanman away. Jiang Lishuan truly has poor judgment. Does he not conduct background checks when hiring employees? How could he recruit someone of such low character? Does he think he has money to squander? The studio staff, feeling quite awkward at his outburst, recalled Nan Yuanman's earlier remarks, and an eerie feeling enveloped the ward. Others quickly sought excuses to leave. Shen Mingjie fumed. What sort of people are these? There is no brotherly affection at all. Lin Gu, it is regrettable that you have cared for them so much before, yet now that you are ill, not a single one remains. Lin Chani remained silent, gradually moving his shoulders. Perhaps it was merely a psychological effect, but he felt an overwhelming weight on his back, and his breathing became increasingly labored. His gaze flickered as he spoke in a hushed tone. Forget it, Mingjie. I had nothing significant to do. Their presence would only waste training time. Shen Mingjie pouted in displeasure, then turned to see Lin Chani's heavy expression, quickly speaking up. Lin Gu, you can't possibly believe that little brat's words, can you? We live in a scientific society. Such nonsense about ghosts and monsters is merely futile superstition meant to deceive you. I think that kid is just sent by his family to mess with your mindset, hoping you'll fail in the next competition. Lin Chani remained silent, his hands slowly clenching in a fist beneath the blanket. Once Shen Mingjie had finished speaking, he softly replied, Mingjie, do you remember Xueyan? Shen Mingjie's previously indignant expression froze, a hint of unease crossing her face. Why? Why bring her up all of a sudden? She lowered her gaze. I understand now, Lin Gu. You have never truly forgotten Sister Xueyan, have you? After all, any man loved so fervently by Sister Xueyan would find it hard to forget her. With a soft sigh, Shen Mingjie looked at Lin Shini with deep sympathy. Lin Gu, Sister Shuyan has been gone for over half a year now. You must look forward. Lin Shini replied with a non-committal hum, thinking it rather amusing. How could Huang Shuyan possibly be a weasel spirit? After he expressed his anger, Huang Shuyan appeared in his life. Was it a coincidence? Surely it must be a coincidence. How could one not recognize a good person as heart? Meng Qinian was still grumbling when he was about to take Nan Yuanman to the elevator, and suddenly his stomach let out a loud growl. Meng Qinian's expression changed, and he clamped his long legs together. Hiss. Nan Yuanman nodded obediently. Okay. Not feeling secure. Meng Qinian stopped by the nurse's station to issue a few reminders before hastily borrowing some paper and heading straight to the restroom. Nan Yuanman sat on a long bench in the corridor, her small stature making her feet dangle above the ground. She idly swung her legs, occasionally reaching in her bag to play with a small grass, making the wait less tedious. Perhaps her shoes were old and ill-fitting. As she swung her feet again, one of her worn cloth shoes flew off. Feng Yuli, who had just settled his elderly father and was about to grab a bite, happened to pass by and was struck on the calf by a flying shoe. He paused, slowly looking down to find a brown, clearly handmade children's shoe lying at his feet, worn and patched in many places. Turning to see the small girl sitting on the bench, her legs dangling, he locked eyes with her. At that moment, Feng Yuli was momentarily stunned. How did this little girl's features bear a resemblance to the old man? Chapter 48. Have you already predicted this? Nan Yuanman bore a likeness to Bai Wenyin in her overall features, yet her eyes were reminiscent of her biological father. However, having never seen her father since birth, she did not concern herself with it. Feng Yuli, on the other hand, had spent the most time with Feng Tsongxian since he fell into an unexplained coma. Thus, he immediately recognized that the child who had thrown the shoe at him, with half her face obscured, was a miniature version of Feng Tsongxian. The two stared at each other for a while. I'm sorry, big brother, I accidentally hit you, Nan Yuanman said, realizing her mistake as she hopped off the bench to apologize. As she jumped down, 1 foot bare, she slipped on the hospital corridor's floor, sliding forward uncontrollably until she landed right in front of Feng Yuli, her chubby face colliding with his calf. My nose hurts, she exclaimed, sitting on the ground with her hands clutching her sore nose, gazing up at Feng Yuli with tear-filled eyes, apologizing in a sweet voice. Big brother, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Feng Yuli looked at the clumsy child, his expression inscrutable. If it weren't for the girl's innocent features, he might have thought she was trying to pull a fast one. Did it hurt? He asked, awkwardly lifting Nan Yuanman with one arm and gently moving her hand away from her nose. Let me take a look. The little girl had used too much force when she bumped into him, and her tender skin made her nose turn red, especially with her tear-filled eyes, making her appear quite pitiful. Feng Yuli felt a sudden softness in his heart and gently rubbed her nose. Shall we get it checked? The child was quite well behaved. Despite the bump, she did not cry loudly like other children, displaying a maturity that tugged at his heartstrings. The bodyguards following Feng Yuli widened their eyes in astonishment. One bodyguard even pulled down his sunglasses slightly, utterly shocked to see the usually aloof young master taking the initiative to hold a child. Today's sun must have risen from the west. The young master, who despised children, was actually holding one. Nan Yuanman squirmed slightly in discomfort as Feng Yuli rubbed her nose, her chubby little hands gripping his wrist. Before she could speak, Jiang Lishuan's voice rushed in. Yuanman. Who are you? Why are you bullying my little girl? Put her down now. In a moment of emotional turmoil, Jiang Lishuan, upon seeing Nan Yuanman in the arms of a stranger, her nose red and eyes watery, as if she had been terribly wronged, immediately exploded. He shouted loudly while rushing over, glaring at Feng Yuli and attempting to snatch Nan Yuanman away from him. Feng Yuli stepped back, avoiding Jiang Lishuan's hand while raising an eyebrow, scrutinizing the suddenly appearing man. Are you the childless guardian? Before Jiang Lishuan could respond, Feng Yuli launched into a tirade. What kind of guardian are you? In such a chaotic place as a hospital, you leave the child all alone. What if someone abducts her? You seem well-dressed, yet you provide such worn-out shoes that don't fit. I have reasonable doubts about your capability as a guardian. Jiang Lishuan, caught off guard by the barrage of accusations, instinctively glanced at Nan Yuanman's feet, noting that she was only wearing one shoe, the one she had brought from the countryside. It dawned on him that he had only instructed the butler to prepare clothes for Nan Yuanman and had forgotten about her shoes. A hint of regret crossed Jiang Lishuan's face as he felt more guilt towards Nan Yuanman. Yet he did not want to appear weak in front of the stranger. Don't slander me. I care for her more than anyone. How could I possibly mistreat her? Yuanman, come here to your uncle. He didn't understand why. But upon seeing this unfamiliar man, Jiang Lishuan felt an uncontrollable aversion and wariness, deeply wishing to keep Nan Yuanman away from him. Feng Yuli narrowed his eyes slightly. This man was her uncle, not her biological father? He looked at Nan Yuanman's features, his gaze turning contemplative. Nan Yuanman was astonished that this unfamiliar man would scold Jiang Lishuan for her sake. Her small face showed surprise as she watched Jiang Lishuan, whose eyes were red and seemed on the verge of tears, hesitating for a moment before gently patting Feng Yuli's arm. Thank you, big brother. He, is my relative, so please put me down. Then, with a serious expression, she turned to Jiang Lishuan. Jiang Lishuan, big brother didn't bully me. It was my shoe that accidentally flew off and hit him, so don't blame him. Jiang Lishuan pressed his lips together. I understand. Feng Yuli did not immediately put Nan Yuanman down. Still holding her in one arm, he skillfully used his other hand to put her shoe back on her foot. As Meng Qinian hastily emerged from the restroom, tugging at his pants, he called out to Nan Yuanman from a distance. Yuanman, I'm all right. Upon seeing Feng Yuli holding Nan Yuanman, he abruptly halted, turning to flee. Feng Yuli, momentarily taken aback, quickly grasped the situation and calmly instructed, Stop. Meng Qinian froze, sheepishly turning back to offer Feng Yuli a conciliatory smile. Cousin, it's been a while. Feng Yuli gently set Nan Yuanman down, and she suddenly recalled that this older brother, struck by her shoe, was indeed the same person she had encountered outside the hospital earlier that day. Jiang Lishuan approached and lifted Nan Yuanman, eyeing the two of them warily. Do you know each other? Meng Qinian scratched his head, admitting we do. Feng Yuli flashed a benevolent smile at him. Cousin, why the rush to leave? I've come all the way to the city. Shouldn't you show me some hospitality? Meng Qinian exclaimed, Yuanman, help. Nan Yuanman, perched on Jiang Lishuan's shoulder, waved her hand at Meng Qinian like a beckoning cat, before tilting her head inquisitively at Feng Yuli. A flicker of confusion and doubt in her eyes. Had she misjudged? It seemed as though there was a familial connection between her and this unfamiliar older brother. Surely she was mistaken. Her grandfather had told her that her mother had only given birth to her, with no other children. How could there possibly be an older brother? Feeling disheartened, Nan Yuanman clutched her small bag, her visage clouded with worry. Grandfather, it seems my divination has gone awry. Even as Jiang Lishuan escorted her to the car, her expression remained troubled. Jiang Lishuan, stealing glances at her, could not restrain himself from asking, Yuanman, have you foreseen something about the misunderstanding concerning your mother? Upon uttering the question, Jiang Lishuan realized the absurdity of his inquiry. Given that Bai Wennin's diary was in Nan Yuanman's possession, how could she possibly be unaware of his misconceptions regarding her mother? His demeanor shifted to one of alarm as he averted his gaze, covering his eyes. I apologize. It seems I have asked a foolish question. Nan Yuanman adjusted her position, crossing her legs, and replied with a slight huff. Does it even require divination? Adults are simply too foolish to discern who is good and who is bad. Jiang Lishuan offered a rueful smile, conceding, You are right, Yuanman. Once I clarify everything, I shall restore justice to Wennin. Rest assured, I have also dispatched people to look for news regarding your mother. If I receive any updates, I will inform you. Nan Yuanman regarded him with an expression that spoke volumes, letting out a heavy sigh that belied her maturity. Jiang Lishuan, it seemed, was beyond saving. He still did not believe in her mother's demise. Perhaps, if he were to see her gravestone, he would finally accept the truth. She thought mischievously, withholding the location of her mother's grave from Jiang Lishuan. He had treated her mother so poorly in the past. Let him endure a bit more torment. Jiang Lishuan, regaining his composure, shifted the conversation away from such grave matters, inquiring instead about her day with Meng Qinian. Did you enjoy yourself? Yes. Brother Qinian took me to eat so many delicious things. Nan Yuanman chirped, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she recounted the treats she had enjoyed with Meng Qinian. Jiang Lishuan, listening to her affectionate words, felt a pang of jealousy but refrained from suggesting that she refer to him as uncle. He could not bear to think of the pain Bai Wennin must have felt if he had wronged her all those years ago. He was, indeed, neither a good brother nor a good uncle. Meanwhile, Gu Peiyao had gone out for afternoon tea with other affluent ladies, and Jiang Hengji was absent as well. leaving only Jiang Yueyao and Jiang Xinxin in the living room. Jiang Yueyao was engrossed in reading a storybook to Jiang Xinxin when they heard commotion at the door. Jiang Xinxin quickly looked up, and upon seeing Nan Yuanman holding Jiang Lishuan's hand, she puffed up her cheeks and huffed loudly, turning her face away in apparent anger. However, her round eyes could not help but steal glances at Jiang Lishuan, hoping he would rush over to comfort her as he had in the past. Jiang Xinxin silently vowed that if her uncle came to console her, she would sincerely apologize to Nan Yuanman and vow never to be jealous of her again. Jiang Lishuan, observing the mother-daughter pair on the sofa as if nothing had transpired that morning, felt a wave of displeasure wash over him. He had not forgotten how Jiang Xinxin had inexplicably targeted Nan Yuanman earlier that day, nor how Jiang Yueyao had favored Jiang Xinxin. How had he never noticed how shameless Jiang Yueyao could be? Having bullied his own niece, she now pretended nothing was amiss while asking him for pastries. Jiang Lishuan's expression turned colder as he retrieved Nan Yuanman's pink slippers from the shoe rack, lifting her onto his lap and helping her change shoes while coldly stating, "No, I am busy today. If you crave pastries, you can have the servants fetch some. Now lift your left foot." Nan Yuanman complied, and as Jiang Lishuan slipped on her slippers, he continued, "Your room is currently being renovated by Butler Lee, so for the next few days, you will be sleeping with me." Nan Yuanman yawned delicately, lazily responding without acknowledging Jiang Yueyao and her daughter as she scampered upstairs in her little slippers. Jiang Yueyao stared at Jiang Lishuan, disbelief etched on her beautiful face. This was the first time he had ever refused her request. Jiang Lishuan, her youngest brother, had always been compliant to her whims. He would purchase her anything, be it Sue's cloud cakes or even a $1 million piece of jewelry, without a second thought. Suddenly feeling aggrieved, Jiang Yueyao called out, "Little brother, I'm a bit tired. I'll go rest for a while." Before she could finish, Jiang Lishuan interrupted her, not sparing her a glance as he followed Nan Yuanman upstairs. His thoughts were tumultuous, and he was unsure how to face Jiang Yueyao. Did the morning's incident with Xinxin and Nan Yuanman still weigh heavily on him? Hadn't they already apologized? Surely Jiang Lishuan could not be that irritable? Or perhaps there was something else that Jiang Yueyao was unaware of. Meanwhile, Jiang Xinxin, feeling neglected, pouted and clutched Jiang Yao's sleeve, her young voice tinged with a whimper. "Mommy, I dislike Uncle. He scolded me today for the new sister, and didn't he come to comfort me? I don't want to be with him anymore. Mommy, I miss Big Uncle and want to call him." Jiang Yao's expression flickered as she gently patted Jiang Xinxin's back, refraining from defending Jiang Lishuan. She offered her phone, saying, "Mommy misses Big Uncle too. You can call him." Eagerly, Jiang Xinxin dialed the number of Jiang Zhanqing, the eldest of the Jiang family. After 2 rings, a deep, melodious voice filled the line, laced with affection. "Yao Yao, what is the matter? Why did you suddenly call me?" Standing nearby, the assistant cast furtive glances at Jiang Zhanqing, hesitating to interrupt his call. Jiang Xinxin babbled incoherently about recent events at home, her words muddled and unclear, leaving Jiang Zhanqing confused yet concerned. After hanging up, Jiang Zhanqing realized he had forgotten to ask Jiang Xinxin to hand the phone to Jiang Yueyao for an update on the family's affairs. He pondered for a moment, then instructed his assistant, find out which servant has brought a child recently and bullied Xinxin. Meng Qini amused, "Does that mean we can openly snatch people away?" Upon hearing this long-forgotten name, Jiang Zhanqing paused momentarily before recalling that his father had indeed mentioned this matter to him previously. He was simply too preoccupied at the time, and coupled with the fact that Bai Wenyin did not share a cordial relationship with him, he quickly cast her from his mind. Jiang Zhanqing furrowed his brows, his expression distinctly displeased. "Where is Bai Wenyin? Please provide me with her contact information. I wish to inquire about her methods of educating children." After so many years apart, not only has she remained unchanged, but her daughter has also developed such a disposition. Jiang Zhanqing's assistant shook his head. "I am not privy to that information. You must personally ask 5th young master." He was eager to ascertain how Bai Wenyin's child had the audacity to bully Xinxin. Meanwhile, Nan Yuanman had spent an exhausting day running errands, encountering both spirits and monsters, leaving her utterly fatigued. Upon returning home, she followed the steps taught by Butler Lee to prepare her bathwater. Jiang Lishuan, unable to quell his concern for her, incessantly asked, "Are you sure you can manage alone? Do you need me to summon a servant to assist you?" "Not at all. I have been bathing independently since I was 3. I do not require assistance." Nan Yuanman gently pushed Jiang Lishuan out of the bathroom, hurriedly washing herself. Jiang Lishuan did not leave. Instead, he stood outside the bathroom, waiting for her. Half an hour later, Nan Yuanman emerged, clad in clean, comfortable attire. The freshly bathed child resembled a soft, fluffy doll, adorned in lemon-yellow Pikachu pajamas, her cheeks flushed, and her damp hair cascading down, appearing like a drenched kitten, adorable and pitiable. Jiang Lishuan's heart softened as he took a clean towel to dry her hair and lifted her onto a single sofa, saying, "Let me dry your hair." Nan Yuanman tilted her head back, allowing him to tend her hair. The child's hair was exceptionally soft, reminiscent of silk, and Jiang Lishuan, cautious not to exert too much force, handled her with utmost care. By the time he finished drying her hair, he was also drenched in sweat. As he bent down to speak with her, he discovered that she had already fallen asleep, still in the position with her head tilted back. Jiang Lishuan's eyes softened as he carefully lifted her and laid her on the bed. The delicate weight in his arms stirred a complex mix of emotions within him, tinged with regret. Clearly, Yuanman was a year older than Xingxing, yet she felt lighter than her. He realized he was not a competent uncle. Despite Yuanman having stayed at the Jiang residence for several days, he had only now noticed her malnutrition. After placing her in bed, he sat at the bedside, observing her for a while before picking up his phone to search for remedies for malnutrition in children and how to ensure a child gains weight, particularly what to consider when raising a young girl. While Nan Yuanman slept soundly, in the hospital, Meng Qinian was undergoing a one-sided interrogation by Feng Yuli. What are the names of that child's parents? How do you know her? Meng Qinian, with a peculiar expression, replied, "Cousin, why do you want to know such details? Are we conducting a household registration check?" He recounted the circumstances of his acquaintance with Nan Yuanman and the recent events in the Meng family. Finally, he frowned. It seems Yuanman's biological mother is Bai Wenyin, the daughter who was abducted from the Jiang family long ago. As for her father, she claims not to know. I suspect he either died like her mother or abandoned her. Feng Yuli listened quietly, his handsome brows slightly raised as he looked at Meng Qinian, suddenly asking, "Do you not think that Nan Yuanman bears a striking resemblance to someone?" Meng Qinian instinctively inquired. "Who?" Feng Yuli replied, "Feng Songqian." Meng Qinian was taken aback, processing who Feng Songqian was. He then chuckled awkwardly. "Cousin, are you joking? How could that be? The age gap between you and Yuanman is too great. Besides, Bai Wenyin was only 18 or 25 years ago, right? How old was your uncle then? How could she have been attracted to him, this older man? Moreover, their social circles are entirely different. She had no opportunity to interact with him." Feng Yuli gazed at Meng Qinian in silence. After a few chuckles, Meng Qinian's amusement faded as he widened his eyes. "Cousin, you can't be serious, can you?" Feng Yuli smiled briefly and quipped, "No, I'm not serious." He spoke slowly. "Meng Qinian, have you forgotten that I am not the biological child of my parents?" The Feng family currently had 6 children. The eldest 3 were war orphans adopted by Madame Feng during her travels abroad. To his knowledge, the other 3 were also not his father's biological children. Before Feng Songqian fell into a coma, he was devoted to the family business, spending every day at the office, only sending money home, showing no interest in father and children, leaving that responsibility to Madame Feng, Meng Qinwan. Afterward, she became indifferent. Feng Songqian showed no desire for children, and they lived a cold, distant life, treating each other with courtesy. After Feng Songqian's coma, her life continued unchanged, except for her monthly visits to him, spending most of her time traveling abroad. She bore no resemblance to a noble woman. Thus, encountering a young girl who bore a striking resemblance to Feng Songqian piqued Feng Yuli's interest. His instincts told him that this girl could likely be the only blood relative of Feng Songqian. However, instinct alone was not sufficient. It would be best to conduct a paternity test with a young girl. As if to amplify the shock Meng Qinian had experienced, Feng Yuli pulled out his phone, displaying a magazine photo of Feng Songqian, obscuring half of his face, and asked, "Take a look at this. Does it not seem familiar?" Meng Qinian gazed at the half-visible, handsome features in the photo, rendered speechless. "This is uncanny. It's as if they were carved from the same mold. No wonder my cousin only met Yuanman once." He scrutinized her as if conducting a household registration check. After a prolonged silence, Meng Qinian's voice trailed off. "So, it seems Yuanman is likely my biological cousin? If it is confirmed that Yuanman is indeed the biological child of my uncle, then can I not boldly reclaim her from the Jiang family? Chapter 51. A smile gradually turns devious as Meng Qinian contemplated this. A sly smile crept onto his face. He suddenly found the situation far less difficult to accept. All right, I shall find an opportunity for her to meet my uncle. I vow to assist him in reclaiming Yuanman from those unscrupulous Jiang family members. At this moment, within Lin Qinyu's hospital room, he felt a pressing need to urinate after drinking some water. With Shun Mengjia's assistance, he carried the 4 drip to the restroom. Just after finishing, the restroom light flickered ominously, dimming momentarily before rapidly illuminating again. The already taut nerves of Lin Qinyu were startled, and he hastily approached the sink, intent on washing his hands quickly. As he reached the sink, he suddenly caught sight of a woman with a face covered in yellow hair and a ghastly visage lurking behind him in the mirror. Her hands resembled claws, akin to those of a cat, gripping tightly around his neck. As if sensing Lin Qinyu's awareness, the woman slowly raised her gaze, revealing a sinister grin. Lin Qinyu was paralyzed with terror, letting out a scream and recoiling violently, causing the 4-needle to dislodge and draw blood. Yet, upon glancing back, he found nothing behind him in the mirror. Was it merely an illusion? He could not suppress another scream, scrambling toward the restroom door, only to find it inexplicably difficult to open, as if someone were gripping the doorknob from the outside, preventing his escape. Help! Mengjia! Help! The flickering restroom light heightened Lin Qinyu's dread, and he could almost hear another person's breathing nearby. He pounded on the restroom door, frantically calling for Shun Mengjia. His breathing grew increasingly labored, and it felt as though a vice gripped his shoulders, causing him mounting pain. His back felt as if burdened by a stone, constricting his breath. Lin Cheney's eyes were red, tears and snot streaming down his face as he cried out in despair, "Help! Someone please save me!" Just as Lin Cheney believed he would be crushed by the weight upon him, the door he could not open was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Shimingjia's voice rang out, "Linge, you've been in here for 10 minutes, and it's still not done." Linge. Upon seeing Lin Cheney collapsed on the floor, Shun Mengjia was taken aback and rushed to support him, asking, "What happened? Are you all right?" Lin Cheney gasped for air. His pupils terrifyingly dilated as he trembled and grasped Shun Mengjia's hand, urgently urging her, "Quickly, contact that young lady from today." He was still young. He did not wish to die. Shun Mengjia, startled by his state, immediately pressed the button to call for a doctor before contemplating contacting Nan Yuanman. It was at this moment that she realized she did not have Nan Yuanman's contact information. After a moment's hesitation, she dialed the coach. The next morning, Nan Yuanman lazily stretched, emerging from her thin blanket like a silkworm, feeling exceptionally satisfied with her sleep. Her cheeks were flushed, and her soft hair was tousled, resembling a little bird's nest. Jiang Lishuan, on the other hand, had not slept well. He was unaccustomed to having a little one sleeping beside him and had gotten up several times during the night, worried about Nan Yuanman. He even covertly placed his fingers under her nose to check if she was still breathing. Just when he finally drifted into a deeper sleep, the studio coach called, waking him with news that Lin Cheney wanted to speak with Nan Yuanman and that he had been scolded before reluctantly hanging up. As Jiang Lishuan sat up, his dark circles under his eyes seemed to droop to his chin. He yawned lazily and said, "Yuanman, good morning." The two sat on the bed for a moment in a daze. Suddenly, Nan Yuanman's stomach growled, prompting her to throw off the blanket and waddle to the washroom. Jiang Lishuan followed her, and the two stood side by side at the bathroom sink to wash up. "Oh, by the way," Jiang Lishuan said, brushing his teeth and speaking muffledly, "the studio coach called me in the early hours, saying Lin Cheney is looking for you. Do you know him? What does he want?" Nan Yuanman, with foam in her mouth, succinctly recounted what she had witnessed the previous day, pridefully humming, "He didn't listen to me yesterday. Now he is scared." ISN Jiang Lishuan understood, realizing they were dealing with a special case. He emptied the water from his cup and said, after breakfast, "I'll take you to see him." "All right," she replied cheerfully. Once they finished brushing their teeth, Jiang Lishuan took out some children's cream and applied it to Nan Yuanman's face before they both sauntered out of the room. Downstairs, the kitchen had prepared breakfast, featuring Nan Yuanman's favorite meat buns and red bean buns, along with fragrant soy milk. Since they had woken up early, the rest of the Jiang family was still asleep, allowing the two to enjoy a relatively peaceful breakfast together. After the meal, Jiang Lishuan received a phone call just as he intended to escort Nan Yuanman to the hospital to see Lin Cheney. His expression shifted slightly as he quietly asked Yuanman, I have something to attend to. Can you wait for me a moment? No need. You can go ahead and handle your business. I can go to the hospital by myself. Nan Yuanman was busy organizing her small handbag, ensuring she brought along her companions, the talismans, and not to forget her copper coin sword. After stuffing everything in, she even added a light blue cartoon cup that Meng Chinian had bought for her. Looking up, her small face was serious as she said, I'm not a 3-year-old anymore. I can remember the way. She made a gesture with her chubby little hand. Jiang Lishuan contacted the family driver and helped Nan Yuanman into the car. After watching the vehicle drive away, he too departed. Before leaving, Jiang Lishuan cast a deep glance at the room upstairs where Jiang Yueyao and her daughter resided. The individuals he had sent out to investigate had also reported back. If the information from both parties aligned, Jiang Lishuan tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his gaze darkening. He would not allow Jiang Yueyao to remain in the Jiang family any longer. Chapter 52 Thus, I broke up with her. This was Nan Yuanman's second time venturing out alone since arriving in the city. Initially, the driver was concerned she might be frightened and frequently glanced at her through the rearview mirror while driving. However, he saw no trace of fear on her face. Instead, she leaned against the car window, eyes wide with curiosity as she observed the swiftly passing scenery. Nan Yuanman took Zhuang and Xiao Xiao out of her bag and placed them in the small pocket on her chest. The 3 little ones were thoroughly engrossed, occasionally whispering to one another. The driver breathed a sigh of relief as he pulled into Wana Hospital and parked the car. He opened the door for Nan Yuanman, kindly saying, Miss Nan, we've arrived at Wana Hospital. Okay, thank you, Uncle Driver, Nan Yuanman replied sweetly, bouncing out of the car. I'll wait for you here. When you're done, call me, and I'll come up to get you, the driver said, entering his phone number into Nan Yuanman's watch. She nodded and skipped toward Lin Chaney's ward. Lin Chaney had not slept a wink all night. He dared not close his eyes or lie down, fearing that the moment he did, the ghastly visage of the female specter would haunt him. When he lay down, it felt as if someone were choking him, making it impossible to breathe. He could only sit on the hospital bed, eyes wide open until bloodshot from exhaustion. Shen Mengjie, watching him with a pained expression, placed the breakfast she had brought on the bedside table and suggested, Lingo, why don't you try to sleep a bit? I'll keep watch, and when that little girl arrives, I'll wake you. The day had broken. Surely the specter would not harm him now. Shen Mengjie shook her head gently. No need. It's just one sleepless night. It's not the first time. But you, Lingo, your condition worries me. Lin Chaney managed a weak smile, but his fatigued appearance paired with his frail voice betrayed his true state. As they conversed, footsteps echoed from outside the ward. Lin Chaney's eyes brightened, and he quickly turned to the door as a small figure peeked in, glancing around before her gaze settled on Lin Chaney. Nan Yuanman exclaimed, her eyes wide. What did you do to her last night? Why has her resentment intensified? Lin Chaney, overwhelmed with excitement, responded, Little Master, you've arrived. He wore a distressed expression. I didn't do anything. It was I who suffered. Had it not been for his unwavering will, he would have been terrified by the strange occurrences last night. Feeling somewhat awkward, Shen Mengjie realized her demeanor towards Nan Yuanman had been rather harsh the previous day. She rubbed her nose and said, You two talk. I'll step out to get you some drinks. With that, she nodded slightly at Nan Yuanman and exited the ward. Nan Yuanman, with her short legs, walked in. In her clear, contrasting eyes, she reflected the sight of Lin Chaney, a frail man sitting on the bed, burdened by a large weasel. The weasel's once pristine soul had become heavily tainted with resentment, and Lin Chaney's eyes, which had once been relatively clear, now glowed a menacing red. She pulled over a stool, straining to climb atop it before plopping down with a puff. Swinging her little feet, she tilted her head and asked, Are you now willing to tell me the things you were hiding before? Lin Chaney sighed with a bitter smile. In truth, I haven't concealed much. It's just that this matter is rather bewildering to me and involves my privacy. He hesitated. Little Master, have you ever encountered animals seeking a seal? If I were to say that I have encountered a Huang Shulang, it would only be that one time. Lin Chaney joined the Quanglia gaming studio a year ago. Prior to that, he was merely a recent university graduate who, unable to secure employment, remained at home indulging in video games, a so-called youth immersed in his digital world. It was during a recent trip to attend a funeral that he stumbled upon something quite peculiar. Due to the unfamiliar surroundings, he found it difficult to sleep and resorted to playing games late into the night. After completing a round, he felt the need to relieve himself. As you know, in the countryside, the outhouse is situated outdoors and is rather rudimentary. After much effort, he finally located the outhouse to attend to his personal needs. Upon standing up, he was startled to see a dark figure quietly standing outside. The figure appeared to be about 1 meter 60 tall, petite in stature, clad in long sleeves and wearing a conical hat. The sudden appearance of this shadow startled him so much that he nearly cried out. While he was still in shock, the figure spoke in a high-pitched voice, "Little brother, do I look like a human to you?" Lin Chaney shivered, momentarily thinking it was his cousin playing a prank on him, and scolded him to stop. To his surprise, the figure persisted with the question, "Take a good look at me. Do I resemble a human?" Even Lin Chaney, despite his usual dullness, sensed something was amiss and wondered if he had encountered some animal seeking a seal. The shadow seemed taken aback by his remark, remaining frozen in place for a considerable time. Lin Chaney, too frightened to approach and discover what this dressed figure truly was, merely exchanged glances with it for a while. It was not until his cousin came out searching for him that the shadow shot him a fierce glare and swiftly vanished from sight. Terrified, Lin Chaney vented to his cousin about the incident, and shortly thereafter, he received an invitation from the Quanglia studio to become a professional player. The ensuing bustle of his new life allowed him to quickly forget the bizarre occurrence. Yuanman listened with an expression of incredulity, gazing at Lin Chaney with an unspeakable look. She could not help but exclaim, "You truly possess audacity beyond measure." Not knowing what that entity was, and yet you had the audacity to refer to it as your wife. Such boldness surpasses that of even a bear. Lin Chaney felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he scratched his cheek. "I was merely being abstract. Who could have known?" In the second month after joining the Quanglia studio, he indeed encountered a girl who fervently pursued him. At that time, Lin Chaney had just participated in his first gaming competition, gaining some notoriety and fans. He initially assumed the girl was merely a fan and refrained from pursuing anything further. However, her relentless pursuit eventually led him to succumb to her charms. The girl was exceptionally beautiful, with a gentle and kind disposition, yet for reasons unknown, she was fervently fixated on having children with him, which became quite bothersome. Lin Chaney remarked, casting several glances at Yuanman, "So, I ended up breaking up with her." Chapter 53. The unreliable adult. After Lin Chaney finished speaking, he observed Yuanman's stunned expression, fearing she might not comprehend the meaning of breaking up. He raised both hands in a parting gesture. "It means we separated. Do you understand?" "I understand." Yuanman crossed her short arms and nodded. She had often heard discussions among the villagers about which girl had broken up with which boy. She understood that in the context of romantic relationships, breaking up meant parting ways. With a puzzled expression, she asked, "But didn't you mention wanting 3 children before? Why would you want to break up with a girl who is willing to have children for you?" Lin Chaney chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head in embarrassment. "Back then, I was young and impulsive, having never seen much of the world. I thought I should follow my parents' plan, getting married and having children when the time came, living life step by step. However, after joining the Quanglia studio and participating in gaming competitions, I was exposed to so many new experiences that I was no longer willing to be tied down by children so early on. Besides, isn't there saying that marriage is the grave of love? I certainly don't wish to find myself in a grave prematurely. Thus, even though that girl was gentle, kind, and caring, I made the painful decision to part ways with her." However, Lin Chaney hesitated before adding, "After we broke up, she had a car accident and passed away." He touched his nose and continued, "When she had her accident, I was still competing. By the time I received the news and rushed over, it was already too late. The police had taken care of her remains." "Little master," Lin Chaney pressed his lips together and asked, "Do you think it's possible that she was the animal seeking a seal that I encountered in the countryside? Perhaps she felt resentment towards me since I wasn't there when she needed me, and now she is haunting me." Upon hearing Lin Chaney's account, Yuanman's round face displayed a look of realization. No wonder there was a red thread connecting the Huang Shulang on his back in him. "Because, dear brother, what you have done is truly unreasonable." Yuanman imagined how hard she worked to cultivate her abilities, only to encounter a man spouting nonsense during her sealing process, claiming she was his gentle and kind wife who bore him triplets. Just because of that statement, a bond was formed between them. She must fulfill all the tasks he mentioned to have any chance of a successful sealing. After finally getting close to him, becoming his girlfriend and wife, she sought to advance to the next step of having children, only to face his vehement opposition, leading to their separation and causing her sealing to fail, resulting in her regression and demise. The fact that she did not directly eliminate Lin Chaney was a testament to her kindness. Lin Chaney wore a pained expression, feeling a stir of regret within. What should I do? I didn't intend for this. Who knew that animal sealing was real? Yuanman glanced once more at the fierce Huang Shulang perched on his back, waving her small hand before its eyes, but it seemed oblivious, fixating solely on Lin Chaney. Furrowing her brow, she asked, "Dear brother, what was the name of the girl who wanted to have children with you?" "Huang Shuyan. Her name is Huang Shuyan. I will see if I can awaken her consciousness and have a conversation with her." As Yuanman rummaged through her small bag, retrieving her tools, she inquired, "Dear brother, are you sure you have disclosed everything? There are no secrets left?" Lin Chaney touched his nose, a flicker of guilt crossing his eyes, and forced a smile. "Nothing at all." Before Yuanman could press further, Lin Chaney continued, "Little master, is there anything you need me to do?" "Just sit on the bed," Yuanman instructed. She pulled out a talisman and a thin red string. With nimble fingers, she folded the talisman into a triangular shape and secured it with a red string, leaving the ends long. Then, she approached him, tiptoeing to tie one end of the red string to Lin Chaney's little finger. Lin Chaney looked puzzled. "What is this?" "Oh, this is merely a fragment of the Huang Shulang's soul. It lacks consciousness, so I need to use your body as a conduit to communicate with it," Yuanman explained, tying the other end of the red string to her own little finger. Next, she produced a small bowl no larger than her palm, and filled it with a handful of rice. She then retrieved 3 purple incense sticks and lit them. Lin Chaney watched in curiosity as she pulled various items from her bag, unable to resist peering into her tiny satchel, which seemed to hold an abundance of items akin to Doraemon's magic pouch. Should Yuanman have heard his thoughts, she would have clarified that it was not merely a satchel, but rather her little coffin. Most of her tools were stored within the coffin, with the satchel serving merely as a cover. After completing her preparations, Yuanman began to chant incantations, prompting Lin Chaney to anxiously grab her mouth. "Wait a moment." With her lips pursed, Yuanman asked, "What?" Lin Chaney swallowed hard and inquired, "Am I going to be all right?" Yuanman shook her head, freeing his hand from her grasp, her small chest rising and falling rapidly as she reassured him. "Rest assured, with me here, you shall encounter no harm." She reiterated once more, "As long as you have not concealed anything else from me." Lin Chaney rubbed his nose and cleared his throat. "Rest assured, I have absolutely nothing to hide." Yuanman gazed at him with her dark, bright eyes for quite some time, making Lin Chaney feel increasingly uneasy, before finally speaking softly. "Then I shall trust you just this once, big brother." Lin Chaney managed a forced smile. Yuanman's small face grew serious as she formed a hand gesture and murmured an incantation. The balance of heaven and earth, all living beings are summoned by symbols, guided by fragrance, attracting spirits as it begins. As the tender voice of her chant echoed softly, the previously lethargic, blood-red eyes of the weasel perched on Lin Chaney's back became much more animated. Its spirit was gradually drawn into Lin Chaney's body by the curling wisps of incense ignited by Yuanman. This was Lin Chaney's first encounter with such supernatural matters, and his body tensed with nervousness. He could not help but hold his breath, fixating his gaze on Yuanman. Before long, as she recited the incantation, his vision started to blur, and ultimately, darkness enveloped him, his consciousness fading away completely. Yuanman observed the rapidly burning purple incense, knowing the soul summoning was successful, and she fixed her gaze intently on the now closed eyes of Lin Chaney. She opened her mouth, ready to speak, but suddenly, Lin Chaney's closed eyes snapped open, revealing a feral glint in his brownish irises. Yuanman quickly greeted, "Sister Huang Shuyan." Before she could finish her sentence, however, the spirit of Huang Shuyan, possessing Lin Chaney, abruptly seized a fruit knife resting on the bedside table and swiftly drove it into his abdomen. Yuanman. Just then, Feng Yuli happened to pass by. Chapter 54, directly questioning the parties involved. Shen Mengjie screamed in panic. Lin Ge. Yuanman reacted swiftly, preparing to throw a weighty object at Lin Chenyu's knife-wielding hand when Feng Yuli rushed in, firmly grasping Lin Chenyu's hand. The incident occurred so suddenly that even with the quick reactions of Nan Yuanman and Feng Yuli, the fruit knife was still plunged into Lin Chenyu's abdomen. Blood gushed forth instantly, staining his hospital gown crimson. Lin Chenyu struggled desperately, waving the fruit knife while shouting, "Let me go. I want to kill him. Kill that scoundrel. The ungrateful man. He owes me. He owes me." Lin Chenyu's voice oscillated between masculine and feminine, sharp and piercing, his blood-red eyes and bulging veins on his forehead rendering him anything but normal. Observing the intensity of Huang Shuyan's possession over Lin Chenyu, Nin Yuanman's round face darkened, and she quickly realized that Lin Chenyu had concealed other matters from her. If it were merely his actions that prevented the weasel from obtaining its due, her resentment would not be so profound, nor would she incessantly label him a scoundrel and ungrateful man. Clearly, something else had transpired. Shun Mengjia, witnessing Lin Chenyu's contorted visage, felt a chill run through her, trembling as she spoke. Lin Gu has not been bitten by a dog. I do not know what has happened to him. Perhaps hearing Shan Mingjia's voice, Lin Chenyu, restrained by Feng Yuli, suddenly turned his bloodshot eyes towards her, letting out a bizarre, hissing laugh, his previously deep male voice gradually transforming into a soft, sorrowful feminine tone. "And you two dogs, I will not let you go. You all deserve to die. You all deserve to die." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Shun Mingjia's pupils constricted, her legs turning to jelly as she collapsed against the doorframe. "Huang Shuyan, calm down." Nan Yuanman produced a small bell and shook it, the crisp chime resonating throughout the hospital room. Yet, Huang Shuyan seemed oblivious, continuing to struggle fiercely. Had it not been for Feng Yuli's formidable strength from years of combat abroad, she would have broken free and run out to kill Shun Mingjia. Observing Huang Shuyan's agitation, Nan Yuanman recognized that she was not in a state to converse calmly. She decisively took out a pair of red scissors and, to Feng Yuli's astonishment, swiftly severed the red string binding the two of them at their pinky fingers. The talisman bound in the middle ignited spontaneously, swiftly incinerating the entire red string. As the talisman burned, Huang Shuyan's spirit was drawn out from Lin Chenyu. Huang Shuyan struggled in desperation, her face contorted as she lunged toward Lin Chenyu. Eager to reattach herself, Nan Yuanman hurriedly opened a small coffin, capturing her spirit within. The moment her soul was contained, Lin Chenyu's eyes widened in shock, his body convulsing violently for several seconds before collapsing, his eyes finally closing. Feng Yuli glanced at the small figure beside him, then at the red scissors in her hand and the bowl of rice on the attendant's chair, falling into silence. That man's erratic behavior moments ago could not possibly be connected to this little girl, could it? A look of disbelief crossed Feng Yuli's handsome features. Could it be that this little girl was also a practitioner of the mystical arts? Surely not. She looked no older than 5. Nan Yuanman was entirely oblivious to Feng Yuli's astonishment and inner turmoil, her focus entirely on Lin Chenyu. Little master, what is happening to me?" Lin Chenyu called out in a panic, his eyes wide with terror as he glanced at his blood-soaked abdomen. Lin Chenyu. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted instantly. Feng Yuli furrowed his brow, quickly raising his hand to press the bell for a doctor and nurse. The once tranquil hospital room erupted into chaos, as Nan Yuanman had just finished tidying up when the hurried doctors expelled her from the room. This included Feng Yuli and Shun Mingjia, who sat slumped against the door. Shun Mingjia sat on a bench in the corridor, her body huddled in on itself, her eyes darting around in panic as if she had witnessed something terrifying. Nan Yuanman noticed her peculiar behavior and was about to approach when she suddenly felt a tight grip around her neck. Nan Yuanman flailed her arms and legs like a turtle flipped onto its back before turning her head in confusion. "Little one, we meet again." Feng Yuli held Nan Yuanman's collar with one hand, offering her a smile. "Do you remember me?" In front of outsiders, Nan Yuanman maintained her politeness. Moreover, this big brother was Meng Qinyan's cousin, so she responded amiably. "Big brother, could you please let me go? I have urgent matters to attend to." Remembering her grandfather's teachings, Nan Yuanman blinked innocently, looking up at Feng Yuli with a smile, feigning ignorance. This silence, in Feng Yuli's eyes, was an affirmation. Feng Yuli, incredible. He complied and released her collar, allowing Nan Yuanman to straighten herself before striding toward the dazed Shun Mingjia. Feng Yuli silently followed behind her. Nan Yuanman approached Shun Mingjie, waving her small hand in front of her face. Sister Mingjie, are you all right? Nan Yuanman's brows furrowed slightly as she squatted in front of her, looking up to ask, is she Huang Shuyan? What have you done to her? Upon hearing the name Huang Shuyan, Shun Mingjie trembled instinctively, hastily shaking her head. No, we did nothing to her. She ran out in a fit of emotion and was hit by a car. It has nothing to do with us. Nan Yuanman's dark, round eyes widened slightly. Wasn't Huang Shuyan in an accident when Lin Chenyu went to participate in the competition? Lin Chenyu lied about this matter. Nan Yuanman's fair, round face darkened immediately, a surge of anger rising within her. How detestable. Why were these adults so cunning and so fond of deceit? Just then, the doctor had finished bandaging Lin Chenyu's abdominal wound. Fortunately, thanks to Nan Yuanman and Feng Yuli's timely intervention, it was merely a flesh wound and had not affected his internal organs. Nan Yuanman's small face tightened, her heart brimming with anger from being deceived. Her little brows knitted together as she reproached Lin Chenyu. Big brother, you are not honest. Sister Huang Shuyan was extremely incensed. In the story you just told me, you deceived me and concealed the most vital information. Forget it. Seek someone more capable. I shall not assist you further. With a puffed-up demeanor akin to a small pufferfish, Nan Yuan turned on her heel and stormed away. Lin Chenin's expression shifted as he hurriedly called out to her. Little master, I confess. I indeed told a lie and withheld certain matters from you. Lin Chenin cast a furtive glance at Feng Yuli, who remained motionless, seemingly oblivious to his gaze. As Nan Yuan observed him stammering, unable to formulate a single coherent sentence, her already tarnished impression of him diminished further. At that moment, a faint thumping sound emanated from the small coffin inside her bag, as if someone were knocking from within. Nan Yuan's ears perked up, receiving the message from the tiny coffin, and she spoke. Very well. If you do not wish to divulge, I shall inquire directly with the party involved. Chapter 55. Cause and effect established. One life for another the party involved? A sense of foreboding surged within Lin Chenin. Just as he was about to question Nan Yuan's intentions, he witnessed her swiftly opening the small cloth bag and extracting a diminutive red coffin. She opened the coffin, and Lin Chenin felt a shadowy flash before his eyes, followed by a golden weasel being forcefully ejected from the coffin, crashing heavily to the ground with a pitiful squeal. Lin Chenin's complexion paled dramatically, and he instinctively retreated a step. Shun Mingjie gasped in alarm, while Feng Yuli's eyes widened in surprise as he observed the weasel slowly rising from the floor in the corridor. The weasel, sensing itself in an unfamiliar environment, cautiously stood up, glancing around with vigilance. Upon spotting Lin Chenin and Shun Mingjie, its eyes ignited with intense hatred and rage, and it lunged toward them with a furious screech. Lin Chenin screamed, cowardly retreating behind Nan Yuan. Ah, little master, save me. Feng Yuli's expression darkened as he scooped up Nan Yuan and kicked Lin Chenin squarely in the rear, sending him sprawling outwards. You, an adult. How dare you hide behind child? Where's your backbone? Lin Chenin's eyes brimmed with tears as he clutched his abdomen, scrambling away in a panic. His life was at stake. What good was bravery in this situation? Nan Yuan hastily called out to Huang Shuyan. Sister Huang Shuyan, please calm down. Hearing this innocent voice, Huang Shuyan's body stiffened slightly, and her fury subsided just enough for her rationality to resurface. She paused, her pupils narrowing, cautiously regarding Nan Yuan, and retreated several steps while brandishing her claws. Huang Shuyan squinted, casting a baleful glare at Nan Yuan and the trembling Shun Mingjie and Lin Chenin hiding behind Feng Yuli. Little Taoist, are you in cahoots with this scoundrel? Lin Chenin anxiously clutched Feng Yuli's pants, ignoring his disdainful gaze, and frantically appealed to Nan Yuan. Little master, you were brought here by me. You must protect me. When Huang Shuyan's gaze darkened, Nan Yuan boldly nodded. Yes, I was initially in league with him, but now we have parted ways. He is dishonest. Lin Chenin's face paled at her words. Huang Shuyan burst into laughter. Indeed, he is nothing but a selfish, hypocritical scoundrel. Lin Chenin, feeling the weight of Feng Yuli's contemptuous stare, flushed with embarrassment, and his irritation towards Huang Shuyan overshadowed his fear. Huang Shuyan, do not slander me. Have I not treated you well during our time together? Houses, cars, bags, Money. What have I not provided for you? Even when you were ill, I remained by your side. How can you now label me a selfish scoundrel? Yes, you were kind to me, but that does not preclude your kindness towards her. Huang Shuyan vehemently pointed at the quaking Shun Mengjie behind Lin Chenin, her face contorted with rage. What I possess, she must have a share of, and even better. Yes, you were there for me when I was sick, but that does not absolve you of sneaking off at night to find her and sharing your bed. In truth, I do not care if you treat her well, but you must not bring her before me, flaunting your affection and obstructing my plans to bear your children. Huang Shuyan exclaimed in frustration. You clearly stated during my prayer to the heavens that you desired a gentle and kind wife to bear you triplets. I have already accepted the role of your wife. Why have you chosen to cast me aside when it comes to bearing children? Without children, how can I conclude the karmic ties with Lin Chenin and successfully petition the heavens? Lin Chenin's face flushed. I am still young. I do not wish to be bound by children. Then why did you express the desire for children during your prayer? Huang Shuyan ground her teeth. Fine. You may not want children right now, but I shall remain by your side until the opportunity arises. Yet you dare to embrace this woman before me, declaring your love for her, and claim that I am too gentle and dull, demanding to part ways with me. You allow Shun Mengjie to provoke me. Watching these two women argue over him, he even pushed Shun Mengjie into the road, leading to her tragic demise. What is more despairing is that after her death, I discovered I was pregnant. It was so close, just a step away from successfully petitioning the heavens. How could I not harbor hatred? Feng Yuli, holding Nan Yuan, cleared his throat. Excuse me, may I interject? Lin Chenin and Huang Shuyan turned their gazes toward him in unison, and Nan Yuan looked on with curiosity. Feng Yuli maintained a calm demeanor as he spoke. You two belong to different species, and there exists reproductive isolation. This child cannot be born. I have evolved. Reproductive isolation does not apply to me. Huang Shuyan retorted vehemently. I was already with child when I died. Lin Chenin's eyes widened in shock. What? You were pregnant when you died? Nan Yuan, listening intently, displayed a look of understanding. No wonder Huang Shuyan's resentment was so profound. So how can you expect me not to hate? Huang Shuyan's teeth ground together, her pupils narrowing as she glared at Lin Chenin with fierce animosity. You have disrupted my cultivation, ruined my ascension. Lin Chenin, both you and that woman deserve to die. The temperature in the corridor plummeted suddenly, and a layer of dark, ominous energy began to envelop Huang Shuyan, her bright yellow, beastly eyes gradually turning crimson. Lin Chenin, panic-stricken, stammered, I did not intend to. It was all. He yanked Shun Mengjie, who was trembling in fear behind him, into view and exclaimed, It is all her fault. She was the one who seduced me. Initially attempting to diminish her presence to avoid Huang Shuyan's attention, Shun Mengjie, upon hearing this, lost her composure, raised her empty hand, and slapped him across the face, indignantly retorting, Do not place the blame on me. Yes, I did have feelings for you and did initiate contact, but you never mentioned that you had a girlfriend. You were the one who flirted with me first. After leading me into temptation and sharing your body, you then revealed your relationship status. How could I possibly accept that? Huang Shuyan, every fault lies with this man. He was the one who pushed you. He was the one who betrayed you. So if you seek vengeance, let it be upon him. After scolding Lin Chenin, Shun Mengjie quickly turned to Huang Shuyan. Nan Yuan, observing the cacophony of chaos between the two women and the weasel, felt a slight headache. She raised her small hand. Stop. Cease this bickering. Huang Shuyan, despite her inner turmoil and desire to harm Lin Chenin, refrained from acting against him, considering Nan Yuan's presence. She inquired, Little Taoist, how do you propose we resolve this matter? Simple. Nan Yuan pointed her chubby little hand at Lin Chenin. Linda, you have disrupted her cultivation and endangered her life. Cause and effect demand that he pays with his life. Lin Chenin's face drained of color. Feng Yuli. Chapter 56. I have an idea. Feng Yuli could not help but question Nan Yuan. Is it truly so hasty? Shouldn't we advocate for him a little? After all, this is a human life. Why should we advocate for him? He must bear the consequences for his misdeeds. N-U-N-M, and cast a puzzled glance at F-Ng-Y-L. Moreover, Huing Su-Y-N, being a weasel spirit, as Lin Ch. New York narrated, left no corpse upon her demise at his hands. Without a body, human laws could not condemn him. Thus, only the heavenly Tao could render judgment. Lin Ch. New York felt his legs weaken, terror etched on his face, nearly collapsing before N.U.N.M. Ingji sighed in relief, her body and spirit relaxing, thankful to have survived. Huing Su Yin was taken aback by N.N.'s words, momentarily stunned. Yet her brow remained furrowed. Tentatively, she inquired, "Am I truly to kill him? You wouldn't eliminate me under the pretext of exorcising evil post-murder, would you?" And N.U.N.M. widened her eyes. Her chubby finger pointed at herself. "Me? Are you implying I am such a wicked person? That is slander. You are not." Huing Su Yin retorted with a cold laugh, shifting her tone. "But those in your profession tend to have dark hearts. Who knows if you are engaging in entrapment?" And N.U.N.M. innocently queried, what does entrapment mean?" Overwhelmed by emotions, Huing Su Yin gazed at the 5-year-old child in silence. Oh, she had forgotten that this little Taoist was unlike the cunning Taoist she had encountered before. She was merely 5. Lin Ch. New York, in despair, exclaimed, "No, you cannot do this. I did not intend to harm you." Panic-stricken, he grasped N.U.N.M.'s dangling little feet. "Aren't you a Taoist? Isn't it a Taoist duty to eliminate evil? How can you allow her to kill me?" And N.U.N.M. blinked her moist eyes innocently. "Who said I was a Taoist? I'm not. I'm merely a little coffin maker." She tilted her head. "Big brother, do you need a coffin? The coffins I make are of excellent quality and reasonably priced. I can offer you a $999 discount." Lin Ch. New York's despair deepened. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Why do you still act so formidable? You made me trust you. You never asked. I am a coffin maker. There is no contradiction in my prowess." And N.U.N.M. defended herself with conviction. Huing Su Yin approached Lin Ch. New York with a cold smile. "Stop struggling. Give up. Here, no one can save you." Lin Ch. New York continued to retreat. "No, no," as he groaned in pain, desperately trying to flee. Huing Su Yin had already reached him, her claws pressing against his chest. With her eyes ablaze, she raised her claws to stab his heart. In this critical moment, N.U.N.M. called out, "Wait! Who knows who in a pauset?" Her face darkening as she gazed at N.U.N.M. "Do you still wish to stop me?" "Not really." N.U.N.M. scratched her head. "If you kill him, all your hard-earned cultivation would be in vain. Would you be content with that? The path of a spirit is arduous. Not only must one refrain from harming others, but one must also assist them. During tribulations, one must overcome 3 trials to achieve the final ceiling." Huing Su Yin had already passed the first 3 trials but faltered at the ceiling. If she killed Lin Ch. New York, all her painstaking cultivation would be lost, leaving her with no chance of reincarnation, destined to become a wandering ghost, ultimately dissipating into the ether. "Not killing him leaves me unsatisfied." Huing Su Yin spoke resentfully. "I have another idea. Would you like to hear it?" And N.U.N.M. twisted her little body, struggling to free herself from F.Ng.Y.L's embrace, and approached Huing Su Yin and Lin Ch. New York. And N.U.N.M. pointed at Lin Ch. New York, whose face was filled with trepidation. "He owes you a life, if he wishes to survive. Let him transfer his merit and fortune to you, and worship you for 100 years. During the worship period, you need not protect him. As long as he offers you 100 years of incense, your karmic ties will be severed. What do you think of this idea?" Before Huing Su Yin could respond, Lin Ch. New York eagerly interjected, "Yes, I agree. I agree. I would endure anything to survive." Huing Su Yin protested, "No. Huing D11N, I am willing to worship you for 100 years, and I will not allow you to suffer even the slightest grievance. Please spare my life. Let me live." Lin Ni Sautet At Huna Sui In. With narrowed eyes, Huing Su Yin pressed her claws deeper in his chest, inching closer to his neck, asking meaningfully, "Do you truly wish to worship me for 100 years? To transfer your merit and fortune to me? I am willing. I truly am." 100 times over, Lin Ch. New York stammered, trembling as he gazed at her sharp claws. Watching quietly from the sidelines, Sh'N'M's eyes flickered with a hint of regret, which Lin Ch. New York caught. A surge of resentment welled up within Lin Ch. New York as he pointed at Sh'N'M. "She is also one of the culprits behind your demise. Huing D11N, you must not let her go." Sh'N'M, flustered, shouted, "Lin Ch. New York, are you still a man?" "I might not be." Lin Ch. New York told it defiantly. Why should he alone bear the fear and punishment? Shnm that wretched woman, should also descend into hell with him. Almost forgot about you. Huing Su Yin elegantly licked her claws, her gaze chilling. In that case, you are no different from Lin Ch New York. Neither of you can escape. Wonderful. And Nunm and nodded decisively, pulling out the bowl, rice, and incense she had stowed in her small bag and laid them on the ground. She poured the rice back into the bowl and extended it towards Lin Ch New York and Shnm. Come, drop a drop of blood from your fingertip into it. Lin Ch New York promptly bit his fingertip and let a drop fall. Skruenji. Her face filled with reluctance, protested. I won't. It wasn't Timmy who encouraged him to push you. Not doing it is fine. However, when Huing Su Yin comes looking for you later, I shall not be responsible. Nunm said good-naturedly. As Shnm lifted her gaze, she caught sight of Huing Su Yin's icy expression, causing her to shiver. Biting her lip, she pricked her fingertip and let a drop of blood fall into the bowl. The blood stained the rice red. And Nunm offered the crimson rice to Huing Su Yin. Thus, the contract was established. Huing Su Yin's ethereal form gradually solidified, her eyes closing in bliss. In stark contrast, Lin Ch New York and Shnm's faces grew pale. And Nunm cautioned Huing Su Yin. During the contract period, you cannot harm others. Otherwise, the heavenly Tao will not spare you. She considered herself unfortunate. Had she encountered a normal person who merely acknowledged her humanity, she would have passed the sealing trial without issue. Who would have thought she would meet Lin Ch New York, whose mind was not quite right? And Nunm rummaged through her small bag and produced 2 wooden dogs, each adorned with a red ribbon around its neck. Huing Su Yin reluctantly merged with one of the wooden dogs. And Nunm handed the wooden dogs to Lin Ch New York and Shnm. Just as Lin Ch New York tucked the wooden dog away, he suddenly felt a chill in his abdomen. Looking down, he saw that his previously bandaged wound was bleeding again. Rolling his eyes, he muttered, I need a doctor. As soon as he finished speaking, his head tilted and he fainted. Shnm, with a dark expression, did not linger, leaving without a glance back at him. Fyl, who had witnessed the entire event, kindly called for a doctor. Watching as Lin Ch New York was carried away, he curiously asked the little one, Is this how it is resolved? Yes, Nunm nodded. Just as she was about to put away the bowl when a nurse's reprimand rang out. Hey, you there. No incense or paper offerings in the hospital. Startled, Nunm quickly gathered her things and turned to flee. In doing so, her small head collided with a group approaching her. Jiang had not expected the child to rush towards him, quickly halting his steps and reaching out to catch the child as she nearly fell backward. Upon seeing her face, Jiang froze momentarily, his brows furrowing slowly. You are Nunm? What are you doing in the hospital? Recalled the phone call from Jiang last night, his expression gradually turning frosty, his gaze scrutinizing. Did you inquire about my whereabouts from XNX and come here intentionally? Chapter 57. Could this be a glimmer of hope? Today, Jiang had a sudden impulse to visit WNH Hospital. In the morning, as he was preparing to sign a contract, his assistant had discovered that the true power holder of the Fing family had relocated from Shngjing to WNH Hospital. As the host family of the city, the Jiang family was expected to pay a visit. Thus, when Nunm appeared here, Jiang naturally assumed she had eavesdropped on his conversation with Jiang and had come to confront him. The reasoning was quite simple. She wanted to leave a favorable impression on him. Alternatively, she might have been trying to take advantage of XNX's unease, seeking to curry favor in his presence. Regardless of the motive, Jiang felt a wave of disdain. With her chubby little hands pressed against her sore forehead, gazed at him in confusion. Who are you? Jiang sneered. What are you pretending for? You deliberately bumped into my leg and still don't recognize me? And Nunm's round face scrunched up, retreating several steps as she earnestly replied, Uncle, I truly don't know you, and I didn't mean to bump into your leg. Before she could finish, Jiang, visibly impatient, interrupted, Enough. I have no time for your lengthy explanations. You and your mother are cut from the same cloth, harboring malicious thoughts. Even if you came to me to gain favor, I won't overlook your bullying of XNX. Just then, F.Ng.Y.L., who had been chasing after N.N.U.N.M.N., happened to overhear G.Ng.Ng's words, and the smile that typically adorned his face faded slightly, his eyes turning cold. He swiftly approached, extending his long arm to lift N.N.U.N.M.N off the ground. His sharp gaze fixed on G.Ng.Ng as he coldly remarked, "Who dares to speak ill of my child?" Caught off guard by being embraced, N.N.U.N.M.N's small face momentarily froze. G.Ng's brows knitted tightly, his expression darkening as he was about to question. But upon seeing F.Ng.Y.L. holding N.N.U.N.M.N, his frosty demeanor shifted to one of astonishment. "You are the esteemed F.Ng. Shao." F.Ng.Y.L.'s visage was quite renowned in high society, not only for his striking appearance, but also for his rebellious and reckless demeanor. Before he became a doctor without borders, he had been a leader among the second-generation elite, feared by all. Jiang quickly recalled that if the power holder of the F.Ng family had indeed moved to WNH Hospital, F.Ng.Y.L., being the only medical practitioner in the F.Ng family, would certainly accompany him. However, he pondered when F.Ng.Y.I had become acquainted with N.N.U.N.M.N. They seemed quite familiar with each other. F.Ng.Y.L. narrowed his eyes, sizing G.Ng.Zh up. "And you are?" "I am G.Ng.Zh, the president of D.N.G.S.H. Limited. We are currently engaged in a collaboration with the F.Ng family, and I learned that Mr. F.Ng is recuperating here, hence my visit." G.Ng.Zh instinctively wore a smile as he explained. "Moreover, F.Ng. Shao, the young lady in your arms, is my niece. Her character is somewhat lacking due to her mother's upbringing, so do not be deceived by her." Upon hearing this, N.N.U.N.M.N's round face immediately fell, her eyes flashing with anger as she shouted in her little voice, "You're the one whose upbringing is lacking. You insulted my mother without cause, and now you speak ill of her. That's too much. You're uncivilized. You." By the end of her tirade, N.N.U.N.M.N resorted to her village dialect, hurling a barrage of invectives at G.Ng.Zh. F.Ng.Y.L., unable to comprehend, merely observed the young girl's face turning crimson, indicating that her words were likely quite unsavory. After soothing N.N.U.N.M.N, he raised his gaze, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded the visibly shaken G.Ng. "Mr. Jiang, your words seem rather biased. I find no fault in the young lady's character. Rather, your condescending demeanor towards a 5-year-old is quite enlightening." He tilted his head slightly, a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Is this the kind of upbringing the wealthiest power holder in the city imparts to their successor? In G.Ng.Zh's mind, he had anticipated that F.Ng.Y.L. would regard N.U.N.M.N unfavorably due to his remarks. After all, he was her uncle, the one closest to her, and his words held a certain credibility. Yet, he never imagined that F.Ng.Y.L. would wholeheartedly defend her. Instantly, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that his previous attitude towards N.N.U.N.M.N had indeed been rather harsh. He hastily sought to amend his words. "I did not intend to target her. It's just that she often bullies her younger sister at home." Before he could finish, F.Ng.Y.L. interrupted. "Oh, so it's because there are other children at home? You adults and your favoritism, I understand." He chose not to confront F.Ng.Y.L. directly, instead turning towards N.N.U.N.M.N, taking a deep breath to soften his demeanor, and decisively stated, "UNMN, I apologize. Uncle was overly harsh just now. I am sorry." N.N.U.N.M.N, cheeks puffed in indignation, resembled an angry little bird. "I do not accept your apology. Anyone who insults my mother is unforgivable." G.Ng felt a sting of humiliation, his expression darkening. "You child, a brave and honest child." F.Ng.Y.L. chimed in, affectionately ruffling N.N.U.N.M.N's hair, generously praising her. And N.U.N.M.N's furious expression faltered, and she shyly touched her own head, cautiously stealing a glance at F.Ng.Y.L. A sudden thought crossing her mind. This big brother's hand is so warm. After this, he politely nodded, and without waiting for G.Ng. to respond, He turned and walked toward his father's hospital room with N-N-U-N-M in his arms. It was the perfect opportunity for N-N-U-N-M to meet her father. If not now, then when? Jiang. Feeling humiliated by F-Ng-Y-L's actions, wore a complexion that fluctuated between green and white. His assistant, trailing behind him, averted his gaze, pretending to be a wooden figure, witnessing nothing. He paused slightly, instructing his assistant, investigate how N-N-U-N-M is associated with the F-Ng family. Understood, the assistant replied, and N-U-N-M rested her head on F-Ng-Y-L's shoulder, glaring at Jiang's retreating figure. In a huff, she pulled out her plush toy, Jiang, from her bag and tossed it onto the ground. F-Ng-Y-L sensed the intensity of her gaze and looked down at her, his narrow eyes slightly raised. Why are you looking at me like that? Feeling a rare sense of shyness, and N-U-N-M wiggled her little bottom. Her cheeks flushed as she quietly said, "Thank you for earlier." It was the first time someone other than her grandfather had praised her. Not only had he praised her, but he had also defended her in front of that annoying Jiang family member, making her heart feel warm. Having not been treated kindly in a long while, she cherished this small gesture immensely. She fidgeted with her clothing, her chubby hands twisting the fabric. I don't know how to thank you. Do your family members need a coffin? I can make one for you. F-Ng-Y-L felt a mix of affection and amusement. Thank you. But that won't be necessary for now. Suddenly, a thought from the old Taoist priest flashed through F-Ng-Y-L's mind, causing him to pause momentarily, his gaze settling on N-N-U-N-M. However, I do have a favor to ask of you. Could this little one be the lifeline the old priest spoke of? Chapter 58. The soul is lost. N-N-U-N-M's eyes brightened, her chubby hands patting her chest. You can say anything. UNMN guarantees to help you. F-Ng-Y-L pressed his lips together, feigning a look of sorrow. I would like to ask for your help to check on my father. 3 years ago, he fell into an unexplained coma, and despite numerous hospital examinations, no issues were found. He simply hasn't awakened. My family, desperate, sought the Taoist priests from Sanqing Temple, but they too could not determine the cause of his coma. Thus, I wish to ask for your assistance in understanding his condition and whether there is hope for his recovery. Listening intently, N-N-U-N-M instinctively glanced at his or UGO. Upon noticing the slight indentation and lackluster appearance, she froze. The young boy's parents had already arrived, and N-N-U-N-M gazed at F-Ng-Y-L, hesitating to speak. She cautiously inquired, "Big brother, the person you want me to see, is he alive?" If he were merely a living person in a coma, she could investigate the cause. However, if he were a spirit in a trance, she would need her grandfather's assistance. But given her grandfather's current condition, he was not fit to be in public. What should she do? Should she call for the YNCH uncle? But calling him was rather expensive, and the young girl's face scrunched up in distress. Initially, F-Ng-Y-L did not comprehend her concern, but upon noticing her furtive glances at his forehead, he quickly understood that she likely discerned something from his features. He chuckled lightly. "Rest assured, he is indeed alive. He is my adoptive father." And N-U-N-M breathed a small sigh of relief, brimming with confidence. "All right, leave it to me. Let us set off to see Uncle right away." At that moment, within the confines of WNH Hospital, a handsome man lay on the hospital bed. His features were striking, with sharp brows and a noble nose, but the prolonged coma had drained the color from his face, leaving him gaunt. F-Ng-Y-L, holding N-N-U-N-M, who wriggled in his arms, peering curiously at the man on the bed. "Is this your father?" she asked. "Yes," F-Ng-Y-L replied softly, observing her resemblance to F-Ng-C-N with a raised brow. The similarities between them became more pronounced upon comparison. If anyone claimed that N-U-N-M was not the child of the elder, he would find it hard to believe. Nevertheless, even if the eventual outcome revealed that he was not the biological child, it would not matter. He had already raised numerous children and could easily adopt another, as he could provide for UNMN. While F-Ng-C-N remained in slumber, F-Ng-Y had already meticulously arranged matters. And N-U-N-M stared intently at F-Ng-C-N's face, her brows knitting together in puzzlement. Why does this uncle seem to share a kinship with me? She pondered. Could it be that her divination skills were faltering? A vivid image of her grandfather repairing a television in the countryside flashed through her mind, prompting her to tap F.Ng.Y.L's shoulder, requesting to be set down. He complied, and as soon as her feet touched the ground, she began patting her head rhythmically as if tenderizing a watermelon. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed, seizing her wrist. And Yuanman blinked innocently, her previously neat hair now a tousled mess. "I think my divination ability is malfunctioning, so I'm fixing it." Her childish words left F.Ng.Y.L both amused and perplexed. That is not how it works. What if your divination ability remains unfixed and your head gets damaged? "Oh, right," she murmured, biting her lip. "Then I shall not use it. I will try another method." And Yuanman retrieved a small coffin from her bag, struggling to climb onto the accompanying chair with her short legs, and placed it into F.Ng.N's partially open palm. Xiao Hong is very powerful. It can discern any issues with the body and even heal them, so please do not think it ominous. Of course not. F.Ng.Y.L gently shook his head. Over the past 3 years, they had done everything imaginable to awaken F.Ng.N. There was no way they would find a small coffin ominous, especially since it resembled a prop and was not frightening at all. And Yuanman placed her chubby little hand on the coffin lid, closing her eyes to carefully sense the feedback from Xiao Hong. Seconds later, her eyes flew open in shock. "Big brother, your father's soul is missing." I had initially regarded her suggestion with skepticism, but he was taken aback by her revelation. His brow furrowed slowly, contemplating the implications. "The soul is missing? But the master of the Sanqing temple never mentioned anything about my father's soul not residing within his body. Was it that the master failed to perceive it? Or did he deliberately withhold information? It seemed unnecessary to keep such knowledge concealed. Yet how could he have overlooked it?" Yuanman scratched her plump cheek, striving to convey the information from Xiao Hong to F.Ng.Y.L. Xiao Hong said that someone has lured away his soul, but a trace of it remains within your uncle's body. This trace creates the illusion that the soul is still present, misleading those who observe. She quickly added, "I do not mean to imply that the master is incompetent. Rather, in such a situation, it is challenging for an ordinary person to detect." F.Ng.Y.L nodded in understanding. "But where could my father's soul have gone? Who could have lured him away?" He was utterly perplexed, and Yuanman gazed at him with her round eyes, appearing innocent. She too was unsure. This was her first encounter with this uncle. After tilting her head thoughtfully, she continued, "Generally speaking, to lure someone's soul away, certain conditions must be met, such as acquiring personal belongings, hair, and nails, in addition to their birth date and time." The small coffin in her hands could no longer contain its frustration and pinched her little hand. It was indeed lured away. "What do you mean by lured? How improper?" Yuanman assumed Xiao Hong was simply impatient and patted the coffin lid to soothe it before proceeding. "Big brother, you can follow this lead to investigate. Perhaps it will yield clues." However, as she gazed at the handsome man lying on the bed, she noted, "His soul has been taken for 3 years, yet his physical form remains intact, indicating he is not in immediate danger. That person likely does not wish to harm him." Listening to Yuanman's words, F.Ng.Y.L envisioned an elderly, elegant figure, his gaze darkening as he nodded. "Very well, I shall pursue this lead." "Thank you, Yuanman." He crouched down and ruffled her silky black hair. "You have been of great assistance." And Yuanman bit her lip, revealing a shy smile. "No need to thank me." As she spoke, she could not help but swing her little feet in joy while seated on the accompanying chair. The petite girl, plump and fair, bore a cherubic face with baby fat, and her delighted expression resembled that of a little hamster. F.Ng.Y.L, unable to resist, playfully poked her cheek, causing Yuanman to wobble but not retaliate, her temperament remaining exceptionally good. Observing the dimming light outside, he decided not to keep her any longer after resolving the situation with the weasel and took her out of the hospital to find a place to eat. Just as they exited the hospital, they collided with someone coming towards them. F.Ng.Y.L quickly retreated, holding the young girl tightly as he failed to identify the figure rushing towards them. Suddenly, the person who had been lying on the ground sprang up and lunged forward, their voice piercingly sharp. "Is my sister's death my fault? It was your favoritism that led to her demise. Why must you blame me? You are the true specters." In Chapter 59, the distraught Jiang and Nuanman and Fyng turned their attention to see a family of three embroiled in a fight. Specifically, a middle-aged couple was restraining a young girl. The middle-aged woman appeared disheveled, with several scratches on her face and her clothing in tatters, presenting a picture of despair and chaos. And Nuanman found the woman strikingly familiar and blinked in recognition. Isnt, she's Xie Ng's mother? She had seen her before, and at that time, Xie's mother had been clean and well-dressed. What had happened to her to appear so ragged? As if she had aged a decade, unaware of Yuanman's presence. Xie's mother frantically clutched the girl, exclaiming, Xie Qin, do you have no heart? Do you ever speak to your parents like that? Have we not treated you well enough? Yes, we are sorry, Ting, but we have never wronged you. How could you secretly transfer money from the house to fund your games? That is the entirety of our life savings. How are we supposed to live from now on? Father Xie's face turned ashen with rage as he struck Xie Qianqian's back with a shoe. The days for Father and Mother Xie have been unbearable these past few days. Every time they fell asleep, the deceased parents would visit them in dreams, striking them with canes. Enduring nightly beatings was bad enough, but Father Xie's job also faced troubles, leading to his dismissal from the company. Mother Xie was increasingly lost in thought, succumbing to a high fever that left her unconscious on the floor for several hours, almost following Xie Ting to the grave. What chilled her heart even more was that on the day Xie Qianqian was at home, she was engrossed in her games and did not even check on Mother Xie when she saw her lying there. Yet, despite her heartbreak, Xie Qianqian remained her only child. When Xie Qianqian complained of a stomach ache today, Mother Xie's heart softened, and she took her to the hospital for a checkup. However, when it came time to settle the bill, she discovered there was no money left on the card. After questioning Father Xie, he insisted he had not touched the funds. After some investigation, they realized that Xie Qianqian had somehow acquired the card as password and had taken the money. Under persistent questioning, Xie Qianqian finally admitted that she had spent 1 million from the card on the game, pretending to be a wealthy player. Mother Xie, filled with despair and rage, slapped Xie Qianqian in anger. Now, she regretted deeply why she hadn't treated her eldest daughter better and why she had chosen to raise Xie Qianqian. This ghost of a child. She regretted. Oh, how she regretted. While the Xie family argued, Feng Yuli had already covered the eyes of the little girl in his arms and carried her away from the chaos. Nan Yuanman nestled obediently in his embrace, her large eyes blinking. Feng Yuli felt her lashes occasionally brush against his palm, tickling him and making him smile. What would you like to eat? Yuanman, Feng Yuli asked. Anything is fine, Nan Yuanman replied, patting her little belly. I am not picky, although the little girl claimed this. Feng Yuli still discreetly consulted Meng Qinian about which restaurant was renowned for its delicious food before taking Nan Yuanman there. It struck him as odd, his cousin, who was as unselective as a wild boar when it came to food, shouldn't need to ask about good restaurants unless there was something unusual. Meng Qinian, suddenly excited, sent a message with a meme. Meng. Peking. Meng. Cousin, why are you suddenly asking me which restaurant is good? Are you about to have a sister-in-law? Just as he sat in the private room, holding Nan Yuanman, Feng Yuli raised an eyebrow and snapped a picture of the little girl, who was happily drinking milk from the waitress. Nan Yuanman turned sharply at the sound, and upon realizing Feng Yuli was taking her picture, her small face instinctively broke into a smile, and she flashed a peace sign to the camera. However, she had not quite mastered control over her little hands, so one finger bent awkwardly downwards while she posed. Feng Yuli instinctively took another shot. In the photo, the soft, fair little girl smiled with her eyes crescent-like, her chubby hand forming a not-so-straight peace sign that was irresistibly adorable. Satisfied, Feng Yuli sent the freshly taken photo to Meng Qinian. Meng. Meng Qinian jumped up, astonished. He had been busy making plans, only to find that his cousin had already snatched the little girl away. Meng. Cousin, I know you're in a hurry, but kidnapping children is illegal. Feng Yuli looked exasperated. Do I strike you as someone who would abduct another's child? He briefly explained to Meng Qinian about meeting Nan Yuanman at the hospital, prompting Meng Qinian to hurry and get dressed to leave. As Nan Yuanman munched away, she felt as though she had forgotten something, chewing on a roasted chicken wing. She tilted her head in thought for a moment before dismissing the notion. Meanwhile, the Jiang family's driver, who had been waiting in the hospital parking lot all day, noticed that night was approaching and Nan Yuanman had yet to emerge. Anxiously, he rushed inside to search for her. After a thorough search, he could not find the little girl. Panic-stricken, he trembled as he took out his phone to call Jiang Lishuan. However, after several rings, no one answered. The driver made several attempts to reach Jiang Lishuan, hesitated briefly, and then decisively called Jiang Hengji. Second young master, Miss Nan Yuanman is missing. When Meng Qinian arrived at the restaurant, Nan Yuanman and Feng Yuli had already finished their meal. Noticing that Nan Yuanman enjoyed the dessert from this restaurant, Feng Yuli ordered her another portion while he sipped tea. Watching the little girl eat like a small hamster, taking dainty bites, Yuanman, Meng Qinian burst in like a golden retriever. Upon seeing him, Nan Yuanman beamed. "Brother Qinian, what brings you here?" She chattered away. "Have you eaten yet? Would you like some cake? This cake is super delicious." While speaking, she pushed a small bite of cake she had dug out toward Meng Qinian. "Here, I've only had a little bite." Meng Qinian was so touched that tears welled up in his eyes. He opened his arms and rushed over. "Oh, Yuanman, you are so sweet. Come here for a hug." Just as he took a couple of steps forward, a leg suddenly appeared in his path, blocking his way. Meng Qinian looked bewildered and turned to Feng Yuli. "Cousin, sit down," Feng Yuli said with a smile, pulling out a chair for him. "You rushed here so hastily. Aren't you hungry? What do you want to eat? Cousin will treat you." Feng Yuli's unexpected kindness made Meng Qinian flinch, instinctively shrinking back toward Nan Yuanman, awkwardly chuckling. "No, it's fine. I can order myself." After taking a seat, Meng Qinian began to order food on his tablet, and once finished, he engaged in animated conversation with Nan Yuanman, creating a harmonious atmosphere. At the same time, at the Quanglia's studio, Jiang Lishuan had given his employees a day off, leaving him alone in the studio. The place was shrouded in darkness, lights unlit. In the office, Jiang Lishuan's phone lay on the desk, its screen flickering, while he sat in a chair, looking despondent. The information from both parties confirmed that Bai Wenyin had not left him. In fact, she had been injured because of him. The person who had severed his tendons years ago had indeed been called by Jiang Yueyao. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, the sudden revelation of the truth struck Jiang Lishuan with immense force. His beloved sister had hired someone to cripple him to ruin Bai Wenyin, shattering his dreams of competition. His sister, whom he had cast aside like refuse, had harmed herself for his sake. How laughable it all was. "Jiang Lishuan, how ridiculous you are." The most humiliating part was that he had initially treated Nan Yuanman so poorly for Jiang Yueyao's sake. Jiang Lishuan raised his hand to cover his eyes, a tumult of anger and regret surging within him, making it difficult to breathe, almost unbearable. Unable to restrain himself, he slapped himself twice. "Jiang Lishuan, you are truly a beast." The office was left with the sound of his heavy breathing and the incessant buzzing of his phone. Jiang Lishuan, with reddened eyes, glanced at the vibrating phone on the desk, irritatedly picking it up. Just as he was about to throw it to the ground, he accidentally pressed the answer button. Jiang Hengji's voice came through. "Jiang Lishuan, where are you? Is Nan Yuanman with you?" Jiang Lishuan's heart sank, and he wiped his face, speaking in a hoarse voice. "I am at the studio." "What is wrong with Yuanman?" Jiang Hengji replied irritably. "The driver just called to say she's missing." "Honestly, why can't children just stay at home? Why do they have to run around? They really know how to cause trouble." Jiang Lishuan could no longer remain seated. He rose and took the keys from the table. "Yuanman is quite sensible. She wouldn't suddenly disappear without reason. I have her children's watch number. I shall call her." With that, without waiting for Jiang Hengji to respond, he abruptly hung up the phone. After all, she was Bai Wenyin's daughter, and he held no affection for her. Whether she lived or died was of no concern to him. Yet, for reasons unknown, his heart was restless. Jiang Hengji scolded under his breath, grabbed the car keys, and exited the study, muttering, "What a nuisance." Jiang Hengji paused momentarily, nodded slightly in acknowledgement, and walked past him. He had no intention of mentioning Yuanman's disappearance to Jiang Zhanqing, knowing that his elder brother harbored the same disdain for Bai Wenyin. It was better to remain silent than to add to his irritation. Jiang Zhanqing had just embraced Jiang Xinxin when he looked up to find Jiang Hengji's figure had vanished. He inquired, "Where's your second uncle in such a hurry to go?" Jiang Xinxin, nestled in his arms, shook her head in confusion. "Xinxin doesn't know." He carried her into the hall, his demeanor softening as he gently asked, "Xinxin, where is your mother?" "Mom is in the kitchen. She said she would personally prepare your favorite dishes for Uncle," Jiang Xinxin sweetly replied. However, recalling her grievances from yesterday, when facing Yuanman, her smile faded instantly. Clinging to Jiang Zhanqing's neck, her eyes glistening with tears, she complained, "Uncle, during the days you were away, the little uncles bullied me. They all prefer to play with a new sister and don't want to play with Xin anymore." A tear fell as she cried. "Is it because Xin gets sick too often that the little uncles don't like me, preferring the healthier new sister?" She pointed to her arm and belly. "But the new sister doesn't tea like Xin. When she first saw me, she hit me and even pinned me down. My tummy and hands hurt so much." Listening to her sobbing complaints, Jiang Zhanqing's dissatisfaction with Jiang Lishuan and Yuanman reached a peak. Jiang Xin, now smiling through her tears, nodded emphatically, and finally, she couldn't help but ask softly, "Uncle, can't we send the new sister away?" Since Yuanman arrived at the Jiang family, she had distinctly felt that her uncle's attention was no longer as focused on her as before. Having grown up pampered, always the center of attention, Jiang Xin despised this feeling. She tugged at Jiang Zhanqing's sleeve, pouting, "Xin doesn't want a sister. Uncle, please send the new sister away. If we send Yuanman away, everything will return to normal. The little uncles will spoil me, just as before." Jiang Zhanqing sensed the immense insecurity within Jiang Xin and silently ruffled her hair. Speaking in a deep voice, "Uncle will think about it." Jiang Xin was instantly elated, showering him with kisses. "Yay, that's wonderful. Uncle, I love you." Jiang Zhanqing smiled indulgently. "You little clever one. Come, let us go find your mother." Having finished her meal, Yuanman received a call from Jiang Lishuan and suddenly remembered something she had forgotten. She slapped her forehead and exclaimed, "Oh, dear." Upon answering the phone, she quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Uncle. I forgot that the driver is still waiting for me at the hospital. I went out to eat with my new brother." Jiang Lishuan, anxious to hear her voice, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Hearing her swift apology left him in a state of mixed emotions, unsure whether to be angry or not. He sighed in exasperation. "Where are you now?" Upon recognizing the somewhat familiar voice, Jiang Lishuan's heart surged with caution. "Phone to Xiao?" "Yes, it's me," Feng Yuli replied. After that, Jiang Lishuan hung up the phone, reported his safety to Jiang Hengji, and then drove to Qingyuan restaurant. Feng Yuli felt a twinge of regret, yet he understood that the young girl remained part of the Jiang family, without a proper identification. He had no grounds to keep her. He could only remind Meng Qinian to pay close attention to Yuanman's situation and to whisk her away immediately if the Jiang family treated her poorly that evening. Meng Qinian assured him, "Cousin, don't worry. I'll ensure Yuanman is taken care of." They didn't linger long, packing a portion of Yuanman's favorite dessert to take with them, along with a few candies from the restaurant, before strolling towards the entrance. Coincidentally, Jiang Lishuan and Jiang Hengji arrived at Qingyuan restaurant simultaneously, both opening their car doors to exit. Jiang Hengji wore a grim expression. Jiang Lishuan urgently called out, "Yuanman." In a cheerful mood, Yuanman waved her hand at him. "Jiang Lishuan, I'm over here." She scampered towards Jiang Lishuan, a charming smile gracing her face as she stood on tiptoe to offer him the candy in her hand. "I'm sorry today. Yuanman forgot about the driver and made you worry. Yuanman wants to treat you to some candy." Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Hengji strode over and swatted the candy from her hand. Jiang Lishuan exclaimed in shock, and Meng Qinian looked on in disbelief. Chapter 61. Brothers in conflict. Feng Yuli's expression turned icy in an instant. Jiang Hengji, after enduring a day's worth of frustration, Jiang Lishuan could finally no longer contain himself. He turned and glared at Jiang Hengji, clenching his fists and lunging toward him, landing a punch squarely on his face. Jiang Hengji had not anticipated Jiang Lishuan's reaction would be so intense. Caught off guard, he received the blow. Stunned for a moment, he retorted, "Jiang Lishuan, are you out of your mind? Why are you hitting me?" "I'm hitting you. You're the one with a problem. You childish fool. Why did you swat away the candy Yuanman gave me? Is it amusing for an adult to bully a child every day?" Jiang Lishuan's eyes brimmed with rage as he lunged at Jiang Hengji again, landing another punch. Jiang Hengji, now equally enraged, retaliated, and soon the two were locked in a brawl. The incident unfolded too swiftly. Within mere seconds, the two young men were entangled in a fierce scuffle, startling the little girl who had been reaching out with her hand. You guys." Feng Yuli quickly scooped Yuanman away to shield her from their altercation. Meng Qinian took a step back, watching as the Jiang brothers fought like ferocious beasts, unable to suppress his excitement as he cheered for Jiang Lishuan. Jiang Lishuan. Hit him on the chin. Yes, yes. Kick him there. Ouch, that punch was good. Keep going, knock him out. What audacity to lay hands on Yuanman. Feng Yuli covered the little girl's ears, casting a bemused glance at Meng Qinian. Yet he refrained from stopping him. After all, had Jiang Lishuan not acted swiftly, he would have intervened himself, fearing that the child in his arms might be frightened. He glanced down to see Yuanman had regained her composure and was comfortably nestled against him, watching the fight with rapt attention. At the height of the excitement, she even waved her tiny fists in encouragement. Feng Yuli, bewildered, loosened his grip on her ears and asked, "Aren't you scared?" Yuanman looked up at him, her eyes sparkling. "Not at all. They remind me of the 2 wild boars I saw in the forest fighting." While she had indeed been a bit startled earlier, she quickly recovered, and knowing Jiang Hongji was looking for a fight, she felt assured that Jiang Lishuan would not truly harm him. Moreover, she was no stranger to such scenes. In her village, people occasionally fought with hose over water for irrigation. Compared to that, the fight between Jiang Lishuan and Jiang Hongji seemed trivial. Feng Yuli was taken aback. "You've seen wild boars before? How could a 5-year-old like you go up a mountain? How did you encounter such dangerous creatures?" Unfortunately, after her grandfather started sleeping, she no longer had the chance to venture up the mountain. An Yuanman felt a wave of melancholy wash over her as she contemplated her grandfather's current state, uncertain if he would ever improve. Fyl perceptively detected the sudden shift in her mood. His thin lips pressed together as he observed the 2 individuals engaged in a fierce altercation. He turned to Mngqin and instructed, "Separate them." Mngqin, somewhat reluctant, thought to himself that it would be better to let them fight to the bitter end, as he could take advantage of the chaos to whisk Yuanman away. However, despite his unwillingness, he acknowledged that these 2 were still Yuanman's uncles. He rolled up his sleeves and intervened, seizing the opportunity to kick Jiang amid the turmoil. Jiang, taken aback, glared at Mngqin and exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? I didn't mean to. It was an accident, you see." He continued, All right, stop fighting now. There's a child present. It was inappropriate to brawl in front of young one." Mngqin placed his arm around Jiang shoulders, pulling him away. Jiang suddenly remembered Yuanman's presence, and his earlier fury dissipated, replaced by a cold demeanor as he allowed Mngqin to lead him away. Both men bore the marks of their scuffle, their clothes in disarray. Jiang's once pristine attire now marred with footprints, rendering him quite disheveled. His expression darkened as he wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, noticing the blood on his thumb. Seething with anger, he coldly demanded, "Jiang, have you lost your mind? I merely swiped the candy from her hand, and you nearly beat me to a pulp. Do not forget, she is BIW New York N's daughter. Have you forgotten what BIW New York N did to you?" "I have not forgotten. It is precisely because I have not forgotten that I am compelled to beat you." Jiang's eyes darkened, his breath quickening as he gritted his teeth, vehemently defending BIW New York N. "My sister, BIW New York N, has never wronged me. She did not abandon me back then. It was Jiang who lied. She deceived me. Ever since he uncovered the truth about the severing of his tendons years ago, Jiang's nerves have been taut. His feelings of disdain towards Jiang's deceit, coupled with regret for BIW New York N, gnawed at his soul like a venomous poison. Upon hearing Jiang's accusations, he could no longer contain his outburst. Jiang's, do you hear me? BIW New York N did not abandon me. She has never done anything to betray me. Throughout this exchange, Jiang refrained from casting a glance in Yuanman's direction. Jiang was momentarily stunned, his brow furrowing slowly. "What nonsense are you spouting? How did Yo deceive you?" Jiang opened his mouth, poised to share the information he had uncovered that day. But upon glancing up, he noticed Mngqin's inquisitive gaze. Mngqin wore an expression of regret for missing the gossip, feigning nonchalance as he averted his eyes. and N-U-N-M, and gently patted F-ing-Y-L's arm, signaling for him to set her down, fearing she might disrupt the situation. "No need, I can manage," she assured, patting her chest as she sweetly bid farewell to F-ing-Y-L and M-ing-Q-N-I-N, scampering with her little legs towards G-ing-L-Su-N. G-ing-L-Su-N instinctively reached out to take her hand, but N-U-N-M-N deftly evaded him. His expression darkened, yet he said nothing. After a slight nod to F-ing-Y-L, he opened the car door, gently assisting N-U-N-M and inside. G-ing-H-N-G-Z-H. His face clouded with anger, climbed into his own vehicle, slamming the door with considerable force. F-ing-Y-L watched their cars depart, clicking his tongue in dissatisfaction. He retrieved several strands of hair he had discreetly plucked from N-U-N-M earlier and placed them into a transparent bag containing F-ing-C-N-N's hair. Turning to the bewildered M-ing-Q-N-I-N, he decisively stated, "Let us proceed with the paternity test." M-ing-Q-N-I-N could only blink in confusion. "Wait, when did you acquire this?" Though small in stature and lacking understanding of many matters, N-U-N-M had grasped the essence of G-ing-L-Su-N and G-ing-H-N-G-Z-H's quarrel. She was aware that G-ing-L-Su-N had unearthed information that cleared her mother's name. Consequently, she had no desire to engage with the man who had caused her mother so much pain and misunderstanding over the years. G-ing-L-Su-N appeared dazed, his heart heavy with bitterness, realizing that the young girl had comprehended his earlier exchange with G-ing-H-N-G-Z-H, which only fueled her disdain for him. Meanwhile, the Jiang family villa was in disarray. G-ing-N-C-H-ing, drenched and covered in food, stood before a chaotic dining table, raising his hand to rub his aching brow, only to dislodge a black bean stuck to his forehead. And GPIO remained seated at the dining table, still processing the events, just as they were enjoying their meal. The leg of the table on G-ing-N-C-H-Ng's side suddenly gave way. All the dishes on the table toppled towards him, soaking him in soup and stew. Concerned, G-ing-X-N-X inquired, "Uncle, are you all right?" G-ing-Y-O pressed her lips together, dialing the family doctor, "Elder brother. I'm calling the doctor to check on you." "I'm fine. I wasn't burned," G-ing-N-C-H-ing assured, quick to react and avoid the brunt of the falling dishes. However, the meal was ruined. He inhaled deeply and called for the servants to clean up. Turning to GPIO, "Mother, please arrange for more food. I need to wash up and change clothes." GPIO waved her hand. "All right, go. G-ing-N-C-H-ing flicked the pepper remnants from his back and cautiously turned to leave, but suddenly stepped on a potato slice, causing him to stumble violently. The sound of a distinct crack echoed in his ears, and his face paled instantly. GPIO leapt to her feet, gasping as she rushed towards him. "Oh my goodness! Eldest, are you all right?" She forgot about the remnants on the floor, slipping and crashing into G-ing-N-C-H-ing, both tumbling into a heap. Pain shot through G-ing-N-C-H-ing's leg, forcing a cry from his lips. GPIO winced in pain as well. This chaotic scene frightened G-ing-X-N-X into tears. "Uncle, Grandma, are you both okay?" Startled, G-ing-Y-O hurried to comfort G-ing-X-N-X before rising to help the two injured parties. G-ing-N-C-H-ing quickly gritted his teeth to stop her. "Do not approach. Call for an ambulance." All right. G-ing-Y-O swiftly pulled out her phone to dial for help. 10 minutes later, an ambulance arrived at the TIG villa, taking G-ing-Z-H-N-C-H-ing and GPIO away. Concerned that G-ing-X-N-X will be frightened by the hospital visit, G-ing-Y-O did not accompany them, just as she intended to call G-ing-L-Su-N and G-ing-H-N-G-Z-H to accompany her. The sound of a car engine resonated outside. She jumped from G-ing-Y-O's arms and dashed towards the door. "Second uncle." Before G-ing-X-N-X could finish her sentence, she spotted G-ing-L-Su-N entering with N-U-N-M-N, followed by a sullen G-ing-H-N-G-Z-H. Upon seeing N-U-N-M-N, she pouted in displeasure. But upon noticing the injuries on G-ing-L-Su-N and G-ing-H-N-G-Z-H, she exclaimed, "Second uncle. Little uncle, how did you get hurt?" Hearing this, G-ing-Y-O rushed over, observing the disheveled state of G-ing-L-Su-N and G-ing-H-N-G-Z-H, her brows knitting in concern. "Second brother. Little brother, what happened?" Did you get into a fight? It's nothing. Jiang squatted down to embrace Jiang. It's just a minor clash with your little brother. Nothing serious. Jiang, with a stern expression, remained silent, producing Yuanman's little slippers to help her change, gently nudging her back. Yuanman, why don't you go wash up and rest? And Yuanman nodded, avoiding eye contact with Jiang and Jiang, and scampered off. As she passed the messy dining area, she locked eyes with the excited Chi-sh, who called out softly, she og. And Yuanman blinked and approached, Sister Chi-sh. You're out of the hospital? Yes, Chi-sh replied, squatting before Yuanman, her gratitude evident. Thank you for saving me that day. Had it not been for Yuanman's fortuitous intervention, had she not stepped in to assist, Chi-sh could not help but shiver at the thought of the dire consequences. Deeply grateful to Yuanman, she also felt a twinge of shame, reflecting on how much better it would have been if she had heeded Yuanman's advice to avoid the gathering or refrain from consuming that drink. Chi-sh informed Yuanman that W.I. and Y.M.M.I., along with the two brothers, were implicated in human trafficking and had since been detained, ensuring they would not appear before her for the next 3 years. I have long wished to express my gratitude in person, but I have been preoccupied with that matter these past few days, which is why my thanks are delayed. I am truly grateful to you, Chi-sh sincerely conveyed, and Yuanman, initially feeling a bit downcast, found her spirits lifted. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she offered the dessert in her hand to Chi-sh. No need for thanks. That was merely your fortune. After overcoming this hurdle, life will be as sweet as this cake. Taken aback, Chi-sh felt warmth flood her heart at Yuanman's words. And she, all right, you hold on to this. I shall go take a shower. And Yuanman playfully pressed the dessert into her hands and skipped up the stairs. As Chi-sh carefully cradled the dessert, she lifted her gaze and met the eyes of Jiang and Jiang. She offered a polite smile while carrying the dessert and a plate of scraps as she exited the hall. Jiang scoffed, unable to suppress his derision. Truly the child of BIW New York N, employing trivial treats to curry favor. Jiang, feeling his pocket for some candy, turned and kicked Jiang. If you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. Are you unwell tonight? Jiang, bewildered by the sudden quarrel between her two uncles, instinctively sought help from Jiang. Oh, Mom, what is wrong with Uncle? She og, what has transpired? Why the sudden argument? Upon hearing her voice, Jiang abruptly turned to her, his eyes reddened, mouth opening and closing in silence. Despite his anger and distress at seeing her face, he could not utter a harsh word. Noticing Jiang's fearful expression, Jiang closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and angrily strode upstairs. Jiang watched his retreating figure, a sense of unease creeping in her heart, and she worriedly asked, what is the matter with she og? After a moment of contemplation, she decisively sent a message to the contact labeled BBA in her phone, noting the absence of any altercation. Jiang, awkwardly shifting his gaze, wore an unappealing smile. What is it? Do you need Uncle's assistance? Sitting at the table, he retrieved 2 plates from his pocket, staring at them for several seconds before striking himself on the cheek. Grasping his hair tightly, he muttered, one last chance, just one more. If she admits her mistake to me and apologizes to BIW New York N, I won't disclose this matter to our parents. Having made this decision, Jiang felt an even deeper sense of guilt towards BIW New York N and Yuanman. When Yuanman emerged from her shower, he personally assisted in drying her hair, and Yuanman welcomed his care, as she was too small to manage the hairdryer herself, and appreciated the help. Grandpa often says to enjoy the moment, she thought, deciding to relish this experience. Unfortunately, Jiang could not embrace the sweet, soft child for a peaceful night's rest. As Jiang Hngzh knocked on the door to inform him that Jiang Nch Ing and GPIO had suffered fractures and required his company to visit them. Jiang L Su In instructed NUNM in to sleep first before heading out again with Jiang Hngzh. NUNM and Fetilated. Well done. Who told him to insult my mother? Heaven hasn't exacted retribution, so I shall do it. NUNM and joyfully tucked herself under the covers. As she drifted into a deep slumber, several golden light points began to gather in her spiritual platform. Upon entering, these golden dots spread throughout her limbs, silently enhancing her physique. The starlight that overflowed during this process fell upon the little red and little grass in her bag, deepening the hue of the former. Unable to resist, Little Red opened the coffin lid and retrieved the still slumbering old man. The old man lay on the carpet, golden light drifting down upon him, slightly diminishing the purple hue on his face. NUNM and enjoyed a particularly restful sleep, waking to find herself clutching her blanket, disheveled hair framing her confused face. She sensed that something within her had changed, yet she could not pinpoint the exact nature of this transformation. With a carefree heart, she dismissed it, rising from her bed and preparing to use the restroom, inadvertently stepping on the old man lying on the carpet. Startled, the old man sat up with a yelp. Grandpa? NUNM and stared at him in bewilderment. Wait, wasn't he safely nestled within Little Red while I slept last night? When did he come out? The old man, reluctantly using his sharp nails to tug at her sleeve, wished to linger a little longer. With a tearing sound, his nails ripped her garment. He glanced at NUNM, flustered, stammering. MNMN, your clothes. NUNM sighed in relief, carefully stowing the little coffin in her bag, while inadvertently collecting the 2 plates Jiang L Su In had left unwashed the previous night. After securing her small bag, she washed up and hummed a tune as she descended for breakfast. Upon reaching the dining room, she discovered a new table had been set. Seated beside it was Jiang XNX and an unfamiliar adult. NUNM paused, lifting her gaze to meet the man's. He was handsome, though the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes betrayed his age. Jiang XNX, diligently sipping her porridge, displayed a gleeful smile upon noticing NUNM's arrival. Jiang TNZ scrutinized NUNM from head to toe, and upon observing her striking resemblance to his daughter, he paused. What name did your mother give you? I am BIW New York N, your mother's father, and thus your maternal grandfather. A warm smile graced Jiang TNZ's face as he beckoned her. You must be hungry. Come, join me for breakfast. Unlike the others in the Jiang family, Jiang TNZ's demeanor was notably kind towards NUNM. However, as she observed the ghost behind him, roaring and clawing at his nape, she felt her instincts heighten, resembling a startled cat, her round face brimming with wariness. Noticing her guarded stance, Jiang TNZ raised an eyebrow in amusement, but did not press her to approach. Your uncle and grandmother are in the hospital, and your other uncles are attending to them. You'll have to wait a while to see them. After a moment's hesitation, NUNM nodded. All right. Good child, I have finished eating. Order whatever you like from the kitchen, and I shall take my leave to rest. Jiang TNZ said with a smile before ascending the stairs. As he passed by NUNM, he gently patted her head. With a soft sigh, he remarked, You truly resemble your mother. The instant his hand made contact, and NUNM recoiled as if touched by a cold, slimy serpent, filled with resistance yet unable to shake off his grip. Jiang TNZ finally patted her shoulder before proceeding upstairs. And NUNM remained still, gazing up at him as he entered the study, her lips pressed tightly together. Her instincts, akin to those of a small animal, warned her that this man was perilous. Resolutely clutching her small bag, she turned and fled the villa. Jiang Tianzong stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the diminutive figure of Nan Yuanman depart, a faint smile gracing his lips. However, as he turned around, the smile evaporated instantly, replaced by an expressionless demeanor as he raised his hand and struck Jiang Lishuan across the face. With a resounding slap, Jiang Lishuan's head was jolted to the side, a cacophony ringing in his ears. His eyes widened in disbelief as he clutched his stinging cheek and looked at Jiang Tianzong dad. Why did you hit me? Jiang Tianzong picked up a handkerchief from the table, meticulously wiping his fingers, and chuckled lightly at the question. Why did I hit you? Instinctively, Jiang Lishuan wanted to retort, but the words spoken by Jiang Tianzong earlier flashed in his mind, causing his complexion to drain of color. He felt utterly drained, his lips trembling as he murmured, I haven't forgotten. Jiang Xinxin had been ill far too many times, prompting Jiang Tianzong to seek out a renowned monk at Tianshan Temple. The monk had proclaimed that her fate was fraught with misfortune before the age of 10 and advised finding a girl with a completely even fate to share her burdens. Thus, he had turned to Nan Yuanman. Recent events had been too convoluted. Although Nan Yuanman was articulate and charming, she had not caused him any trouble, leading Jiang Lishuan to instinctively bury his unclean thoughts deep within. What have you been doing these past few days? To appease Nan Yuanman regarding Yao Yao and Xinxin. Jiang Lishuan, have you grown wings and wish to leave the Jiang family? Jiang Tianzong's smile faded, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. Despite its softness, his tone bore an undeniable weight, causing Jiang Lishuan to lower his head, his breath becoming labored. He opened his mouth, his voice hoarse, but Dad, Yuanman is your biological niece. Must it be her? He struggled to articulate. Can't we choose another girl? There are so many children in the orphanage. It must be her. Jiang Tianzong interrupted Jiang Lishuan, fixing his gaze on his previously obedient youngest son, his eyes darkening as he stated, You have been unduly influenced by her, Jiang Lishuan. Xinxin is your niece with whom you share daily moments. She must remain the sole niece of the Jiang family. She is not. Jiang Lishuan could not help but counter. Jiang Yueyao is not related to us by blood. How could her child possibly be my niece? Moreover, Jiang Lishuan had intended to share the information he had uncovered, but the words spoken by Jiang Tianzong echoed in his mind, halting him in his tracks. Slowly, he raised his gaze, his eyes wide with realization. Dad, you already knew, didn't you? His throat felt constricted, as if a heavy stone lodged within, and he finally managed to choke out. Jiang Yueyao sought someone to sever my tendons to oust by Wenin. Jiang Lishuan appeared as if struck by lightning, his scalp tingling. Barely able to stand, he realized that Jiang Tianzong had been aware all along. Breathing rapidly, he supported himself on the table, his eyes ablaze with rage as he glared at Jiang Tianzong. So you knew that Bai Wenin never abandoned me? Why didn't you say so from the start? Is she not your biological daughter? Why should I have mentioned it? Jiang Tianzong retorted. You readily believe the words of others without investigating. Isn't that your own folly? His voice was cold. What if she is my biological daughter? It was her foolish decision to keep it from you. Why should I intervene to resolve your misunderstandings? Am I so idle? Jiang Lishuan felt a lump in his throat, unable to utter a word as the world around him spun, his heart in turmoil. He raised his eyes, meeting Jiang Tianzong's gaze, which was calm yet firm. With a gentle sigh, Jiang Tianzong reached out to pat his shoulder. Xuan, you are my son. I would never harm you. The Jiang family has enjoyed peace for many years, and I do not wish for an outsider to disrupt the bonds among family. You understand, don't you? Jiang Lishuan inhaled deeply, brushing aside his hand. I cannot comprehend. Sometimes, I feel like we are not your children at all. Jiang Yueyao is your child. Jiang Tianzong sighed, a mix of helplessness and indulgence. If you think so, there is nothing I can do. You have grown up. His words were soft yet laced with an underlying threat. I know you are a good child. You ought to understand the right choices, shouldn't you? Jiang Lishuan's eyes were red, defiantly staring at him, while Jiang Tianzong maintained his composed demeanor, meeting his gaze. After a moment, Jiang Lishuan turned away, leaving the study in silence. Jiang Tianzong exhaled deeply, a wry smile on his lips. Such a child has temper. It seems that matter cannot be delayed any longer. Once Nan Yuanman is inscribed into the family tree, becoming a member of the Jiang family, we shall act. The Jiang family must not be stirred by any individual. Meanwhile, Nan Yuanman adeptly emerged from the Jiang family villa and wandered through the Taiga Villa district, unfamiliar with her surroundings and unsure of where to go. An instinctive sense of danger compelled her to leave, to escape the presence of that perilous man. She settled down on a flower bed, instinctively clutching a small cloth bag, her chubby hand reaching inside to touch the rough, red surface of a small coffin while murmuring to herself, Yuanman is not afraid. Yuanman is not afraid. Her round, dumpling-like face wore an expression of confusion, as she could not comprehend why she felt no fear in the face of zombies and ghosts. Yet a chilling dread enveloped her in the presence of Jiang Tianzong. Startled, she instinctively sought the comfort of an adult. But her grandfather was unable to come out during the day, leaving her to sit alone in the flower bed, continuously reassuring herself. She was so small that, amidst the dense foliage of the flower bed, even those jogging by remained oblivious to her presence. As Yuanman struggled to calm herself, a hoarse female voice suddenly called out from behind. "Hey, hello, I've arrived at the Taiga Villa district. Which building is yours?" The unexpected voice startled Yuanman, causing her to jump, and she turned to push aside the green plants of the flower bed, peering curiously over her shoulder. Upon seeing the girl in a yellow delivery uniform with the words Cho Tuan emblazoned on the back, she froze. "Oh? Isn't that the big sister who bought rat poison outside the hospital?" Yuanman's brow furrowed slightly. The girl seemed to carry an even stronger aura of malevolence. Yao Xianglu was unaware of being watched. She was busy apologizing to her customer on the phone. "I'm so sorry, I was a bit late. It was the restaurant's delay." The customer angrily hung up, leaving Yao Xianglu standing by the flower bed, utterly exhausted as she gazed at the takeout box in her hand. Her body and spirit weighed down by fatigue. Her fingers twitched slightly, brushing against the rat poison that had mysteriously found its way into her pocket that morning. "Big sister," a youthful voice suddenly piped up, causing Yao Xianglu to freeze mid-motion, instinctively turning to look. Emerging from behind the flower bed was a charming little child. Yuanman pointed to the takeout in her hand. "I haven't had breakfast yet. Can I buy that paper bag from you?" Yao Xianglu remained stunned, seemingly unable to process the sudden appearance of a child. Yuanman waved her chubby hand in front of her. "Big sister?" Her voice unconsciously softened. "Little friend, why are you all alone? Where are the adults from your family?" Yuanman patted her flat little belly. "There are no adults in my family." Yao Xianglu was taken aback. "How can that be? The Taigu Villa district is renowned as a wealthy area. Even if your parents are not home, there should be servants or nannies present. How could there be no adults?" Yet, observing Yuanman's frail appearance, Yao Xianglu speculated that perhaps there were some hidden secrets in wealthy families. With a sigh, she chose not to pry further and extended the takeout box to her. "No need to pay. Sister will treat you." "Thank you, big sister. Did you have breakfast? If not, let us eat together." And then glistening eyes brightened as she reached out her small hand to grasp Yoshingl's slightly cool fingertips. She led her to sit beside the flower bed. Before Yoshingl could react, she swiftly opened a box and presented a bun to her. This was the first act of kindness Yoshingl had received since the troubles at home. She stared blankly at the bun being offered. Her heart warmed. After a moment's hesitation, she accepted it and murmured her gratitude. And eagerly took a bite of the meat bun, which was perfectly sized for an adult but appeared nearly as large as her face in her small hands. The first bite yielded only the skin, yet the little girl relished it, her cheeks puffed out like a little hamster. Yoshingl watched her and, almost unconsciously, took a bite as well. Both girls, disinclined to converse, enjoyed the buns in a comfortable silence, finishing them without any further exchange. With their hunger satisfied, Yoshingl felt her heavy heart lighten somewhat, chuckling softly as she held the bag containing the buns. No wonder they cost 10 yuan each. They were indeed quite delicious. And patted her little round belly, contentedly burping. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone shattered the tranquility. As Yoshingl picked up her phone, her fingers trembled upon seeing the caller ID. Her once bright eyes dulled with worry. She answered the call. "Hello?" A brisk female voice on the other end stated, "Is this a family member of P.Ing.Ch? She has just collapsed due to emotional distress, and her condition is critical. We are currently performing emergency treatment. Please come immediately to settle the fees." Yoshingl leaped to her feet, exclaiming, "Okay, I'm on my way." Without a moment's pause to hang up, she dashed outside. As she ran, the ominous aura around her intensified. Hurriedly followed, her short legs pumping furiously. Fortunately, her grandfather had trained her in the countryside. Otherwise, she would not have been able to keep pace with Yoshingl. Just as Yoshingl mounted her electric scooter, ready to depart, she felt a weight on her back. Turning her head, she discovered that the little girl from breakfast had somehow leapt onto the seat behind her. Yoshingl exclaimed, "What are you doing?" "Oh, come on, sister, hurry up. We need to get to the hospital. No time to waste. And urged excitedly, kicking her legs. With no choice and the urgency of the situation pressing upon her. Yoshi NGL donned a helmet for NUNMN and sped towards the hospital. Half an hour later, the electric scooter came to a halt at the city hospital. Yoshi NGL's face contorted with disgust as she confronted a middle-aged man, demanding, "What are you doing here? Isn't it enough that you upset my mother?" The man, looking sheepish, stammered LL. And NUNMN's gaze fell upon this man, her heart stirring with surprise. There was a hint of the same ominous aura surrounding him, albeit less pronounced than Yoshi NGL's. The man hastily continued, "I didn't mean it. I just wanted to clarify things with your mother. My relationship with Aunt Lynn is not what you think." His hesitance ignited Yoshi NGL's anger, and she retorted, "You can explain this hour-long mess after you figured it out." As they exchanged heated words, the emergency room door swung open, and a doctor emerged. Yoshi NGL quickly placed UNMN on a bench and approached the doctor. The middle-aged man noticed the little girl for the first time, his eyes widening in surprise. Where did this child come from? And NUNMN blinked her bright, moist eyes, pointing at Yoshi NGL, who was speaking with the doctor. "I came with that sister." The man, flabbergasted, pointed between them. "You, her. What is your relation?" And NUNMN tilted her head innocently. "A friend?" She scrutinized the man for a moment, and when he awkwardly shifted his gaze, she softly warned, "Uncle, it would be wise to be honest sooner rather than later. The longer you delay, the more severe the consequences may become." Though this was their first encounter, the clarity in her pure, dark eyes seemed to pierce through his concealed truths. The man stammered, "What nonsense are you talking about? I don't understand." Just then, Yoshi NGL's mother was wheeled out by a nurse. Upon seeing the woman lying on the hospital bed, and jumped off the bench in a flurry, urgently retrieving a small coffin and rushing towards her. "Hurry! This auntie is suffocating from the ominous energy." Chapter 65. A shattered worldview. The sudden appearance of the little girl startled the nurse, who quickly raised her hand to block NUNMN, shouting, "Whose child is this? Take her away." The middle-aged man was equally taken aback. "Rushing Dokstai stop NNEUN, Vey. What are you doing?" Small and quick, and NUNMN darted past them, her urgency driving her forward. "Let me through. If you stop me, that auntie is in danger." The nurse, exasperated by the child's antics, retorted, "You're talking nonsense." Before she could finish, another nurse noticed the woman on the bed turning a ghastly shade of blue, her body convulsing violently, eyes rolling back, and breathing becoming erratic. "Dr. T.O., the patient is in critical condition." Dr. T.O., who had been briefing Yoshi NGL, rushed over, with Yoshi NGL close behind. Her legs weakened, nearly collapsing as she called out, "Mom." NNEUNMN, Krentik, jumped up and down by the bedside. "This isn't working. Let me up. I can help." The middle-aged man, now irritated, pushed her aside. "You little brat. Stop causing trouble." Caught off guard, NUNN stumbled back, but Yoshi NGL caught her just in time. "Calm down," she said, her voice trembling, and NUNN turned to Yoshi NGL, her eyes brightening. "Big sister, I can save her." "They can't." Initially skeptical of the 5-year-old's claims, Yoshi NGL felt a rush of desperation, holding in NUNMN tightly. She found herself swept away in a moment, rushing towards the bed and placing the child beside the patient. Dr. T.O., who was performing CPR, was startled as a small figure appeared beside him, brandishing something and aiming for the patient's forehead. "What are you doing?" he shouted in alarm. A nearby nurse attempted to scoop and up, but the child was too quick, and just as she reached for the girl, and NUNMN had already pressed her small coffin against the woman's head. In stunned silence, Dr. T.O. observed as the patient, who had been turning blue and foaming at the mouth, suddenly drew a deep breath, the terrifying hue fading from her face as her color returned to normal. Yao Xianglu, who clings to hope and despair, looked on in shock as the nurse hoisted the small child by the armpits. Nan Yuanman wiped the sweat from her brow, exhaling a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she had arrived just in time. Just moments longer, and that aunt would have succumbed to the oppressive aura of death. Doctor. Tao squinted hard, rubbing his eyes, yet the ominous little coffin still lingered on the patient's forehead. Is it possible that he has clung to his materialist beliefs for nearly 40 years, only to have them shattered by such a delicate apparition? The nurse, equally astonished, gazed at the stabilizing vital signs of the woman and inquired, Dr. Tao, should we transfer her to the emergency room? Doctor. Tao pressed his aching temples and stepped down from the bed, his mind buzzing. To the observation room. Let her be monitored overnight. If all is well, we shall transfer her to a regular ward. As he spoke, his gaze involuntarily returned to the small coffin on the patient's forehead. Hesitating a moment, he directed his attention to the obedient Yuanman. Little one, what was that peculiar object? How did you manage to save her? Yuanman looked back at him with innocent eyes, grinning widely. I don't know, Dr. Tao thought to himself. Does she really believe I can't see through her pretense? He decided it best not to pry further into others' secrets, reciting in his mind the virtues of prosperity, democracy, civility, and harmony. As he accompanied the patient to the observation room, Yuanman trotted behind on her short legs. Before entering the room, she removed the small coffin from Yao Xianglu's mother's forehead and turned to meet Yao Xianglu's sparkling eyes. Grasping Yuanman's tiny hand, Yao Xianglu exclaimed, Little friend, how did you do that? Why did placing that little coffin on my mother's forehead save her? A notion that shattered her worldview of over 20 years flickered in Yao Xianglu's mind, and she lowered her voice to ask, could it be that my mother is haunted? Ghostly energy? Yao Xianglu froze in shock. Not only does that aunt possess it, but you do too, as does he. Yuanman pointed at the middle-aged man squatting behind Yao Xianglu, eavesdropping. The man sprang to his feet, panic-stricken. What? I have it too. He couldn't help but grumble. I told her to stop seeking out those charlatans for fortune-telling and to refrain from sticking talismans in the house. Now look, her fate has been sealed. Yao Xianglu clenched her teeth and hissed, silence. Did you not hear her? There are no ghosts. Yuanman glanced at the middle-aged man and explained. People can attract ghostly energy from the outside, inviting wandering spirits, but can also stem from issues with family burial sites. The underworld is meddling with you. Both the middle-aged man and Yao Xianglu were taken aback. What does that mean? It means there are problems with the ancestral grave. Those below are restless, lacking virtue and wealth to send dreams to their descendants, and they are relentlessly troubling you, Yuanman elucidated. The aunt's heavy, ghostly energy indicates the greatest resentment toward her from those below. Yuanman then inquired of Yao Xianglu, when did your aunt start falling ill? Has life been particularly difficult for you recently? Yao Xianglu appeared dazed. My mother fell ill a year ago, and since then, my life has been nothing short of a catastrophe. She nearly succumbed to a packet of rat poison herself. This year has been a calamity for Yao Xianglu. Chapter 66. My brother has finally lost his mind first. Her mother was diagnosed with heart problems requiring hospitalization and surgery for a bypass, necessitating her presence at the hospital. Then, her handcrafted doll clothing studio, which she had worked hard to establish, was inexplicably flooded with negative reviews and complaints, accusing her of using inferior materials. Yet the garments in question were not her handiwork. A competitor had stolen her display images, leading to customer confusion and a significant decline in her store's rating. No matter how much she clarified, she continued to receive a barrage of abusive messages, and her store faced multiple reports daily. Left with no choice, Yao Xianglu was compelled to temporarily shut down her online store, leaving her with unsold merchandise and materials, accumulating a staggering debt. Adding to her woes, her mother's surgery posed an insatiable financial burden, rendering her savings inadequate for both the medical expenses and caregiving costs. Each day, she juggled caring for her mother while seeking odd jobs to support the household and repay debts. Just when her mother's surgery succeeded, and it seemed the hardships were about to ease, her father's inability to provide evidence against accusations of infidelity led to another explosive confrontation with her mother, who once again found herself in the hospital. The previously improving situation spiraled downward. The incessant arguments between her parents, her mother's frequent trips to the emergency room, the relentless debt collection calls bombarding her phone, and the profane messages in her store's back-end weighed heavily on her, suffocating her. Thus, when she passed a stall selling rat poison and cockroach medicine, she unwittingly purchased a packet of rat poison. But little master cannot just roam freely, right? Parents would never agree. Should I consult the village's local expert? The middle-aged man hesitated, gazing at the chubby face before him. Yao Xianglu shook her head. I don't trust them. The only person I trust now is Yuanman. Without thinking, Yuanman was about to agree, but suddenly recalled the time she had run off without informing the Jiang family, causing a significant stir. After a moment's hesitation, she dialed Jiang Lishuan's number using her watch. I'll ask him. The watch emitted a series of beeps, and Yao Xianglu held her breath, anxiously awaiting a response. After 3 rings, a raspy young voice came through. Hello, Yuanman, what is up? Jiang Lishuan, I need to go to the countryside for something, but I'll be fine on my own. Don't look for me. Yuanman swiftly concluded the call with a click. Jiang Lishuan, taken aback by the sudden notification, was left speechless. Meanwhile, Yao Xianglu, witnessing Yuanman's bold maneuver, was equally stunned. Yuanman felt quite pleased with her handling of the situation, having informed an adult about her outing. Sister, let us go. Yao Xianglu widened her eyes in disbelief. Just like that? Yes, just like that. Your family's matters are paramount. It is better to act sooner than later. We should address this immediately. If we delay, your entire family could be in peril, urged Yuanman. Nodding, Yao Xianglu, still dazed, followed Yuanman back to her hometown. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man remained at the hospital, watching over his still unconscious wife. At the same time, under Meng Qinyan's relentless urging, Meng Lei finally completed the paternity test he had requested after an entire night. Handing over the documents, Meng Lei felt a sense of relief, glad that the child was willing to break the ice with him. He jokingly teased, in such a rush, are you sure you haven't secretly fathered grandchild? Meng Qinyan rolled his eyes, brandishing the documents. I'm just 18. You think I'm like you? Not human, but a beast? Meng Lei playfully thumped him on the head. Hey, you cheeky brat. What nonsense are you spouting? Upon seeing the paternity test results showing a relationship of 999,999, Meng Qinyan's eyes widened in shock, even as he failed to dodge Meng Lei's hand. Oh my, I can't believe it. He was right. Yuanman is indeed the biological daughter of my uncle, who has been bedridden for 3 years. Meng Lei gazed at Meng Qinyan, whose astonished expression seemed to suggest his eyes might pop from their sockets, and with concern, he inquired, what is it? Is there a problem with the report? Or has he knocked your head? Clutching the documents, Meng Qinyan abruptly turned and dashed outside, bubbling with excitement akin to a golden retriever. He was eager to rush to the hospital to share this splendid news with his cousin. Meng Lei was left bewildered. Had he truly lost his mind? Meng Qinyan, however, offered no explanations as he hurriedly exited the appraisal center and drove directly to Wanhee Hospital. At that moment, Wanhee Hospital was bustling with activity. Feng Langqing, having completed his work, flew into the city overnight, heading straight for Feng Songqian's hospital room. Even before arriving, his boisterous voice echoed from the entrance. Feng Yuli, where are you? Get out here. Inside the ward. Feng Yuli was browsing children's toys and clothing on his phone, pausing momentarily at the sound, lifting his gaze towards the door that was forcefully pushed open. Upon seeing the young man clad in a black shirt and trousers, sporting a wolf-tail hairstyle, ear piercings, and a face obscured by a mask and sunglasses, he remarked, Feng Langqing, this is a hospital. Can't you keep your voice down? I won't. If you're capable, let our father get out of bed and hit me. Feng Langqing retorted, striding in with a scoff, casually tossing a sun hat onto the table. He plopped down onto a single sofa, fixing his gaze on Feng Yuli and demanding, now tell me, what does the message you sent last night mean? Why did you suddenly want us to investigate that woman? Hasn't she already been sent to a nursing home by our father? I suspect our father's sudden coma is related to her, Feng Yuli replied, placing his phone on the table with a smile. I have 2 pieces of good news for you. Which would you prefer to hear first? Feng Langqing raised an eyebrow. Is there a difference? Of course there is. One pertains to our father, and the other concerns you and me. Then let us hear about me first. I've been unlucky for nearly 3 years. I doubt I'll hear anything good. Feng Langqing crossed his arms, chuckling derisively. With an air of nonchalance, Feng Yuli announced, we're going to have a younger sister. He gestured towards the bed where Feng Songqian lay, adding, a sister born of our father. Feng Langqing was momentarily speechless, before erupting in disbelief. You ungrateful child. How could you use our father's sperm to create a child? Feng Yuli's expression froze for a moment, incredulous. Am I that kind of person? Feng Langqing nodded solemnly. You are. Everyone in the Feng family knew that his elder brother was a medical science fanatic. During his studies, he nearly used himself as a test subject. Had it not been for their father's severe reprimand, he might have established his own medical research institute instead of becoming a doctor with M. Dekin sans Frontières. Thus, Feng Langqing believed such an audacious act was well within Feng Yuli's capabilities. The two brothers exchanged glances, and Feng Yuli smirked before rising and kicking Feng Langqing. "Get out!" Feng Langqing deftly dodged, swatting at his brother's long leg. "Look at you, getting all worked up. Do tell, how did our emotionally detached father, who has been in a coma for 3 years, manage to produce this child? Did she just pop out a rock like Sun Wukong?" Feng Yuli's forehead twitched slightly with irritation, struggling to maintain his polite smile. His brother was simply too verbose. Feng Langqing didn't grant him the opportunity to respond, clapping his hands together. "See? You can't produce her, can you? Stop spouting nonsense." Before he could finish, Feng Yuli pulled up a photo of Nan Yuanman on his phone, thrusting it towards him while covering the lower half of her face with a finger. "Here, your sister." Feng Langqing froze, staring intently at the photo before glancing back at Feng Songqian. "Wait a moment. There really is a sister? But is she not a bit too young? Our father has taken a liking to younger women. I have already sent Meng Qinyin to conduct a paternity test, and the results should be available today. The other piece of good news is that we have identified the cause of our father's coma." Meanwhile, oblivious to all of this, Nan Yuanman was riding a bus with Yao Xianglu back to her hometown. Yao Xianglu's home was not far from the city, only a 3-hour bus ride away. Concerned that Nan Yuanman might be hungry or suffer from motion sickness, she brought plenty of snacks and fruit on board, occasionally checking on her state of mind. Having previously cared for children under 7 years old, she was a bit apprehensive, fearing that Nan Yuanman might cause a ruckus. However, she was pleasantly surprised to find that Nan Yuanman behaved impeccably, far beyond expectations for a 5-year-old. She sat quietly on the bus, drinking water and softly asking if she could have some snacks, only eating when given permission and stowing her rubbish in her small bag without making a fuss. She was truly an angelic child. Nan Yuanman had no trouble adjusting to the bus ride before her grandfather fell ill. He occasionally took her on bus trips to broaden her horizons, so she was already accustomed to it. They arrived at Yao Xianglu's hometown, a quaint village nestled on the outskirts of a bustling city. Even in the countryside, Yao Xianglu's home was more developed than Batang village, with every household living in multi-story buildings and cars parked out front. There was even a convenience store in the village. "Whose child is this? Lulu, have you gotten married outside? Oh my, she is so adorable. Here, have a candy." The aunties chattered, completely ignoring Yao Xianglu as they stuffed candies into Nan Yuanman's pockets. With a sweet smile, Nan Yuanman replied, "Thank you, Auntie." Yao Xianglu quickly scooped Nan Yuanman into her arms. "This is my friend's child. I'm just bringing her to the countryside for a bit of fun. Auntie, please continue your conversation." Once she finished speaking, she hurriedly led Nan Yuanman away. The aunties were simply too enthusiastic for her to handle. Glancing down at the little girl in her arms, who was diligently eating her candy, Yao Xianglu's heart softened. "Yuanman, are you hungry? Should we grab a bite before we go?" "I'm not hungry. I've eaten plenty on the way. Let's go straight there." Nan Yuanman patted her round little belly and spoke cheerfully. "All right." Yao Xianglu led Nan Yuanman up the mountain for nearly an hour, stopping in front of a graveyard as the trees grew denser around them. In the countryside, most burials used to be earth burials, but after reforms forbade them, only cremations were permitted, leading the villagers to designate a mountain as a cemetery. Yao Xianglu's ancestral grave was situated halfway up the mountain on relatively flat ground. With decent feng shui, standing in the graveyard, Nan Yuanman stretched her neck to observe her surroundings, her gaze settling on a relatively new grave not far off. "Whose grave is that?" Following her chubby little finger, Yao Xianglu froze upon recognizing which grave she pointed at. "That is my grandmother's grave. She passed away from illness 2 years ago." A sense of foreboding washed over her. Was it her grandmother? During her lifetime, her grandmother had treated her mother poorly, favoring her uncle instead, often ridiculing and scolding her mother. Even as she was dying, she clutched her father, making him vow to take care of her uncle for life before she breathed her last. The more Yao Xianglu thought about it, the more discontent and anger brewed within her. She clenched her fists tightly, her breath quickening. After tormenting their family for so long, why couldn't she let them be even in death? The photo displayed her grandmother's youthful visage, with two braids framing her delicate features, smiling radiantly at the camera. Yet, that bright smile, now overshadowed by a ghostly aura, appeared ominous, and those eyes, if stared at for too long, could send chills down one's spine. Yao Xianglu pursed her lips, following behind Yuanman, about to ask another question when she suddenly saw her squatting down, digging around the grave. Little Ro held a handful of soil in front of her, examining it closely before bringing it to her nose for a delicate sniff and even tasting it. When Yao Xianglu noticed her attempting to place it in her mouth, she instinctively wanted to intervene, but hesitated, fearing it might disrupt her. Anxiously, she restrained herself and waited. After Ro withdrew her fingers from her mouth and took a sip of water to rinse, she inquired, "When you buried this old lady, did you not consult the calendar?" Yao Xianglu paused in surprise. "Is it necessary to consult the calendar for a burial?" Ro looked at her incredulously. "Of course. Did you not do that?" Yao Xianglu scratched her head. "Isn't it said that once a person has passed, there are 3 days of no taboos?" Chapter 68. Well, my mother said. Ro, visibly upset, raised her tiny eyebrows. "Who was the irresponsible person that told you that? Tell me. I shall deal with him." The notion of no taboos applies primarily to those who firmly do not believe in such matters and are staunch materialists. However, during her time in the hospital, she had heard Yao Xianglu's father mention that her mother frequently consulted a fortune teller, indicating her belief in these customs. How could that be considered no taboos? Yao Xianglu shrank back, mumbling, "That's what my mother said." Ro, infuriated, clenched her fists and performed a series of punches in place. "You truly infuriate me." The date of a burial is of utmost significance. It requires careful calculation of not only the date, but also the lunar month and hour, taking into account the astrological implications for the family's eldest son, while also avoiding dates that clash with Tai Sui, among other considerations. If the burial coincides with a date that conflicts with Tai Sui, it could bring calamity to the descendants. Additionally, the zodiac signs of those present at the burial also hold importance. She pointed angrily at Yao Xianglu. "You did not consult the calendar, haphazardly performing the burial. No wonder she is troubling your family from below. It is also no surprise that your mother suffered the most, nearly losing her life." Ro spoke curtly. "You are fortunate that you have some merit. Otherwise, given the speed at which the malevolent energy is encroaching, your family of 3 would have perished long ago." Yao Xianglu, bewildered, felt overwhelmed. Being young, she had always let her parents handle family matters and had never realized the intricacies involved in burials after death. With her mind clouded from the reprimand, she stammered, "Then, what should I do?" Ro replied, "You must exhume the grave, open the coffin, observe 3 days of mourning, perform rituals to sincerely apologize, then calculate a favorable date for the burial anew, while also burning a substantial amount of paper money." She spread her tiny hands. "You will need to find a professional to perform these rites. I am too young to conduct such ceremonies. The physical exertion required for such rituals is immense," and she genuinely felt powerless despite her intentions. Upon hearing this, Yao Xianglu panicked and instinctively replied, I don't know any professionals." Ro retorted, "Do you think I know any?" Observing Yao Xianglu's disoriented state, Ro sighed heavily, calculating with her tiny hands. Yao Xianglu expressed her gratitude. "All right, thank you, Yuanman." She reached into her pocket, retrieving 500 yuan with an embarrassed expression, offering it to her. "This is all I have left. Please take it as a reward." Ro only took 100. "I will only accept 100. After all, I have not done much for you." "How could you say that? If you had not pointed it out, I would have been unaware of the problems with our family grave." Yao Xianglu hurriedly shoved the coins into Ro's pocket, not giving her a chance to refuse. With a face full of gratitude, Yao Xianglu said, "Thank you, Yuanman." After a long day of turmoil, the sky gradually darkened, prompting both Ro and Yao Xianglu to hasten their descent from the mountain. By the time they reached the foot, the sun had completely set, and the village buses had ceased operations, forcing them to spend the night in the countryside. After settling Ro at home, Yao Xianglu followed her directions, heading southeast. However, she hesitated for a moment, looking up to see the black smoke curling from the chimney of a house, confirming that someone resided there. "Hey, Lulu, why are you just standing there?" A familiar, kindly voice suddenly called from behind Yao Xianglu. Aunt Li, curious, glanced at her before gesturing slightly towards that household. "Do you know that family?" "Well, it's normal if you don't. We don't know them either." Aunt Li pulled her closer, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. This family suddenly appeared a year ago, claiming that a particularly wealthy old lady had come to retire in the countryside. She bought this land and rebuilt a house. We didn't notice when she arrived. She has been reclusive, rarely venturing outside. If it weren't for the frequent coughing sounds and the smoke rising from the chimney, we would have thought she had died inside. As Aunt Lee continued, she couldn't help but warn her, "Let me tell you, this family is quite eerie. You should avoid lingering near their door." Previously, a few children from a village were playing nearby and accidentally kicked a shuttlecock into her yard. When they knocked on the door, there was no response, so they climbed over the wall to retrieve it. The moment they reached the top, they saw the old lady glaring fiercely at them from below, scaring the children to screams, and that night one of them ran a high fever. Subsequently, they suffered inexplicable misfortunes. One boy nearly drowned. With each word, Yao Xianglu felt an increasing chill down her spine, especially since her own family matters remained unresolved. She quickly pulled Aunt Lee aside, moving further away. "Why didn't my mother tell me about this? What good would it do to tell young people like you? You wouldn't understand. Didn't your mother go to find a fortune teller?" "No worries." After some more gossip, upon learning that Yao Xianglu intended to seek a professional, Aunt Lee's eyes lit up. "I know." Yao Xianglu hurriedly tried to keep up with her, but just as she was about to leave, she inexplicably glanced back. She was shocked to find that the tightly shut door had somehow opened. In a single eye was peering through the crack, watching her. Yao Xianglu. Startled, she quickened her pace. Meanwhile, behind the door, an elderly woman with white hair, dressed in a black qipao, exuded an air of elegance as she fixated on Yao Xianglu's retreating figure, slowly closing the door. Around her neck hung a necklace woven from red string, at the end of which dangled a dark bead that stirred slightly with her movements. The old woman's murky gaze brightened as she raised her hand to gently caress the bead, her voice hoarse yet tender. "Is the little one awake? Are you hungry? Mother has cooked, and soon you shall eat." As she softly coaxed, a wisp of faint golden mist began to drift from the bead, gradually coalescing into the figure of a dazed adult man. Chapter 69. Intertwined love and hate. At the moment the man materialized, the old woman's expression softened further. She raised her hand and clapped, then made a gesture as if to embrace him. "Oh dear, it's been a day since I last saw you. Come to mother for a hug." The man, with a vacant gaze and gently turning eyes, obediently leaned into her embrace, finding solace in her arms. The old woman's pale, aged face regained some color as she tenderly stroked the back of his head with a hand marked by deep lines and protruding veins. Her face radiant with happiness. "Good boy, good boy." She sighed softly. "Dear one, why can't you be as obedient as you were when you were little? You were so well-behaved, so adorable, always listening to your mother. Not only did you listen, but you even helped me with chores, fearful that I might tire from work. I still remember when you accidentally broke a bowl while helping, how scared you were." As her hand trembled gently on the man's hair, she suddenly gripped tightly. Pulling forcefully, he let out a muffled groan, his brow furrowing deeply, his form growing fainter, as if he might vanish at any moment. The old woman appeared oblivious to this, her warm, gentle demeanor replaced by a chilling glare. "Why do you stop listening once you grow up? Mother simply wishes for you to assist your grandmother a bit more, perhaps pretending to marry your distant cousin. Why do you refuse? Why do you conspire with your father to mistreat your mother? Why do you refer to that woman as aunt? Do you believe your mother has aged and is no longer worthy of your father? Speak. It's all right. It's all right if you are angry with your mother and choose not to speak." The elderly woman's eyes were red with emotion, her breath quickened, her hands trembling as she gently caressed his hair, softly apologizing to him. "It was mother who lost control of her emotions, causing you pain once again, wasn't it? I am sorry. It is my fault. You will forgive me, won't you? Little one, now that you are with your mother and father, without that woman causing disturbances, we are once again a family." The elderly woman's thoughts were chaotic, murmuring incoherently as she twirled the beads around her neck, drawing the man's spirit back into them once more. Just as the man's spirit was about to enter the beads, a golden speck of light floated in from outside, silently merging with the man's faint spirit. At that moment of fusion, the previously expressionless man slowly blinked, his vacant gaze gradually brightening. It was as if a statue had been imbued with a soul, coming back to life. The beads around the elderly woman's neck emitted a subtle cracking sound, revealing a small fissure. Meanwhile, at Wanha Hospital, Feng Langqing, with a dark expression, made a call to the nursing home to inquire about that woman. He glanced at Feng Yuli. The nursing home said that the woman was taken away 3 years ago in the name of the Feng family. They thought it was because father had calmed down, and since she was his biological mother, they dared not detain her and allowed her to leave. As expected, has anyone found out who took her? Feng Yuli asked calmly. I have sent my second brother to investigate. He is more adept and has better access to information than we do, Feng Langqing replied, taking a deep breath as he looked at the increasingly emaciated man lying on the hospital bed, expressing his indignation. Brother, do you think that woman is insane? Our father is also her son. Isn't he is a piece of flesh that came from her. So how could she be so cruel to him? Clearly, Uncle's death had nothing to do with father, and the investigation results were shown to her. Why does she stubbornly believe that father was responsible? Feng Yuli rubbed his temples, his voice indifferent. Who knows? Perhaps the bond of kinship is weak. Feng Langqing scoffed. Indeed, it is quite fragile. He had heard that when father was young, he was neglected by his parents and often used as a shield for his grandfather's extramarital affairs. Thus, he was frequently blamed and punished by his mother, suffering injuries as a commonplace occurrence. The physical beatings were not the most tormenting. The true suffering stemmed from their unreliable grandparents who doted excessively on the eldest son. Despite being their children, the treatment was worlds apart. Fortunately, the eldest son was wise and treated him with some kindness. Otherwise, the Feng family would have been a veritable hell for father. Unfortunately, good people do not live long. The eldest son and his wife were tragically killed in a shooting while attending an international conference, leaving behind 3 hungry children. The grandfather was profoundly affected and passed away, while the grandmother blamed father for the death, treating him even worse and tightening her control. Thankfully, father had already acquired the authority of the Feng family, possessing enough strength to send her to the nursing home for rest. Alas, this peaceful life lasted barely 2 days before he inexplicably fell into a coma. Feng Langqing clicked his tongue, reflecting that his father's life was even more tumultuous than that of the 3 brothers raised by their mother. The hospital room fell silent for a few minutes before Feng Langqing's phone buzzed. He took out his phone and saw a video call request from Feng Laer. He clicked to accept, and the screen revealed a slender man dressed in a black silk nightgown, with disheveled black hair and pale skin, adorned with a black earring. Looking strikingly handsome, the 3rd brother yawned, rubbing his eyes. I found out about that woman. Her last known whereabouts were in a small village, seemingly called Daba Village. There are a total of 360 Daba villages across the country, but I narrowed it down to 2 near the city. If you wish to find her, you can search in these 2 villages. However, he curiously asked, didn't you despise her before? Why the sudden desire to find her? Ever since father refused to marry the girl chosen by grandmother, she has looked at them with disdain, previously scolding the 3rd brother for being unambitious and merely a flatterer, tarnishing the Feng family's reputation. Thus, the 3rd brother harbored a deep aversion towards her, though he had tolerated her due to her status as an elder. When father sent her to the nursing home, he even secretly set off firecrackers. Why the sudden change of heart? I have business with her, Feng Yuli's voice interjected, his gaze fixed on a man on the screen, his brow furrowing. Feng Xingqi, have you been up all night again? Feng Xingqi blinked, his previously relaxed posture instantly turning serious. Brother, there happens to be a friendly match in the team, so we are about to have a sister. You should sleep less and not set a bad example for her. Feng Yuli chided him momentarily, then added, after the match, if you have time, come to the city. We will be waiting for you there. It's important. He paused before continuing. Bring Zining, Yin Xiao, and Jing Cheng along as well. With that, Feng Yuli abruptly ended the call, leaving no opportunity for Feng Xingqi to inquire further. On the other end, Feng Xingqi was left in bewilderment. Feng Xingqi's eyes widened slowly. Did he just hear wrong? What are they about to have? The next moment, Feng Yuli's phone was bombarded with calls from Feng Xingqi. He calmly added Feng Xingqi to his blacklist, silencing the incessant vibrations of his phone. Feng Langqing found it amusing. You just blacklisted the 2nd brother. He will go mad soon. Feng Yuli chuckled. Let him go mad. He often loses his mind at home anyway. At this moment, Meng Qinian had already driven into Wana Hospital. He parked the car in the underground parking lot and joyfully headed toward the ward. As he rounded a corner, he collided with a figure in a white coat. Ouch! Meng Qinian bumped into the pen that was in the man's pocket, causing his nose to turn red as he couldn't help but cry out in pain. stumbling backward and dropping the documents he was holding. The button on the document bag loosened slightly, causing some of the contents to spill out. Apologies. A deep male voice said apologetically as Jiang Yunqing hurriedly reached out to steady Meng Qinian. I didn't TC you. I'm sorry. Once Meng Qinian steadied himself while clutching his nose, Jiang Yunqing bent down to help pick up the scattered documents. Upon seeing the words Nan Yuanman inscribed on one of the papers, he paused momentarily. After speaking, he grinned while covering his nose and proceeded to walk towards Feng Songqian's ward. Jiang Yunqing did not rush away. He remained in place, his gaze deepening as he watched Meng Qinian's retreating figure, pondering. Is it a matter of a shared name? Moreover, the documents in the bag seemed to be a paternity test. After contemplating for a while, Jiang Yunqing took out his phone and dialed Jiang Lishuan's number. The swirling tides of events within the city held no relevance to Nan Yuanman. Yao Xianglu had been gone for far too long, and, after climbing up and down today, her strength gradually waned. As she waited, her small head tilted, and she fell asleep in the reclining chair. Uncertain of how long she had slept, she was suddenly jolted awake by a chill that swept over her. She shivered, slightly dazed, and opened her eyes, only to find herself in a pitch-black space where she could not see her own hand. The remnants of sleep quickly faded from Nan Yuanman's mind, replaced by a surge of alertness as she scanned her surroundings, noticing the absence of any structures or people. Is this a dream? Yuanman, murmuring softly, pinched her own little arm, instantly gasping at the pain. It hurt. This was no dream. The little girl immediately became tense, her small hands clenched into fists, and she softly called out, why, she o-hing, Xiao-co, zhu-ing-zuing. Just then, a beam of light suddenly appeared ahead. Unwilling to linger in the dark, scampered toward the source of the light on her short legs. As she ran, she was uncertain how long she had been running when a figure emerged in her line of sight, a grown man bound tightly with black and red threads. His eyes firmly shut. The threads behind him were thick and dense, resembling the spider webs she had once seen in the mountains, ensnaring their prey. N's eyes widened slightly. What is this? Her body felt invigorated, her senses sharpened. She could perceive an extremely sinister aura emanating from the tangled black and red threads. They were controlling and trapping the man before her, who seemed to be in great pain. Cautiously, Yuan did not rush forward, but observed for a moment before approaching slowly like a timid animal. Her small hand instinctively reached out, only to find nothing. Glancing down, she realized her satchel had not followed her. Hesitating, she extended her hand to gently grasp the man's dangling finger. Uncle, please wake up. At the moment she held his finger, the man's previously closed eyes began to tremble violently, as if awakening. The black and red threads binding him seemed aware of his impending consciousness, tightening suddenly and leaving marks on his body. Simultaneously, a portion of the threads surged towards Yuanman. She exclaimed in alarm, quickly releasing his hand and rolling on the ground to evade the animated threads, shouting, Why? Si ohat neve, shiu siu, zumuhu neve. Help! At that moment, in reality, the little girl lying on the bamboo chair trembled slightly, her brows furrowed, and her small mouth murmured, Shi o-hing, why, help. The satchel she held stirred slightly, and sensing something amiss, Xiao poked its head out to glance at her, then quickly reached into the satchel. It forcefully pulled Xiao out and hurled him towards Yuanman's forehead. Simultaneously, sensing the urgency, Yuanman looked up just in time to see a small red coffin descend from above, landing with a thud in front of her, blocking the threads that were like arrows. The threads struck the coffin, causing no harm to her, and Yuanman swiftly climbed onto Xiao, her chubby little finger pointing at the man struggling to awaken. Xiao, save that uncle. Following her command, Xiao slid towards the man, effortlessly shattering the black and red threads that dared to approach Yuanman. Upon reaching the young man, as Yuanman grasped his hand, the surrounding space suddenly trembled violently, the dark void splitting open. A fissure opened beneath Xiao, and then Yuanman, terfed atopexio ende, glumited donvarets. And then Yuanman. The intense sensation of weightlessness made her cry out, her small hands flailing in the air, and she seemingly struck something. Opening her eyes, she abruptly sat up from the lounge chair, gasping for fresh air, her round face drenched in cold sweat and fear. "Chozhsh, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare?" Y-O-11-L, who had been napping in a bamboo chair, barely had time to rub her cheek that had just been slapped by N-U-N-M-N, looking at her wet, terrified expression, and quickly reassured her, "It's all right, it was just a dream." Before she could finish, N locked eyes with a bewildered man standing before her. The man regarded the little girl with curiosity and tentatively greeted her. "Hello, can you see me?" And then Yuanman. The man she had seen in her dream suddenly appeared before her, and despite her boldness, and then Yuanman vosbrightenet. She swiftly tumbled off the bamboo chair and darted behind it, her small hands gripping the backrest as she cautiously observed him. N-U-N-M-N. Stay away. The man realized that N-U-N-M-N could indeed see him, his eyes brightening with joy, and he instinctively floated an inch closer to her. And N-U-N-M-N shrank further behind the chair, reaching into her satchel. Noticing her significant reaction, the man halted his approach, retreating with raised hands and a gesture of peace, indicating that he meant no harm. "Don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person." Unable to see anything, Y-O-11-L felt a chill run down her spine as she observed N-U-N's demeanor. Her body stiffening in fear, trembling slightly, her eyes slowly shifted to the side, her voice quivering. Is there something next to me?" She wanted to ask if there was a ghost beside her, but was afraid that uttering the question would provoke the ghost to pounce on her. Watching the terrified girl beside him, pale and on the verge of fainting, the man pressed his lips together, silently drifting away a little. Nine. Observing his actions and sensing that this unfamiliar spirit bore no ill intent, gradually relaxed her tense body and quickly reassured Y-O-11-L. "It's okay. He means no harm." Y-O-11-L's legs weakened, nearly causing her to kneel before N-U-N-M-N, her expression filled with terror. This indeed meant there was a ghost nearby. Y-O-11-L forced herself to resist the urge to look beside her. But sometimes a person's curiosity is hard to suppress. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of a faint shadow. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted, collapsing to the ground with a thud. And N-U-N-M-N and the floating man were startled. She quickly darted from behind the chair, intending to help Y-O-11-L up. The man instinctively reached out to assist, but his hand passed right through Y-O-11-L's neck. His pupils dilated, staring in disbelief at his hand, confusion etched on his face. Was he dead? And N-U-N-M-N, being too small and short, could not lift Y-O-11-L from the ground. So she laid her flat and pinched her philtrum. "Sister, don't die, please." After half a minute, Y-O-11-L finally opened her eyes, dazed, fearing that the man might frighten her again, and N-U-N-M-N took out She-O-H-ing and opened the coffin lid, temporarily placing him inside. Her chubby, warm little hands gently patted Y-O-11-L's head. "Don't be scared, it's all right. I'll put him away." Y-O-11-L sighed in relief. "Okay." She did not dare to inquire where N-U-N-M-N had hidden the ghost, sitting on the ground for a moment to recover before getting up to prepare a meal, asking N-U-N-M-N if there was anything she should avoid eating. And N-U-N-M-N patted her little belly. "Yuan, an isnt picky. I'll eat anything." Back in Beijing village, when her grandfather had fallen ill, she had not dared to stray far from home, staying by his side. During the times of extreme hunger, she had even eaten dirt. It was not very tasty, and eating it while making dough was particularly difficult. After her brief nap, the little girl's previously tidy hair was now tousled, swaying adorably with her nodding. Y-O-11-L couldn't resist and affectionately ruffled her hair before happily going off to cook. After experiencing the haunting incident earlier, Yao Xianglu felt a tinge of fear lingering in her heart, prompting her to illuminate every lamp within the room. The kitchen door stood wide open, and she occasionally glanced at the short, stout figure in the yard, gradually finding solace once more. Taking advantage of her distraction as she prepared dinner, Yuanman turned her back and released the man from the small coffin once again. initially alert within the confines of the coffin. The man was taken aback by the sudden shift in his surroundings, his gaze landing on Yuanman with an expression laden with complexity. He was no fool. He understood that this child possessed considerable abilities. As Yuanman's vigilance faded, her crystalline, contrasting eyes regarded him with curiosity, while the man silently allowed her scrutiny. After a brief moment, Yuanman inquired, "What is your name? Where do you reside?" The man instinctively began to respond. "I am called." His expression grew increasingly perplexed as he raised a hand to tap on his vacant mind, murmuring, "I cannot remember." Yuanman, astonished, widened her mouth in disbelief. "You can't even recall your own name? Do you remember how you came to be here?" The man shook his head. "No, I do not remember." After a few seconds of contemplation, as Yao Xianglu turned to wash the vegetables, Yuanman seized the opportunity to extricate Yizi from the small coffin and swiftly concealed him behind a bamboo lounge chair. Before Yizi could react, he saw his little granddaughter pointing with her chubby finger. "Grandfather, please help Yuanman determine when this uncle passed away." Yizi's mind momentarily stalled, taking several seconds to process before he sluggishly followed her gesture, his violet eyes fixed intently on the man. The man felt as though he were being scrutinized by some ferocious beast. His cerebral cortex ignited with panic, his muscles tensed, and an overwhelming urge to flee surged within him. Casting a glance at the small figure nestled beside Yizi, Yuanman, he instinctively suppressed his desire to escape. He opened and closed his mouth, striving to articulate, "Baby, do not be afraid. He is alive, not dead." Alive? Not dead? A living soul? Moreover, half of his face was shrouded in dark crimson threads, resembling an ancient ghost ensnared by some formidable array for an extended duration. Who could have anticipated that this man was indeed alive, a living soul? The thought of a living soul triggered a memory of Feng Yuli's father in Yuanman's mind. Her hair stood on end as she scrutinized the man's visage closely. The man, baffled by her gaze, raised his hand to touch his face, asking, "What is it? Is there something on my face?" "Nothing." Yuanman shook her head, conceding defeat. The threads on his face were too numerous for her to discern any resemblance to Feng Yuli's elder brother. She sighed in mild frustration. "You currently remember nothing. You do not recall your name or where you belong. I cannot assist you." "It is all right. This is quite fine. I feel rather at ease." The man's gruff voice softened in response to the little one's distressed expression. Nodding amicably, he said, "All right." Yuanman's eyes sparkled with delight. "Then from now on, you shall be called Godan." At long last, she had a formidable coffin maker. The man replied, "That is not appropriate." A hint of disappointment crossed Yuanman's cherubic face. "You do not wish to be called Godan? Very well, I shall think of another name." Witnessing the fleeting disappointment on her round, doughy face stirred an inexplicable discomfort within him. With a resigned sigh, he gently encouraged, "If you like it, then let it be." After all, it was merely a name. Whatever pleased the little girl would suffice. Her disappointment evaporated, and her entire face brightened. She bashfully explained, "Do not find this name unappealing. I often heard the elders in the village say that humble names are easy to nurture. Your soul essence is rather poor. A modest name will foster its growth." The man, or rather Godan, nodded in agreement. "Yes, I will heed your wishes." With their exchange concluded, Yao Xianglu's voice resonated from the kitchen. "Little master, dinner is ready." Coming, Yuanman retrieved Xiao Hong, enclosing the eager Yizi, who was keen to venture out for a meal, along with the newly acquired living soul, Godan. "You should stay inside Xiao Hong for a while. Let her help cleanse the red threads from you. Perhaps, after the cleansing, you may remember something." "Alrig, good and aqueous jet." Yuanman closed the coffin lid and joyfully dashed off to join Yao Xianglu for dinner. Yao Xianglu's culinary skills were commendable, and her home-style dishes were delightful, leaving Yuanman with a pleasantly full belly as she strolled in the yard, her little tummy protruding. Meanwhile, chaos reigned at Wanha Hospital. Meng Qinian had yet to examine the paternity test results brought by Feng Yuli when Feng Songqian suddenly convulsed violently on the hospital bed, the monitors flashing red. Feng Yuli hurriedly pressed the call button to summon doctors and nurses for emergency assistance, joining in the rescue efforts. Feng Langqing and Meng Qinian were ushered out of the ward, anxiously awaiting at the door. Feng Langqing sprawled casually on a bench, inhaling deeply before extending his hand to Meng Qinian. "Let me see the documents." Meng Qinian obediently handed over the file folder. Your old man is quite robust. At over 20, he now unexpectedly had a 5-year-old sister, which felt rather novel. Feng Langqing glanced at the silent ward before rising to ask Meng Qinian, "Where's my sister now? Come, let us bring her here to see her father, so she does not remain unaware of what her biological father looks like when he passes." Meng Qinian raised an eyebrow. "Cousin, does Aunt know you are cursing him like this? Nobody from the Jiang family will dare to bully her again." However, Meng Qinian, mustering his courage, grasped his rebellious and sharp-tongued cousin's arm. "It is too hasty to go pick her up like this, cousin. We have yet to prepare anything that the little girl might like." Meng Qinian hesitated before suggesting, "Let Yuanman stay with me. That would not be a problem." Finally recalling their rushed arrival in the city, Feng Langqing realized they had not yet arranged for a caretaker for the properties here. Containing his thoughts, he agreed, "Very well. I will find a picturesque place to decorate. As for staying at your home," he scoffed, "do not even think about it." Meng Qinian sighed. Another detestable cousin added to the list. Jiang family. Have you located Yuanman's biological father? Jiang Yunjing had yet to remove his coat when Jiang Lishuan bombarded him with a series of questions. He paused momentarily, sizing up Jiang Lishuan before arching an eyebrow. "I recall that when father asked you to fetch Bai Wennin's daughter from the countryside, you were quite averse. Now, you seem rather invested. What is this? Have you ceased to dislike Bai Wennin?" Jiang Lishuan stiffened, awkwardly turning his head away. "I no longer dislike her." "Do not change the subject. Clarify the meaning of your phone call today," Jiang Lishuan demanded, taking a deep breath. "The surface meaning. I cannot be certain if it is a case of shared name and surname." Jiang Yunjing gently extricated his hand, speaking slowly. "Weren't you previously bothered by having Nan Yuanman living at home? Now that she has found her biological father, you can send her away. Isn't that a good thing for you?" "Absolutely not. She is my niece and also fourth brother's. Her biological father has ignored her for so many years. What good can come of it? Remaining in the Jiang family is better for her future development." Jiang Lishuan retorted reflexively. Jiang Yunjing chuckled, not engaging further. "Then where's my dear niece? Let her come out for me to see." Jiang Lishuan hesitated, feeling a bit defeated. "She is not here. She went out." Jiang Yunjing raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress his disbelief. "What did you say? I did not understand. A 5-year-old child went out to be busy? What could she possibly be busy with? At this tender age, do little ones not indulge in playing with Barbie dolls and squishing mud?" Jiang Lishuan mumbled, "You wouldn't understand," but hesitated before continuing. "Fourth brother. Regarding the paternity test you saw today, could you keep it from father? I beg you." Jiang Yunjing cast a deep glance at him and chuckled softly. "Rest assured, I had no intention of letting that old man know." He was also curious to witness the reaction of that profit-driven elder when his schemes collapsed. It would surely be quite entertaining. Jiang Lishuan felt a slight relief in his heart and managed a forced smile. "Thank you, fourth brother." If the individual in that document was not merely a namesake, then he had done all he could to ensure a satisfying resolution. Unbeknownst to Nan Yuanman, she slept soundly through the night. Upon waking the next morning, she pulled Go Dan from the small coffin to check on his condition. Go Dan looked indulgently at the little girl as her chubby hands poked and prodded at his ethereal form, observing her with quiet intensity. When he caught sight of her delicate brow, he experienced a fleeting moment of déjà vu. She appeared oddly familiar, as if he had encountered her before. Could she be the child of someone he knew prior to his memory loss? Chapter 73. A gift for sister. The little girl blinked her large eyes and tilted her head. "What's the matter? Why are you staring at me?" Even the thinnest 5-year-old retains the cherubic roundness of youth. Her cheeks, plump and soft, pressed against her shoulders with each movement, and her bright, clear eyes sparkled with innocence, making her an utterly adorable sight. Nan Yuanman shook her head. "Not at all." Go Dan pursed his lips, lowering his gaze in disappointment. Seeing him huddled in the chair, looking particularly forlorn, the little girl's heart softened. With a sigh of maturity, she patted his hand. "Don't worry. Once Xiao Hong devours all the threads connected to your soul, you should remember your family." Go Dan nodded gently, remaining silent. His subconscious warned him that the memories he had forgotten were likely not pleasant. Whether he recalled them sooner or later mattered little. "Yuanman, are you awake? Breakfast is ready." Yao Xianglu gently knocked on the door, her voice imbued with warmth. "I'm awake. Sister Lu, I'll be out shortly." Nan Yuanman chirped back, shoving Go Dan back into the small coffin before dressing and grabbing her little bag, scampering off to eat. After all, She had been away from home for a day and night, and her family must be anxious. Half an hour later, as Nan Yuanman and Yao Xianglu boarded a bus headed for the city, at the home of the elderly resident at the village's end, the elder prepared breakfast as usual, tapping on the beads and calling for the man inside. Kai Kai, breakfast is ready. Come out and eat with Mama. The beads trembled slightly, but elicited no response. Frowning, the elder tapped the beads again. Still no answer. With increasing concern, she called out once more, her voice turning stern. Kai Kai, if you don't come out, Mama will be angry. Yet, silence persisted. A sudden sense of foreboding gripped her heart. She forcefully yanked the beads from her neck, slicing her palm with a fruit knife. Clenching her fist, she let the blood drip onto the beads, which absorbed the crimson liquid in a flash of red light. Closing her eyes, she murmured a series of strange, complex incantations. Moments later, when the elder opened her eyes, shock and rage contorted her features. Gone. How could he be gone? The child she had painstakingly bound within the beads had vanished. How could this happen? Since arriving in Daba village, she had not interacted with anyone, even having her daily groceries left at her doorstep. She had been vigilant to this extent. Why had her child still disappeared? Who had taken him? In a fit of rage, she screamed, her hands sweeping the prepared meal from the table, shattering the ceramic plates upon impact. Trembling, she fumbled for her long-unused phone, but her bloodied hands caused it to slip from her grasp, shattering on the ground. The elder's eyes darkened momentarily, and she took deep breaths, striving to regain her composure as she turned unsteadily to gather her belongings. She had finally nurtured that person's soul to this point. She was so close to fulfilling her wish, just one step away. At the same time, a discreet black sedan rolled into Daba village. The door swung open, revealing a young man clad in a black tracksuit, his pallid complexion accentuated by black earrings and sunglasses. He stepped out with long strides. Removing his sunglasses, he squinted slightly, as another door opened to reveal a robust man with a green buzz cut, clad in a black tank top adorned with a tattoo. He approached the young man. Brother Chi, we pinpointed the last location of that woman right here in this village. Let's go greet my dear grandmother. Feng Xingqi donned his sunglasses once more, casually slipping his hand into his pocket as he ambled towards the village. She's south, so close to the city. It wouldn't do to not bring her to meet my beloved father. The sturdy youth responded in a deep voice, trailing slowly behind him. It was midday, and most villagers were out laboring in the fields, while those who remained at home were busy with household chores. The entrance of two strangers into the village caused little stir. Feng Xingqi accurately located the elder's residence and knocked on the door. Grandmother, it's me, Xingqi. Inside, silence prevailed. No reply came. After patiently knocking for another half-minute, he met with the same stillness. Feng Xingqi raised an eyebrow and exchanged a glance with the young man, who understood and stepped back 2 paces before charging forward, using his momentum to leap over the wall and into the courtyard. A moment later, the previously locked door creaked open from within. Feng Xingqi stepped inside, greeted by the sight of a desolate farmhouse. The flowers in the pots were wilted, and the weeds and vines in the corners had succumbed to decay. A wooden table sat under the eaves, the ground littered with scattered food, shattered ceramic plates and bowls, creating a scene of utter chaos. He and the robust youth searched several rooms, but found no one. Only a heap of clothes strewn messily on a bed in the east room. Feng Xingqi paused by the bed, noticing a drop of blood on the bed frame. He bent down, dipped his fingertip into the blood, and remarked, "Someone escaped, but not long ago. Call the rats and see if we can intercept them." The sturdy youth replied affirmatively. It appeared that what his elder brother had said was true. His so-called grandmother was indeed suspicious. If she weren't, how could she have fled so swiftly? Had he not rushed over after receiving the news, this house would likely have become empty, with no traces of clothes or blood left behind. There was still time to catch up. Meanwhile, Yao Xianglu lifted Nan Yuanman from the bus, and Jiang Lishuan hurried over, calling out, "Yuanman, someone has come to pick me up. Goodbye, Sister Xianglu. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me." Nan Yuanman waved her chubby hand to bid farewell to Yao Xianglu, pointed at the watch on her wrist, and then turned to dash towards Jiang Lishuan. Jiang Lishuan scooped her up from the ground, scrutinizing her from head to toe. "Are you all right? Not hurt? Not hungry? Did you encounter any danger? Don't be so formal. Call me uncle," Jiang Lishuan teased as he set her down, ruffling her soft hair. He then firmly grasped her wrist, stating, "Let us go." Uncle will take you to pick out a lovely dress for tomorrow's recognition banquet. Chapter 74. Are you still playing dumb? Jiang Tianzong acted with decisive efficiency. Having arranged for invitations to the recognition banquet to be sent out to prominent families in the city the day before. This morning, I assigned him a task to ensure that Yuanman is properly dressed in a lovely little gown for tomorrow's banquet, so she wouldn't have to embarrass herself by continuing to wear those tattered shoes. Jiang pressed his lips together, his grip on Yuanman's wrist tightening slightly, and said to her, "Of course, not just a little gown. Whatever you fancy, just tell your uncle, and he will buy it for you." Having grown up in the countryside, and Yuanman had never been to a mall, not even at the age of 5. Previously, circumstances had not permitted it, even when she had the opportunity to enter the city. It was to assist her grandfather with the coffin business. Occasionally, Grandpa would take her to a supermarket to buy some treats that children enjoy. But as for clothing, as long as she had something to wear, it sufficed. Now, upon hearing Jiang's words, Yuanman felt a surge of interest and happily accompanied him to the mall. Upon their arrival, however, she discovered that they were not the only ones present. Her detestable relatives, Jiang and her daughter, Jiang were also there. Jiang was displeased to see Yuanman and grew even more upset when she noticed Jiang holding her hand, ignoring her entirely, and huffed loudly in response. Jiang, taken aback for a moment, furrowed his brow slightly and asked, "What are you two doing here?" Jiang's smile faltered slightly as she suppressed her displeasure towards Jiang and replied coolly, "Little brother, Dad said that as a grown man, you might not understand what little girls like, so he asked me to bring X along to help choose something for you, Yuanman." As she spoke, it seemed she had entirely forgotten the previous unpleasantness within Yuanman and squatted down in front of her, gently inquiring, "Yuanman, what kind of little dress do you like? Andy will help you pick." X, poking is scared, glared at Yuanman and retorted, "No way. Mommy, you need to help me first." Leading Yuanman inside first. "You help X choose, and I will take Yuanman to look around." And then Yuanman, with her short legs pattering along, had barely taken a few steps when Jiang, anxious, rushed forward, arms outstretched to block Jiang's path. Jiang's expression darkened. "Jiang, what are you doing?" Startled by his demeanor, Jiang shrank back slightly, yet stubbornly remained in place, saying, "You need to help me choose too." Before Jiang could refuse, Jiang hurriedly added, "All my previous little dresses were chosen by you, uncle. Now that you have a new sister, do you not want me anymore?" Jiang had felt quite neglected these past few days, as the uncle who used to dote on her had become distant, showering his attention on Yuanman instead, which made her restless and compelled her to voice her feelings. Glancing at Jiang with a hint of sadness, "Little brother, if you still harbor grievances from this morning's incident, X, and I can apologize to you Yuanman again. But X is still young. She is sensitive, so please do not treat her coldly, as it will hurt her feelings." Jiang's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gently blinked and added, "I will too." Feeling a pang of sorrow, Jiang stepped forward, grasping Yuanman's hand, her voice trembling. "Sister Yuanman, I was wrong before. I shouldn't have treated you that way. I'm sorry. Can you not take my uncle away from me? Please give him back to me. I am begging you." The duo's theatrical display soon attracted nearby salespeople, who feigned busyness while eavesdropping on the unfolding drama. Upon hearing Jiang's tearful plea, the salespeople cast curious glances at Yuanman. Jiang felt a twinge of discomfort within him. No matter what, Jiang had grown up before his eyes. He could not remain indifferent towards her. However, he also found it impossible to treat her with the same unwavering affection as before. Seeing Jiang's tear-streaked face, Jiang's resolve softened, and just as he was about to speak, Yuanman, with a puzzled expression, asked, "When did I take your uncle away? My mother is Jiang's biological sister, making me his niece." There is no need for competition. Jiang X's expression faltered slightly, and Jiang Yu's demeanor stiffened for a brief moment. Jiang X instinctively glanced at Jiang Yu. Her lips parted, but she remained silent. Both you and Yuanman are my nieces. There is no question of competition. Startled, Jiang X shrank back, her voice barely above a whisper. I understand. Jiang glanced at Jiang Yu, who clenched her fists tightly, her sharp fingertips digging into her palm. She inhaled deeply before suggesting, how about this, little brother? Let XNX take Yuanman to look around, being two girls. XNX should have a better idea of what Yuanman might like. This would also help ease the tension between the two little girls. Jiang, upon hearing this, found some merit in her reasoning. He looked down at Yuanman, seeking her opinion. Yuanman, what do you think? And Yuanman had no objections. That works for me. Even without Jiang XNX, I can explore on my own. Jiang XNX, having been scolded by Jiang twice, dared not show hostility towards Yuanman any longer. She forced a sweet smile. All right, I will help sister Yuanman choose. Jiang felt a sense of relief as he released his hold on Yuanman's hand and gently urged her forward. Go ahead. And Yuanman glanced at Jiang XNX, choosing not to engage with her, and scampered inside, her little feet pattering away. Jiang XNX pouted, casting a reluctant glance at her before following suit. Once the two children had departed, Jiang Yu could no longer contain herself. She stepped forward, her soft, cool fingers grasping Jiang's hand, and with a tone of grievance, asked, Little brother, why have you been so distant with me lately? Have I done something wrong? If I have, please tell me, and I will make amends. Withdrawing his hand from hers with a cold expression, his voice laced with complexity. Do you truly not realize what you have done? Jiang Yu feigned innocence. I don't know. Having been pampered by the Jiang family for years, and with Jiang always compliant in the past, she fully believed she could manage her affairs deftly, thus never considered that Jiang might investigate her actions. As Jiang observed her innocent facade, a chill and fury surged within him, and he could no longer restrain himself, locking his gaze onto her. You are still playing dumb. Do you truly not know how my hand was injured back then? Chapter 75. The break. A pang of alarm struck Jiang Yu, and a smile instinctively crept onto her face. Little brother, why are you bringing this up? Wasn't your hand broken because BIW New York Inn was afraid and left you to face those ruffians alone? She could not help but tighten her fists, beads of cold sweat forming along her spine as anxiety coursed through her. Why was Jiang asking such questions? Had he uncovered something? No, that was impossible. She had dealt with all involved from that time. Jiang had always been so indulgent with her. He would not deliberately investigate. What had gone wrong? Jiang Yu took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure, and stepped closer to grasp Jiang's hand. Little brother, did BIW New York Inn come to you and say something? Jiang's anger surged further as he sneered coldly and forcefully withdrew his hand from hers, his eyes blazing with fury. And still you lie. You continue to shift the blame onto BIW New York Inn. Jiang was not an unfeeling person. As he uncovered the truth behind that incident, he had been tormented every moment. Jiang had warned him against disrupting the family harmony, and while he wrestled with guilt and regret, he also hoped that Jiang Yu would notice his unease and come to him with honesty. He had once thought that if Jiang Yu confessed and apologized to BIW New York Inn, he would grant her another chance. However, in the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Jiang Yu turned a blind eye to his suffering and now pretended as if nothing had happened, questioning him about his apparent coldness towards her. How had he never noticed how adept Jiang Yu was at feigning innocence? Jiang Lishuan's eyes brimmed with scorn as he seethed. You hired someone to sever my tendons and harm Bai Wenyin, who was protecting me. Then you deceived me, leading me to misunderstand that Bai Wenyin had truly abandoned me to flee alone. For so many years, I have misjudged her. I ask myself if I have ever wronged you. Why do you treat me this way? Why? The torment of these past days finally ignited Jiang Lishuan's fury as he grasped Jiang Yueyao's collar, his crimson eyes flashing with rage. Upon hearing him mention hired hands, Jiang Yueyao's heart plummeted and panic washed over her as she felt him lift her slightly. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she trembled. "Brother, please don't do this. I'm scared." She reached out, grasping Jiang Lishuan's hand, attempting to defend herself. "Brother, who did you hear this from? They're lying. I'm innocent." At her words, Jiang Lishuan felt a profound disappointment. He forcefully tossed her to the ground. "Even now, you still deny it? Do you think I lack evidence? Jiang Yueyao, let me tell you, I have all the proof of your misdeeds from years ago." His gaze was icy as he looked down at the staggering Jiang Yueyao, his voice cold. "You have your father and brother to protect you, so I cannot touch you for the moment. However, Jiang Yueyao, if you dare to act against me in any way, I will ensure that your reputation is utterly destroyed in society." Jiang Yueyao's expression shifted dramatically. After delivering his warning, Jiang Lishuan cast one last piercing glance at her, battling the urge to strike before he turned away. The innocence on Jiang Yueyao's face crumbled, and she rushed forward, seizing his hand in desperation. "No, brother, you cannot do this." After all her efforts to become the envy of the elite circle in the city, she refused to become a laughingstock or be cast out by the Jiang family. Jiang Lishuan halted, turning to face her. "Are you now admitting that it was you who did this?" Jiang Yueyao struggled to discern whether Jiang Lishuan's words were meant to intimidate her or if he genuinely possessed evidence. But she understood that she could no longer deny her actions. Gritting her teeth, she confessed, "Yes, it was me, but it was you who was at fault first." Jiang Lishuan's incredulity was palpable as he questioned, "I was at fault first?" "Yes." Jiang Yueyao's beautiful face twisted with a hint of jealousy. "If you hadn't treated Bai Wenyin so well, I wouldn't have thought to act against you. I treated her well. Is that not to be expected? She is my biological sister." Jiang Lishuan retorted incredulously. "Besides, we never treated you as we did her. Everything was prioritized for you, and yet you were still not satisfied?" In that moment, she comprehended that as long as Bai Wenyin existed, she would forever remain an outsider in the Jiang family, never the true lady of the house. Jiang Yueyao, filled with a mix of anger and disappointment, gazed up at Jiang Lishuan. "Brother, it has been so long. Why must you bring this up again? Would it not be better to pretend nothing happened and move on? I admit that I was too young and made mistakes, but I cared for you and compensated you. Can you not forgive me this once?" Jiang Lishuan's pupils constricted as he stared at her, seemingly seeing this girl he had pampered since childhood for the first time. After her initial panic, Jiang Yueyao's heart gradually steadied. She had forgotten that she was no longer that girl who would hide and cry at the slightest trouble. She was now the true and sole heiress of the Jiang family. "Brother, when I made mistakes as a child, you always forgave me. Please forgive me once more and give me the evidence, will you?" Jiang Yueyao softened her tone, coaxing him as she once did. Jiang Lishuan's chest heaved with suppressed emotions, tears streaming down his face as he forcefully wrenched his hand from hers. Disappointment etched on his features. "Jiang Yueyao, I have just discovered how shameless you truly are. I will not give you the evidence." Jiang Lishuan's gaze fell, his voice icy, out of respect for our past. "My refraining from taking action against you is my final act of mercy. Jiang Yueyao, from this moment on, I will no longer regard you as my sister. Take care of yourself." With that, Jiang Lishuan turned and strode away, fearing that if he stayed any longer, he would lose control and strike Jiang Yueyao. Jiang Yueyao's expression darkened as she could no longer contain her frustration, throwing her small bag to the ground, scattering its contents across the floor. Agitated, she swept her hair back, her eyes filled with irritation. "Damn it! Who is it? Who provided Jiang Lishuan with evidence? Is it Bai Wenyin? Is she not dead? Has she truly been hiding? If so, what a vicious scheme to use her own daughter to draw my attention and strike against me from the shadows. Indeed, every time I encounter anything related to Bai Wenyin, my fortunes seem to plummet." With a grim expression, Jiang Yueyao peered through the glass, her gaze venomous as she observed Yuanman, who was curiously wandering around the mall. If that is the case, then she should not blame me for taking action against her daughter. However, before that, she must first devise a plan to destroy the evidence Jiang Lishuan held. Inside the mall, Yuanman, akin to a curious kitten, suddenly felt an unsettling chill run down her spine, as if she were being watched by some malevolent spirit. She warily glanced around, yet saw nothing amiss. Jiang Xin, panting, trailed behind her, impatiently hissing, "Can you stop running around like a country bumpkin? It's so embarrassing." In the presence of beloved older brothers and sisters, Nan Yuanman was as soft and sweet as a fluffy bun, while before those she disliked, she transformed into an aggressive little hedgehog. Jiang Xin huffed, crossing her arms. "I won't fall for your tricks. If I leave now, you'll just run to Uncle and complain that I didn't accompany you to pick out clothes." Nan Yuanman shook her head. "Don't worry, I won't tell." Jiang Xin rolled her eyes, muttering under her breath, "I don't believe you." As she spoke, her peripheral vision caught sight of a fluorescent green dress hanging nearby. Her eyes gleamed as she dashed over, pointing at the dress. "Hey, you should wear this. It looks stunning. Once you wear it, you'll definitely be the brightest star at the banquet." Nan Yuanman's eyes lit up as she followed Jiang Xin's finger to the fluorescent green dress, racing over to the subtly smiling sales assistant and exclaiming, "Sister, I want to try this on." "Of course," the assistant replied, taking the dress down and leading Nan Yuanman to the fitting room. Jiang Xin scurried around, searching for accessories, grabbing whatever she could find, regardless of its appearance. Thus, when Jiang Lixuan arrived, he was met with the sight of a uniquely dressed little girl. Nan Yuanman was clad in a fluorescent green princess dress, her chubby little legs adorned with rainbow socks, sparkling shoes on her feet, and two oversized red flowers pinned atop her head. Had it not been for Nan Yuanman's face, Jiang Lixuan could scarcely imagine how disastrous this ensemble would appear. He could only facepalm in exasperation. Indeed, one should never entirely entrust the selection of attire to children. Jiang Xin had initially intended for Nan Yuanman to look ridiculous, but instead, this combination rendered her oddly adorable. Jiang Xin, somewhat defeated, angrily tossed the accessories she held onto the ground. "You're so annoying. I won't help you pick anymore." Her actions drew a frown from Jiang Lixuan, who scolded her softly. Xin, how can you throw things around carelessly?" Jiang Xin did not anticipate that Jiang Lixuan would arrive. She instinctively shrank her neck and timidly called out to him, "Uncle." Striving to calm her emotions, Jiang Yueyao swiftly approached, taking Jiang Xin's hand and turning to reproach him. "Little brother, why are you being harsh on Xin? No matter what, she is innocent. Do not call me brother. I cannot bear the responsibility of being your brother." Jiang Lixuan replied coldly, beckoning to Nan Yuanman, "Come, Uncle will help you choose a couple more items." Without paying heed to Jiang Yueyao and her daughter, Jiang Lixuan took Nan Yuanman to select a few suitable outfits. Jiang Xin glanced helplessly at Jiang Lixuan, then at Jiang Yueyao, asking, "Mom, have you and Uncle quarreled?" Jiang Yueyao suppressed the shadows in her eyes and forced a smile, though it appeared particularly unappealing. "No. Come, let us pick out some clothes." Jiang Yueyao changed the subject, guiding Jiang Xin to select dresses. The two of them stood side by side, while Jiang Xin occasionally turned to look at Jiang Lixuan, who was softly conversing with Nan Yuanman, secretly hoping he would come over to assist her in choosing beautiful clothes like before. Unfortunately, Jiang Lixuan now seemed solely focused on Nan Yuanman, completely disregarding her. The more Jiang Xin observed, the more her heart felt heavy and wronged. Yet, she dared not speak up, silently choosing dresses with reddened eyes. Noticing her actions, Jiang Yueyao felt a surge of resentment towards Jiang Lixuan. Taking a deep breath, she crouched down, placing her hands on Jiang Xin's shoulders, looking at her earnestly, and said, "Xin, remember, you are the only little lady of the Jiang family. Nan Yuanman is an outsider. She is here to compete with you and your mother for Uncle's affection. You must help your mother drive her away." Jiang Xin appeared confused. "How do I drive her away, Mom? Uncle likes her very much." "Your mother has a plan," Jiang Yueyao replied. "Tomorrow, at the recognition banquet, you only need to help your mother with one thing." Meanwhile, Nan Yuanman glanced at Jiang Lixuan, pouting, "If you don't want to smile, then don't. You look ugly when you smile like that." "Little mouth, be quiet," Jiang Lixuan retorted. Nan Yuanman sulked, slowly walking ahead of him. Her fluorescent green princess dressed harsh on Jiang Lixuan's eyes. Unable to resist, he lifted her up, saying, "Go change this tattered dress. What are you wearing? You look like a little cabbage." Nan Yuanman protectively grasped the hem of her dress. "I don't want to. This is pretty." "It is not pretty." Jiang Lixuan firmly rejected the idea of such an ugly dress appearing on Nan Yuanman, insisting, "Take it off and change into something else." "No, take it off." After a brief dispute between the two, it ended with Jiang Lishuan reluctantly agreeing to purchase the dress for Nan Yuanman, declaring, "I've truly lost to you." Muttering, Jiang Lishuan took Nan Yuanman to choose clothes and shoes, and they became engrossed in the process. The 5-year-old child had a short stature, and due to inadequate nutrition, Nan Yuanman was smaller than her peers. However, her beautiful face made her resemble a child model from television when adorned in dresses. "This one is beautiful, and that one is beautiful. Let us buy them all." Before they knew it, they had amassed nearly 100 outfits. And it was only when Nan Yuanman firmly refused to try on another that Jiang Lishuan finally halted, still yearning for more. At Wana Hospital, Feng Yuli lay on the sofa, exhausted and feigning sleep after a day and night of rescuing Feng Songqian. His condition had finally stabilized, but close observation was still necessary. As he drowsily prepared to drift off, the hospital room door was suddenly flung open with great force. "Cousin, something terrible has happened." Feng Yuli rubbed his aching brow and slowly sat up from the sofa, his voice hoarse. "Is it the end of the world?" "The end of the world has not come. However, our sister is about to be taken away," Meng Qinian exclaimed, brandishing a black invitation letter, rushing to his side, and thrusting it towards him. "Look at this. This morning, someone from the Jiang family came to deliver it to my father." Feng Yuli focused intently on the invitation, and as he read its contents, his eyes narrowed. Special invitation for esteemed guests to attend a recognition banquet for Jiang Zhanqing's daughter, Nan Yuanman. Huh. Chapter 77. The calculations are truly astute. Meng Qinian, upon receiving the invitation, rushed to the hospital without even glancing at the content. Upon hearing the details, he leaned closer to take a look, and once he understood the implications, he burst out laughing. "Cousin, when did you gain an extra father?" Feng Yuli cast a sidelong glance at him, his expression slightly cold, causing Meng Qinian to quickly suppress his laughter, raising his hand to mime, zipping his lips. "I want to say another word. I'll keep quiet." Feng Yuli lowered his gaze to the invitation letter in his hands, a cold smile curling his lips. The Jiang family truly plays their cards well. This way, they avoided inquiries into Nan Yuanman's lineage, which could lead to the disgrace of Baiwanin, while simultaneously elevating Nan Yuanman's status, silencing outside voices. The only ones who would suffer are Nan Yuanman and Baiwanin. Meng Qinian, not being foolish, contemplated the situation carefully and became enraged. These Jiang family members are utterly shameless. "Cousin, we cannot delay any longer. Tomorrow, we must take our cousin away. We cannot leave her in the Jiang family any longer. They do not regard our cousin and her mother as human beings. If they do not want to acknowledge her, then why should they register her under someone else's name, giving her an extra father out of thin air? Who are they insulting? I certainly do not wish to have an inexplicable extra father. Moreover, Jiang Zhanqing is not worthy of being my father." Meng Qinian declared, "All right." At that moment, Jiang Zhanqing, who was resting in the hospital with his leg elevated, was unaware that he had inexplicably gained a daughter. It wasn't until he received numerous congratulatory calls from various partners throughout the morning that he sensed something was amiss. He instructed the nurse to bring him the invitation letter sent from home for his review. Upon reading its contents, he felt a wave of dizziness and pressed his fingers to his brow as he called Jiang Tianzong, "Dad, why did you register Nan Yuanman under my name? What is wrong? A niece is also a daughter. You uncles are her fathers. Besides, Yuanman is quite adorable. Isn't it nice to have an extra daughter?" Jiang Tianzong's gentle and smiling voice came from the other end, laced with a hint of confusion. "You clearly know that the person I like is Jiang Zhanqing," he instinctively began to say, but abruptly halted just as he was about to utter that name. Taking a deep breath, he said seriously, "Dad, I do not agree. Isn't Jiang Lishuan rather fond of Yuanman? Why not register her under his name instead? I am still young. I do not wish to have an inexplicable daughter. If this reaches Yao Yao and Xin Xin, they will surely make a fuss. Xin Xin might be heartbroken for a long time. You are in your 30s and still consider yourself young?" Jiang Tianzong chuckled gently, his voice warm yet firm. "No, Zhanqing, Yuanman must be registered under your name. The invitation has already been sent. This matter is not negotiable." He warned softly, "Zhanqing, do not ruin my plans." Jiang Zhanqing lowered his brow, his grip on the phone tightening slightly, his lips pressing together. "Understood, I will attend." After the call ended, the atmosphere in the hospital room grew heavy. Jiang Zhanqing took several deep breaths to suppress the rising anger and dissatisfaction within him. But just then, his phone vibrated once more. Seeing the screen display the name, Yao Yao, his eyes softened as he answered the call. Yao Yao, what is it? Jiang Yueyao stood at the front desk, looking particularly awkward as she held Jiang Xinxin's hand and said, Elder brother, could you transfer some money to me? Having had her secondary card frozen and rendered useless, she had coincidentally taken the secondary card given by Jiang Lishuan for this outing. Upon attempting to pay for the clothes, she realized the card was invalid and had no choice but to call Jiang Zhanqing for help. Jiang Zhanqing readily agreed, without asking what she needed the money for, promptly transferring 5 million to her. Jiang Yueyao used the funds to pay for the dress, feeling a sense of relief. Though a lingering hint of awkwardness remained on her face, she felt increasingly resentful and angry towards Jiang Lishuan. Jiang Yueyao clenched her palms tightly, her gaze shrouded in shadows. She would forever remember the humiliation of today and would not let Jiang Lishuan and Nan Yuanman escape her wrath. Upon returning to the Jiang residence, Nan Yuanman instinctively glanced towards the study upstairs. Not seeing the dangerous man she encountered that morning, she breathed a sigh of relief. Unaware of her subtle movements, Jiang Lishuan led her upstairs, chattering away. Your room has been renovated by Butler Li, and the furniture has been replaced with new pieces. Though it still needs to air out a bit. You can sleep with me tonight or in the guest room. It's all prepared for you. As he spoke, he occasionally glanced at her, clearing his throat to ask, Yuanman, how do you plan to sleep tonight? I'll sleep in the guest room. Then Yuanman yawned. Clutching her small handbag, Jiang Lishuan appeared disappointed. All right. After escorting Nan Yuanman to the guest room, he brought the clothes he had purchased earlier that day and hung them in the wardrobe, allowing her to choose what to wear the next day. Once Jiang Lishuan departed, Nan Yuanman opened the coffin lid, letting go Dan and her grandfather breathe. As soon as old master Nan emerged, he dashed to the window, swiftly drawing back the curtains to absorb the moonlight streaming in. Godan floated around curiously, observing Nan Yuanman's bedroom. Filled with excitement, Nan Yuanman rushed to the wardrobe, pulled out a fluorescent green dress, and exclaimed in a high-pitched voice, Grandfather, Godan, look at this beautiful dress I bought today. Upon a second glance, he noticed the child resembling a small cabbage, and the man fell silent. Who bought this dress? It's utterly tasteless. Old Master Nan clapped his hands enthusiastically, praising, Look, wonderful, simply wonderful. Zhuang and Xiao Chao also clapped along, offering their support. Nan Yuanman's bright, distinct eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at Godan. Godan, begrudgingly complimenting, said, It looks good, truly stylish. The little girl twirled around several times, gleefully holding old Master Nan's hand, dancing a spontaneous, unknown dance. Godan subtly redirected his gaze, finding it somewhat painful to behold. By the way, grandfather, Nan Yuanman, tired from her frolicking, sat on the carpet, leaning against old Master Nan's small leg, gazing up at him as she spoke. Tomorrow, the Jiang family will hold a recognition banquet for me. Chapter 78. The eve of the recognition banquet. Godan, seated properly on the chair, looked at Nan Yuanman with slight surprise. Recognition banquet? Only then did the man realize he knew little about the background of this little child before him, nor did he comprehend how she had acquired such abilities at such a young age. Moreover, how she kept a purple zombie by her side, calling him grandfather, stirred unease within him. He lowered his gaze to Nan Yuanman and gently inquired, Yuanman, could you share your story with me? Nan Yuanman scratched her head. There is not much to tell about my life. She had no intention of concealing anything from him, yet for reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable trust towards Godan. Thus, she quickly divulged everything, save for her grandfather's repeated caution to keep the existence of Xiaohong a secret. However, upon reflection, her mind remained blank, devoid of any memories. Her mother had endured countless grievances within the Jiang family, and after being expelled, she had suffered immensely. It made no sense for her to be erased from the Jiang family register. Simultaneously, it would allow those who had harmed her mother a chance for repentance. As she spoke, she carefully placed the memorial tablet on the table, running to retrieve the fruits the servant had brought while she was bathing, arranging them before her, and lighting incense as an offering. Upon seeing the memorial tablet, Godan was momentarily speechless. He had never anticipated that the little girl's mother had already passed away. Of course, if she were alive, she would not allow Nan Yuanman to be with a dangerous purple zombie day after day. Unexplainably, he felt a heaviness in his chest. The man wore an expression of regret, desiring to comfort the little girl, but unsure how to do so, feeling for the first time an aversion to his own taciturnity. Yet, Yuanman seemed entirely unconcerned. Having been raised by her grandfather since birth, she had never experienced the love of a mother or father. In her mind, those two pivotal figures were merely faint symbols, devoid of concrete thoughts. Nevertheless, she understood that her mother must have loved her dearly. Otherwise, she would not have fought so hard to bring her into the world. After completing her offerings to Bai Wenin, Yuanman shared with Old Master Nin the peculiar experiences she had encountered recently. Once fatigue set in, she climbed on her bed to sleep. Dan remained silent throughout the night, sitting on the edge of the bed, quietly watching the little girl curled up in the blankets. The 5-year-old's face was still chubby, her small fist clenched beside her cheek, causing her cheeks to puff out, her mouth slightly ajar, sleeping soundly like a little goldfish. Dan could not resist reaching out, gently poking her cheek. After doing so, he looked up to meet the gazes of a purple zombie, a ghost, and a spirit at the bedside. Old Master Nan, staring. Zhuang, staring. Xiao Gao, studying. Despite the fact that, aside from Old Master Nan, the other two small creatures had no eyes. Dan inexplicably felt as though he were under the scrutiny of a 1,000-watt bulb. With a cold chuckle, he reached out to poke her again. Old Master Nan, hey. He stood silently, lunging towards Dan, but Xiao Chao and Zhuang quickly intervened, with Xiao Chao frantically pointing at the sleeping Yuanman. Satisfied, Dan slowly floated away from the little girl's bedside, gazing at the closed door, pondering for a few seconds before drifting out through it. It was now 11 p.m. Aside from Jiang Xin and Yuanman, the other members of the Jiang family had yet to retire. Jiang Lishuan was rummaging under the table, searching for the plate from the previous night, muttering, "Strange. I distinctly remember placing it on the table that night, and specifically told the servants not to enter my room to clean it. How could it have vanished?" Although he had backed up the contents from the plate to the cloud, the plate should not be carelessly taken away. If outsiders discovered its contents, the Jiang family's reputation would likely suffer due to Jiang Yueyao. Not to mention, Jiang Tianzong had warned him. He currently lacked the strength and courage to confront him. Dan glanced at Jiang Lishuan, whose head was buried under the table, before drifting off to other areas. A dreamless night passed. The following day, after a restless night of searching for the plate and turning his room upside down without success, Jiang Lishuan finally gave up. He knocked on the guest room door early. "Yuanman, wake up, wash up, and have breakfast. We still need to get ready for the styling." The little girl yawned, slowly sitting up from her blankets, calling out, "Got it." Dan remained silent, quietly watching the disheveled-haired Yuanman, who was clutching her blanket and lost in thought. Once her drowsiness faded, she softly asked, "Yuanman, can I accompany you today?" Yuanman paused for a moment, nodded. "Sure." Dan, being his soul, was not afraid of sunlight. Coincidentally, there might even be relatives of Dan among the guests attending the banquet today. When Yuanman picked up Xiao Chao, she exclaimed, her chubby little hand passing through her armpit, lifting her up. Noticing Xiao Chao's fully healed leg, her eyes sparkled. "Xiao Chao, your leg has been fixed by grandfather?" "Xiao Gao note that's wonderful." Yuanman pouted and gave Xiao Chao a big kiss before carefully tucking her in, followed by Wenin's memorial tablet. Once she had gathered the scattered items, she skillfully slung her small handbag over her shoulder and stepped out. "Let us go." Dan could not help but smile as he leisurely floated behind her. The venue for the family reunion banquet is situated in a city renowned for hosting events, specifically within a 5-star hotel under the auspices of the Dongshin Group. Jiang Tianzong has reserved the entire hotel, engaged individuals to arrange the setting, and coordinated the styling team. All that remains is for the Jiang family to arrive. Jiang Lishuan cast a fleeting glance at them, offering no greeting as he took Yuanman by the hand and exited first. Jiang Hongji, who was about to greet them, turned in disbelief to Jiang Yueyao, pointing at Jiang Lishuan's retreating figure, and inquired, "What does he mean? Is he still angry with me?" Jiang Yao's expression soured slightly as she forced a smile and replied, "I have no idea. I was the one who got hit. Forget it. Xin Yao, let us go. We shall ignore him." Jiang Hongji, equally incensed, firmly grasped Jiang Xin's hand and led Jiang Yueyao towards the hotel. Despite this, both parties soon converged at the hotel. Jiang Lishuan remained indifferent, preoccupied solely with Yuanman. Jiang Xin gazed longingly, casting a furtive glance at her mother's displeased countenance. She dared not call out to him or cling to him. The children's styling was simple, and after Yuanman and Jiang Xin completed their looks, they transitioned to the adults. Concerned that she might grow bored, Jiang Lishuan advised her, "You may play in a hotel today, but do not wander outside, understood?" Yuanman nodded. "Got it." Unable to stay still, she quietly sat on the sofa to play with her watch for a while before she could no longer resist the urge to step outside for some fresh air. As Yuanman dashed into the corridor, she suddenly caught a whiff of a faint, foul odor emanating with a sense of resentment. The once lethargic girl perked up, her brow furrowing as she sniffed the air, tried to locate the source of the resentment, and she scampered towards it. Just as she approached the corner of the corridor, Jiang Xin, unable to remain still, also emerged and carefully followed her. Chapter 79. What on earth? Yuanman followed the trail of lingering resentment, leading her from the 16th floor down to the banquet hall on the first floor. The hour was still early, and the banquet hall was in the midst of preparations, not yet open to the public, with personnel bustling about and the atmosphere quite noisy. Yuanman, with her chubby little hand, pushed against the door, cautiously peeking her round head inside as she meticulously observed the staff within. She could sense that the residual resentment was most potent in this location. Oddly enough, however, the workers inside appeared completely normal, devoid of any trace of phantoms or resentment. Yuanman furrowed her brow tightly. Could it be that she had arrived too late? Had the vengeful spirit escaped? Feeling uneasy and fearing for the safety of the staff, she tiptoed forward, crouching low as she stealthily slipped inside. Jiang Xin, who had been trailing her, happened to witness this secretive entrance, her eyes widening in surprise. She blinked and instinctively followed, activating the recording function on her watch, determined to capture Yuanman in the act of mischief to show her little uncle. She could not fathom that once her uncle saw this video of Yuanman being so naughty and disobedient, he would still hold her in affection. At that moment, Yuanman had reached the restroom outside the banquet hall. As she drew near the men's restroom, she was met with an overwhelming stench of decay, accompanied by the sounds of items crashing to the ground. Coincidentally, the banquet hall was conducting a sound check, the raucous music drowning out any noises emanating from the men's restroom. This cannot be good. There are people inside in danger. Yuanman gazed at the restroom door, from which ghostly energy began to seep out, her small face growing serious. With one hand, she drew her copper coin sword, and with the other, a talisman, and boldly charged inside. Jiang Hengji, in a state of panic, called after her, "Yuanman, you cannot go in there. That is the men's restroom. It is not a place for little girls." Yuanman paid him no heed. Upon entering, she beheld a young man sprawled about a meter from the door. A vengeful spirit, brimming with malevolent energy, loomed over him. The spirit bore the marks of a tragic demise, with extensive corrosion on its body, and its face was nearly devoid of flesh. The young man's eyeball dangled from its socket, suspended by a thin thread as it swayed with his movements. Upon seeing the spirit's bloodshot eyes, Yuanman's round face turned grave. This spirit had succumbed to resentment and lost its sanity. The young man was desperately struggling, his face etched with despair. Yet he dared not cry for help, fearing that if he opened his mouth, the eyeball might slip inside. When Yuanman burst in, the young man, believing he was being rescued, felt even more hopeless upon seeing her diminutive figure. He risked the chance of losing his eyeball and shouted, "Child, there's a ghost. Run." The loud music outside rendered Yuanman unable to discern the young man's words. She mistakenly thought he was merely calling for help and hurried to reassure him. "Big brother, do not be afraid. I will save you right away." With that declaration, she brandished her copper coin sword and charged forth. The young man thought to himself, "I meant for you to run, not to come and die." He closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. Perhaps it was better to perish. He hoped that when the ghost devoured him, this child would realize the danger and flee. Yuanman noticed his eyes shut and felt a pang of panic. This was bad. He had fainted. She needed to act swiftly. The vengeful spirit sensed the impending threat, let out a low growl, and leaped from the young man. Fueled by fury at being disturbed during its meal, its sharp black claws poised to strike at Yuanman. The irrational spirit was highly aggressive, but fortunately, Yuanman possessed ample talismans and, being small and agile, managed to evade its claws. Otherwise, a single scratch could prove fatal. As the ghostly figure floated in hastily, it beheld the little girl cornered against the sink, her previously styled hair now slightly disheveled, her bag, which had been slung over her waist, corroded by the malevolent energy, the strap breaking as she clutched it tightly. Yuanman, furious, stood atop the sink, her copper coin sword aimed at the vengeful spirit below. "I'm angry. You ruined the bag my grandfather made for me. You wicked creature." Having finished her outburst, Yuanman charged at the spirit once more, with the ghostly figure hastily floating over to assist her. Although he was a spirit and could not harness ghostly power like the vengeful spirit, his punches were not to be trifled with. The spirit beneath him howled in despair. "I was wrong. I was wrong. Stop hitting me, please." Yuanman squatted before him, tilting her head as she observed the spirit. Once she noticed the spirit's bruised visage, its eyes regaining their clarity, she instructed the ghostly figure, "All right, Gooden. He has regained his senses. Do not strike him anymore." Gooden took a deep breath, his expression darkening as he released the vengeful spirit. The spirit lay on the ground for a few seconds before sluggishly rising, gasping for air in fright as it retreated a few steps, stammering, "Who are you? Why did you suddenly attack me? I do not know you. This is too much." Before it could finish its sentence, the spirit burst into tears, sobbing pathetically. "I was just sleeping peacefully at home. Why did you hit me? It hurts." Yuanman stared in disbelief. Gooden was equally perplexed. The little girl, from shock to confusion, gazed at the nearly shattered spirit, flustered. "Oh dear, please do not cry. We did not mean to hurt you. It was you who attacked first, and I was only trying to save someone." "What do you mean I attacked someone? Do not wrongfully accuse me. I am a model citizen, so hungry that I would eat dirt before harming anyone." The spirit protested, its one uninjured eye transforming into the shape of a fried egg. "Besides, I am a human. How could I possibly eat people?" Yuanman was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at Gooden, who furrowed his brow, recognizing the anomaly in the spirit before them. He spoke solemnly. "You are already dead." The spirit retorted through tears. "You are the one who is dead. I'm living just fine. Why are you cursing me?" Exhibited a hint of irritation as he roughly lifted the vengeful spirit from the ground, positioning him before the restroom mirror. "Take a good look at yourself. In this state, can you still call yourself alive?" The spirit instinctively glanced into the mirror, only to let out a piercing scream upon seeing his own reflection. Lying on the ground, resigned to his fate. He soon discovered he was still alive and opened his eyes to sneak a glance at the young man. The high-pitched scream echoed throughout the restroom. The spirit rolled his eyes back and fainted from the shock of his own appearance. The young man, watching the figure that held the spirit, whose half-face was dominated by dark red threads and resembled a malevolent ghost, turned pale with fear, nearly losing control of his bladder. "Oh my, a new ghost has arrived. Is fate conspiring against me? Cursed! Why hasn't he fainted yet? Thick-headed fool. Just faint already." It was only then that Yuanman remembered there was still one on the floor and quickly asked, "Big brother, are you all right?" The young man shuddered in fright, his eyes rolling back as he finally fainted, a blissful smile creeping onto his lips. Finally, he wouldn't have to face the ghost anymore. Yuanman gasped and hurriedly dashed over to pinch his acupoint. "Big brother, pull yourself together." Just then, outside, Jiang's excited voice rang out. "Uncle, I just saw Yuanman run in here, and I heard screaming inside. She must be up to no good." In the next moment, the ajar restroom door was pushed open from the outside, and Jiang, with hair waxed and a solemn expression, dressed only in dress pants and a white shirt, strode in. Jiang followed closely behind, clutching his pant leg, peering into the restroom with a smug expression. Upon seeing the young man lying before Yuanman, she immediately shouted, "Uncle, look over there." Jiang's first instinct was to check on Yuanman, confirming she was safe, albeit slightly disheveled. He felt relieved. Before Yuanman could explain, Jiang's interjected. "Could it be that Sister Yuanman did something to this big brother? He looks unwell." And Yuanman frowned at Jiang's, then turned to Jiang. "You came just in time. He fainted from being scared by a ghost. Hurry and take him out to call for help." Jiang understood immediately why Yuanman had rushed into the men's restroom and said nothing further. dutifully lifting the young man from the floor and carrying him out. Jiang XNX had expected Jiang El Su-in to scold and Yuanman for her mischief, but to her surprise, he not only refrained from reprimanding her, but also assisted in rescuing the man. Reflecting on Jiang El Su-in's indifference towards her and her mother over the past few days, Jiang XNX felt a simmering discontent akin to boiling water. She reluctantly reminded him, "Uncle, Yuanman is harmful. I did not harm anyone." And Yuanman interrupted, emphasizing, "I am here to save him." Jiang El Su-in frowned, casting a cool glance at Jiang XNX, and said coldly, "XNX, this is no place for you. You are unwell, and there will be many people arriving shortly. You should go find your mother." Jiang XNX wanted to protest, but found herself at a loss for words, biting her lip and casting a reluctant glance at Yuanman. Fine. After Jiang El Su-in carried the young man out, and Yuanman opened the coffin lid, placing the similarly unconscious spirit inside before clutching her bag and picking up a strap that had fallen to the floor. Heading towards the restroom exit, Jiang XNX's actions in summoning Jiang El Su-in had attracted the attention of the staff in the banquet hall. And when Jiang El Su-in emerged carrying the young man from the restroom, a crowd of curious onlookers gasped in astonishment. "Isn't this LX? What happened to him?" "Never mind that. Call for help." And Yuanman sat before the vanity mirror, feeling particularly glum as she clutched her damaged small bag, while Dog Egg floated anxiously behind her, his mouth opening and closing. Jiang El Su-in noticed her distress, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke up. "What happened to your small bag? Shall I help you mend it?" "No need," Yuanman replied, her gaze fixed on the strap in her hand, gently pulling it to reveal shredded bits of cotton fabric. She sighed heavily. The strap was beyond repair, corrupted by ghostly energy. She would have to wait until nightfall for her grandfather to make a new one. Thankfully, the bag itself remained intact. Otherwise, she would have shed tears. Observing her forlorn expression, Jiang El Su-in pondered for a moment before walking over to the window and dialing a phone number. "Yuanman," he called. "Take a look at these bags. Do any of them catch your fancy?" And Yuanman turned to see an array of children's shoulder bags featuring cartoon frogs, sunflowers, bears, and more. Her eyes brightened as they landed on a sunflower bag. Jiang El Su-in, having been attentive to her expression, swiftly retrieved the sunflower bag. "Do you like this one? Until your bag is fixed, you can use this instead." And Yuanman nodded demurely. "All right, this bag is a gift from you." Jiang El Su-in felt a weight lift from his heart, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. "Yes, it's from me." The little girl eagerly accepted the new bag, transferring her belongings from the old one. While she was busy, Jiang El Su-in received a phone call and stepped out to handle some matters. Halfway through organizing her belongings, and Yuanman felt a pang in her stomach and instinctively tucked away her small red item into the new bag. Clutching her bottom, she hurriedly rushed to the restroom, exclaiming, "It's about to come out, it's about to come out." A knock sounded at the door, and after half a minute, it was cautiously pushed open from the outside. Jiang XNX's weak voice floated in, "Uncle, Dad is looking for you." Peeking in, Jiang XNX found the room empty, the stylist having already cleared out. She blinked her eyes and stepped inside, wondering where her uncle could be. As she moved forward, she spotted the old bag that Yuanman had left on the sofa. Standing at the door, she stared intently at the old bag, a strange compulsion leading her to approach it. She gently flipped it open. Dog Egg floated beside her, frowning and watching her actions with cold eyes, ready to intervene should Jiang XNX attempt to take anything. Inside the old bag were only some talismans that Yuanman had yet to transfer. Disgusted, Jiang XNX pushed the talismans aside and felt around inside, suddenly brushing against a hard, square object resembling a small card. "What are you doing?" And Yuanman's voice suddenly rang out behind her. Jiang XNX jumped, quickly retracting her hand and concealing the hard object in her palm. With a face full of impatience, she turned around, suppressing her racing heart, and complained, "Why did you suddenly speak up? Do you know that scaring someone can be fatal? Who told you to be so sneaky? You're not messing with my things, are you?" And Yuanman frowned, rushing forward to push Jiang XNX aside to check her old bag. With that, she dashed out. Dog Egg watched her retreating figure, saying, "She just rummaged through your bag and seems to have taken something." The peachwood sword, copper coin sword, and talismans were all still there. Oh, and N pulled out a small black object. Puzzled, what is this? The man glanced at it and replied, a pan. And N scratched her head. When did this appear in my bag? It wasn't there before. She pondered deeply, the only explanation being that it might belong to Jiang, inadvertently brought into her bag during her stay in his room. Dog Egg, feeling uneasy, advised N and not to wander off, following the scent of Jiang's instead. As he drew near, he heard Jiang's voice. XNX, where did you go just now? Jiang's, feeling somewhat guilty, hid the plate she had taken from N in her palm and replied, Mom, Uncle is looking for Uncle. I just want to call him. Furrowed her brows slightly, letting out a soft sound as she glanced around, ensuring no one was nearby. Once she confirmed their solitude, she crouched down in front of her daughter and spoke earnestly. Xing, do you remember what your mother asked you to do for her today? Jiang Xing nodded affirmatively. Jiang Yueyao retrieved a black disc from her bag and handed it to her. When the family recognition banquet begins, I need you to sneak into the backstage and give this to the uncle who is responsible for playing the video. Can you do that? Being still a child, even if her parents discovered her actions, they would likely overlook it gently. After all, adults are always forgiving towards their young, especially since Jiang Xing was frail. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Xing slowly nodded. Okay, good girl. Jiang Yueyao kissed her forehead and entrusted the disc to her. I believe you will take good care of it, won't you? Jiang Xing, still somewhat bewildered, nodded again. Standing in the corridor, she fell silent for a moment, extending her other hand, which was tightly clenched into a fist. It was then she realized that she had also brought out a black disc from her old bag. Just then, she felt a gentle push from behind. The two discs slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground with a thud. Jiang Xing hurriedly picked them up, but both discs were identical in color and model, making it impossible to distinguish between them. Feeling a sense of panic, she tried to differentiate them for a while, but was unsuccessful. Fearing Jiang Yueyao would be disappointed, she decided to choose one blindly. After all, it was a disc she had taken from Yuanman, and if it turned out not to be the one her mother gave her, she could always shift the blame onto her. In Chapter 81, Dogdan was unaware of the contents of the disc Jiang Yueyao had given Jiang Xing, but his instincts told him that whatever was inside posed a threat to Yuanman. The little girl in the suite continued to fuss over the talismans that Jiang Xing had scattered, her small lips pressed together in a serious expression. Dogdan did not disturb her, instead floating over to the sofa, lost in thought as he watched her. As dusk fell and the last rays of sunlight disappeared beyond the horizon, the night deepened, and guests began to arrive for the banquet, filling the hotel with lively chatter. As a main guest of the recognition banquet, Yuanman did not need to descend too early, waiting in her room for Jiang Lishuan to come and escort her. It was at this moment that Jiang Lishuan noticed the content of the invitation. Unable to contain himself, he stormed over to Jiang Tianzong, clutching the invitation tightly. Dad, what does this mean? He slammed the invitation onto the table, his expression darkening. Why is Yuanman registered under elder brother's name? You know full well that Yuanman is Yin's daughter. Are you trying to erase Yin's existence entirely? Jiang Lishuan shouted, Dad. Yin is your biological daughter too. In the room, Gu Peiyao, who had been assisting Jiang Tianzong with his tie, chided, Xian, how can you speak to your father like that? And what do you mean by registering Yuanman under elder brother's name? Jiang Lishuan, breathing heavily, handed the invitation to her. You take a look. Gu Peiyao instinctively glanced at the composed Jiang Tianzong before hesitantly accepting the invitation. Upon reading its contents, she was taken aback. Darling, what is going on? Isn't this a good thing? Jiang Tianzong calmly countered. Weren't you always disdainful of Baiwanin? Moreover, her character is vicious, and she bore a child out of wedlock, which is a disgrace to the Jiang family. If we register Yuanman under her name, how will we explain her origins to the guests? Gu Peiyao pressed her lips together, falling silent. She had indeed harbored resentment towards Baiwanin, yet regardless of her shortcomings, she was still her daughter, a piece of flesh from her body. Now, witnessing her daughter being registered under her son's name, it felt as though Jiang Tianzong intended to completely erase Baiwan Yin's existence, leaving her deeply unsettled. She hesitated to speak, but, fine, it's settled then. Yuanman will be registered under your elder brother's name. He will not mistreat her. Before Gu Peiyao, could finish her sentence. Jiang Tianzong gently interrupted. Let us discuss this after the recognition banquet. Jiang Lishuan, aware that the guests present were prominent figures, including potential relatives from the capital S Feng family, focused on his father with a gentle demeanor, his eyes cold. Behave today and don't cause trouble, or I cannot guarantee the future of your little studio. Jiang Lishuan stiffened, clenching his teeth in silence. Jiang Tianzong ignored him further, straightening his attire before stepping out. Once he was gone, Jiang Lishuan could no longer contain his frustration. Mom, are you just going to let Dad act recklessly? Ye peo sayid havid. Trying to soothe him. Ah Xian, your father has a point. It's difficult for us to explain Yuanman's origins. Jiang Lishuan, agitated. Are you just going to watch him bully my sister? Mom, isn't by when your biological daughter? Of course she is. I wish I could help her. But look at her. Does she act like a daughter? Gu Peiyao's voice grew intense, filled with deep resentment. How will he face Nan Yuanman? After a moment of silence, Gu Peiyao stammered. I was just speaking out of anger. Besides, I am her mother. Is it wrong for me to say a few words to her? If she had apologized to Yao Yao back then, I wouldn't have driven her away. Without the filter of Jiang Yueyao, Jiang Lishuan began to realize just how despicable they had been towards Bai Wen all those years ago. He fell silent, gazing deeply at Gu Peiyao, who bore a hint of resentment. Mom, if you don't help Ayin, you will regret it. With that, he turned and left, not wishing to remain in the same room with Gu Peiyao any longer. Gu Peiyao clenched her fists tightly. Her lips pressed together as she muttered, I will not regret it. I will not. Aside from Jiang Lishuan, the other members of the Jiang family had no objections to the contents of the invitation, as they understood it was merely a title. Jiang Zhansheng, being Nan Yuanman's father, had already dressed and was seated in his wheelchair, welcoming the arriving guests, with Jiang Hongji and Jiang Yunjing standing behind him. Jiang Yunjing wore a faint smile, nodding slightly to the guests as he remarked, there are quite a few familiar faces. It seems father has invited most of the prominent figures in the city. Jiang Hongji scoffed. What else would you expect, considering she is the daughter of the president of Dongxing Group? The stature must not be lacking. Jiang Yunjing chuckled lightly. Glancing at his brother seated in the wheelchair, it appears father is quite eager for elder brother to get married. When will you bring your daughter to meet me? I didn't get to see her last night. Jiang Zhansheng shot him a glance, his tone icy. You will see her shortly. As the three brothers engaged in quiet conversation, a tall figure gradually approached Jiang Zhansheng. Sensing someone's presence, he looked up to see Feng Yuli, a strikingly handsome young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, followed by Meng Qinian and Feng Langqing, who donned sunglasses. Jiang Zhansheng momentarily froze. Young Master Feng, what brings you here? Feng Langqing lowered his sunglasses slightly with his middle finger, revealing his stunning eyes, and scrutinized the man in the wheelchair. So, you are Jiang Zhansheng? In Chapter 82, the facade of Jiang Yuyao's hypocrisy is unveiled. Upon witnessing Feng Langqing's disrespectful gesture, Jiang Zhansheng's smile stiffened, and a flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes as he asked softly, And you are? Feng Langqing raised an eyebrow, removing his sunglasses with a grin. I am Feng Langqing. I have long admired the name of the president of Dongxing Group, and came to see who has the audacity to claim such a title. It seems that this person is not as impressive as he thought. Tall and thin, resembling a dried chicken, with a broken leg, he pales in comparison to their father. As Jiang Yunqing caught sight of Meng Qinian standing behind Feng Yuli, her brows subtly arched, as if a realization dawned upon her. With an air of mischief, she inquired, Oh, now that you see him, what do you think of my elder brother? Feng Langqing shook his head dismissively, not much. The smile on Jiang Zhansheng's face faltered completely, prompting him to divert the conversation. You three have come to attend my Jiang family's recognition banquet, correct? Please come inside. Fourth brother, Jiang Zhansheng continued. Ensure that you attend to these two young masters from the Feng family properly, and do not neglect them. Jiang Yunqing smiled. Yes, elder brother. Please follow me. Feng Langqing cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Zhansheng, snorting softly, and leisurely followed behind Jiang Yunqing along with Feng Yuli. Meng Qinian clutched a bag containing paternity test documents, observing Jiang Yunqing ahead of him. The more he looked, the more familiar Jiang Yunqing appeared. Suddenly, a memory flashed through his mind of colliding with a doctor in a white coat in the hospital corridor, his eyes widening in realization. Wasn't that the doctor he encountered while delivering the paternity test? Could he also be a member of the Jiang family? Wait, Did any documents fall from the file bag at that time? Did he see the contents? The more Meng Qinian pondered, the more anxious he became. Clutching the bag tightly and instinctively distancing himself from Jiang Yanqing, planning to later inform his two older cousins about this matter. By the way, where was the little protagonist of the recognition banquet? Why hadn't he seen her? Upon entering the banquet hall, Feng Yuli glanced around, not spotting the diminutive figure of Nan Yuanman, and inquired softly. Feng Yuli nodded slightly. Thank you. At that moment, Nan Yuanman was descending the stairs with Jiang Lishuan, her curiosity akin to that of Lu Laolao, entering the Grandview Garden, peering left and right. Due to the theme being a recognition banquet, with the main focus on children, the entire hotel corridor was adorned with balloons, creating an atmosphere filled with childlike whimsy. The little girl, having never encountered such a scene, was mesmerized, failing to hear anything Jiang Lishuan said. Jiang Lishuan held her hand, chattering away, and when he glanced down, he found Nan Yuanman fixated on a nearby cartoon balloon, instantly amused as he gently pinched her chubby cheeks. Did you hear what I just said? Nan Yuanman looked innocently bewildered. Huh? Did you just speak? Jiang Lishuan sighed, repeating himself. After we complete the proceedings, your grandfather will have you entertain the little friends attending the banquet. Those children are not as clever as you, so you must not scold them, nor resort to violence. And certainly not use a coffin to strike anyone or stick talismans on them. Do you understand? Initially calm, Nan Yuanman felt a twinge of nervousness at Jiang Lishuan's words. She patted her chest confidently, declaring, Don't worry, I've got this. He took a deep breath, glancing at the short figure beside him, hesitating to inform her about the invitation, yet finding the words stuck in his throat. After all, the matter was too disgraceful and lacking in dignity. If the little girl were to find out, she would undoubtedly refuse to participate in this recognition banquet. He was determined to protect her. Downstairs, the guests in the banquet hall had nearly gathered, engaging in hushed conversations. Didn't they say Jiang Xinqing was against marriage? How could a child suddenly appear? Being against marriage doesn't mean he is against reproduction. How many men in this circle have caused a stir? Hey, look over there. Those two look familiar. They seem to be from the Feng family in Beijing. The guests turned their attention to Feng Yuli and Feng Langqing, seated on a sofa in the corner, their faces displaying astonishment. They really are from the Feng family. When did the Jiang family connect with the Feng family in Beijing? I heard the Jiang family recently struck a small deal with the Feng family. But would the Feng family really make an appearance at such a trivial recognition banquet? It seemed the Jiang family was on the verge of ascending to new heights. While marveling, some bolder guests approached Feng Yuli and Feng Langqing to establish rapport. Jiang Tianzong also received news of the two young masters from the Feng family attending the recognition banquet, displaying a hint of joy as he mused. The master was indeed correct. Yuanman is a blessing for the Jiang family. He had simply whimsically organized a small recognition banquet, yet those he could not previously approach had come willingly. How could this not bring him joy? Jiang Tianzong instructed his assistant. Make sure to properly host the two guests from the Feng family, and do not overlook the Meng family member. We must not neglect them. The assistant replied, Understood, Chairman. He adjusted his attire, called for Gu Peiyao, and descended the stairs to commence the recognition banquet proceedings. In the banquet hall, Jiang Yueyao was reveling in the adoration and compliments from her friends. Yao Yao, your Jiang family is truly set to soar. Guess who I just saw? The two young masters from the Feng family. An excited woman clad in a red dress exclaimed, The Feng family from Beijing. I never expected they would come to honor your family by attending this recognition banquet. Jiang Yueyao's smile faltered slightly, incredulity overtaking her as she replied, The young masters from the Feng family? Danxiu, are you sure you're not mistaken? Dong Danxiu, feeling slighted by the doubt, pointed discreetly towards the corner. Look, they're right over there. How could I be wrong? Jiang Yueyao followed her gaze and indeed spotted three distinguished young men in the corner. Her heart sank. The arrival of the two young masters from the Feng family disrupted her plans. If she were to reveal the contents of the platter during the recognition banquet, it would tarnish Baiwanin's reputation, which was minor compared to the loss of face for the Jiang family. However, if she refrained, she would miss the opportunity to completely undermine Nan Yuanman's standing within the Jiang family. Moreover, if those two young masters from the Feng family witnessed Baiwanin's chaotic private life and bore witness to the birth of Nan Yuanman's illegitimate child, it would render any chance of them being close to Nan Yuanman impossible. At that point, Xin might be able to use this to get closer to the two young masters from the Feng family. She had heard that the Feng family had 3 younger young masters. Xin was charming and adorable, sure to win their favor. She could leverage Xin's charm to gain greater influence within the Jiang family. The more Jiang Yueyao considered it, the more she felt that the young masters from the Feng family witnessing the contents of the platter might not be a bad thing after all. Thus, she did not intervene with Jiang Xin. As Feng Langqing managed to handle the guests approaching him, the lights in the banquet hall dimmed. Several beams of light illuminated the lavishly constructed stage as Jiang Tianzong and Gu Peiyao ascended together, delivering heartfelt speeches. Jiang Lixuan brought Nan Yuanman to Jiang Jinqing's side, frowning as he placed her hand into his, instructing, "Hold her tightly. The lights are dim. Don't let her fall." Suddenly making eye contact with Jiang Jinqing, Nan Yuanman quickly glanced at his leg encased in a cast, pulling her hand away in disdain. "I can walk by myself. My grandfather said that fools are contagious, and I shouldn't hold hands with a fool." Jiang Jinqing, amused yet exasperated, retorted coldly, "I don't wish to hold your hand either. I find it filthy." Nan Yuanman, indignant, extended her small hand. "Where is it filthy? My hands are clean. Yours are the dirty ones, both filthy and smelly." "Humph." Jiang Lixuan, noticing the commotion, approached and chuckled at the sight of the little girl's angry demeanor. "Oh dear, big brother, what did you do to provoke her?" Jiang Jinqing pursed his lips, choosing silence. Just then, Jiang Tianzong called out for him and Nan Yuanman. He was compelled to force a smile, allowing Jiang Hongji to push the wheelchair while Jiang Lixuan held Nan Yuanman's hand as they made their way to the stage. Feng Yuli and the others remained fixated on the stage. When they finally beheld the adorable little girl in a cream-colored princess dress, her hair styled into cat ears, Meng Qinian couldn't help but clutch his chest, exclaiming, "Wow, so cute." The 5-year-old child had chubby cheeks, and when Nan Yuanman was dressed up, she resembled a little sprite, evoking an irresistible urge in people to embrace her and playfully pinch her cheeks. Feng Langqing's eyes brightened. "Is this really my little sister? Eldest brother, let us not wait any longer. Let us go." Feng Yuli nodded slightly and was about to rise to the stage to halt the absurd recognition banquet organized by the Jiang family when Jiang Tianzong spoke up. "It hasn't been easy for Yuanman to grow up like this. I have kept all her photos from childhood." As he spoke, he gestured for the people behind the stage to start displaying Nan Yuanman's pictures. Jiang Yueyao stood in the audience, gazing at the screen on stage, a smug smile curling her lips. However, the next moment, the screen flickered with static, and a voice familiar to the Jiang family echoed, "I know you have been displeased with Jiang Lixuan for a long time. I'll give you 100,000. Help me stage a performance." When the audio first played, the Jiang family and all the guests present were momentarily taken aback. It wasn't until the audio continued. "After school, I will help you lure Jiang Lixuan to a suitable location for action, ensuring you can strike without worry. But I have one condition. If a girl named by Wenin comes to rescue him, you must incapacitate her as well." On stage, Jiang Tianzong and Gu Peiyao instantly grasped the implications, their expressions freezing. Gu Peiyao looked at Jiang Yueyao in shock, her face paling. What does this audio mean? Was it Yueyao who arranged for Xiao Wu's tendons to be severed back then? Jiang Yueyao's confident smile faltered, her mind buzzing as her face turned ashen. The wine glass in her hand trembled and shattered on the floor with a loud crash. Jiang Hongji was equally bewildered. Jiang Lixuan was dumbfounded. Was this the audio he had previously received? Why was it suddenly being played now? Listening intently, Nan Yuanman's cherubic face gradually assumed a serious demeanor. Jiang Jinqing quickly reacted, yelling at his assistant, "Hurry, turn off the audio playing backstage." The assistant rushed backstage in a panic, but it was too late. The content of the audio had already finished playing. All the guests turned their gazes toward Jiang Yueyao and Jiang Lixuan, their eyes filled with mockery, disdain, and scorn. The younger crowd whispered curiously, "Who is Bai Wenin?" It's surprising that Jiang Yueyao, who seemed so innocent, turned out to be a scheming white lotus. To frame Bai Wenin, she was ruthless enough to sever her own brother's tendons. One wonders how Jiang Lixuan feels about this now. The wealthy ladies scoffed softly, whispering, "I had heard about Jiang Lixuan's troubles, but I didn't expect it was Jiang Yueyao's doing." The Jiang family has indeed raised a white-eyed wolf. It's worth noting that Jiang Yueyao is not Jiang's biological daughter. another girl named by Juaninas. The whispers and the pointed gazes from the guests felt like arrows piercing Jiang Yueyao's very being, leaving her feeling utterly exposed and vulnerable. As if stripped bare and judged by all, trembling, she stammered in defense. No, it wasn't me, I didn't do it. She shivered, her heart pounding in terror. Wasn't she the one who had arranged for Xin to release the fabricated chaos surrounding by Juanina's private life? Why was this audio being played instead? Suddenly, Jiang Yueyao realized something, her gaze shifting to Jiang Lishuan, a flicker of hatred flashing in her eyes. It was him, Jiang Lishuan. Only he possessed evidence of her past mistakes. He must have orchestrated everything before Xin had a chance. He aims to destroy her. Jiang Lishuan noticed Jiang Yueyao's gaze, meeting it head-on without flinching. Although he was unaware of how the audio was released, he felt no concern for Jiang Yueyao. Instead, a sense of satisfaction filled him at the prospect of revenge. This was necessary. Everyone should see her true colors. The murmurs in the banquet hall and the guests' peculiar glances nearly shattered Jiang Tianzong's usual calm demeanor. He struggled to maintain his composure and spoke. I apologize. That was an accident. The content of the audio pertains to our Jiang family's private matters. After the recognition banquet concludes, I will verify its authenticity, and I ask all guests to refrain from further discussion. Gu Peiyao attempted to smile and speak, but a lump lodged in her throat prevented her from uttering a word. She could only nod and smile in agreement. Jiang Lishuan's eyes darkened, his hands clenched into fists by his side. As Jiang Tianzong sought to redirect the focus back to the recognition banquet, he had not anticipated that the usually silent Yuanman would suddenly interject. Wait. Feng Yuli, wait. The two voices rang out simultaneously, causing Yuanman to pause slightly. She looked over the crowd towards Feng Yuli, her eyes lighting up upon seeing him. Brother Feng. Brother Feng has come too. Feng Yuli offered a reassuring smile to the young girl, but turned to Jiang Tianzong with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. This matter cannot simply be dismissed as a private affair of the Jiang family. It constitutes deliberate harm against others and must be reported to the authorities. Otherwise, it would be unfair to young Master Jiang Wu and Miss Bai Wenin mentioned in the audio. Moreover, Miss Bai Wenin is Yuanman's biological mother, and today is Yuanman's recognition banquet. Mr. Jiang, it would not be appropriate to brush this aside lightly. Jiang Tianzong had anticipated Jiang Lishuan's every move, continuously pressuring him to refrain from causing a commotion at the recognition banquet, but he never expected the Feng family from the capital to intervene so suddenly, catching him completely off guard. The guests were equally unprepared for Feng Yuli's explosive revelation, and while they wondered how he knew that Yuanman was Bai Wenin's daughter, they were secretly thrilled by the unfolding drama. Dong Danqiu exclaimed, What? Isn't Yuanman Jiang Zhenxing's daughter? How could she be Bai Wenin's child? Could it be that Jiang Zhenxing and Bai Wenin? Jiang Zhenxing's expression froze, his hand gripping the armrest of his wheelchair tightly, forcing a smile at Feng Yuli. Young Master Feng, are you mistaken? Yuanman is my daughter, Yuanman. The little girl, oblivious to the implications, bluntly rebutted, I'm not your daughter. Don't go around claiming children. Furrowing her brow tightly, she took a step back from Jiang Zhenxing's outstretched hand. I've told you not to claim children. I have a mother, and my mother is Bai Wenin. She's your biological sister. Are you trying to take your sister's child? Jiang Tianzong stepped forward, reaching out to restrain Yuanman, his eyes warning her. You child. How can you be so? His hand had yet to reach her shoulder when it was seized by a larger hand from the side. Feng Langqing's voice, laced with sarcasm, rang out. I must say, the Jiang family is quite amusing. They neglect the daughter who harms their son. And now the eldest brother wants to usurp his sister's biological child. Feng Langqing looked down upon Jiang Tianzong, his gaze icy. Do you think the child is small and easy to bully? Or do you believe you can hold the child's mother captive, or even kill her? Allowing you to host such a banquet and deceive everyone? The sudden appearance of this unfamiliar older brother left Yuanman momentarily stunned as she gazed up at him. Feng Langqing smiled at Yuanman. Don't be afraid, little one. Big brother will stand up for you. Yuanman, confused but grateful, replied, Thank you. Her adorable demeanor struck Feng Langqing like a bolt of lightning, amplifying his smile. Jiang Tianzong's expression darkened completely, his anger boiling over. How could our Jiang family engage in such despicable acts? Second young Master Feng, please refrain from making baseless accusations. Moreover, this matter pertains solely to the Jiang family, and how it is resolved is at our discretion. You possess no authority to interfere. Oh look, is it a sign of guilt? You cannot even disclose the identity of the child's mother. Feng Langqing scoffed lightly, his expression laced with derision. You claim that Nan Yuanman is the child of Jiang Zhanqing. Why not present the paternity test? Jiang Tianzong's countenance darkened. How could he possibly produce such evidence? Furthermore, presenting a paternity test would only expose the truth. Nan Yuanman, bewildered, listened intently. Upon hearing the phrase paternity test, her eyes brightened with understanding. She raised her hand and declared, I have it. I possess proof that I was born of my mother. With that, the little girl triumphantly retrieved a plaque from her small satchel, holding it aloft like a torch of the goddess of light for all to see. Look, this is my mother's plaque. The adults present instinctively turned their gazes toward her hand. When Jiang Lishuan realized what she was holding, his mind went blank in an instant. Gu Peiyao's pupils widened in shock. Her legs weakened, nearly causing her to collapse. Jiang Hengji was equally stunned. That was the plaque of Bai Wenyin. Has she truly passed away? Feng Langqing observed the little girl's earnest attempt to prove herself, feeling both amused and pained. How could a young girl carry a plaque with her? He handed the documents to Jiang Tianzong, who was reeling from the impact of Feng Langqing's words. Mr. Jiang, please review this before determining whether we have the right to intervene in Yuanman's affairs. Jiang Tianzong hesitated momentarily, accepting the dossier and extracting the documents within. As he comprehended the information, his pupils constricted in disbelief as he gazed at the bewildered Nan Yuanman. How could this be possible? How could Nan Yuanman be the child of the Feng family's patriarch? Feng Yuli's gaze turned icy. Do we now have a right to intervene? Jiang Tianzong clutched the thin sheet of paper, his heart heavy. He forced a smile, his tone finally softening. This situation is exceedingly sudden, my friends. Shall we discuss it elsewhere? I refuse. Feng Langqing retorted with a cold laugh, unimpressed by Jiang Tianzong's approach. However, he did not wish for Yuanman to be the subject of gossip. He turned to Jiang Yueyao, who stood frozen amongst the crowd, her complexion pale, and raised an eyebrow. We can temporarily set aside the matter concerning Yuanman, but you, Jiang family, must provide us with a solution. Based on the information from the audio, Yuanman's mother has suffered greatly at her hands, and she is implicated in a murder-for-hire case. Feng Langqing raised an eyebrow. Mr. Jiang, surely your family would not harbor a criminal? Jiang Yuyao's heart raced with panic and shame, her body trembling slightly as she retorted, Feng Shao, how can you condemn me based solely on an audio recording? Perhaps that audio was synthesized by someone to frame me, deliberately sowing discord among the Jiang siblings. Do not worry, Miss Jiang. I have sent someone to retrieve the recording from the back end. Whether it is synthesized can be easily verified, Feng Yuli assured gently. Adjusting his glasses, Jiang Yao's heart sank as she cast a desperate glance towards Jiang Tianzong and the other members of the Jiang family. Jiang Zhanqing instinctively wanted to defend Jiang Yueyao, but was halted by Jiang Yunjing. He glared at Jiang Yunjing in frustration, who merely shook her head. This matter involves the Feng family, which is beyond their capacity to intervene. Jiang Yueyao's face turned ashen. She understood that Jiang Tianzong was prepared to abandon her. Panic-stricken, she implored, Father, you cannot do this. Have you forgotten me? Just as she was about to utter that phrase, Jiang Tianzong swiftly gestured to the bodyguards. Take the young lady away to calm down. The bodyguards promptly covered Jiang Yueyao's mouth and escorted her away. Feng Langqing raised an eyebrow, sensing that the Jiang family harbored additional secrets. With these events unfolding, the recognition banquet could not proceed. Meng Qinian stealthily approached Nan Yuanman, attempting to displace Feng Langqing, but received an elbow to the ribs in return. Feng Langqing assertively grasped Nan Yuanman's hand, smirking as he said, Stay away from my sister. He instinctively glanced at Nan Yuanman, noting her confused expression, and changed his tone. Yuanman, keep your distance. Ouch, how petty. Meng Qinian rubbed his chest and winked at Nan Yuanman, whispering, Yuanman, do not be afraid. We will protect you and ensure you are not bullied. Nan Yuanman nodded obediently. Her lips pressed together as she observed Feng Yuli walking ahead, then glanced at the dossier held by Jiang Tianzong. Being young, she did not recognize all the characters, but she gradually began to understand. gleaning something from the conversation between Jiang Tianzong and Feng Yuli. Yet, unsure of how to respond, she opted for silence. Feng Yuli turned to Jiang Tianzong, stating plainly, "Mr. Jiang, our primary purpose in coming here is for Yuanman." Chapter 85. A successful child snatching the recognition banquet hosted by the Jiang family for Nan Yuanman evoked a strange sense of dissonance in Feng Yuli. Yet, his intuition insisted that Yuanman could not remain within the Jiang family any longer. Meng Qinian sheltered Nan Yuanman behind him, triumphantly addressing Jiang Lishuan. It turns out that Yuanman is indeed of the Feng family. Jiang Lishuan was taken aback. "What?" Meng Qinian pointed at Jiang Tianzong. "The evidence is in your father's hands. If you do not believe it, go and see for yourself." Jiang Lishuan strode forward, snatching the document from the grim-faced Jiang Tianzong. He scanned it eagerly, and upon seeing the paternity relationship registered at 9999, he was struck as if by lightning, left utterly stunned. Jiang Hengji also rushed forward for a glance, staring incredulously at Nan Yuanman. Her biological father is actually the patriarch of the Feng family? How did Bai Wenyin manage to entangle herself with him? Jiang Zhanqing's expression darkened as he approached in his wheelchair to view the document, equally incredulous. He could not help but inquire, could this report be erroneous? Someone like Bai Wenyin could never qualify to bear a child for the patriarch of the Feng family. How could such an ill-mannered child like Nan Yuanman possibly be the offspring of the Feng family? No, if you doubt this, we can conduct another test. We will fully cooperate, Feng Yuli replied with a smile, showing no signs of alarm. Jiang Zhanqing pursed his lips, rendered speechless. He understood that Feng Yuli's words confirmed the authenticity of the paternity test. Overwhelmed by shock, he also felt a surge of regret and realization. Had he known, he should have cultivated a better relationship with her. Even if Yuanman's biological father is a member of the Feng family, he has never had a marital bond with my daughter. Yuanman is the child whom my beloved Yin endured great suffering to bring into the world. As her father, I bear the responsibility of raising her. Moreover, Jiang Tianzong turned to Nan Yuanman and stated, "I believe Yuanman would prefer to remain in the place where her mother once lived." Yuanman, do you not agree? Before Nan Yuanman could respond, Feng Langqing interjected with a cold laugh, his eyes filled with mockery. Now Mr. Jiang is willing to acknowledge he has a daughter. How shameless one becomes with age. Jiang Tianzong's expression stiffened, and he struggled to suppress his displeasure, offering a resigned smile. No matter how much I wish to erase her existence, Yuanman is indeed her child. That is an undeniable fact. She is my granddaughter, and that is a fact. Therefore, the Feng family cannot easily take away Yuanman. Suddenly, Jiang Yinjing, who had been quietly observing, spoke up. After all this discussion, have you considered asking Yuanman for her opinion? As soon as he finished speaking, all the adults in the room turned their gaze toward the little girl who had remained silent since entering. Feng Yuli's eyes narrowed slightly, concealing the sharpness within, and he gently inquired, "Yuanman, what is your opinion?" Feng Langqing felt a lump in her throat, anxiously glancing at Nan Yuanman. Wishing to directly express her consent, but fearing it would leave a negative impression on her, Jiang Lishuan appeared tense. His lips parted as if to speak, but ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. Nan Yuanman clutched her small handbag, surveying the room, her delicate and adorable face filled with confusion. Jiang Tianzong suddenly interrupted her softly. "Yuanman, what you just presented was your mother's memorial tablet, correct? As long as you remain in the Jiang family, I shall place your mother's tablet in the Jiang ancestral hall, allowing her to acknowledge her roots." Instantly, Feng Yuli and Feng Langqing's expressions turned cold, while Meng Qinian exclaimed, "What a despicable act! Is this not a veiled threat to Nan Yuanman? If she were to leave the Feng family, would her mother be condemned to never acknowledge her ancestry? What a vile old man!" Hearing this, the young girl displayed a hint of hesitation. Feng Langqing, fearing that Nan Yuanman might genuinely agree to stay in the Jiang family, blurted out, "Yuanman, we should not enter the Jiang family. We should go to the Feng family. Their ancestral hall is far larger. I will even go daily to offer incense for our mother." Nan Yuanman's eyes brightened slightly, and she cautiously asked Feng Langqing, "Is that possible?" "Of course it is. Look, your mother gave birth to you with my father, so she is my mother as well. You and I share a blood relation. Therefore, according to the adult's marital connections, since our mother has passed, she should be laid to rest in our father's ancestral grave, right?" She instinctively pondered Feng Longqing's words, realizing that her mother indeed should be placed in her father's ancestral hall. Deep down, she harbored a small hope of meeting her biological father, yet more so. This recognition banquet revealed the Jiang family's shamelessness. As a child, she felt powerless against the shamelessness of adults, thus weighing the pros and cons. It seemed safer to leave the Jiang family. Jiang Tianzong's expression darkened significantly. He had never anticipated that the Feng family would be so audacious as to allow Bai Wenyin to be received by their ancestral grave for the sake of a girl. Moreover, did Jiang Lishuan not have legs? If he wished to see Yuanman, could he not come to meet her himself? With that, he offered no opportunity for the Jiang family to respond and took Nan Yuanman by the hand, leading her outside. As Nan Yuanman moved, the dazed Gu Peiyao suddenly stood and stumbled toward her, grabbing her skirt. Wait. Her face was pale, her eyes red-rimmed, her voice trembling. Let me see the memorial tablet you just presented. Chapter 86. It is not me. It is Nan Yuanman who caused this. Nan Yuanman covered her handbag with her hand, cautiously retreating a step. What are you doing? I do not wish to do anything. I merely wish to see. Gu Peiyao stubbornly clutched Nan Yuanman's skirt, repeating, let me see if you are intentionally showing me a fake. 5 years ago, when Bai Wenyin left, she was as robust as an ox, and even beat me. How could she have died 5 years later? Tears welled in Gu Peiyao's eyes, and her lips twisted into a pale smile. Tell grandmother that the memorial tablet is fake, right? Even now, Gu Peiyao still believed that Nan Yuanman was merely mischievous, using a fake to frighten her. She yearned to see it again, to confirm once more how a healthy person could suddenly die after 5 years. Gu Peiyao appeared to be in a poor state, as if heavily impacted, her expression somewhat dazed and slightly pitiable. Nan Yuanman pursed her lips, gazing at Gu Peiyao for a few seconds before cautiously retrieving Bai Wenin's memorial tablet from her handbag, firmly refuting, I did not intentionally use a fake to deceive you. This is my mother's memorial tablet, crafted by my grandfather himself. The tablet was made of pine wood and emitted a faint pine scent when presented, inscribed with the characters carrying Mother Bai Wenin. Perhaps grandfather did not wish for Nan Yuanman to forget what her mother looked like, as in the center of the tablet. He affixed a blue background identification photo of Bai Wenin. In the photo, the woman sported a side ponytail, smiling gently at the camera. Upon seeing the blue background identification photo, Gu Peiyao felt as though struck by lightning, her head buzzing, standing there in a daze. It must be fake, it must be fake. I do not believe it. I do not believe it. Gu Peiyao laughed, yet tears fell uncontrollably, muttering to herself, I do not believe it. Suddenly, she reached out, snatching the memorial tablet from Nan Yuanman's hands, forcefully throwing it to the ground. Nan Yuanman. Instinctively, she lunged toward the place where the tablet fell, attempting to shield it with her body, but Feng Yuli was swifter, diving to catch the tablet, rolling on the ground to dissipate the impact. Big brother. Nan Yuanman hurriedly ran over. Are you all right? Feng Yuli sat on the ground, offering Nan Yuanman a reassuring smile. I am fine. He carefully handed the tablet back to her. Do not worry. It is intact, not damaged. Thankfully, his experiences abroad often found him navigating battlefields, allowing for such quick reflexes. Jiang Lishuan, startled, saw the tablet was unharmed and could no longer contain his anger, shouting furiously at Gu Peiyao. Mother, are you out of your mind? This is Ain's memorial tablet. Why would you throw Ain's memorial tablet? Gu Peiyao, agitated, retorted, It is not. Bai Wenin is not dead. She is still alive. Still alive. It is merely a memorial tablet. It does not prove she is dead. Why keep such an ominous thing? Gu Peiyao trembled all over, glaring fiercely at Nan Yuanman. You are the child born after her 10 months of pregnancy. How can you curse her like this? Feng Longqing's face darkened, suppressing the urge to strike, cursing under his breath. Crazy woman. Understand this. It has nothing to do with Yuanman. She passed away long ago. She was gone when she gave birth to Yuanman. The Feng family's information network is far more extensive than the Jiang family's. When Feng Yuli discovered that Nan Yuanman was highly likely the biological daughter of Feng Songqian, he had thoroughly investigated everything since her birth. He knew that Bai Wenin was genuinely deceased. When she was alive, you showed no concern for her. Now that she has passed, whom are you putting on this act of disbelief for? Feng Longqing taunted. Gu Peiyao trembled, unable to articulate a single word, her eyes reddening as tears fell uncontrollably. her heart feeling as though it had been pierced with a gaping wound, making it difficult for her to breathe. Jiang Tianzong and the others were also taken aback. His face darkened as he angrily shouted, "Pei Yao, enough! Do not lose your mind." Feng Yuli, holding the frightened Yuanman, shot a cold glance at Pei Yao. "Mr. Jiang, we, the Feng family, will remember today's events." With that, he carried Yuanman and strode away, while Feng Langqing snorted coldly, following behind with Meng Qinian. Pei Yao gasped for breath, turning to Jiang Tianzong with tear-filled eyes, gritting her teeth. "I am losing my mind? Jiang Tianzong, the one who died, is our daughter. Our daughter. How can you show no reaction at all?" Yes, she did not like Bai Wenyin, but she did not wish for her death. After all, Bai Wenyin was the child she carried for 10 months. No matter how much she disliked her, she wished for her to live well. Jiang Tianzong, wearing an expression of impatience, "What are you pretending for now? Was it not you who drove her out of the house 5 years ago? When you expelled her, why did you not acknowledge her as your daughter? Now that she is dead, what good does it do to say anything?" Pei Yao's pupils slightly dilated, her expression blank. She understood that Jiang Tianzong was inherently indifferent, yet she never anticipated that he could be so callous regarding the death of their daughter. Her body swayed precariously as she clutched her chest and began to fall backward, prompting Jiang Yunjing to swiftly catch her, exclaiming, "Mom." Jiang Tianzong frowned, coldly instructing, "Take her to the hospital. Do not allow her to spiral into madness here." He then exited the room. Yuanman could no longer be inscribed in the Jiang family genealogy. Without that, she would not be considered a member of the Jiang family and would be deprived of the fortune that came with it. This was unacceptable. He needed to consult a master about what to do next. Meanwhile, Jiang Xin, upon realizing the misplacement of the dishes, had hidden in fear. After sitting in the hotel lobby for a while, she felt a slight relief when her mother did not call to scold her. Instinctively, she hid behind a money tree in the lobby, peeking out. Feng Yuli and Feng Langqing were focused on Yuanman and failed to notice Jiang Xin concealed behind the tree. As she watched them leave, she murmured in confusion, "How strange, who are they? Why did they take Yuanman away? Could it be that Grandma and Grandpa could not tolerate her and sent her away to be raised by someone else?" The thought of not having Yuanman around to distract her uncle and grandparents filled Jiang Xin with joy. She gleefully rushed to find Jiang Yueyao, exclaiming, Mom, guess what I just saw?" However, before she could finish, a slap struck her face, twisting it to one side and causing it to swell rapidly. Jiang Xin, feeling a mix of pain and confusion, looked at Jiang Yueyao, who clenched her fist, her eyes reddened and face twisted in fury. "Where's the dish I told you to place? Why has it turned into that audio?" she shouted, losing control. "Do you realize the trouble you've caused me?" Jiang Xin trembled, bursting into tears. "It wasn't me. It was Yuanman. She did it on purpose." Chapter 87. Do you know what I do? Jiang Xin, in pain and fear of another blow from Jiang Yueyao, recounted the incident of mistakenly dropping the 2 dishes. Crying, she pointed the blame at Yuanman. "Mom, Yuanman did it on purpose. She deliberately placed the bag on the sofa for me to rummage through." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yueyao's fury intensified rather than subsided. Unable to contain herself, she struck Jiang Xin again, scolding, "Useless. Fool. You should have handed the dish to me right away. If only you had given me the dish you took from Yuanman, none of this would have happened today." In her rage, Jiang Yueyao did not hold back, and Jiang Xin screamed in pain as she collapsed to the ground. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing Jiang Hongji, who had come to check on Jiang Yueyao. Concerned for her, his expression changed upon seeing Jiang Xin on the floor, wailing. "Xin," he exclaimed, reproaching, "Really, this is our family matter. Why are the 2 young masters from the Feng family meddling?" Jiang Hongji cast a complicated glance at Jiang Yueyao, but chose not to respond to her. He stepped forward to help Jiang Xin to her feet. Her cheeks bore the marks of 2 swollen handprints, and tears streamed down her face as she weakly sobbed. "Second uncle, Xin hurts. It hurts so much." Seeing her in such distress, Jiang Hongji felt a surge of compassion. He lifted her from the ground, unable to restrain his reproach towards Jiang Yueyao. "Yueyao? How could you hit Xin? Don't you know she is delicate? Why would you strike her so hard?" Previously, he had regarded Jiang Yueyao as wonderful, considering her capriciousness charming. Even after hearing the audio that revealed a different side of her, he had thought she might have her reasons. However, witnessing her ferocity and her willingness to strike a child shattered his idealized perception of her. How had he not noticed her volatile temperament before? Jiang Yueyao's body trembled at Jiang Hongji's words. She instinctively opened her mouth to respond, but abruptly halted. No, it wouldn't do to let the Jiang family discover that Xin's discomfort was merely an act. Jiang Yueyao pressed her lips together, finally saying she was disobedient, not listening. I merely gave her a light reprimand. I didn't mean to hurt her. Moreover, I am her mother. What is wrong with disciplining her? Jiang Xin, her cheeks ablaze with pain, buried her face in Jiang Hongji's chest. Listening to Jiang Yueyao's words stirred a flicker of resentment within her. Her mother was lying. The pain from the slap was unbearable. She resolved never to favor her mother again. Jiang Hongji's expression grew cold as he regarded Jiang Yueyao. Realizing how shameless she had become, he carried Jiang Xin toward the exit, declaring, I will take Xin to see a doctor first. You stay here and reflect on your actions. Jiang Yueyao panicked, instinctively grasping the hem of Jiang Hongji's shirt. Second brother, don't go. I'm scared. Seeing his cold demeanor, she bit her lip, lowering her gaze in a show of vulnerability. Second brother, I admit I was a bit willful and unruly when I was younger. I understand now that I was wrong. Can you, for the sake of when I once saved your life, help me? Speak kindly to Dad and the two young masters from the Feng family on my behalf. Xin is still young. You can't just watch as I go to prison. Jiang Hongji gazed at the seemingly pitiful Jiang Yueyao, and despite his complex feelings, he softened slightly, recalling how he had spoiled her growing up and how she had once saved him. He replied, I can speak on your behalf to Dad. But as for the young masters from the Feng family, I do not have enough influence to secure their leniency. Jiang Yueyao's eyes widened in disbelief as she protested. Why not? They are outsiders. No, they are not outsiders. Nan Yuanman is the daughter of Feng Songqian, the head of the Feng family. Jiang Yueyao's expression shifted dramatically at this revelation, leaving her mind buzzing and momentarily speechless. Nan Yuanman was actually the daughter of Feng Songqian. Bai Wenyin was the daughter of Feng Songqian. How could this be? Jiang Yueyao struggled to accept it, gripping Jiang Hongji's shirt tighter. Her face paling as she forced a smile. Please, don't joke, second brother. How could Bai Wenyin possibly connect with the Feng family? Jiang Hongji responded, I am not certain. But the Feng family conducted a paternity test, and it is an established fact that Yuanman is Feng Songqian's daughter. Jiang Yueyao felt as if a great stone had lodged in her throat, jealousy gnawing at her insides like ants, causing her to tremble. Why? Shouldn't Bai Wenyin have faced hardship and struggle after leaving the Jiang family? How could she possibly connect with the Feng family? Jiang Hongji pressed his lips together, his expression complicated as he gently reassured, Yueyao, do not worry. I will do my utmost to protect you. Just stay put and do not wander. Jiang Yueyao, in a state of turmoil, nodded absently, not even noticing when Jiang Hongji carried Jiang Xin away. She felt as if a firecracker had been lodged in her chest, detonating relentlessly within her. Unable to contain herself, Jiang Yueyao swept everything from the table onto the floor in a fit of rage. Bai Wenyin, she muttered through gritted teeth, as if she intended to chew the name to pieces before swallowing it whole. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with jealousy and resentment towards Bai Wenyin. After 5 years, she found herself outdone once more. No, she had not lost. She still had one final card to play. She would never allow herself to be sent to prison by Bai Wenyin's daughter. Absolutely not. On the other side, a black Maybach glided smoothly down the road. Inside, Nan Yuanman sat in the center, flanked by Feng Yuli and Feng Langqing, with Meng Qinian seated before her. The three adults surrounded her, with Feng Langqing occasionally glancing at her with words unspoken. Nan Yuanman. The little girl was unable to bear the intense gazes upon her. Big brother, please don't look at me like that. As soon as she spoke, Feng Langqing found an opportunity to converse, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. He cleared his throat and solemnly introduced himself. Hello, Yuanman. I'm your third brother, Feng Langqing. He gestured towards Feng Yuli, saying, This is your elder brother, Feng Yuli. Meng Qinian eagerly interjected, unable to contain his excitement. I am your big cousin. Ha! Yuanman, you are finally my little sister. Feng Yuli shot a disapproving glance at Feng Langqing, thinking, is that all you can say? The amiable demeanor of the three young men eased some of Nan Yuanman's anxiety. She pursed her lips and greeted Feng Langqing, hello. After a moment's hesitation, her small hand subconsciously fiddled with her bag. You all know what I do, right? Would you find it distasteful? The sudden appearance of the Feng brothers left the young girl somewhat bewildered, making it difficult for her to fully accept their presence. Moreover, she was acutely aware of her own peculiar circumstances. She had inherited her grandfather's craft and was a coffin maker, destined to interact with spirits and graves. Nan Yuanman understood that not everyone could accept a family member dealing with corpses and ghosts. Many might find it ominous. Thus, she had no intention of concealing her profession. If they found it unappealing, it would not matter. She clutched her bag tightly, knowing she could now earn a living and support herself and her grandfather, Go Dan. Feng Yuli affirmed, we know. Meng Qinian added, of course. What else would you do besides playing with these? With a look of disdain, Meng Qinian remarked, our Yuanman wouldn't engage in childish activities, would she? Certainly not. Feng Yuli calmly responded, mud and dolls are merely leisure activities for Yuanman. She has a serious profession. Feng Langqing was taken aback, questioning whether he had misheard or was still dreaming. Is a 5-year-old really working? Which institution would employ her? Should I report them for child labor? Nan Yuanman nervously adjusted the decorations on her bag and quietly explained to Feng Langqing, Yuanman is a coffin maker. Although I have not yet fully trained. At her young age, she was not yet able to craft coffins but could perform tasks to comfort the deceased. Therefore, she did not consider herself a true coffin maker just yet. The profession is also known as one who balances yin and yang, capable of interacting with the underworld and communicating with the living. Thus, Nan Yuanman earnestly recounted her grandfather's words, in order to allow the deceased to rest in peace. Yuanman will eventually encounter some spirits. To Feng Langqing, her words sounded as foreign as a mystical script. He stared at the small girl, stunned by the notion of a 5-year-old coffin maker. He thought to himself that such a storyline would be too outrageous for the dramas he usually watched. Swallowing hard, he cautiously asked, is there really such a thing as ghosts in this world? Aren't they just fictional tales spun by superstitious fanatics? There are, Nan Yuanman obediently nodded. She glanced at Go Dan, who had remained contemplative and silent since the brothers' arrival, and asked, would you like to see? Feng Langqing felt a mix of trepidation and curiosity. Though he had always been terrified of the supernatural, he had never encountered a real ghost. Yet the idea excited him. Ultimately, his curiosity overcame his fear, and he nodded. Yes, I want to see. Feng Yuli, too, felt a sense of intrigue, though he masked it with a gentle gaze fixed on Nan Yuanman. Meng Qinian, who had genuinely seen a ghost before, timidly shut his eyes. You all look at 1T. He had spent an entire night unable to sleep. Nan Yuanman, feeling somewhat anxious, reached into her small bag and pulled out a bamboo-crafted vial, swiftly uncorking it. She then produced 2 talismans, dripping the contents onto them before handing one to Feng Langqing and one to Feng Yuli. Just hold in your hand. Don't worry with me here. They won't harm you. Feng Langqing, both excited and nervous, cautiously accepted the talisman. As soon as he grasped it, he looked up and beheld a tall male ghost with half of his face obscured by black and red threads. The ghost seemed to sense his gaze and turned to look at him expressionlessly. Feng Langqing was taken aback. His voice caught in his throat as he fainted, collapsing directly between Meng Qinian's legs. Meng Qinian exclaimed in shock, ah! Feng Yuli, startled by the sudden appearance of the ghost, quickly steadied himself and lifted the fainted Feng Langqing, rescuing Meng Qinian in the process. Concerned, Nan Yuanman asked, is he all right? Is he okay? After contemplating, she felt reassured and eased her worry. Meng Qinian questioned, is anyone going to pay attention to me? I feel like I need saving. Feng Yuli, completely preoccupied with the situation, averted his gaze from the ghost hovering by Nan Yuanman and quietly turned to look out the window. Suddenly, a head plummeted from the sky, smashing against the car window with a splatter of blood. Feng Yuli's expression shifted as he initially thought the driver had hit someone, but the head moved. Turning slowly, he made eye contact with the head as it faced him, its pale, grotesque features suddenly lighting up with excitement. You can see me? Feng Yuli silently averted his gaze, unwilling to maintain eye contact with the unsettling head outside. As he turned, he inadvertently met Go Dan's gaze. After a moment's hesitation, Feng Yuli subtly nodded in greeting to Go Dan. Go Dan raised an eyebrow and asked, young man, do I look familiar to you? Feng Yuli, perplexed, thought, do ghosts typically act so familiar? He offered a polite smile, not really. It dawned on Yuanman that Godan was still a wandering spirit, and based on his destiny, he belonged to an affluent family. Perhaps Feng Yuli had encountered him before. She quickly interjected, "Big brother, Godan is still a wandering spirit. His physical form has not passed on yet, just like your father. Take a closer look. Maybe you've seen him somewhere." Upon hearing the name of the male ghost, Feng Yuli's lips twitched, and he stifled a laugh while earnestly scrutinizing Godan's features. Only half of Godan's face was visible, with the dark threads obscuring the other half. The more Feng Yuli examined it, the more he felt a sense of familiarity, yet he could not recall where he had seen him before. Apologetically, Feng Yuli said, "I'm sorry, Yuanman. I can't remember where I've seen him." Yuanman, undeterred, comforted him like a little adult. "It's all right, I'll help Godan search slowly." As she spoke, her gaze instinctively drifted to Feng Langqing, and her anxious expression prompted her to ask, "Will they accept me? If not, I can stay at a hotel. I'm not a little child anymore. I can take care of myself." The little girl's anxious demeanor tugged at Feng Yuli's heart, causing a pang of empathy. He gently reassured her, "Of course we can accept you, Yuanman. Listen, I understand that our sudden appearance may be overwhelming for you, and it might take time for you to adjust to us. However, before we decided to bring you out of the Jiang family, I was already prepared to fully embrace all aspects of you, both good and bad. You need not worry at all. Besides, we are all adults now, and what you do is a noble endeavor. We have no reason not to accept it." Yuanman blinked slowly, gazing blankly at Feng Yuli, feeling as if her heart was enveloped in warmth, akin to a freshly steamed bun. This was the first time someone had spoken to her in such a manner, and the sensation was quite extraordinary. And Yuanman gently pressed her hand against her chest, shyly revealing a charming smile to Fyl, speaking in a soft, childlike voice. "All right." As they conversed, the vehicle gradually came to a halt at the entrance of a grand estate. Fyl was the first to alight, turning to lift Yuanman down, only to see the little girl bounce out of the car with a cheerful yelp. Her chubby cheeks jiggled adorably with her movements. Just as Yuanman steadied herself, a frantic knocking sound erupted from the small coffin. "What is this place? Why is it closed? Hurry and let me out. Chapter 89. Where are you? Stay away. If you come any closer, I'll report you to the police." And Yuanman smacked her forehead, overwhelmed by the multitude of events, having forgotten the vengeful spirit trapped in the coffin. She quickly retrieved the small coffin from her bag and opened the lid, causing the spirit, who had been frantically evading the elder N, to burst out with a loud wail. In the back seat, Fyl, still dazed, heard the commotion and groggily covered his head, blinking awake. "Why is it so noisy?" Just as he sat up, the vengeful spirit, in a panic, rushed into the car. Fyl looked up, only to be met with a grotesque visage. "Ah, it's a ghost." His eyes rolled back, and with a crash he fainted, collapsing heavily onto the back seat. The vengeful spirit exclaimed, "Oh my, young man, are you all right?" Startled by Fyl reaction, he instinctively reached out to help, but Fyl body passed right through his decaying hand. The spirit stared blankly at his hand, slowly realizing that he was indeed dead. Fragments of memories flickered in his mind, and despair washed over him as his resentment and ghostly energy surged, causing his form to tremble violently, his eyes gradually turning red. He was dead? How could this be? And Yuanman took out a talisman from her bag, her tiny hands forming a gesture as she infused it into the vengeful spirit's body, suppressing his swirling resentment. "Uncle, please calm down." With the talisman inside him, the spirit's rage was quelled, and his sanity returned slightly. He turned his neck stiffly, murmuring in bewilderment, "How could I be dead? I remember sleeping peacefully at home, locking the door before bed. Why am I dead?" And Yuanman consoled him. "It's normal to forget the circumstances of your death, uncle. Just calm down for now. Tomorrow, I will take you to meet that older brother you encountered today. Perhaps he will recognize you." The spirit, with tearful eyes, asked, "Is it normal to forget my own name?" And Yuanman nodded seriously, "Yes, it is." Hearing her words, the spirit felt somewhat reassured and began to drift unsteadily towards her, appearing particularly withdrawn. Fyl's muscles twitched, and summoning his courage, he positioned himself protectively in front of Yuanman, blocking the spirit's approach. Yuanman blinked, accepting F.Ng.Y.L's good intentions as she obediently stood behind him. The spirit, undeterred, squatted down and pretended to be a mushroom, muttering, "I'm not even 20 yet. I haven't even eaten white flour. How could I die like this?" Seeing that the spirit had not pressed forward, F.Ng.Y.L felt a sense of relief and took N.U.N.M.'s hand. The child's soft, chubby hand felt like a fluffy ball of cotton in his grasp, prompting him to instinctively ease his grip. He spoke softly, "It's getting late. Shall we go inside to freshen up, eat something, and rest? Tomorrow, I'll help you familiarize yourself with the estate, and if you wish, we can visit the hospital to see your biological father. N.N.U.N.M. and Noded Obedienti. Okay." The F.Ng family estate, situated in the city's picturesque lakeside district, was surrounded by lush greenery, presenting a serene beauty that surpassed the bustling atmosphere of the Taiga Villa area. A young butler approached in a black suit, his demeanor warm and friendly. "Young master, the meals and bathing water are ready, and the young lady's change of clothes has been ironed and hung in her wardrobe." As he spoke, he stole several glances at N.N.U.N.M., his eyes filled with curiosity, devoid of malice. This must be the child of the family head, lost to the outside world. Noticing the butler's gaze, N.U.N.M. offered him a sweet and soft smile, causing the butler to momentarily falter, as if struck by something delightful, his voice unconsciously rising in pitch. "I have prepared several types of clothing since I wasn't sure what you prefer, young lady. Please feel free to let me know if you have any preferences." And N.U.N.M. nodded. "Okay, thank you." The butler's smile broadened, impressed by her politeness. F.Ng.Y.L inclined his head slightly. "Thank you, and why you? Also, please call the security team to help carry the third young master from the car." And why was taken aback. What happened to the third young master? Is he injured? F.Ng.L replied nonchalantly. "No. He simply fainted due to poor mental fortitude." Awayu was puzzled, as Awayu arranged for someone to assist F.Ng.L NGQing from the car. F.Ng.Y.L led N.U.N.M into her room. N.U.N.M.'s room, located on the second floor near the stairs, was spacious and adorned in soft pastel blue tones. A large princess bed occupied the center, draped with a delicate canopy. The headboard was decorated with an array of adorable plush toys, and the floor was covered with a plush carpet to cushion any falls. At the foot of the bed was a small sofa and a creamy white vanity table, complete with a mirror and an assortment of delightful hair accessories. The entire room exuded a dreamlike quality, reminiscent of a princess's chamber from a fairy tale. F.Ng.Y.L observed N.U.N.M.'s expression discreetly and inquired gently, "This is prepared by your third brother. It's not entirely finished, but I hope you like it." "I love it," and N.U.N.M. exclaimed with joy, dancing around. "I absolutely adore it. Thank you, big brother. And thank you to that third brother." The room prepared by the Jiang family was also beautiful, yet it was arranged by the butler. While this one was personally arranged by her third brother, the thoughtfulness was evident. F.Ng.Y.L sighed in relief, a smile brightening his eyes. "I'm glad you like it." Given the day's events were overwhelming, F.Ng.Y.L refrained from lingering too long and advised her call for him if she needed anything before leaving the room, allowing her space to process everything. He glanced at the talisman in his palm, contemplating returning it to her tomorrow. Not daring to keep holding the talisman, he placed it on the bedside table and turned to the bathroom to freshen up. A few minutes later, a faint thud resonated from the half-open window as a round object rolled in. Chapter 90 in this new environment. N.U.N.M. felt a mix of unease and excitement. She opened the small coffin, releasing N.N.L.O.I, Shio-Co, and Zhu-Eng. Upon emerging, N.L.O.I began sniffing around to explore his surroundings, while Shio-Co and Zhu-Eng curiously climbed onto the vanity to take in the sights. Occasionally reaching out to rescue toys from his grasp, her temper remarkably gentle. "Grandpa, you can't eat this, and you can't eat that." Gud sat quietly on the sofa, his gaze following the little figures around the room, while the vengeful spirit squatted beside him like a mushroom. The spirit seemed to have accepted his fate of being deceased, his face despondent as he looked up at Gud and asked, "Brother, how did you die?" Before Gud could respond, the spirit answered himself, "Looking at you, you must have died a tragic death, just like me." Gud shot him a glance and replied coolly, "I'm not dead. I'm still alive." A question mark slowly appeared above the spirit's head. You have already shared a table with me. Are you still alive? Godan, I am a living soul. The vengeful spirit. The vengeful spirit has become more so. But in just half a second, upon raising his head, he saw Old Master Nen rushing towards him with drool flowing down his chin, prompting a piercing scream from the spirit as it leapt up and fled. Yuanman chased after him, shouting, "Grandfather, you can't eat that. That uncle is a good person." Godan gazed at the chaotic room and let out a long sigh, feeling somewhat reassured. He had feared that the incident with the Jiang family would affect the young girl, but seeing her lively demeanor, it seemed the impact was minimal. However, Godan glanced at his hands and recalled how the Jiang family had bullied Yuanman in the absence of any adults, his thin lips pressing together. He wished to protect the young girl, but found himself powerless. As Godan contemplated whether to seek out the young man from earlier for further inquiries, Yuanman burst into laughter and ran over, pulling him into the game of chase. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Feng Yuli, showering, suddenly felt a strong sensation of being watched. He paused his soapy hands momentarily, a chill creeping into his chest. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Feng Yuli pretended not to feel anything and quickly washed off the shower gel before donning a bathrobe and striding out. He grabbed a talisman from the table and abruptly turned to look behind him, only to find that the feeling of being watched had vanished. Furrowing his brow, Feng Yuli meticulously inspected the room, finding nothing amiss, not even a spirit. It must have been a mere illusion. Slightly weary, he pinched the bridge of his nose, reflecting that he should not have indulged in playful antics with Feng Langqing, as his encounters with the supernatural had begun to make him paranoid. He tucked the talisman into his bathrobe pocket and dried his damp hair with a towel, completely unaware that a bloodied head was pressed closely behind him. The head wore an expression of sheer excitement, silently enveloping Feng Yuli with ghostly energy, desperately pushing its own head towards Feng Yuli's. It was entirely confident that this person could see him. Thus he, the unluckiest of souls, could use him as a substitute. On the other side, after some playful antics with Old Master Nan, having released her pent-up energy, Yuanman also finished her bath and donned the pig pajamas prepared for her by Feng Langqing. Habitually, she stuffed her little red into her pocket, cautioned Old Master Nin not to wander off, and scampered out of the room, eager to find Feng Yuli to share a meal. As soon as she left the room, she caught sight of the ominous aura spilling from the third floor, causing her small face to grow unusually serious as she dashed upstairs. Feng Yuli felt an unsettling chill in his head, but thought it was merely due to the air conditioning being too low, compounded by just having washed his hair. Just as he intended to pour himself a glass of water, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him, and for a fleeting moment, he thought he saw the gruesome figures of his parents perished on the battlefield. Feng Yuli froze for a moment. Mom and Dad? Did he just see the souls of his parents? The two bloodied figures, both familiar yet strange, gazed silently at him before drifting away, prompting Feng Yuli to instinctively follow them, step by step, until he found himself on the balcony of the room. A seductive voice whispered in his ear, "Jump down. As long as you jump, you can be with your parents forever." The two figures stood on the railing, beckoning to Feng Yuli. Entranced, he raised his foot, and just as he was about to step onto the railing, the door to the room was suddenly flung open, and a youthful yet commanding voice rang out. "Heaven and earth, the root of all energies, the four spirits' heavenly lanterns, the 6 Jia and 6 Ding. Assist me in extinguishing the essence, banishing demons and their forms. Exterminate." A scream pierced the air, and Feng Yuli felt a heat at the back of his head, his muddled mind instantly clearing. Upon regaining clarity, he realized that half of his foot was already on the balcony's railing. Feng Yuli exclaimed in shock, retracting his foot from the railing, while Yuanman hurried to his side, asking anxiously, "Big brother, are you okay?" Feng Yuli shook his head. "I'm fine. What just happened?" "You were almost ensnared by a malevolent ghost, nearly becoming its substitute, but don't worry, I've already dealt with it." Yuanman, still holding her copper coin sword, examined Feng Yuli with a puzzled expression. "But, logically, you shouldn't have been targeted by a malevolent ghost. Feng Yuli's fate was precious, and he bore significant merit. Aside from facing some hardships in his early years, his later life was destined to be smooth and prosperous. The 3 strands of fire surrounding him were also quite strong, and when she had given him and Feng Langqing the ability to see spirits, she had used talismans for protection, so under such layers of safeguard, Feng Yuli should not have been plagued by a ghost. Yet, She had indeed seen a malevolent spirit entangling him moments ago. Feng Yuli replied. It must have been a coincidence. He squatted before Yuanman, speaking earnestly and gratefully. Yuanman, thank you for saving me just now. Had it not been for you, I might have truly jumped. It's nothing, the young girl replied, momentarily taken aback and a bit shy. Feng Yuli couldn't help but ruffle her hair, taking her hand as they left the room together to eat. The first night at Feng's estate passed peacefully. The following morning, as Yuanman completed her morning routine and descended the stairs, she found Feng Yuli already awake, with the butler Au preparing breakfast. Feng Yuli greeted her with a smile. Yuanman, good morning. Did you sleep well last night? Still a bit drowsy, Yuanman instantly perked up upon seeing Feng Yuli, offering him a sweet smile. Good morning, big brother. Good morning, butler brother. I prepare breakfast. Please come eat, Mississippi okay. Yuanman padded over in her little slippers, while Feng Yuli set down the newspaper and joined her at the table. Sitting on her designated small stool, she glanced around and curiously asked, Big brother, where's third brother? Is he still asleep? No. According to his biological clock, he won't wake up until 2 in the afternoon. Feng Yuli served a bowl of 8 treasure porridge in front of her, saying, Later, I will accompany you to the hospital. The young man we took there yesterday happens to be at Wana Hospital. Yuanman nodded obediently. All right. After finishing breakfast, the two set off for Wana Hospital. Feng Yuli led Yuanman to the hospital room of the young man who had been entangled by the vengeful spirit the previous night. As they approached the room, they heard an elderly voice filled with grievances. What good did it do to raise you? Your mother should have ended your life the moment you were born. You can't even do a simple task, and now you've landed yourself in the hospital, wasting hundreds of dollars. The vengeful spirit floating beside Yuanman suddenly changed countenance upon hearing this voice, its resentment boiling over as it lost all rationality and rushed into the hospital room. Yuanman exclaimed in shock. As he was speaking, a sudden blur crossed his vision, and a figure, grotesquely disfigured, appeared before him, extending a skeletal hand. Corroded to the point of being mere bone, the elderly man shuddered, his pupils dilating in terror as he screamed, Ah, a ghost! He turned to flee the room, but age had dulled his reflexes, and he was swiftly tackled to the ground by the malevolent spirit. The ghost, seemingly filled with rage, opened its gaping maw and bit into the elder's shoulder, leaving him bleeding profusely. The old man's wails echoed throughout the ward, yet the nurses and patients outside appeared oblivious. Not a soul came to investigate. Lu Su, who had been lying in bed awaiting death, was paralyzed with fear, staring blankly at his grandfather being savaged by the vengeful spirit. Why had it suddenly attacked him? Just as the ghost aimed to sever the old man's neck, Yuanman burst into the room, brandishing a copper sword to block its jaws. The spirit's teeth clashed against the blade, which shimmered with a golden light, sending the ghost flying. Filled with rage, the ghost disregarded its injuries and lunged once more at the struggling elder on the ground. Yuanman quickly produced talismans, hurling them at the spirit's form, her youthful voice resonating with authority. Awaken. The elder, witnessing this, crawled desperately towards her, pleading for salvation. Help me. Help. There's a ghost. The ghost's remaining eye glowed a furious red as it glared at the old man crawling on the floor, gritting its teeth and demanding, Lu Weigua. Why? Why did you harm me? Why? The ghost's accusations caused Lu Su and Yuanman to instinctively glance at the groaning figure of the elder. Lu Su's mind reeled. Disbelief etched across his face. Grandfather, you killed someone? At the sound of this accusation, Lu Weigua's body froze, momentarily paralyzed by fear. He turned to face the grotesque specter behind him, trembling as he stammered. You were Feng Yunfei? How could this be? Wasn't he had said that Feng Yunfei was trapped and would never come for me? Feng Yunfei let out a cold laugh. Indeed, it is I. Memories flooded back to him. His name was Feng Yunfei. He had a wife and child. He had been murdered in his sleep, but had been deceived and killed by his neighbor, Lu Weigua. Lu Weigua, how could you be so cruel? I never wronged you, even often helping your ailing mother. How could you betray me? Do you not know my wife, Xiaowan, is due to give birth in 3 months? Feng Yunfei's voice rose with emotion, his spirit trembling with rage. Lu Weigua, feeling cornered, hastily retorted, It wasn't me. I didn't harm you. If you seek vengeance, you should go after the foreman. Why come for me? Feng Yunfei, as you said, I had no reason to harm you. If you want revenge, find the true enemy. Fang Yunfei's eyes grew bloodshot. His resentment surging. Do not lie. I saw it all. It was you. You recommended me to the foreman to be sacrificed. Nan Yuanman's round face grew solemn at the implication. The term sacrificed referred to the horrific practice of burying a living person within the foundation of a major construction project to appease the spirits and ensure the project a success, thus avoiding disaster. No wonder this man had turned into a vengeful spirit. He had been alive when buried, considering his severely decayed state. It was evident he had endured unimaginable torment before his demise. Lu Weigua, now panicking, shouted, I did not. Do not wrongfully accuse me. His repeated denials only served to further ignite Fang Yunfei's rage, causing his resentment to erupt violently, engulfing Lu Weigua. If I wronged you, then come and see for yourself if I truly did. Nan Yuanman was taken aback and quickly intervened to save Lu Weigua from Fang Yunfei's wrath, preventing him from staining his hands with blood, which would affect his future reincarnation. As her hand brushed against Fang Yunfei's resentment, his memories surged into her mind. Fang Yunfei had been born in a small village in Qincheng, abandoned by his biological parents due to a leg ailment. He had been raised by a blind elder who looked after the village and spent all his resources on him. Tragically, when Fang Yunfei was 3, the elder fell to his death while foraging for wild vegetables, leaving him without support. Growing up with the villagers' assistance, Fang Yunfei learned to fend for himself, often helping the elderly in the village. Lu Weigua had been his neighbor. His father had died while working, and his mother had become blind from grief. Yet she struggled to raise him. However, Lu Weigua's grandparents instilled in him a sense of entitlement, leading him to act out and refuse to help his mother. Fang Yunfei, feeling pity for her, would assist whenever he could. What began as simple neighborly kindness turned into a deep wound for Lu Weigua's pride. How could someone in a worse situation than him dare to show compassion? Had he finally found someone more unfortunate than himself? Nan Yuanman witnessed the numerous instances from Fang Yunfei's youth when he was bullied by Lu Weigua. Insults and isolation from the villagers were a daily occurrence. And the ultimate insult came when Lu Weigua unleashed the village dog upon Fang Yunfei, forcing him to watch as it devoured the food he had worked hard to obtain. Furious, she clenched her fists, indignant at the injustice. Fortunately, Fang Yunfei did not passively endure the bullying. He retaliated, and their conflict persisted until they were 16. By then, their paths had diverged entirely. Fang Yunfei, preoccupied with his own life, barely acknowledged Lu Weigua, who had left with his uncle after boasting about his exploits. A decade later, as the village transformed, Fang Yunfei had managed to save some money and marry, while Lu Weigua found himself in disarray. He had not risen to wealth, but instead accumulated debt, his wife having left him. He wallowed in despair, relying on his blind mother for care. Eventually, Lu Weigua began to pull himself together, yet he remained oblivious to the jealousy hidden behind his mother's affectionate gaze when she looked at Fang Yunfei. Out of gratitude for the help his mother had received from Lu Weigua, Fang Yunfei offered him work. Grateful, Lu Weigua frequently drank with him, even apologizing for his childhood misdeeds, and their relationship began to mend. However, Fang Yunfei's memories turned dark when he arrived at the construction site, only to be struck on the back of the head by Lu Weigua. When he regained consciousness, he found himself bound to a pillar, with Lu Weigua glaring at him. Holding sulfuric acid, his face twisted with jealousy. Fang Yunfei, dazed and incredulous, asked Lu Weigua, "What are you doing?" Lu Weigua laughed maniacally, reveling in his triumph. "After all these years, Fang Yunfei, you remain as foolish as ever. Did you truly think I considered you a brother? You, someone of such lowly status, could never be my equal. Why should someone like you enjoy a life of comfort with a kind, gentle wife? Yet my wife abandoned me during my time of bankruptcy." Lu Weigua has long harbored a disdain for Fang Yunfei. He cannot comprehend why. Despite being abandoned by his own parents and losing the old man who adopted him, Fang Yunfei continues to live each day with such exuberance and joy. How is it that a destitute orphan like Fang Yunfei could marry such an exceptional woman and establish a stable and blissful family, while he himself teeters on the brink of bankruptcy as he approaches middle age, with a wife who deems him unlucky and runs off with another man? Why is this so? Fang Yunfei deserves to remain mired in misery for eternity. What is most intolerable for Lu Weigua is Fang Yunfei's feigned sympathy towards him. Huh, that is not sympathy. It is merely an attempt to revel in his misfortune. Now, witnessing Fang Yunfei bound to a post and subject to his abuse brings a sense of satisfaction to Lu Weiguo. Fang Yunfei, bewildered, gasps in shock. Is this truly how you perceive me? What else could it be, you fool? Do you think you hold a place in my heart? A friend? Huh, do you truly believe you are worthy of that title? With a cold laugh, Lu Weiguo decisively splashes sulfuric acid onto Fang Yunfei. Bound and unable to evade, Fang Yunfei watches helplessly as the corrosive acid drenches him from head to toe. His screams echo throughout the construction site, and upon witnessing his pitiful state, a triumphant smile spreads across Lu Weiguo's face. Yunfei, oh Yunfei, did you not consider me a brother? Then assist your brother with this final task. Fear not. I shall take good care of your wife and child. Lu Weiguo bursts into laughter as he activates the concrete mixer, pouring cement into the pit, effectively burying the anguished and howling Fang Yunfei alive. As the cement engulfs him, in that moment of losing all vitality, Fang Yunfei's spirit begins to float aimlessly. He observes Lu Weiguo groveling before the foreman, grinning as he assures him, "Boss, rest assured, he has no relatives, just a wife, and I will handle her. I will ensure she does not cause a scene at the construction site. Even if she comes, she will not recognize Fang Yunfei. His face has been ruined by my acid." The foreman beams with satisfaction, handing Lu Weiguo a wad of cash. "This is your reward, with this living stake. The project should proceed smoothly." Indeed, Lu Weiguo nods eagerly, adding, "However, the living stake carries a certain resentment. Boss, it would be wise to invite a master to completely confine his soul here, ensuring he can never be reborn, and thus serve as our construction site's guardian spirit." The foreman replies, "Very well, I will find a way." Fang Yunfei, filled with rage, lunges towards the two wretches, intent on avenging himself. But as a newly manifested ghost, he possesses no power to harm them, compelling his wife to heed his words. Aware that Yuanman can access his memories, Fang Yunfei refrains from revealing the part where his wife is coerced. However, upon seeing the sister being threatened by Lu Weiguo, Yuanman is filled with intense anger. Her round face flushed with indignation, as if flames of fury could erupt from her eyes. Subsequently, the foreman indeed sought out a master who confined Fang Yunfei to the construction site. In due course, Lu Weiguo's grandson, Lu Su, due to work-related matters, fortuitously visited the skyscraper built on that site and inadvertently activated the formation that had ensnared Fang Yunfei, allowing him to follow Lu Su after years of confinement. Fang Yunfei's memories begin to fade. Consumed by resentment, Fang Yunfei grips Lu Weiguo's terrified neck, lifting him off the ground. "Tell me, have I wronged you?" Lu Weiguo, suspended in midair, kicks desperately, struggling to breathe, his face reddening from the effort, and in a moment of sheer panic, he stammers, "Fang Yunfei, do you not wish to know where Yuanman is now?" Yuanman is the name of Fang Yunfei's wife. Lu Weiguo knows Fang Yunfei cares for her, and seeks to use her as leverage. With a crimson face, Lu Weiguo articulates each word. She is still alive. Hearing that long-lost name, Fang Yunfei momentarily falters, subconsciously loosening his grip. But at that moment, he hears Yuanman's voice. "He is lying to you." Yuanman, her eyes reddened with fury, clenches her small fists and declares, "That sister has already died." Lu Weiguo's heart sinks as he glares at Yuanman, scolding her, "You worthless fool, what do you know? Stop spouting nonsense." Suddenly, Lu Su, lying in a hospital bed, interjects, "What she says is true. She has been dead for a long time."